Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos. Part 7. I wave to the strange couple of deities, still marveling in my new skill and the surge of power I'm feeling, only to watch as they finally vanish, gone whence they came. The scenery also shifts, the bright skies dimming, the grass dissipating into the ether, the forest and trees and embers all vanishing. A brief wave of vertigo sets in as my vision starts to spin, gradually settling on one of the most awe-inspiring views I've ever had. We are back at the top of the tower gauntlet, in some sort of skyview penthouse. From here, as I look at the window, I see the entire city way down below, the downtown buildings looking like miniatures from this colossal height. Despite the already mind-boggling apparent height of the tower when viewed from the outside world, nearly 3,500 feet here, it looks far taller still. The sky above is a bit darker than that below and nearer to the horizon. Maybe an illusion created by the system, but it really does feel at least like we're on the periphery of near-Earth space. And it's not the only tower I can see. In fact, I can clearly see 3 more towers around the panorama. One a bit east of due north, I think this one is the largest. One due southwest to the nearest of the 3 by a good bit, and one a bit south of due east, which I think is also the smallest, just barely creeping up above the horizon. We did it, Chloe says. We did it, I respond. Indeed, Nicholas chimes in. And while the view is certainly breathtaking, I have to ask, doesn't the reward seem a little anticlimactic after everything it took to get this far? I can certainly appreciate the strategic value of such a vantage point, but I would have expected a more tangible reward, be it in the form of items or stat points or experience or however else the system would see fit to allocate such compensation. It is a bit strange, I admit. I would have expected the same. Perhaps we need to find and activate some sort of switch or other device here on the top floor before it counts as a successful dungeon clear. Perhaps, Nicholas says. I do believe we've been at this quite long enough, even with my vitality, some stimulants, and the couple of hours of sleep I got in the middle of your fight. I believe 40-odd hours without a good night's rest is going to be detrimental to my future productivity. Chloe and I both yawn. It doesn't feel like it's been quite that long, but it has been long enough that it might as well. Those hours of climbing up that grand staircase with my ray comprise an experience I'm not keen on reliving. We head through the only door before us, one that leads to a small cylindrical room in the center of the sky view. Sure enough, there's a glowing blue sphere. It looks like one of those radioactive death cores. Although I feel no worse for being in its presence and see no status abnormalities popping up in my system notifications. Nothing other than the exhaustion stage to day buff that I've had ever since I awoke after the fight with Lysette. Feeling foolish, maybe even a little daft, but recognizing that it's our best chance of getting out of here alive and in one piece. I touch the thing, nothing happens. Nicholas and Chloe join in as well, the former remarking about having nothing to lose and everything to gain over the alternative of being trapped in here. As they do, the core lights up, filling us up with a glow that is cool and comforting. And then, the system notifications begin piling up. You have overcome the trial of the Godslayer. You have gained a boosted 300,000 experience. Experience has been significantly reduced due to assistance. Experience has been further reduced due to use of Seraphina and AOV or LIMIT. You have gained enough experience to reach level 63 from 61. Strength come 2, speed come 2, vitality come 2, mind come 2. Please assign free stat points remaining. Seeing no reason to prioritize one stat over another, I go ahead and assign them evenly once more, after doing the little trick for gaining a couple of extra points of health and ether. Of course, maximum health increases by vitality x to current level ran 13 equals 305. Maximum ether increases by mind current level ran 0, 2 equals 231, level 63 experience, 4,963,370, to next, 256,925. Your Intermediate Glyph Manifestation Rank X has upgraded to Intermediate Glyph Manifestation Rank 13. Your Multidimensional Glyph Casting Rank 2 has upgraded to Multidimensional Glyph Casting Rank 4. Your Archangel's Gaze rank 15 has upgraded to Archangel's Gaze rank 16. Your Elemental Ether Strike rank VI has upgraded to Elemental Ether Strike rank 8. Your Etheric Armor rank VI has upgraded to Etheric Armor rank 7. But before the notifications can finish, I see additional ones pop up. Overriding the expected display for my current stats, party of Seraphina Mortensen, Chloe Jacobs, and Nicholas Richardson has successfully cleared Tower Gauntlet 36121 and 9600W. The aforementioned party is the first to successfully clear this gauntlet. Additional rewards will be distributed. Calculating rewards. Calculating. Each party member's combat parameters will be increased by Kung4. Maximum health and ether will each increase by Kung to 150. The sensation is no less strange than it was when I consumed that experience pouch a few weeks back. I feel my muscles and mind each shifting and growing stronger. New combat frameworks and the knowledge of how to utilize this natural increase to my fighting capabilities seamlessly interwoven with the experience I've already gained to this point. I flex my biceps, feeling that little bit of additional firmness. From the way Chloe looks at me as I do, I can tell she approves as well. Nicholas, meanwhile, looks in utter disbelief. And considering that the system can do things like that, I'm not surprised. Just one more no. Many more things to take into consideration when doing, well, just about anything that's system influence, which is pretty much everything at this point. The natural feeling subsides. My body again feels wholly my own. Just a little bit stronger and tougher, a little bit more me. And with that, I glance over the remainder of my notifications, which are still swarming in. Current stats: health 6,850 to 11,367, ether 4,170 for gate. Current stats: strength 103, speed 105, vitality 125, mind. You have unlocked access to Tower Gauntlet 36121 and 9600W basement flight. Additional rewards available for clearing supplemental flight. Recommended level: yeah, not right now, not today. Not next week, probably not next month. But it's good to know, at least, that there's something more to do, and some additional challenge waiting when next we need to push ourselves and grow stronger quickly. Considering the political state and the rate at which the system's threats have been growing in strength, though, that'll probably come up much earlier than I'd like. For now though, as the system teleporter appears in the chamber, beckoning us back to the surface, I'm not going to think about it. I think, after the last few days, I've earned that much. As it turns out, we arrived back in the entrance chamber just prior to the 6 o'clock deadline on the morning of August 18th. So close, in fact, that the sergeant on duty, the same one as the other day, already has his phone out in front of him, counting down the last couple of minutes until he would have made the phone call. Seeing this, and realizing that yes, we have been awake for about 48 hours, causes the fatigue to set in. Truly in earnest this time around, I yawn. My body and mind having still not fully recovered after everything. I turn to the door, opening it, and feel a cool wind breezing in. The skies are overcast, save for a reddish hue peeking in through the eastern horizon. It reminds me of the time Chloe and I were flying home after our adventures down in Red Clay City. A storm is surely brewing, and it feels like we ought to get a move on before we end up drenched in it. Ms. Mortensen, Ms. Jacobs, Nicholas says, it has been an honor and a privilege working with both of you, but it is time for me to return to my duties once more. He offers his hand to each of us, which we shake after the briefest moment of reluctance. I look forward to the next time we work together. May that day be far later than I fear. Indeed, by the will of the goddess, may that day be far away. Nicholas rolls his eyes just a bit. It seems that he, too, isn't happy with the fact that I choose to invoke the feminine goddess rather than the masculine, capital G God. But I will stick by that. The closest thing to a deity I've ever encountered was Madison, in my past life, and she sure as hell wouldn't want to be called sir. Nevertheless, he accepts it, nodding slightly before surging off with newfound pep in his step. As for what he has planned or what's going to happen with, well, everything, I guess I just have to take it as it comes. I couldn't outthink the man before, and I'm sure as hell not going to try now that he's equipped with the additional processing power of mental partition. I sigh, taking Chloe into my arms. For a moment, we just hold each other, and caring for either the sergeant looking at us from behind or from the morning commuters slowly making their way into downtown. Maya is close, not caring about much else than feeling my love's presence against me. Chloe yawns again, falling into my arms. I guess I'm going to have to force myself to stay awake just a few minutes longer before I collapse. We arrive back home, only to have the door thrown open the second I land on the concrete walkway leading up to the front door. Alicia still feels a bit weird not thinking of her as Mrs. Jacobs rushes out, the look of a concerned mother plastered all over her face. Her face looks like her heart is ready to break as she sees me carrying one very cute but equally passed out Chloe in her arms. And then, as she sees Chloe's chest calmly rising and falling, the expression of relief is just as intense. I'm sorry, Alicia, I say. That last trip went a lot longer than we had planned, and we're both exhausted. Sarah, I know you two are putting yourselves out there day in and day out. And I know that you two are out there, fighting things I can't even imagine. So, I and my coworkers can be safe, but I don't need to hear about it, and frankly, I don't want to know. All that matters is that you're both back, you're both here, and for at least one more morning, you're both safe. Alicia, there's no need for that right now. Now, you two both need to head upstairs and go directly to bed. And I better not hear any funny business for the rest of the day. You both need sleep. Do I make myself clear? I sigh, giving the only acceptable response. 3.1 for 5 the second ascension. I awaken to the early morning light, and the fact quickly settles in that Chloe and I have just slept through an entire day's cycle. Immediately, my stomach starts rumbling, necessitating a quick trip into my inventory for some peanut butter crackers. Gotta love how I can keep them stored in the interdimensional space for an indefinite time and not have them go stale in the slightest. I take a bite of the cheap snack. Any more stale? In any case, still mighty convenient. And beats having them get reduced to crumbs in a backpack or purse. No, now that I'm a bit more awake, I realize I have a far tastier food to munch down upon, and then more work to do. From within the depths of my inventory, I draw out the level apple and my artificer's glasses, mostly to confirm that Lindsay's earlier information was accurate. And sure enough, the glasses corroborate her words to the T, including about the part that the system is calling these extremely delicious. My stomach grumbles and my mouth waters as the delicious fruit touches my lips. One succulent, sweet but not too sweet bite later, and it feels like a torrent of power and flavor are flowing down my esophagus, directly into my stomach and from there, throughout my entire body. It's absolutely amazing. I can't help myself. Against my better judgment, I keep eating and eating, wolfing the thing down as though my life depends on it. Thank the goddess Alicia isn't around to see me eating so savagely. She'd castigate me to the turn of the decade. The unrelenting cravings quickly subside as the last bite washes down my throat, only to be replaced by an uncomfortably familiar sensation as though I'd just flown 1,000 miles, cast a dozen spells, and ran 10 marathons, all before breakfast. The momentary fatigue passes quickly, alongside a couple more notifications. Level 63 experience, 5,220,290 for stored. 1. To next. You have met the conditions necessary for a class change. Would you like to change classes now? It's about time. I've been waiting for this moment for over 2 months now, but not just yet. I slink back under the covers and wrap both arms around Chloe, who's still resting. A quiet smile on her face. Our lips briefly touch, causing her to rouse from her half-sleeping state, the absolute cutest mewling escaping her as her arms caress me. Morning, love, I say. I'm about to do the class change thing. Would you mind keeping watch for the next few hours while I take care of things? Careful, Sarah. You stay in your mindscape for too long, and I might decide to try something funny with you. She chuckles mischievously. I laugh nervously. I love you, Chloe. She kisses me. I love you too. Sarah, see you when you get back. As our lips part, I acknowledge and affirm the system prompt, allowing the world to drift away. Although, as it did last time, the space that emerges is pretty much exactly the same within the mindscape as it is in the outside world. The bed is still here, as are the dressers and nightstands. No Chloe, which is a huge step down. And of course, There's that endless void of black outside of the room which is no less unnerving than it was the first time I was here. I get up from the bed and look around, mostly to center myself and my mind before I begin with this. Honestly, it would be nice if there were someone else here to help me, if only to talk through the various options and, I don't know what exactly. Actually, I'm a little surprised there isn't some priest or system constructor. I don't know what else might help, but maybe another me. Can I do that here? It is my mind, right? I should be able to do so. It takes a few minutes, but I'm eventually able to partition off a shadowy, ethereal clone of myself. Oh, surprisingly enough, looking at some being that wears my face, even if it is just an effigy that I myself created, is a bit disconcerting. Can you talk? As well as you can, my shadow says. This is our mind. We should be able to do whatever we want here. I guess. By the way, what should I call you? I don't suppose it would make sense to refer to me as me and to you as also me. Well, together, we're Seraphina. And if Chloe and Alicia call you Sarah, then I guess I'm Fina. It does sound a little close to Philia, but sure, I've got nothing better. Anyway, shall we go ahead and see what options we have to work with? Sure thing. So, first thing I've noticed is that we've got a lot of different classes to choose from. They're broadly focused into categories. There's the martial and angel focused classes, and there are the magic, life casting classes. I'm guessing we're taking one of each. Yep. I think I'd like to start with our upgrades from mechanical angel, see what options we have, and then go from there. Alright. Then, Fina waves her hand, revealing a class that looks very similar to the one I already have. The only real differences are in my skin. Rather than having pale to lightly tan skin like I currently do, this version of me has skin more silver, more metallic. I think this class is likely the one that's going to push the idea of reject the fallibility of the flesh, embrace the comfort of cold steel the furthest. Class, Argent Sentinel. The Argent Sentinel is a paragon of martial combat, bringing hope to her allies and sounding the trumpet of annihilation to those unfortunate enough to oppose her. She wields all weapons with great proficiency, and with her powerful wings and cybernetically enhanced body, she dominates against foes both large and small. Outside of combat, she dedicates herself to self-improvement in the most literal way possible, enhancing her body and mind alike to better face the challenges that lie before her. You've already demonstrated an enormous capacity for growth by making it this far. Push yourself forward to the maximum by choosing this class. Strength Kung 6, Speed Kung 0, Vitality Kung 6, Mind -4, Maximum Health Kung 750, Maximum Ether -250 when choosing this class. Strength Kung 1, Vitality Kung 2, 3 free stat points per level. So, I'm guessing the stat gains are pretty mediocre compared to my current ones because I'm going to have to classes now. Sounds about right. Then again, I'm you, so I only know what you know. Damn system doesn't give us any sort of instruction manual on how any of this is supposed to work. Damn the system indeed. Fina chuckles. So, about the class, I like the idea, at least in theory, and ooh, looks like this is the class that's really going to build off that new biomechanization skill I got from Lyset. If I really wanted to delve into the cellular synthesis, nanotechnology, fusing organometallic and organosilicate structures into my design like I used to be, this would be the class. And yeah, it's nice and it speaks to me. We think it'll make us less appealing to Chloe, and that's important enough to be an overriding consideration for, well, most things. I stare indignantly at Fina, who just shrugs with a smug grin plastered all over her face. I am you. Remember, anything you know or think, I know as well. And the same is true in the other direction. Okay, fine. We'll consider that a definite maybe. What do we have next? Well, it seems the system isn't done giving us the opportunity to live as a Valkyria, as we've been given such a class yet again. Sure enough, there's another class of me as a warrior, more human this time, radiating an aura that makes me feel strong, passionate. Just looking at the me in the hologram makes me feel I can be more than who I currently am. Class, Valkyrian. Throughout your journey, you have shown remarkable dedication to the causes of protecting and nurturing others. Even when you could have and perhaps should have retreated, you have stood your ground and fought for the causes you held dear. Even when your own body was battered and broken, maimed and dismembered, you refused to give up the fight, rebuilding your body. Tens of thousands of people, if not more, owe their lives to your efforts. And you have every intention of making that number much, much higher. Build a community of like-minded individuals and lead them into battle. Become the shining beacon in humanity's darkest hour. Strength come 3, speed come 1, vitality come 3, mind come 2, maximum health come 400, maximum ether come 100 when choosing this class. Strength come 1, vitality come 1, for free stat points per level. And this class's core feature seems to be assisting others. This class will grow my buffing spells Angel's Grace and Hearken in particular, and give me some more passive effects that improve my combat parameters when fighting in the defense of another, for a fairly generous definition of defense of another too, based on how the wording is. In short, as long as I have a sincere belief that I'm fighting to protect other people, my strength and speed will skyrocket. The problem is that I like dungeon diving. I like going into these towers. I feel it is necessary to proactively continue to seek out and develop my abilities before we truly need them. So, yes, the class is helpful to something I want to be doing. And I do very much appreciate getting the aspects of a strategist type class. Like it or not, I definitely not. In my case, I'm being dragged into political games. And that means I'll need allies. Far more than I currently have. Another maybe, Fina asks. Yep. Throw it in the maybe pile with the others. Let's see what we have that's more crafting focus. Just as I finish the words, another class offering presents itself. The same set of holograms as before. This time, however, I'm wearing glasses, carrying books, reading through various reports and missives, all while charting different ideas down into an array of sketchbooks. Little drones surround me, also contributing to the effort of processing the enormous volume of information both entering and leaving my mind. Class, Ether Technologist. The wise and powerful alike know that 90% of battles are won or lost before the first confrontation with the enemy. From logistics to supplies, training to weapons to the amount of available industrial production and manpower, to levels and skills, it is the preparation of the soldiers, the armies, and the doctrines that determines who wins or loses. So why leave the outcome of your battles to chance? The Ether Technologist is a master of her craft, seamlessly blending together magic, technology, and artifice into a coherent whole. Whether fighting on the front lines, wielding an array of exotic weapons of her own creation, or working behind the vanguard, leading the industrial production work that is essential for modern militaries to function, an Ether Technologist is a godsend for whomever is lucky enough to have her on their side, and a nightmare for those foolish or unlucky enough to go up against her. Strength come 0, speed come 1, vitality -2, mind come 10, maximum health -150, maximum ether come 700 when choosing this class, mind come 2, for free stats per level. Well, this is more along the lines of some of the classes I could have chosen back at level 32. But didn't, I say? Yep. If we'd gone down the path of a more general crafter, this would be the upgrade path. As it is, we still do enough crafting to have it as an option, but the crafting is more self-improvement than mass production. Though we would actually get the mass production skill back if we went down this path, along with a more focused glyph decryption skill that will really help in the spellcrafting field. Oh, yeah, you're right, fine. Still, I think the Argent Sentinel has a stronger, more focused upgrade path, I say. It's closer to who we are and what we've done to this point, whereas this is going to require some side grades before moving us further in power. Seems that way, yeah? Anyway, shall we look at the other options? I nod, eager to see what else awaits us. 3.1 for 6, the second ascension already. I'm feeling good about the options provided for me. None of the three have been actively bad, even if none of them are so perfect that I can take them sight unseen. But there are things I like about all of the choices, even if I'm currently a bit more disinclined toward the Ether Technician class, for no reason other than that I feel compelled to spend more of my time in the front lines. On the battlefield, it's not a bad choice. If that were the only option, I'd take it, and I wouldn't feel the least bit bad about it. Thankfully, though, those aren't the only three classes available for me. Not even the only three martial classes. And the next one looks pretty neat. featuring a version of me fighting on the front lines, spear in hand, ready to strike or defend at a moment's notice. Class: Angelic Halberdier. The Angelic Halberdier stands as a paragon, even among Engelkind, the first to charge into battle. The Angelic Halberdier is a master of both close quarters and long-range combat. While most classes and individuals choose to specialize toward either the physical or magical side of the spectrum, you are the rare person who has elected to choose both, even knowing that your overall combat effectiveness may have been diminished in the process. Strength Kung 2, Speed Kung 2, Vitality Kung 2, Mind Kung 2, Maximum Health Kung 222. Maximum Ether Kung 222 when choosing this class. Strength Kung 1, Speed Kung 1, Vitality Kung 1, Mind Kung 1. To free stat points per level. Fine and I both roll our eyes at the part about diminished combat effectiveness. Our combat effectiveness has been plenty high, thank you very much system. Flexibility can substitute for specialization to quite the extent. That's pretty much the whole idea of glyph casting, taking a penalty in spell efficiency to be able to cast a wide variety of spells, not just the small handful that the system grants. Not to mention that some enemies have various elemental resistances or like that lurches in the eclipse, the ability to shift between being physically and magically resistant. In short, we are of the same opinion, a jack of all trades, master of none, is oftentimes better than a master of one. After getting that out of our system, not really. Since it's all in our mind, we continue looking through the description. True to its name, this class focuses most heavily on my newfound weapon of choice. In addition to skills and bonuses revolving around polearm combat, I also, for the first time, get a couple of spells of my own. Excluding my glyph casting, these spells aren't particularly powerful, just a modest boost to my combat parameters, and the ability to conjure and launch conjure duplicates of any currently equipped polearm. But it does mean that I'll finally have a self-buff, which is particularly powerful because of how well they tend to stack with one another. Where it falters is that it doesn't really do much for my angelic form or cybernetics. I don't lose the skill, thankfully, but it does represent a qualitative shift away from the mechanical side of the mechanical angel. A similar thing is true of my crafting. I'll be able to do so, but I won't get more assistance with it. At the same time, at least with regard to the crafting, I can always have my glyph casting focus class spec more into that. Right now, I think that Valkyrian and Angelic Halberdier are leading the pack, but not by an insurmountable margin. Do we have anything else? I ask Fina, mostly to verbalize my own spinning mind before moving on. Well, of course we have more. We're kind of a big hecking deal, or have you forgotten? We might be the first person in the whole state to reach level 64, and in just 5 months too, like. Let's give ourselves some credit, Sarah. You think the system is going to stop being an asshole long enough to give us some credit? Actually, wait, there is a class for us along those lines, though. It doesn't seem like the sort of thing we'd be interested in. At least, I'm not interested. And since this is all in our head, that means you aren't either. Well, let's take a look. Class Lesser Archon. Already the name of the class has me feeling less than copacetic about the selection. The hologram. One of me sitting in a fancy chair surrounded by numerous sycophants, advisors, and ministers. Only makes matters worse, however. The system did offer the class to me, so I feel I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't at least take a look at the option. By putting your mind, body, and soul through constant trial, you have grown strong. Your life experiences have filled you with great resolve about the state of political affairs around you. Proximity to the levers of power has tempted you. Now is the time for you to seize control and bring your ideal world into reality. Oh, it's tempting. It is so damn tempting that it hurts. And it gives good stat gains as well. Strength Kung 4, Feed Kung 0, Vitality Kung 3. Mind Kung 3, Maximum Health Kung 100, Maximum Ether Kung 300 when choosing this class. Strength Kung 1, Vitality Kung 1, Mind Kung 2. 3 free stat points per level. This class, more than any other, even Valkyrian, leans into the strategy and governance aspect. This is the class I'd choose if I wanted to be more like Nicholas, to lead people, both on the field of battle and in the halls of government. It comes with a fairly weak sense motive skill, along with a couple of party-wide buffs. Harkin, notably, will end up changing to something closer to Nicholas' strategist's gambit, only able to affect all of my subordinates within a quite generous range. And therein lies the problem. It works on subordinates, encouraging me to assume leadership roles and climb the ranks of personal and political power. Most notably, Chloe, who is an equal partner, not a subordinate, wouldn't be affected by the boosting abilities I would have. And that, more than anything, is a death sentence for this class. Even after taking into consideration that no, I don't want to be a ruler. I don't want to be involved in politics. And I certainly don't trust myself with the sort of authority that I'd be seizing by force. Yeah, I think we more or less already turned this one down when we declined the role of Lady Protector. Fina says. I nod in agreement. To the bottom of the heap it goes, just barely remaining on the heap at all. So, one more choice. We got 6 last time. 6. And then that weird anomalous one that we might end up taking this time around. HRMM. Fina furrows her brows. That's a bit surprising, actually. I would have thought we'd get at least one more choice. Just as we finish our thoughts, another option does present itself, and immediately, I am intrigued. Mostly by why we didn't get to see this option first, seeing as though this class seems to be the most direct upgrade to my current path. It looks so similar to who I am now, only a little stronger, a little wiser, a little more muscular and toned and confident and resolved. Class, Mechanical Guardian Angel. You have embraced your role as the Mechanical Angel. Through great trials and tribulations, you have grown strong. When monsters and other threats have risen and threatened the people and things that you love, you have stood up and fought back. When people have cried out for support in their darkest hour, you have done what you could to stand tall against the inexorable tide. Through it all, you have endeavored to protect others. And nowhere is this protection stronger than in the bond you share with the one you care about most. Strength cum 1, Speed cum 0, Vitality cum 6, Mind cum 2, Maximum Health cum 750, Maximum Ether cum 100 when choosing this class, Vitality cum 3 free stat points per level. Reading through the remainder of the description and the skill changes that will result, this is probably the straightforward upgrade path from Mechanical Angel. It is the most defensively focused of the 6. Forcing me to push an entire half of my level gains in the stat each time. While I will never turn down the additional health, I am worried about the lack of flexibility I'm being offered, especially considering Chloe has an even more defensive and supporting class, and I find myself needing to be the primary offensive fighter in my parties. The one thing this class notably does apart from the others is supercharge Angelic Bond. The penalty becomes a prohibitive 6 levels. Although I notice buried down in the fine print is a clause that it can't cause someone to fall below the minimum level consistent with their current ascension cycle, which in this case would be 6 for dot in exchange. However, the multiplier on most spells moves from double to 2.5 times. Not, sadly, for any enhancement spell which scales with caster level, including Chloe's Saintess's Blessing. It does work on healing, shielding, and armor spells, meaning Saintess's Cloister would be able to shield me from nearly 16,000 damage before expiring. It sounds like so much, especially thinking back to the days of having only a few hundred health. But with the challenges ahead, no amount of protection will be enough for me to feel truly at ease. If it were as flexible as Mechanical Angel, I think it'd easily be the best option. As it stands, though, it's merely a solid selection among other good and not so good options. So, Fina, what are we thinking of the options? I think we're definitely not taking Lesser Archon. Yes, the greater stat gains are tempting as all hell, but that's just not who we are or want to become. Other than that, I think we'll be happy with any of the other options. I agree. Well, of course you agree. Have you forgotten that you're me already? I give Fina the single-fingered salute. She, in return, grins and returns the gesture. So, I think our two best options are either Angelic Halberdier or Mechanical Guardian Angel. I say, Mechanical Guardian Angel is closer to what I want to be as a person, but Angelic Halberdier is a little closer to the function I need to have as a combatant. It's a little ironic, isn't it? Fina chuckles. Mechanical Guardian Angel is the class that plays up our connection to Chloe the most and supercharges our connection with her. And yet, despite that, And despite that being our top priority, we're thinking of going in a different direction in order to better protect her. Come to think of it, I do kinda like Valkyrian as well. It might not synergize with our desire to go exploring dungeons. If we'd had the skill that class is offering us, the ability to protect others in their time of need, maybe we wouldn't have had to resort to using Black Hole. Fina looks at me with a compassionate gaze. Weird. Being comforted by my own mental construct, but it does help. Or at the very least, we could have better controlled it, better aimed it away from the people affected by it. If we had, then at least some of those 8 lives might not have been lost. Fina lowers her head. You know as well as I do that we can't turn back the clock. We can't change the past, but we can learn from it. We can accept our failures. We can move forward with the knowledge and power and experience we've gained, and try to do better the next time around. So, are we good with taking Valkyrian, then? I ask. Yeah, but I don't think we need to take it right away. At least, not before seeing what our options are as far as our glyph casting is concerned. Oh goodness, that means we get a dedicated mage class, which means no more shitty mind x10 regeneration rate. Fina slaps me. You ruined it. You just jinxed us. You know, I sighed. The sad thing is, we both know she's right. 3.147 the second ascension EOK. Yes, I am now actually excited. I was excited before, but now, finally getting a dedicated glyphcaster class, getting some sort of mage or even a mage fighter hybrid class, moving my glyph casting skills out of general, and being able to finally get some new and better, or at least more versatile skills to replace them. I could practically squee with delight. No, please, don't, Fina says. I don't think our eardrums can take it. Fine, I mutter. Looks like our first option is here already. Class, Rainbow Mage. Many mages choose to specialize in a single element or school of magic. In doing so, they learn the intricacies of their chosen school, its strengths and weaknesses, and how to bolster the former while overcoming the latter. But you have learned that the jack of all elements, master of none, is oftentimes better than a master of one. The Rainbow Mage maintains this hybrid focus, maintaining the ability to equip more protective armor and I skip the rest of the class description, pausing only long enough to briefly check through the stat changes before moving on to the more important implications. Strength Kung 0, Speed Kung 1, Vitality Kung 0, Mind Kung 8, Maximum Health Kung 50, Maximum Ether Kung 500 when choosing this class, Mind Kung 2, for free stat points per level. I delve into the fine print of the class, and sure enough, system spells, like my glyph casting, are subject to minimum mind requirements and chances of spell failure if one doesn't control their magic properly during the casting process, with potentially disastrous effects for failure, as I know all too well. And wearing heavy armor exacerbates this risk to a not insignificant extent. This particular mage variant can wear medium armor breastplates and the like, but is still penalized by full plate. It is possible to overcome that limitation, but it will require burning a skill slot on it, which, considering I'll be planning to move both intermediate glyph manifestation and glyph casting over, is more prohibitive than it sounds. It'll also require me spending a fair bit of time practicing with my spells in order to get the relevant skills offered to me in the first place. Very frustrating, especially considering all the other things I'm going to have to do in the coming months. Still, better that we read the fine print on all of this before we chose our classes. Fina says, absolutely. You know. Not sure why I wasn't surprised that the system had some sort of way to screw us over in our moment of triumph. Oh, and let's make sure we check those ether regeneration rates as well. Yeah, we definitely haven't forgotten about that. Not after last time. And it looks like the regeneration rates are all roughly half of what they were when I was looking at my level 32 classes. Most of my angel-themed classes are at Mind by 5 to Mind by 7 per regeneration, while other technologist is up to Ether X8. Meanwhile, this first class on the mage side is also Ether X8. Even if I choose Valkyrian and a half-mage class like this, I'll still be at Mind by 14, which is a 40% increase from before. Next option, Fina asks. X, I say, and another hologram appears, this time featuring me in quite the scandalous getup. As in, revealing enough with both the legs and the cleavage that I don't know if Chloe is going to like or hate that I'd be expected to wear something along these lines. I'm carrying a massive staff with ornate decorations and a long, bladed crystal as its magical effector. My robes, to the extent I'm wearing any, are a mix of white and black, twisting and spinning in on another in a pattern that looks like miniature black holes orbited by massive jets of light. Class, Eclipse Mage. You have mastered the celestial forces of push and pull. You have trained in the arts of light and darkness alike, learning that neither is intrinsically good or evil. You have come to an understanding of the magic of controlling and manipulating gravity, and how it can be used both for creation and destruction. And your knowledge and desires will send you to the edge of the solar system and beyond. Choose this class and further your mastery of celestial magic in both its incarnations. Strength -2, Speed Kung 0, Vitality -2, Mind Kung 14, Maximum Health -100, Maximum Ether Kung 999 when choosing this class. I wonder if the system is offering me this class specifically for clearing the Eclipse Tower over the past couple of days. The aesthetic is certainly correct. A mix of light and dark that looks positively galactic. And the stats are nothing to sneer at. I would get a Mind X10 regeneration rate just from this class, along with skills that give me additional power when I'm using either light or dark spells. And I would get some system spells in each element, along with one at level 90 that is Eclipse Element. Looking more closely, it seems to be a spell that deals both light and dark damage simultaneously. Sadly, it doesn't seem to feature an elemental transformation like what Crystal can do. The details do suggest that the upgrade path should eventually allow for such a transformation, but it'd likely be either at the level 96 tier or maybe level 128, depending on how thoroughly I commit to following this particular path. I also would be restricted to mage armor robes like Chloe's, more or less, unless I wanted to spend a skill slot to use the type of armor I'm currently using. At least I can still use bucklers and other small shields without penalty. From the hologram, it looks like I can use some sort of staff that resembles Phileas' current sword staff configuration. I will likely need to get some sort of gemstone effector to better channel magical power through my weapon. But that shouldn't be insurmountable. Just more work. So much more work. Well, nothing worthwhile is ever easy, Fina says with a smile. Kissing Chloe is pretty easy. Fina rolls her eyes at me. We both know what I meant. I grin, only to see Fina shaking her head at me with a smile on her face. Anyway, Sarah, as much fun as it would be to continue to bicker and match wits with you until the heat death of the universe, I do believe we promised our Chloe that we wouldn't spend all eternity in here. I do think we should move on with our next offering. Alright. I focus on my mage classes, willing the next one to appear before me. Unlike the first two classes, that really lean more into the wizard attire, staves and robes and pointy hats and everything, this class is actually wearing appropriate levels of clothing. As in armor and pants, or at least long skirts. The sort of things I wouldn't feel embarrassed about wearing around town or in the classroom. And I'm carrying around a book that I'm somehow using as a weapon. Class, Glyph Casting Scholar. Now that's more along the lines of what I'm talking about. The first two classes I've been offered are definitely mage classes, but in the pure mage, with system-generated spellbooks and the limitations thereof placed upon them. This is the first true Glyph Casting class variant. And my eyes only widen with glee as I begin reading through the description. You have pioneered the study of glyphs and their functionality, pushing yourself through challenges large and small, braving danger of all types, all in the pursuit of knowledge. Knowledge which most definitely is power in your hands. The Glyph Casting Scholar has studied 1,000 glyphs and plans to learn 10,000 more, ensuring that she is prepared for any and every situation on the battlefield. She seamlessly weaves strands of primordial magic together, countless hours of preparation giving her the skills she needs to create magical effects both great and small. In the classroom, she imparts her wisdom and experience to the next generation, helping them stand upon the shoulders of giants. Strength -2, Speed Kung 0, Vitality Kung 1, Mind Kung 9, Maximum Health Kung 100, Maximum Ether Kung 666 when choosing this class. Mind Kung 2, for free stat points per level. One thing in particular catches my eye. This class actually has a substantial non-combat experience gain component. I will actually be able to level this class by teaching and conducting glyph casting research, rather than solely through combat. On the one hand, this is absolutely incredible. I want to be able to teach and get stronger for it. Were there not the whole political upheaval going on, this would be a colossal point in the class's favor. As it stands, however, I'm confident I won't be able to avoid fighting further. Well, of course not, Fina says, trying to cheer me up. It's hard to remember that she doesn't just wear my face. She is me as much as I am me, and knows everything I'm thinking as I'm thinking it. Then again, the same is true in reverse. Double quotes right. The whole sent here from another universe to fight against the system thing we have going. Still, I think this is the best class option we've been given as far as our mage class options are concerned. But who knows? Maybe we'll be given something even better. Fina, would you do the honors? Fina does an elaborate bow, flourishing her arms to the side like a game show hostess, revealing another hologram that depicts a version of us fighting in a suit of armor, wielding a magic sword sheathed in crimson flames, like the Rainbow Mage, and in sharp contrast to the Eclipse Mage class I've been offered. This one seems to be a hybrid mage melee class. It hadn't been our original idea to choose a hybrid class, but after learning what I now know about how actual pure mage classes function and the limited defensive utility they have, I'm worried a half mage class might actually be my best option. Class: Elementalist Spellblade. The Elementalist Spellblade is a practitioner of both magical and close quarters combat, seamlessly blending together martial prowess with mastery of the arcane arts into a cohesive whole. Not content to cast spells at a distance, you have demonstrated a propensity to take the fight directly to your opponents, attacking them with weapons and blasts of magical energy alike. This class is a direct evolution of that fighting style, sheathing your weapons in different energies to target enemy weaknesses, all without sacrificing the defenses or strengths of a melee combatant. Strength Kung 2, Speed Kung 2, Vitality Kung 0, Mind Kung 4, Maximum Health Kung 50. Maximum Ether Kung 250 when choosing this class. Strength Kung 1, Mind Kung 1. For free stat points per level. If Glyph Casting Scholar is the class that's going to really play up my ability to employ glyph casting and serve as a nuke on the field of battle, Elementalist Spellblade plays up my Elemental Ether Strike to an equally large degree. I would be able to continue to use martial weapons and armor, meaning I wouldn't need to either get Philia reforged or figure out new armor. I would not gain access to a dedicated list of system-granted spells, although I would get some skills that help me recover ether more quickly. The problem, to the extent there is a problem, is that there's no real concrete upgrade path from here that I can see. Pure mage classes get stronger spells. Glyph casting involves more intricate patterns that I can manifest and control, getting the same result through more roundabout methods. But this class, I don't even know how it's supposed to evolve. I guess I get stronger techniques. It seems like a great class for me right now, but I'm concerned it might end up more of an albatross around my neck by the time I reach level 96 and get another chance to re-examine who I am and where to go from there. Thankfully, Fine is on the case, presenting me with another option. It's not the one I've really been looking forward to finally revisiting, but damn if it doesn't speak to who I am as a person. 3.148 The Second Ascension 4. I look at the picture of me, dressed in a shimmering robe that seems to glow with an iridescent haze within it. My form seems to shift and almost vibrate, never staying in the same place for too long. More than that, though, my left arm is my own again. All of the other class selections have shown me with my mechanical arm as it currently exists, but with this class, my arm looks like it was 6 months ago before the system ever arrived. Honestly, I'm not sure how to feel about this. My arm has become something akin to a part of my identity as a person, something I've accepted as a part of myself and worked to integrate into my circuitry. Losing it would feel like losing a part of myself, and it feels like a step away from who I want to be. I'm also not sure if this is actually a mage class or something completely different, but it certainly looks cool. Class: Seeker of Freedom. My eyebrows rise, my interest is fully piqued. Your life's journey has been one of seeking freedom. Freedom from authority. Freedom to act on your own initiative. To do what you think is right. You have learned never to trust governments, institutions, or those who seek to rule over others. You act without regard for established rules or authority, especially that imposed by the law and its enforcers. That is not to say that you always act selfishly or antisocially, only that you have never let the dicta of the law or social influence override your own internal sense of justice. This class extends your quest for anarchy further. Be not tied down by any attempts to bind you, but instead, embrace your inner light and deliver that freedom to all those who lie bonded in chains. Warning: this class is incompatible with class Lesser Archon. Choosing Lesser Archon will permanently preclude selection of Seeker of Freedom in this and all future ascensions, and vice versa. Strength -2, Speed Con 6, Vitality -1, Mind Con 6, Maximum Health -50. Maximum Ether Con 400 when choosing this class. Speed Con 1, Mind Con 1, for free stat points per level. So, I guess this is the class based on Indomitable Will, Fina asks. That, and flipping off elected officials at the Capitol, refusing the offer of becoming our hometown's Lady Protector, cussing out police officers and calling them self-righteous pigs, busting through and into restricted areas, and just generally being a troublemaker for anyone and everyone. That's us, Fina says. Raging against both the system and every other system that gets created by the wealthy and powerful to cement their power and authority. And yet, here we are, in the very position of power and authority that we worked so hard to escape from. I guess life has a cruel sense of irony at times. Maybe that's a sign that we should take this class. We know our class selections influence our actions and thoughts, at least a little bit. And this is in keeping both with who we've been and who we want to be. Let's still take a few moments to look through everything we'd be getting out of the class and what it expects of us. I say, looks like, as Fina said a bit ago, the biggest thing this class does is play off our indomitable will. It becomes sign of freedom, giving us immunity to being bound, grappled, chained, or otherwise imprisoned. We also get a smattering of system spells, namely those related to illusions or countering other magic. Not nearly as powerful or versatile as my past self skill Crumple, but it would be a step toward gaining that skill at some point. What the class notably does not do is enhance our glyph casting in any way. I'll be able to move intermediate ether manipulation and intermediate glyph manifestation over to class skills, but glyph casting will stubbornly remain as a general skill. Not the death knell when it comes to weighing the option, but a definite point against it. At least the new Sign of Freedom does instead. So it's more or less a wash. Pretty good option. Fina half asks, half says. I admit, I like the motivation of the class. I like the ideals of the class. And in terms of what the class wants from me, it doesn't seem so bad. Right up there with Ether Technologist. But at the same time, it's a lot more stuff to have to learn how to do and incorporate into our fighting style, Fina says, interjecting with my thoughts on the matter. Exactly. Not to mention how Chloe will feel about us effectively going into a rogue class. I think she'll be fine with it, Fina says. And I do understand where she's coming from. Chloe has definitely changed. For good or ill, she's adjusted to the realities of the post-system world a lot better than most. She has realized that, like it or hate it, monsters are going to attack, that people are going to be forced into combat from time to time, and that it's far better to have the power to defend oneself and not need it, than need it and not have it, because we'll do what we can to protect people to the extent possible. But we can't protect everyone from everything, not just because we can't be everywhere, all at once, and not because we simply aren't omnipotent and threats may one day arise that even we cannot face, but because it is a dangerous path to become too reliant on another. It restricts the freedom and autonomy of the dependent, and it invites the temptations of the benefactor to exploit, to abuse, to act with moral and legal impunity, knowing that the other side can do nothing but sit there and take it. Fina puts her hand on my shoulder before scooping me into a hug. They can't hurt us anymore, she says. We're past that point now. I know intellectually. It doesn't leave our minds so easily. I hold Fina a little closer, even though it's still very strange to be hugging a copy of myself within my mind. It still helps. Even though it'd be way better to hug Chloe this way, Fina says in a slightly sarcastic tone. We should get back to her sooner rather than later. Fina nods. So, we're a solid maybe on this class too. I nod, but I think there's one more class we need to consider. The one that the system sure as the nine hells isn't going to tell us about. I think we have to will that forward. Fina says it in a tone that conveys the truth that we don't know for sure what to do. Maybe we should try like we're activating our overlimit. I shrug. Worth a shot. Closing my eyes, I focus on that mode of power deep within my core. As soon as I touch it with my mind, the entire world around me flickers. For a moment, I'm weightless, floating within that endless void. Then everything in the room around me reappears. Seemingly nothing any different after the momentary glitch. Before me is a hologram of static, never congealing to a single coherent image. It's still me. I can see the fuzz of golden locks near the top and the general shape of my figure if I squint hard enough. For a bit. I think this is as before some class that my power as the anomaly is fighting to create against the system's otherwise omnipotent impassivity. But as I look through the description, I think this might be by design. Class, Defier of Fates. From the moment the system first arrived on your world, you have known the inexorable truth that your world and everything you knew was bound to a grim fate. Despite this inevitability, you still cling to a dim hope that the finality that awaits your universe can somehow be overturned. You still fight on in vain, hoping to create a world that does not have an absolute future. Take this class. Warrior who fights against the omnipotent. Do not go quietly into that good night. Rage against the dying of the light. Stats are unchanged when choosing this class. 7 free stat points per level. I think this is the one, Fina says. The class for us. I think so too. But we still owe ourselves our due diligence. First, the stat increases, or rather, the lack thereof. Not as big of a deal as it would otherwise be. Most of these classes are offering 6 stat points each level, with Lesser Archon, the one class one have definitively ruled out, being the notable exception. Also at 7. Most of these classes are offering a net of between 7 and 10 stat points upon ascension, meaning I should be coming out way ahead by the time I reach level 96. The lack of health and ether increase is notable and a significant knock against the class, but not one that I consider a hard veto the way I do with Lesser Archon and its growth path. I absolutely love that all stat points are free. A bit more annoying to have to assign them every time, but the flexibility is in keeping with the nature of the class. Defying fate, overcoming limitations, being bound by nothing and no one. It's like a strictly better version of Seeker of Freedom. Well, not quite. I don't get those illusion spells like I otherwise would. I wouldn't be as strongly compelled to lash out against the bonds used to imprison and enslave others. And I wouldn't get that neat upgraded Sign of Freedom skill. Instead, I'll get a new skill, Morningstar's Triumph. It gives, according to its description, a small increase in stats when fighting against opponents with a higher level than I am. One which scales with skill rank and the level difference. That's absolutely amazing. Fina shouts out through RMINDSCAP. And it is. Most of what I'm fighting is higher level than I am. And I don't have much to fear from fighting against lower leveled foes. The utility is overwhelming, almost too good to be true. I look around, expecting there to be some sort of catch. Somewhere buried deep down in the fine print. Or maybe the finer print literally buried within the fine print. But I don't see one after several minutes of looking through it all. Nothing about getting weaker when fighting weaker enemies or it requiring a prohibitive ether cost to use. It means the stat buff is probably not too large. And it's probably enormously tedious to rank it up. In other words, it's not as effective as it might appear. It did say a small increase. But a small increase for the cost of a skill slot seems like a worthwhile trade. We're taking it, right? Fina asks. One final look through all the other choices, just to make sure that we've not left anything important off the table. And we both do. Splitting up to look over all the information we have about all our different classes. Comparing and contrasting the skills they offer, the stat increases, the things that the various classes want and expect and will push us toward doing, and what the potential upgrade paths might look like. Despite our poring over every skill description, despite our efforts to peer into every choice of word, every bit of phrasing that might hint at how the system might try to twist its offerings in a way that screws us at our most vulnerable moment, I can find none. Even with this last offering, despite it speaking of futility and trying to change the unchangeable, as though these words would dissuade me from my fight against the system and the annihilation it foretells. I can find nothing. The only real downside is that this choice doesn't do anything to directly enhance my glyph casting, or even my magic more generally. The system is remaining mum about what the possible skills I'll get are, other than Morningstar's Triumph, but that's, this time around, I think, with another class to pick. The uncertainty of choosing this one is acceptable in light of the potential benefits. Time to go, I say. Nope, Fina says, have you forgotten? I am you. We are one. But we probably should get back to Chloe. She's waiting for us, after all. The system window pops up as I mentally make our decision. I look down, just to make sure I've picked them correctly and to give myself one final chance to back out. Confirm selection of classes. Valkyrian and Defier of Fate. Yes, no. We're doing what we think is right, Fina says. Let's get going. I'm hungry. I select yes. My body fills with power as everything goes white. 3.1 for 9. The second Ascension Beacon announcement. I wake up from my ascension to afternoon skies and one very cuddly Chloe lying down beside me. My stomach roars at me. It makes sense, since I've barely eaten anything in the past 2 days. I think of reaching into my inventory. I'm sure I've got something tasty awaiting me there. After another moment, though, I decide against it. There's probably something better downstairs in the refrigerator anyway. As soon as I sit up, Chloe latches onto my metal arm. I feel her warmth pervading the titanium and up into the rest of my body. It feels so nice, so comfortable. A part of me so desperately wants to just curl back into a ball, wrap both arms around my beloved, and just not let go for a very, very long time. However, there's stats and skills and new classes, and so much to go over. Not to mention that I am overloaded with energy right now. I feel like metaphors like bouncing off the walls and running a marathon don't really make much sense when I can do both those things even while feeling like shit. But I do feel powerful. Far more powerful than I've ever been before. You have lost the class Mechanical Angel. You have gained the classes Valkyrian and Defier of Fate. Calculating. Skill modifications and reorganization in progress. Please stand by. Something the matter, Sierra? Chloe asks. The system is taking its sweet-ass time. I say, also, you wouldn't happen to have any food while we wait. Chloe gives me the biggest, widest grin I've seen in quite some time before pulling out a plate of spinach and fettuccine alfredo. Already my mouth is watering and my stomach is begging me to dive into the delicious concoction my partner has prepared. But I know there'll be more to it than just begging and pleading. So, I hug myself, trying to look as sheepish and innocent as possible, waiting for the hammer to fall and for Chloe to reveal what dastardly, sinful plot she has uncorked upon me. Sir. Yes, Chloe, my dear. I do what I can to play up my innocence further, despite the twinkle brightening in her eyes. Close your eyes and open wide. I do so, though the sweet scent of the shaved parmesan on that plate is really testing my patience. I feel a trickle of something drip on my mouth. Oh, it's not the sweet taste of cream or even the pungent aroma of perfectly blanched spinach. No, this is, yum. I allow Chloe to take control, kissing me deeply and longingly until the two of us come up, gasping for air nearly 5 minutes later. Thankfully, at least Chloe had the sense to stow my dinner back away before she took her fill of my mouth, both because it might start getting cold, and there was an extremely high chance that it would have gotten knocked over at some time during our fun. I don't want to be without my meal, and I'm sure neither of us want to deal with cleaning up the mess that would have ensued. Right as we finish and just after I've caught my breath, I see the first system notification pinging in the corner of my vision. Eager to see exactly how my stats and skills have changed, I begin reading through them, enjoying the feel of new power entering me almost as much as I am enjoying watching Chloe feed me. Your Archangel's Gaze rank 16 has evolved to become the Valkyrian class skill. Valkyrian's Perception rank 8. I'm a bit annoyed that, once again, I'm losing some of my hard-earned skill ranks. However, every time that's happened, it at least comes with an expansion of the skill's effects and overall efficacy. So, I let my annoyance fall off me. Valkyrian's Perception. The Valkyrian is a stalwart soldier, never caught off guard in any situation. In addition to being able to see in all directions to a distance of level con 5x skill rank x 20 feet currently, 2080. The Valkyrian is passively alerted to any danger or hostile presences. Her agility increases by level con rank currently, 72 due to her supernatural ability to sense and avoid danger from all sources. A very nice first ability indeed. Some of the aspects of Archangel's gaze concerning the insight into ethertech and glyph understanding haven't been folded into the skill description. Nor has the illusion-piercing effect, however, considering the amount of skill reorganization that the system seems to have undertaken, as well as the fact that all of my knowledge remains intact. No nausea oncoming suggests that that aspect of my class has been folded up into a different skill. Your biomechanization and angelic form have fused to become the Valkyrian class skill Valkyrian's body. Valkyrian's body. The Valkyrian has tempered her body through countless trials and ordeals, forcing herself onward when countless others would have succumbed. Even when her body refused to move on, she persisted, rebuilding herself better, faster, stronger, and more adaptable than before. All prostheses, cybernetics, and other mechanical bodily attachments are considered part of the Valkyrian's body, both repaired by healing spells cast upon the Valkyrian and shielded by the Valkyrian's vitality stat. The natural health regeneration rate of the Valkyrian is tripled. The Valkyrian's body and brain are more adaptable to the addition or modification of appendages, including ones not typically associated with the form. I whistle. Hot damn indeed. Hot. I nearly burned my tongue on the bite of Alfredo in my mouth. True to my new skills description, though, I can feel the sensation of pain dulling in real time even without Chloe's healing touch. I'd like to test that further, but not right now. Not with a very gleeful Chloe now floating in front of me. Valkyrian class skill etheric armor rank E is unchanged by this ascension. Valkyrian class skill elemental ether strike rank 8 is unchanged by this ascension. Valkyrian class skill Hearken is now Valkyrian's Rally. No other changes have been made to this skill. You have gained the Valkyrian class skill Valkyrian's Defense rank I. Valkyrian's Defense. The soul of the Valkyrian is the soul of the protector. Angels may fear to tread into the most dire of circumstances, but the Valkyrian still stands firm. A standard when all else is crumbling, fighting as long as there is the slimmest chance of victory, and working to ensure as many lives are saved when victory is impossible. As long as the Valkyrian fights in defense of another of equal or lower level, all her base stats are increased by level of 10 con skill rank percent, currently 7.4%. You have gained the Defier of Fate's class skill Morningstar's Triumph rank I. Morningstar's Triumph. The Defier of Fates is the shining beacon in the darkness, the first light, a herald of the impending morning sun. She stands tall against even the most overwhelming of odds, refusing to submit before the inevitable. Her latent strength comes out in battle against the strongest of foes, allowing her to rise to the greatest of challenges. When facing one or more opponents with higher level than hers, all stats increase by highest opponent level user's level *0. 9 con skill rank of 10%. You have gained the Defier of Fate's class skill Death Defied. Death Defied. The Defier of Fate stands proudly in the face of adversity. Where others see certainty, she sees possibility. Where others falter, she endures. Even in the face of death, she laughs, keeping her spirit tethered to the world even after her body should have expired. For 30 seconds after her health hits 0, she remains alive even as her health falls into the negatives. If healed back to above 0 health by the time this effect expires, she remains alive as though her health had never dropped below 1. Activates passively. Cooldown 6 hours. Your general skill Indomitable Will has become the class skill Defiant Spirit. Defiant Spirit. The Defier of Fates is implacable, beholden to the demands of none save her own conscience. Provides complete immunity to ether strain. All skill suppression, power suppression, and mind-altering effects are passively negated. Provides substantial resistance against all attempts to imprison, restrain, grapple, or otherwise restrict the freedom of movement of the Defier of Fates. Your Mechanical Angel class skill Angel's Grace has become the Defier of Fates class skill Rebellious Surge. Rebellious Surge. The Defier of Fates exudes a natural anarchic aura about her. By focusing that aura on another target, she can share her natural chaotic impulses, supercharging all stats. The target's stats each increase by level percent for level of 2 minutes. The target's attacks deal 10% more damage to their enemies for each elemental resistance or immunity that enemy has. Elemental reflection and absorption are counted and immunity for purposes of this effect. Cost 1,250 Ether. You have gained the Defier of Fates class skill reconfiguration rank I. Reconfiguration. The Defier of Fates rejects the imposition of law and order and destiny upon herself. This extends to her mind, her actions, her thoughts and feelings, and even her own body. Thanks to her tireless efforts, she has learned how to manipulate the fabric of the world itself, creating new spells and technology in the process. Moderately increases comprehension, creation, and processing of glyph casting and other glyph-related techniques. Effect scales with skill rank. Your general skill intermediate glyph manifestation has been subsumed into reconfiguration, pre-calculating. Reconfiguration now set to rank 8. I try to manifest a basic light glyph, just to make sure no functionality has been lost. It seems to function fine. Combining it with the conic glyph creates, as expected, a cone of light that illuminates through the entire room like a massive floodlight. I shut it off after a second, not wanting to risk light bleaching over the paint on the walls with the intense radiance. Did something happen? Chloe asks. I just wanted to check and see if I could still use glyph magic the way I had. Just had one of my skills subsume my glyph manifestation skill, and I needed to be sure. Chloe leans in and kisses me, licking off an errant drop of Alfredo on my upper lip. By the way, Sarah, my beautiful love, I didn't want to disturb you right after you'd finished your ascension sequence, but a letter came in a couple hours ago. I think you'll want to read it. She hands me an unmarked envelope of plain white. Is it something good or something bad? A little of both, but I think you should read it for yourself. I acquiesce, not wanting to draw out the suspense any longer. Within just the salutation, I realize this is coming directly from Murdoch Jacobs, and I can't say that what that heralds is anything good. To my lovely daughters, if you're reading this, then already a huge weight has been lifted from my shoulders. I sent this letter not knowing if it would find its way to you. I had hoped to have returned back home to see both of you for a long time now, but events beyond our control, and now the national and international political situation, have conspired to keep me from returning to where I most want to be, to where my heart lies, and fortunately, due to the risk of interception, I cannot send you any information regarding my current location or how much longer I will be away. There is simply too much risk of this letter falling into the hands of those who wish us all ill. I have continued to hear rumors through our intelligence sources, though, rumors of your recent successes in conquering the local tower gauntlet. I furrow my brows at this line. The fact that he's saying this much means this letter was written in the past 2 days, or he has some sort of strange extrasensory perception, or I don't know what exactly, but something feels a little off. Definitely a case of knowing a lot more and being a lot more important than he's letting on. The final paragraph, though, enlightens me as to exactly what my late father meant with his final words, and not in a good way. I beseech you both. I know that you are young and prone to take risks. I know that you both are likely filled with the invincibility of youth, especially after your recent victories. But I implore you as strongly as I am able, you two must survive, at all costs, even if it comes at the cost of the lives of others. You two must survive the chaos that is approaching. You are our last and best hope. And Volume 3 name Seraphina Mortensen. Age 18 level 64. Experience 5,220,295. To next 280,210. Current stats health 11,549. 12,098. Ether 8,637. 8. Current stats strength 109. Speed 109. Vitality 132. Mind. Combat parameters. Attack physical damage dealing capability 439. Base strength 109. Agility ability to dodge attacks 301. Base speed 109. Kung 72 from Valkyrian's perception. Defense damage reduction from physical attacks 267. Base vitality 132. Magic attack magic damage dealing capability 259. Base mind. Magic defense damage reduction from magical attacks 249. Base mind 179. Equipment weapon Philia. Sword Staff of Dawn Attack Kung 330, Magical Attack Kung 70, Agility Kung 60, Helmet, Elementalist Bandana, Defense Kung 25, Magic Defense Kung 35, Arms Shield, Wyvern Scale Buckler, Defense Kung 10, Magic Defense Kung 10, Agility Kung 55, Body, Wyvern Scale Brigandine, Defense Kung 75, Magic Attack Kung 10, Magic Defense Kung 20, Leg Armor, Bulwark Boots, Defense Kung 25, Agility Kung 5, Accessory 1, Flawed Ring of Regeneration, Magic Defense Kung 5, Accessory 2, Brooch of Ambition, Experience Gain Kung 20%, Elemental Affinities. Attacks with currently equipped weapon are light element or non-elemental, changeable at will. Defenses, Fire 32, 5% resistance, 10% resistance. Wind 30 to 0.5% resistance, 10% resistance. 25% resistance. Earth, 10% resistance. Light, 40% resistance, 10% resistance. 25% resistance, 25% vulnerability. Class 1, Valkyrian class skills, 6 skill slots remaining. Valkyrians Perception rank 8, Valkyrians Body Etheric Armor rank E, Valkyrians Rally, Valkyrians Defense rank I, Elemental Ether Strike rank 8, Class 2, Defier of Fate class skills, 6 skill slots remaining. Morning Stars Triumph rank I, Death Defied Defiant Spirit Rebellious Surge, Reconfiguration rank 8, General skills, 6 skill slots remaining. Intermediate Ether Manipulation rank 21, Multidimensional Glyph Casting rank 15. Angelic Bond with Chloe Jacobs. Unique traits, touched by the Multiverse Seraphina announcement. There was previously an announcement about a long-term hiatus that began after this chapter. After 4 months, this hiatus has now ended, and volume for posting is underway. 3.1 for 9x Interlude, Chloe's Perversion R18 Seraphina Surprise, I'm back. Dr. Volume 4 of Project Seraphina is being actively written, with about a dozen chapters put together right now. I'm hoping to start posting chapters in late February or early March. Break has done me some good. Got some good threads going for Volume 4. But I don't want to rush to start posting before I'm ready to post, both in terms of backlog editing and in terms of mental prep work. However, I will give all you Seraphina fans a little R18 interlude to tide you over until I'm ready. Keep an eye on my author page /announcements for more details. Without ado, enjoy the chapter. From Chloe's Pav this time, Seraphina Mortensen, you utter traitor. You say, you have to stay late tonight. You have to go over the syllabi. You have to make sure you have everything in order for tomorrow. It's your first day teaching tomorrow, so you have to be a right and proper and responsible adult member of society. I get it. I understand your sympathies. Really. I do, but did your sudden desire to be responsible and rule-abiding have to come at the cost of tending to your girlfriend right when she's at her most pent up? It's been like this for days now, ever since we almost died fighting against Lysette. Something has been building within me, deeper and deeper, a desire of body and mind I can barely hold myself back from. It's disgusting. It's perverted. I'd even go so far as to say that it's wrong, and yet I can't stop myself from feeling how I feel about you, Seraphina. It's not just love, no. By every goddess in the cosmos, I love you, Sera. I love you so much it physically hurts at times. But right now, it doesn't just hurt. It's a shriek of agony between my legs that pierces directly into the very core of my body. I love you, Sera. I've loved you for years. I love you so much that I can't even fathom a world where I'm not in your life, nor you in mine. But it's not just love, I lust for you. Right now my love is in the form of a burning, primal furnace roaring between my legs, demanding that we copulate and fornicate. And, Seraphina, I know you can feel my emotions through our angelic bond even when we're too far apart to talk through it, but I can still get through to you. I can still show you through feelings alone just how badly I need you to fuck me senseless. Seraphina Mortensen. I slip out of my nightgown, gazing upon my breasts, again. Sera, you get all the luck. Yours are so round, so firm. Those tits so firm, so engrossing. I see people staring at them, and yes, I feel jealous, knowing that they are for me alone. But I am also envious of you. I want to have what you have. I want you to ogle my chest the way I can't stop thinking about yours. I want to feel you grabbing to massive handfuls of breast tissue, and I want you to squeeze me the way I squeeze you when I'm strapping you senseless. I want to feel like you do, I want to take you inside me and I want you to utterly ravish me until you've claimed me and ruined me beyond any possibility of repair. Instead, I've got these tiny curves that hardly qualify as breasts, hiccups, but only barely. I could still squeeze into A's with a little difficulty. Compared with your utter perfection, love, I feel inadequate. I feel like I'm not good enough, not hot enough, not sexy enough for you to lose all sense of reason and fuck me like a beast like I so desperately need right now. I make my way to the bathroom and stare at my topless body. You like these eyes of mine, at least. You call them caramel colored. Just as you do with my hair. I rub my fingers through the hair. You tell me that it smells nice. And it makes me happy on the one hand, on the other hand. It's just that it's nice, adequate, good enough, passable. The C's get degrees of compliments, damned by faint praise. I don't want to just be good enough for you, Sarah. I want you to lust for me. I want you to be as insatiable for me as I am for you right now. Really all the time, but especially right now. When my heat is at its climax, I smile. Again, you think it's a cute smile. And it makes me happy that you find me cute. But I don't just want you to find me cute, Sarah. I'm a woman in heat, and I need you to take me like an animal until my body expires from overuse. My hands make my way to my breasts and gently rub them. It feels nice. But it makes me want more. I need more. I need it. And I will have it. My panties slip off onto the floor. The wetness soaked within and the emanating scent to more testaments to what my body has been screaming for. For the last 2 hours, I slide my fingers inside. Sometimes I need to play around a little, flick the bean, as they say, get myself into the mood and slowly work toward entering myself. Today it's trivial. I hardly even notice passing past my threshold and into my body. The wetness and heat is so intense that it gushes out of me and turns the very idea of an entrance into an anachronism. I grab a bottle of water from my inventory and down it in a single uninterrupted series of gulps. Another flash of golden light, and it's gone again, to be disposed of whenever I remember to do so. I laugh for a moment. You said it was difficult to remember to empty out your inventory at times. You said it's just so convenient to leave stuff there and forget about it. Now I understand exactly what you mean. I play around for a couple minutes, in front of the mirror as well. Not that my body does anything for me sexually. I'm only attracted to you, Sarah, not to women in general. But I still want to see what you see when we're having sex with each other. If only so I have an idea on how I can make my dreams into reality. I pull a toy out of my inventory next, and I watch my reflection as my silicone rod slides up between my legs and slowly disappears inside me. Oh, Sarah, this feels so nice. But it's not even a fraction as nice as it will be when it's you, Sarah, going inside me. When it's your body forcing its way past my entrance and into my vagina and stretching me out and kissing my womb and making me submit to your every touch. When it's your body penetrating me and pounding me and making me white out from the overwhelming intensity of our passion. Only then will I know true bliss. For now, I pull the small rod back out of myself and rinse it off. Back into my inventory it goes, to be replaced by a much bigger, thicker dildo for my enjoyment, a special model. Just as big as the one I strap you with, but with a suction cup base that will stick quite nicely to the fiberglass frame of our bathtub. I usually have trouble riding this. I'm not as big or as tall as you are, and that extends to the rest of my anatomy as well. I'm smaller and tighter than you are as well, which I guess is nice for some purposes. It's what some guys want. Not that I could give less of a damn if I wanted to regarding what some guys think, but I want to take it big. I'm going to train myself to take it big. Because that's what I want. I want to take it big and hard and thick, and I don't want my anatomy to hold me back from letting you use me as much, as often, and as intensely as your body and heart desire. This feels heavenly. I expected it to take a few minutes when I started, but no, it just slid right on in and bottomed out almost immediately. For a short while, I just sit there, naked on the edge of the bathtub, giving my body a chance to acclimate to the sudden fullness I'm now experiencing. It's divine, amazing, blissful, and yet it's agonizing that it's not you, Sarah, that it's not you using me as my body desires to be used. Still, it's fun and it's good practice, riding this toy. It's stretching me out and stimulating my inner walls in a way I haven't had in nearly long enough. I love topping you, Sarah. I love using you and strapping you and pounding you senseless. Also, you'll love me more, feel more romantically and sexually attracted to me. Also, you'll become as obsessed with me as I am with you. But I want to be used to. My body aches for it always, though rarely as intensely as now. I push myself off the toy, lamenting the momentary emptiness that I can feel between my legs. Then I allow myself to clamp down once more, up and down and up and down, and an idea hits me like so many lead bricks. Electronics in the bathroom might not be a good idea, but with a flash, I summon forth my inventory and pull out my phone and open up a particularly prurient picture of the two of us. The night after the 4th of July, when we watched those fireworks, then came home and proceeded to screw like two rabbits brought together for the first time. You ate me out, and then I ground on your body, and then I pounded you to at least 2 orgasms, maybe more. And when we were done, I got a picture of you, still soaking in our mixed juices, basking in the afterglow, your body still throbbing and your walls still undulating, the rippling barely visible upon your lower abdomen and groin. Good heavens, I remember. And just thinking about it, seeing you with your legs splayed out like this, it's making my heat ratchet up even further. Sarah, I moan. I close my eyes, picturing you underneath me. I know you have that new skill from Lyset, biomechanization. I think she said it was called. Allows you to take bits of machines or other inorganic matter and graft them into your own body. Maybe you could do this from time to time. Give me the fucking I so desperately need from you. Sarah, I want more. And I want it harder. But first I have to endure the agony of pulling out for the briefest of moments to lock the door and install the new sound-blocking glyphs you etched into the bathroom. I don't think either of us care when we're in the throes of heat. If anyone does or doesn't care. But that doesn't mean I want my mother to know everything I'm doing in here. And besides, if you barge in and see me, I hope you do. Sarah, I hope you use your unlock glyph to get past the courtesy lock on the bathroom door. Or better yet, just twist it tightly enough to bend the lock with your surging second ascension strength. Then barge in and see what a needy, helpless little slut I am for you. I hope you see just how badly my body aches for you. How biting and searing the pain is when we're not together. Sarah, I scream your name as I sit back down on my new second favorite place in all the universe. Second only to your lap. Again fullness takes me. My heat now an inferno of continental proportions. I'm oozing my fluids down the sides of the bathtub and I love it. I love it so much, and all I want to do is you. Over and over again. Right up until the point where you've pressed me down and broken my mind and my body alike. Up and down like a roller coaster of pleasure and a little bit of pain. All the while I can think only of you and how perfect your body is in every way. I angle myself backwards so every thrust slams into my frontal wall, stimulating my G-spot. And of course, I'm not going to let this hard, throbbing clit of mine go another second without the stimulation it and I have both been craving since the moment I first stepped into this room. Nay, since the moment I got home and lay on the bed this afternoon. I don't last long, 10 seconds, maybe 20. I can't tell. Time itself is a distorted haze of sex and pleasure as my orgasm tears loose from my womb and spreads throughout my body. My heart surges down to my groin and throbs with such intensity that it takes all my level 60 to strength to clamp down and not fly loose of my dildo still buried to the hilt inside me. For a few seconds, it's bliss. A brief respite. But that's all it is. Or respite. I can't be satisfied by cheap toys or self-stimulation. Everything I want and am belongs solely to you, Seraphina. And so, even as I begin to ride once more, seeking a second climax, I know it too will be just an imperfect replica of what only your touch can give me. Chloe, are you there? My eyes widen and my heart screams from joy at the sound of your voice in my mind. I'm here. And when you get home, bathroom. No clothes, I need it. I'll be there in 5 minutes. No 3. I can hear your excitement in your voice. I love you, Sarah, and just thinking about how close you are is sending me into a frenzy of fury and lust all over again. I want to ride it. But instead I sit down and I wait. Oh, the torture of wanting to be used and abused and dominated and made into your personal sex toy. All of it hurts so much I can't think about anything but trying to calm myself down. Trying to bide through these moments that are each stretching out to infinity. I won't give myself the satisfaction of another round. My pleasure, my orgasms. The raging climax clinging to me, waiting to be unleashed. It belongs to you. My partner, my lover. The subject and the object of my desires both. If there is any force more powerful than the desire I have to bring forth my building pleasure right now, it's my love and lust for you. And by focusing on that, on the face you'll make when you come in here and see me, when you see how perverted I am and how wrong you are about this good girl saintess impression you have of me, I pray to the goddess above that you'll fuck me like your naughty lover truly deserves. Footsteps. I can feel your approach. Even though the sound from outside is being blocked, you're racing up the stairs faster than a human or even an angel should be able to. It's so close. I'm vibrating with excitement and anticipation as you jiggle the lock and know what I want you to do. It opens. You see my naked body and I grin. I lick my lips. How can I not, knowing that you, my beloved, are right there? Is that what you want, you ask? I want you, I say. I want you to pound me and pulverize me. I want you to fuck me so hard, and so fast and so relentlessly that you'll never think of me as a good and innocent little saintess again. I want you to use me until you lust for me as badly as I've been lusting for you since the moment we completed the tower. I want. My words are cut off by your kiss. Your clothes come off one by one in a mix of frenetic passion and fury, each being stored away in a silver flash. I feel empty, but my heat has never been more intense in all my life. Soon you're fully nude, just like me. Those perfect curves, those gorgeous mounds of land on your chest, that delicious ass, that wonderful, golden blonde hair that so many men, and more than a few women lust for. All for me, all mine, mine alone, and never to be shared. You gaze past me and I feel a twinge of sorrow at what feels like rejection. That size, you ask. Is that a good size for you? It is. But what are you going to? You pause for a moment, your eyes crossing. Your fingers start tracing lines in the air so quickly I'm not sure I can follow what's going on. I know you're smart, Sarah, but the way you do those calculations for your glyph casting, it's hard to believe you were human. Or maybe it's easy to believe your original self was cybernetic, and you're slowly returning to your proper form. Your teal eyes light up and your spell forms, although I don't see it at first. Not until I feel it. A rod of pure energy of just the right size, nearly invisible, shimmering in the bathroom light, pressing up against my nethers with the promise of giving me what I want. And I can see you want it too. You want it nearly as much as I do, and I hope it feels as good for me as it does for you. Thankfully, I'm sufficiently flexible and strong of my own that it's no challenge for me to kick one leg into the air, sprouting my wings to balance myself in what would normally be a precarious position. Not that it's necessary. The moment my throbbing, pulsing, gaping entrance shows itself to you, your etheric appendage is inside, though not for long. You thrust like it's a competition, and I'm your prize. Not that you need to win a prize, I'm already yours and I've been yours since long before this night began. In and out and in and out, and I'm being driven wild in ecstasy. Seeing you, hearing the sounds of your grunting and feeling the etheric strap pulverizing me. I even smell you, smell your own wetness, sense your own building heat. All of it is too much. I'm nearly there. I scream out, Seraphina, my love. I love you, but you don't stop thrusting. You can sense my mewling need in the back of my mind. You've felt all night how bad I am for you, how needy and greedy your heavenly saintess really is. Now ruin me and defile me like we both need. The second orgasm doesn't abate. It builds even after it's released through my body. Your thrusts have captured it and are trying to jam it back into my sex from whence it came. And it's working too. I don't know how. Maybe it's my own blessed regeneration at play, subconsciously acting on my own desires, but it's working. I don't know what will happen when you finally relent, but I'm going to ride that high all night long. You want more, don't you, Chloe, you say? And I do. I want more. I want so much more. I don't know how you're doing it, but you're getting bigger and thicker. My walls are being stretched to their absolute limit, and you're kissing my womb with every thrust, and it should hurt like no other, but my own magic has blocked out the pain and healed the tiny injuries that otherwise would have surely appeared en masse while fucking at this intensity. We keep going, again and again. The third orgasm isn't enough for me, neither is the fourth. Sweat is building on both of us, but neither of us is satisfied. You pound harder, both of us screaming one another's name. Chloe, Chloe, Chloe. Your words are so hot. Your tone so breathy and sultry. Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. I convey my lust and my neediness with every one of your thrusts inside me. Then I feel something I never expected from you. Somehow, you made that little construct appended to your body, functional, in a way, not fertile in any sense of the word. But as I squirt from my sixth orgasm of the night, so too do you. Just warm water squirting out of your strap. But it's warm and wet and intense, and I feel it shooting past my cervix and right into the heart of my womb. I'm crying from sheer bliss and ecstasy and happiness. It's a long way off, and we might decide it's not a path we ever want to go down, or can't due to your purpose in this universe. But my body can't stop shivering at the prospect. Your thrusts one day impregnating me, your child inside me, feeding off my body, knowing that I might one day give birth to a little Seraphina of our own. Goodness, that's, no thoughts, had empty. Know that I'm yours, Seraphina. From now until time itself comes to an end. 279 for prologue. Journey to Arbara is Seraphinum. Project Seraphina is officially off hiatus. To celebrate its return, I will be posting 7 chapters today, right now. And then one more every 2 hours over the next 12 hours. Please enjoy the volume for prologue, as always. From the OG Seraphina's POV, Planet XSQ-1827, Transport Docking Bay 89, Year 13369A. 12 weeks after Seraphina's awakening. It's finally the big day. I've got plenty of my favorite foods already stored away in my inventory, along with my sketchpad, my diary, and of course, all my equipment. My gravelance is stowed away and at the ready. And I've configured my inventory so that I can suit up into my armor and accessories at a moment's notice. Well, except for my bracelet of the cosmos. A gift I received from Madison shortly after we finished the Tower Gauntlet. It's so pretty, looking like the night sky reflecting 100 times over. Sparkling patterns glittering over a sea of glossy black. And the strength it provides is nothing to scoff at either. Bracelet of the cosmos. This accessory is infused with cosmic essence, containing the strength of both the nigh infinite stars in the night sky, as well as the oblivion of their antithesis, the black hole. Increases all stats by 25%, provides 75% resistance to light and dark elemental attacks. In addition, the Bracelet of the Cosmos passively creates a bubble of atmosphere of an appropriate composition and temperature for its wearer, shielding its wearer from both the vacuum and radiation of deep space. I should have plenty of food on board, but just in case, I've packed a whole bunch of leftover macaroni salad as well. So good, creamy and rich and flavorful. And the vegetables provide the perfect crunch to complement the smooth texture. Everything else I'll need for the week-long journey will be on board the starship, but it doesn't hurt to have a little something to snack on along the way. Seraphina, Madison asks from the other side of the door to my room. May I enter? I quickly take my fingers and brush them through my hair, making sure that any lingering bedhead I've gotten has been dealt with before inviting her in. This is going to be my first foray into what Madison calls the wider world, and for the life of me, I want to make sure I look good while up in front of so many important and powerful people. I'm good, she says. How are you doing today? Are you excited for your first trip to a named planet? Named planet. I know you've mentioned it before, but I'm still not sure exactly the difference. In truth, I was too busy admiring my bracelet at the time. But Madison doesn't need to know that. She sighs. Seraphina, I trust you will pay more attention when we arrive at Arbara. I nod sheepishly. A named planet is any planet that is culturally, historically, strategically or technologically important enough to humanity to be given a true name, rather than just a generic set of numbers and letters to serve as an disambiguating code. It could be anything from being the birthplace of an influential leader of humanity to the home of a particularly noteworthy sect, association, or other political organization. Arbara, home of the Interplanetary Defense Union for the outer fringes of the Perseus Arm, falls into that last category. I and others will be attending this summit to coordinate efforts and try to determine what responses we'll have to take to the recent disappearances of entire swaths of the nearby Andromeda galaxy. Disappearances, you mean stars are just disappearing? But that happens all the time. No, stars fade and die just like people eventually grow old and pass on. I'm glad that you've been keeping up with your studies. The problem is that, although stars do eventually wither and die, the life cycle of individual stars is measured in millions or billions of years, trillions, even, for the smallest and dimmest stars. And individual stars dying naturally wouldn't even register to all but the most advanced sensors here in the Milky Way, millions of light years away. Rather, what we're dealing with is some force that has been snuffing out hundreds of thousands of stars at once. I shudder, not just in imagining what could eat so many massive stars all at once, but also at how many lives must have ended all in such a short time. Trillions. That seems far too low. Quadrillions, maybe even quintillions. Even if humanity has only a very tiny presence on Andromeda, there are still countless other intelligent species throughout the universe. I do the only thing I can. I lower my head in remembrance. It does nothing to quell the dead. There is nothing I can do to provide them and any surviving family members comfort. Still, I feel like the dead deserve that much. Keep that spirit in your heart, Seraphina, Madison says. Remember, though, you do have the power. Maybe not to bring back those who have already passed, but you can prevent this tragedy from spreading even further. Is my power really that great? It is, Seraphina. And it's my job to protect you until you're able to fully awaken that power. Will we be able to do that? I still don't know exactly how to awaken that power right now. That means continuing to apply your skills and other abilities in combat. Our bar has a high-level tower gauntlet designed for combatants from levels from 128 to 192. It will be an ideal place to continue to develop your power. Am I really on par with someone at level 128? Already, not quite. Although you don't have a level, I'd say you're more in line with someone with a level between 110 and 120. However, I have a feeling you'll get stronger between now and then. I shudder, this time at the expression on Madison's face. I've seen this mischievous, almost sadistic grin a few times before. Never has it preceded anything pleasant for me. I do not expect that to change anytime soon. After a breakfast of honey oat cereal and a side of cubed honeydew melon, Madison leads me out of Substation 33 for what will be the last time for at least a few weeks. Yes, I've been outside the substation a few times before, but getting to go out for an extended period of time, with permission, and not just having to fight. Getting to actually leave the planet, travel in space, see the stars, visit an entirely new world, oh my goodness. My excitement cannot possibly be expressed with something so inadequate as words. We board the starship Boundless shortly after 8 in the morning. Madison is eager to get going as soon as possible, meaning that the entire installation is in an uproar. Muscled men in uniform are screaming commands out to one another, including some rather gruff, scruffy-looking men shouting some particularly colorful language. Not one of them notices me as I enter, but as soon as Madison follows, the entire room goes incredibly quiet. The men, previously shouting obscenities in quantities nothing short of voluminous, stand upright as though a titanium rod had been jammed directly up their butts. I try my very best to act casual and not be intimidating, but I don't think there's anything I can do to help or hinder these men in the face with the absolute power that is Dr. Madison Mazzari. And so, I do my very best to appear as small as possible, to avoid causing any other problems. Varman, Madison says. Status report, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All systems are just about ready. We're doing one final check of the subspace warp drive and making sure the fusion engine has an appropriate supply of deuterium and tritium oxide to make the journey to our bar. The radiation shielding and deflector shields, she asks. All checks are complete and looking good to go. That includes the tuning of the deflector shield with the improved phase shift glyph. Absolutely, ma'am. And everything is installed and ready to go. There's a hint of nervousness in his voice that Madison and I both pick up on. And the problem that you're not telling me about. Madison's aura briefly flares out, dazing Varman and knocking out a couple of the technicians. I rush over to make sure they don't collapse on the hard ceramic floor. Dr. Mazzari, Nam. Dr. Kello received the glyph specifications that you outlined and completed the installation to the best of his abilities. However, he said that he would inform you about how he was unable to properly calibrate the glyph into the rest of the shield formation. Something about a desync with the runes currently being used. Madison grits her teeth. Fine. She mumbles almost inaudibly. Something to the effect of being too busy and having turned her communarune off to focus on the summit. I make myself scarce, huddling off to a corner of the room while Madison works on the starship so quickly that most of the crew and technicians aren't able to track her movements, let alone keep up with her. Despite moving at around 3 times the speed of sound, her movements are swift, graceful, and quiet enough not to be heard over the sound of a pin dropping on the ground. Just one of the many wondrous things possible thanks to the combination of the silence glyph and her astronomical level and stats. A full hour passes before Madison returns to a speed resembling normal human movement, or normal cyborg quickness, in my case. Her hair is ever so slightly tangled compared with before, but she's not short on breath, nor does a single drop of sweat glisten her forehead. Dumbfounded that she can maintain that level of movement for such a long time, and yet still not even break a sweat. And she said that real fights between high-level opponents generally last seconds, maybe a minute at the most, which means that that's not anywhere close to how fast she can go when she truly goes all out. Qualitatively, the difference between level 1 and where I am, around level 115, is not any different than the difference between 115 and 230, or between 115 and 161, for that matter. In both cases, the lower-leveled individual is not even an ant before the storm, quantitatively. In terms of stats and capabilities, I am quite certain that the growth is superlinear. I'm not sure if the curve is quadratic, cubic, or even more, but I am quite certain that I'm about to be in a room full of people who can kill me if they so much as sneeze at me wrong. And there goes my excitement, replaced by nervousness. But I won't show it. At 9:30, Madison and I finally get to board the Boundless. Although it looks only about twice the size of the Reverence on the outside, this starship has numerous spatial enlarging glyphs embedded into the ship's interior. As a result, the main cabin is quite spacious, maybe a third of the size of the docking bay. It's also got a handful of small sleeping quarters, a mess hall with a molecular synthesizer to generate various foodstuffs. Madison has a communication deck installed with the latest subspace communication relay outfitted, ensuring we can transmit relevant information in a reasonable time frame while in interstellar space. Lastly, there's also the cockpit and work quarters for the half-dozen crew members accompanying the 2 of us as we begin the week-long journey of approximately 7,000 light-years. We strap in, the door closes, the sublight thrusters ignite. Despite the roar of the engines outside, it's quiet enough that I can hear my heart racing and my breath catching in my throat. I try to stop my body's reflexes using my bodily control skill, but it's Madison's hand over my own that snaps me back to, "It's okay, Seraphina," she says. "It's okay to be nervous. It's okay not to know exactly what's going on. It's okay to be a little scared. This is your first time in space, after all, but remember one thing. You're not alone. You're not alone. And you'll never be alone. I will be here with you, and if needed, I'll make sure to do everything I can to protect you." My breathing begins to return to normal. I look out the window and watch as we ascend higher and higher, over the buildings, then over the airships and flying cars traveling along the various traffic corridors, then so high up that cities look like little seas of silver among a sea of brown. Finally, we leave the atmosphere behind, the hue of sky blue fading away to reveal inky black in every direction save for the yellow-white of the planet's star 100 million miles away. As we leave planet XSQ-1827 behind, I am sure of exactly one thing. I'm about to step into a cosmos far bigger, grander, and more incredible than anything I've seen before. And I'll find a way to make my place within it, if I really am meant to be the special, secret weapon to bear against the system. I have no choice but to try. 284. One first day of Class 1 Planet Earth, Year 1A, August 2023. 5 months after system integration. I take a few minutes to look over my armor and make sure that everything is in order. All of the straps are snugly fit, the magic of the equipment subtly adjusting the size and shape of my body. It's probably not strictly professional for a new professor to be dressed in a breastplate covered in wyvern scales and wearing greaves that look like they could have come directly out of an antique arms and armor dealer's collection. Nor would it have been appropriate a year ago to go to class wielding an 8-foot-long silver sword staff infused with a sapient mass of magical metal in its core. It wouldn't have been possible to fly under my own power either. But thanks to the arrival of the system back in March, so many of the things we accepted as given just a few short months ago are no longer true. Everything looks good. The power of Archangel's gaze. Whoops. I guess that's now Valkyrian's perception, who allows me to see around and behind myself without the need for such trinkets as mirrors and cameras. I reach into my inventory. 600 copies of my syllabus. Lecture notes covering everything I plan to talk about in class, lunch. I could fly over and order something from one of the restaurants off campus. But Alicia's home-cooked pasta bolognese, yes, please. Hey Chloe. I messaged through our angelic bond. Strangely enough, while most of my skills with angel-themed names changed to Valkyria-themed ones, angelic bond remained untouched by the class change of my second ascension. Maybe the system considers it close enough according to whatever intelligence runs it. Or maybe it's angelic in a sense other than being tied to my former class as the mechanical angel. It'll be an interesting topic for class discussion later in the semester, although I probably shouldn't dwell too much on it for now. Zero, are you about to leave? Just thumbing through my inventory and checking over everything. Are you still planning to come by at noon for combat training? I'll be there as I promised. And I love you. Have a good first day. Love you too, Chloe. In a swift motion, I'm out of the house and standing outside, greeting the light of the early morning. Above me is some adventurous soul driving one of the first flying cars manufactured and sold in the city. The technology is a little rough so far as I know, and they don't have a lot of safety features built in. More pressingly, the machinists, inscribers, and enchanters creating and mass-producing the technology aren't the highest level and don't have the best skills for the job. In other words, while it's rare, there are reports of these prototypes falling out of the sky and landing on some unsuspecting person's car down below. Usually not fatal for either party. Vitality-reinforced bodies aren't so easily broken, but certainly a shitty way for a day to start or end. Not even going to pretend to understand all the legal ramifications. I'll leave that to the lawyers, and no, I'm not going to spend 300 an hour to call up Mr. Richardson just to sate my idle curiosity. I sprout my wings, still mostly teal, though now adorned with silver embellishments along the outer edges of each. They are sleeker, more streamlined, and generally a bit more aerodynamic in appearance compared with before my recent ascension, thanks to the modest increase to my speed stat following my class up. I'm sure I actually am quite a bit faster in the air as well. And unlike before, this time, I am willing to oblige my idle curiosity. Flying is so intuitive. Thanks to my magic and skills, I simply will a bit of ether into my wings and, with the help of my Valkyrian body, tell gravity to go sit down in the corner and lament for the misdeed of trying to keep me ground-bound. I float off the concrete sidewalk, rising slowly for about 300 feet. Far enough up I shouldn't cause too much of a disturbance when I finally cut loose. Not like I have any engine noise to worry about, just the sound of moving through the air at a decent speed. And then I fly. I tilt my wings in for a more aerodynamic profile, and I shoot myself forward with all the speed I can muster. The flying car from before is going at a fairly solid pace of maybe 50 miles per hour. I pass it with all the celerity of a freeway driver passing a sign on the side of the road. A few other cars are flying around within my field of vision, and I do my best to avoid them, as well as the birds, the single airplane, and the other airborne pedestrian traffic over the city. Actually, if pedestrian refers specifically to foot traffic, then what would be the term for people flying under their own power, rather than in an airborne vehicle? I'd say I'd leave it to the linguists, except a fair bit of my research is actually linguistics related. And I've consulted with linguistics faculty in the past, but my work isn't on the linguistics of the English language. So I'll leave that determination to someone else. I finished my flight over the city in the span of 5 minutes and touched down on the edge of campus. After a quick wave to Coach Lean, who still won't tell me her last name so I can address her formally, I head across the small campus and make my way toward my office. If at all possible, I'd love to get a few minutes alone to just breathe and mentally prepare myself before my 8:00 a.m. lecture. Thanks to a swarming mass of paparazzi, news reporters, I don't get a chance. The idea of just hitting them with a flashbang spell sounds immensely appealing, but it would probably come back to bite my ass in a day or two. Especially in light of the recent political situation with the fall of the federal government. There's been a lot of reignited concern about high-level people's rights and responsibilities in a society increasingly stratified by physical and magical power. I've done my best to stay out of the limelight as much as possible, but I know these days of peace and normalcy are numbered. I just hope the number of easygoing days ends up being more than I fear. Miss Mortensen, one of the news reporters says to me as I walk, "What is your take on the demands issued by the First American Legion?" I sigh, mostly to give myself a few moments to think over everything. So far as I understand from third-hand accounts and cursory research I've done online, they want to reorganize the United States or former United States territories into something akin to a cross between a fully militarized state and a neo-feudal system, recognizing that current institutions are inadequate to solving the problems posed by the system, namely the swarms of monsters that plague cities around the world from time to time. They are seeking a full industrialization and mobilization of each city-state's manpower. They have also proposed grueling training regimens to sharply increase the number of high-level combatants as quickly as possible. As part of this, the leaders of each city-state, elected or otherwise, would pay tribute in manpower, resources, and military might to the central regime, and in exchange, be given limited autonomy to act on their own initiative and manage internal affairs. The central military structure of the Legion would, as part of this arrangement, offer protection in exchange for fealty. In short, the fundamental principle of the military subservient to the civilian government would be flipped on its head. The military would reign supreme, holding veto authority over the civilian regime. All in all, a system rife with so many pitfalls and potentials for abuse that I could delineate them for hours. And yet, considering that many hundreds of millions of people around the world have already lost their lives to these monster invasions, nearly 17 million in the States alone, the offer isn't unattractive, especially not to the wide swath of the population who values the idea of security and safety over the ideals of freedom and democracy. I have my own stances, and were it my decision to make unanimously, I'd tell the Legion exactly in which orifice they could shove it. I am the defier of fates. After all, however, I also realize that, as the only person in the city who's crossed the level 64 threshold and unlocked her second class, my words have weight, despite not having an official government role and not wanting one either. People still assume I speak for the city, for the university, or for any other entity other than myself. Myself and Chloe. Instead, I demur. The only reasonable response, right now. The mayor's office and the city council are in dialogue with the U.S. Army detachments stationed here. Together, they are making a decision on what the city's next steps will be. I'd ask that you please respect the confidentiality of those discussions until a public decision has been reached. But Miss Mortensen, another reporter, this time a woman, interjects. Whatever decision they reach will ultimately depend on what actions you will support. So, is it not more prudent for you to be involved in that discussion? I will act in what I believe will be the best interests of myself, my loved ones, and my community, taking into consideration all information at my disposal at the time of those decisions. The reporters continue on for several minutes, and I continue to give what I've been coached as non-answers, deflect, reiterate, and stick to the script. It's so infuriating watching politicians do so on TV. But now that I'm in their position, I'm actually developing something resembling empathy for them. I shudder. Empathy for a politician. Never thought I'd live to see the day. Finally, as 7:30 arrives, I float into the air, using a bit of wine magic as a simple voice amplification magic. All right, no more questions. I need to get ready for my lecture. And then, before anyone can object or stop me, I fly over the gathered crowd of reporters, students, and faculty. Making my way over to my office, there's an interesting dichotomy at play. On the one hand, the campus is absolutely packed, at least compared with the ghost town that it was just a couple of weeks ago during the summer recess. Students are moving between the dorm halls and on-campus housing and the dining hall, the gym and athletics complex, and the various academic and administration buildings strewn throughout the campus. But on the other hand, the parking lots are almost completely empty. A few new EtherTech automobiles are both flying and ground-bound or from some particularly well-off individuals. But most people seem to be coming into campus under their own power. It's a good chance to see different people's skills at play. Although I don't get an opportunity to do more than catch brief glances before I'm through the door and into the engineering and natural sciences building. 20 minutes behind schedule and without much time to really clear my mind, I make my way down the stairs and to my office. Amalia, my teaching assistant, is already there, goddesses bless her, and she's joined by 4 other students, none of whom I recognize. Sorry I'm late, I say, pulling my office key out of my inventory in a flicker of silvery light and opening the door in a blur. I got stopped by a bunch of news reporters. Pretty sure they were going to keep the questions going all morning if I didn't fly away from them. Do you have everything you need for class? Amalia asks. I think so. Lecture notes. Salabi, I pull the 2-foot-tall stack of papers out of my inventory as well, handing it to Amalia, who divides it out among herself and the other for students gathered by my office door. I've got a bottle of water, and I understand IT should already be there to help get the projection system set up. By the way, I don't think I remember everyone's names and faces just yet. Lauren, Elaine, Randall, and Charles, Amalia says, pointing in order to the petite redhead in a stylish, preppy outfit, a girl about my height, but with striking raven hair, an extremely tall gentleman in athletic attire with a broad, muscular figure that screams football lineman, and a glasses-wearing young man in a collared shirt, a pair of khaki pants, and pair of dress shoes. I nod, unable to offer a proper handshake to my preceptors for the semester. There was an email I received from Dr. O'Neill, the department head, a few days ago, because the demand for the introduction to the system course was so overwhelming. The departments of philosophy and mechanical engineering got together and coordinated for preceptors between them to assist me in my coursework. They were also prepared to offer me several more days as well to help with grading and student questions. But I ended up declining their offer. I don't plan to really do much in the way of assignments or exams, instead focusing on general study lectures and class discussion. We are all learning the material, after all, and that applies to me as well. Well then, I think it's just about time. Shall we be off? With no one objecting, we make our way over to the university's grand auditorium. I'm nervous already, but at least I have a few minutes to steel my nerves before class starts. 281-4. To first day of class 2. I make my way up the stairs and into the light of the literal stage where I'll be lecturing this morning. The lights blare down upon me, and I feel tiny before the audience of hundreds. Strange, though. There shouldn't be this many people here. There were only supposed to be 200 students in the class, plus another 250 more auditing, but already, there's well over 500 people gathered, and still more people filling up the auditorium. Miss Mortensen, a very casually dressed man asks, walking up to me. That's me, I respond. Jeremy, he says, offering his hand. One of the IT specialists at the university. I'll be handling technical support for your lecture. Do you have your lecture notes ready? Whatever you plan to have up on the projector. I pull out the USB drive from my inventory, handing it to him. I'd heard about people who can do that, pulling objects out of thin air like magicians. Still so fascinating to see it for myself. A few more years, and I think you'll see a lot more people doing so. He gives a polite smile. We spend a few minutes going over the technical aspects of the facility, including how the remote control works for the stage lighting and the PowerPoint slideshow. All in all, it's extremely simple and straightforward, though I nod along through the spiel nonetheless. I'm sure there are plenty of faculty members not nearly so technically inclined, and I'm well aware that technology can be finicky at the worst possible time. Knocking on wood that my mechanical left arm doesn't decide to give out in the middle of my lecture. 8 o'clock arrives. My heart starts racing. despite all the deep breathing exercises I've been doing for the past 10 minutes. Fighting monsters, traversing dangerous dungeons and emerging alive, trivial. But standing in front of an audience now approaching 1,000 people. That's a primal fear I won't soon overcome. But I do have to face it. Again, I manifest my sound amplification spell, the single best non-combat spell I've been able to string together over the past few weeks, and call the class to attention. No microphone or speaker system needed. We're going to get started here in about another 90 seconds or so. I know there are a lot of you here today, including several people not formally enrolled in my class. I've only prepared 600 syllabi, so if you have just come to listen, I ask that you please not take one. To make sure there are enough for everyone either enrolled or auditing. If you are in the class and have not picked up a syllabus, please pick one up from one of the preceptors going down the aisles. Thank you. Instinctively, I reach out to Chloe through our angelic bond, only to get no response. She's doing just fine, I can tell that much. But we're outside the telepathic range of our shared skill. Instead, I imagine her here, standing beside me, cheering me on, serving as my beacon of strength, encouraging me just as she silently did when I was lecturing to the faculty a couple months back. It doesn't help, but it buys me time until it's time to begin lecturing. I sprout my wings by far my most iconic feature and begin. Good morning, everyone. My name is Seraphina Mortensen, and I'm going to be teaching Introduction to the System, Philosophy 101, I believe. If you aren't here for this lecture, then here's your chance to go ahead and depart before I bore you with my ramblings over the next 80 minutes. I get a few chuckles, but no one leaves. I imagine a few of you might have heard of me already, but if not, you have now. This, in contrast, gets me no small number of groans. I want to start off with an apology. Due to the overwhelming number of students in this course, I won't be able to spend a lot of time with QA. I will try to devote at least 1 or 2 lectures to answering questions from the students in the class. And I'll try to stay before and after class if you have any specific questions. Now then, I know it's early. I know it's the first day of class. And I know that there's going to be an adjustment for everyone, especially with it being the first semester since the system arrived. So, a bit of good news. As long as each of you shows up to class each day and pays attention, you'll get an A. This earns me quite a few cheers and applause. Let's start out with the system. What is it? The truth is, we don't know. Some consider it to be a god. Some consider it to be some incredibly powerful quantum intelligence, working to carry out the goals of whoever or whatever created it. Others consider it to merely be a product of how our minds interface with ether, rather than a distinct entity in and of itself. These people argue that this is merely the way our brains try to consciously understand and represent the intuitive grasp we all have over our skills and magic. And there are other opinions as well, including some by well-respected scholars and philosophers. Personally, I lean toward the second of those explanations, though I don't have any proof of that. What I think is worth talking about are levels and classes, which form the backbone of the power we're each given by the system. A class is something akin to a job, a profession, a calling, and a foundation. It governs the type of skills we'll each be given, as well as how we earn experience and gain levels. Those of you who have played RPGs before are probably already familiar with a lot of the common combat-focused classes: healer, mage, wizard, fighter, archer, and ranger, just to name a few. But just as notable, less talked about, and probably more important than those are the classes I'm grouping together as non-combatant classes. Your farmers and ranchers growing and synthesizing food, machinists and mechanics and technicians maintaining our infrastructure. Also, we can live lives comparable to those we had before the system arrived. Thanks to their tireless work, we don't have to worry about starvation. Our heating and air conditioning and plumbing all still work. Our roads keep functioning, and many of us don't think about it. I give everyone a chance to let it sink in before continuing. Classes determine what skills we gain and are more likely to learn through our actions. A student class probably will help you study and learn more effectively, while a professor or researcher class will gain skills that help them teach and do research. It also determines what trials we will need to overcome in order to gain experience and advance in levels. For me, and others who have combat classes, That means fighting monsters and defeating them. For a researcher, that could be proving a new theorem or discovering a new natural law of the world. For those of you listening who have student classes, that might mean studying, acing an exam, passing a difficult course, excelling in practica and all of the other trials en route to getting your degree. In the coming months, I expect our fine institution and others across the world to begin changing policies in order to better align with what skills and classes allow you all as students, if not with the student class are now capable of. What I don't think is quite common knowledge, though, is the concept of changing classes. I flipped to the slide showing the various multiples of 32, with a final marker at 255. Each multiple is listed as a different ascension number, with the seventh and final one at 22 for dot in addition. I highlight in bold the opportunity to take a second class at level 64, and then a third at 128. This causes murmurs to break out in the crowd, and while I can listen into the various whispers including those in the back of the auditorium, I do my best not to focus too strongly on any particular conversation. Though I do hear a few common strands of dialogue. Relief from people who initially chose a class they didn't mesh well with. Excitement with people who are wanting to pursue a new path. And joy for those few who felt that no single class did or could encapsulate everything they embodied and wanted to become. Of course, there was the gorilla in the room that more than a few people were asking one another. Now, I can hear that some of you are asking how I know that. Sadly, I'm not at liberty to reveal my sources. Nor do I think you all would believe me if I told you what they were. What I can say, though, is that the first part of this chart is accurate. There absolutely is an ascension at level 32 and a second one at level 64, where you will be able to take 2 classes. I know this from personal experience, having hit the level 64 threshold personally just a few days ago. If any of you have an identify variant powerful enough to see my level, you have my permission to do so and confirm the truth of my words. The crowd goes silent. I see through Valkyrian's perception the telltale sign of skills being used by a handful of students. And then the whispers start spreading. Normally, I don't care much for being talked about behind my back like this, but here, when it's in regard to my accomplishments rather than my alleged shortcomings or nasty rumors people are spreading, I'm willing to take a few moments to bask in though my students have. Even if it does make me feel just a bit conceited. I have earned this much, after all. With that said, I say, pausing again to let the chorus of whispers die down once more. Just as you all can't decide that you're going to be a doctor today, and then walk into a clinic and begin practicing medicine tomorrow, excluding Chloe, of course. But she's more of an exception than the rule. Those of you here today making plans for when you reach level 32 will not necessarily be offered the full gamut of possible classes. In fact, the number will likely be in the single or low double digits. The classes you will be offered will be based on a number of factors. The actions you take, your cognitive mindset, your interests, and your abilities, but also your current class and the skills you acquire and use. If you spend your time in dungeons, fighting monsters, you can expect to get combat-focused classes. If you spend time in a research lab, doing biochemistry work, expect to get chemist or alchemist classes. Someone who has studied and trained as a medical professional before the system arrived can probably expect to get the doctor or healer or nurse class, or perhaps a combat medic or surgeon class, should they work in those specialties. I know that there is only one of me and nearly 1,000 of you out here in the audience. I have a feeling at least one of you is live streaming this lecture as well, and if so, there might be thousands more who will be listening online, either now or at some later point. With that said, my goal with this class is to give you the knowledge, the skills system or otherwise, and the guidance you need to make the choices about what skills, classes, and path you want to follow, because that's ultimately what I think college should be about. Giving you the tools you need to succeed in whatever path you end up following. 282-4. 3 First day of Class 3. The lecture continues on for another half an hour. By the end of it all, I'm physically doing extremely well, and mentally so gosh darn fatigued that I just want to congeal in a chair and cuddle with Chloe for comfort for the next 3 hours. Unfortunately, though, I'm tasked with the punishment of being a productive and responsible member of society, and that means yet more time talking with students. coordinating with Amalia and my other assistants, and otherwise. Probably until close to lunchtime at this rate. And while many students are in a hurry to get on to their 9:30 classes or back to sleep, there are still plenty who are idling about the auditorium. Some seem like they're mostly interested in one another, forming study groups and the like. At least one guy is trying to lay the moves on one of his female classmates. Entertainingly, it seems like the girl might just be interested. My watchful gaze over the concert-turned lecture hall is cut short by a very energetic young woman approaching me. She looks a little like Chloe, at least superficially, the same height, a similar build, the same light brown hair down to the middle of her back, but Chloe's eyes are rich like caramel, inviting and compassionate despite all the hardship and ordeals she's already overcome. This woman, on the other hand, looks distant. Her smile doesn't quite reach those dark brown eyes, and her face as a whole is a little more hardened, a little more somber. "Miss Mortensen," she says. I nod. "And you are Clara Bennett," she says. "I'd like to talk with you. Alone. Can it wait until after I speak with others? That is acceptable. I will take a seat until you are ready. I trust you will not renege on this agreement." Something about her seems a little off. The way she spoke just now was too formal, too distant. I don't believe she was exactly angry or hostile, but I'm not convinced her motives are as benign as just a student asking for help about her classes or skills. I won't. Clara takes a seat and watches me with unblinking eyes. Mine meet hers for a full second of veritable eternity, considering how much faster my mind can process information compared with before the system's arrival. Ultimately, I'm drawn away by another student, but I continue to employ Valkyrian's perception, just in case she tries something malicious. A shaky young man without much confidence is the next to approach. He's fidgety, nervous, looking down on the ground, and has a cold sweat. And I'm genuinely concerned that he's about to pass out from sheer nerves. After a couple more seconds, he starts to speak, though it's mumbled and barely audible. "And Miss Seraphina, ma'am," he starts. Is it true that we're stuck with our classes all the way until level 32? Is there really no way to change them? If we chose a class we don't want anymore. I think I understand what's going on. He chose a class that he either really can't stand, or has realized is socially unacceptable. Thief or assassin or criminal or something along those lines. If he's a first-year student, and about my age, I could see one of his friends egging him onto some class or another. Or perhaps he did it for social media clout. So, I decide to take a measured approach. Truth is, we can't know that for sure, I say. Just because it's not a common thing doesn't mean there's not some potion or complex spell that allows someone to reclass, or back out of their current class. However, even so, remember that classes only influence our mindset and what skills will be offered. They don't dictate our future, nor can they override our free will. They can be changed. And as people's and monsters' average levels start to rise, it'll become easier and easier to hit level 32 and 64. But it'll be harder for me to get experience if I don't. He trails off, clearly still not comfortable with my knowing exactly what his class is. I don't press the issue, instead nodding noncommittally. It will all work out in time. For right now, though, I want you to focus on what you want to do instead, and start getting involved in activities to that end. It won't do you any good to get to level 32 if you only get offered the same options the second time around. Thank you. He nods and departs. As he walks away, I see him reach toward an open pouch and a backpack nestled up against the aisle. He stops just before reaching in, then turns to me, then shakes his head and gives his left hand a small smack with his right, mumbling something under his breath. Despite it all, I pride myself on hopefully encouraging him to turn away from a thief class evolution in the future. Only time will tell, though. There are a few more conversations that follow. Some students who just want to introduce themselves. A few asking general questions. One student thanks me for my service, having seen me in my battle against the city slayer a month and a half ago. I demur a bit, pointing out that I'm no hero, that we only survived thanks to the efforts and sacrifices of so many soldiers and volunteers who've been going out day in and day out to protect all of us. The back and forth continues a good while longer. By the time we end up finally finishing, it's nearly 10:00 a.m. 40 minutes after the end of the lecture. I'm tired. I'm behind on schedule, and I just want to go back to my office and meditate or sleep or just mentally check myself out until 12:30 when my Intro to Combat training class starts. But I can't. All because of this Clara Bennett woman who continues to watch me. Her eyes never look away from me, even for a moment. Even as a couple of students make a loud sound in the back of the auditorium as some sort of prank. Her eyes are laser-focused, her fingers twitchy, despite her lack of hostility. It's as though she's preparing to fight me at a moment's notice. The last dozen or students exit the auditorium, leaving just me and her alone in a theater auditorium designed for an audience of thousands. Clara walks up with a natural grace, her movements poised. Not a single muscle twitch out of place. It's not just that she's powerful, whether or not she could defeat me, I honestly don't know. Our levels and stats are about equal, judging by the amount of ether my Valkyrian's perception detects. No, the more pressing matter is how she's in absolute control of her body. It's like my memories of my past self, when I was a complete cyborg down to the microscopic level, rather than having a body which is mostly human, with a few cybernetic prosthetics. Definitely some sort of skill at play, probably more than one, a single, fluid motion. And Clara has front-flipped onto the stage. She invites me to join her. I oblige, sprouting my wings and levitating with the same casual ease she just displayed. She leads me into center stage, where the lights from my lecture still shine down upon us. The heat of the powerful stage lamps blaring down upon me. A veil like a cosmic aurora materializes around us. I draw Philia instinctively, cycling through my options. Fight, I could, but not here if I can help it. The barrier isn't particularly powerful, and Defiant Spirit is already bursting forth from the depths of my ether core, ready to help me overcome. I could definitely break out of it if I wanted to. However, she hasn't yet openly threatened me, and I know I'll get a lot of help from a lot of people if I lash out at her. Chloe would be near the top of the list of people who'd give me crap. So instead, I step back, leaning against the hemispherical barrier and feeling a slight give. I'll wait for her to dictate in which direction this confrontation will go. Clara raises a hand. Please, lower your weapon. I have not come to fight you, only to ask you some questions. I leave my weapon pointed firmly toward her. What assurances do I have that you mean what you say? I don't know you, and your mannerisms are suspicious as hell. You say you want to talk, and the first thing you do is throw up some sort of barrier skill, as though you mean to trap me in here. I sense something slimy trying to worm its way into my mind. It's not immediately dangerous, but I don't like it, and I'm not going to tolerate it. Defiant Spirit again bursts forth, and this time, I let it flood my entire being. Defiant Spirit activates. You have resisted the mind-altering effect peer into the absolute truth. The burrowing sensation stops. And for the first time, Clara's inflappability wavers. Her eyes cross, and a single drop of blood oozes down from her nose. She steps back with a horrified look on her face, before quickly replacing it with a smooth and undisturbed countenance. What exactly are you? She asks. Someone who isn't going to stand by while some stranger decides that she has the right to worm her way into my mind. Peer into the absolute truth. That's what I think your skill is called. Some sort of mind reading or truth detection skill. I'm guessing from the name. Clara remains straight-faced, not giving me an answer to my half-question. Damn if I'm not getting pissed. I'm really starting to think government agent from the vibes she's giving. And I don't care if she's US or American Legion. I'm not going to be manipulated or used by either, especially in such dirty, underhanded ways. Now, I want to reiterate. I don't want this altercation to turn physical. And I don't think you do either. So rather than trapping me in a barrier and then forcing me to deal with this mind-reading bullshit, how about we have a discussion like civilized adults? You can start by telling me who you actually are, and why you've come here. Before I do, Miss Mortensen, I need to ask you one question. Have you, at any point in the past week, been in or around the Chicago metropolitan area? How would I get there? I've been too busy getting ready for classes to pack up and take a flight halfway across the country. Then please, Miss Mortensen, Clara says, pulling a stack of photos out of her inventory. Explain these pictures. 283-4. For Seraphina of a Seraphina. Is there a reason you are leaving this barrier up? I ask. Do you plan to trap me in here? I do not believe my barrier is sufficient for such a task, Clara says. In either case, its primary purpose is to block light and sound, so that the two of us may speak in confidence. Now then, she walks up to me, slowly and confidently, maintaining a presence of complete control despite the fact that I completely negated one of her skills, and I'm confident enough that I can break her barrier the instant I need to. I decide not to, choosing to maintain my commitment to resolving this confrontation without violence if I can help it. More than that, though, it's her confidence that has me worried. I don't get the sense that she's particularly powerful on her own, but if she's really with the government, I'm sure she's got more than a few fancy ethertech gizmos and some handlers better suited for combat than she is. She hands me the first two pictures, leaving me speechless. There's a woman standing on top of a massive tower in the middle of a gigantic metroplex. I'm not familiar enough with the Chicago skyline to be certain, but with the background covered in the waters of what is presumably Lake Michigan, I don't have any reason to disbelieve her claim that this is, in fact, the Windy City. No reason, that is, except for the face of the woman in the photo. It's mine. This woman isn't quite the same as I am. She has cybernetics covering most of the right side of her face, including one which replaces her right eye with an eerie red glow. Her mechanical arm is similarly on the right instead of the left, carrying a sword that is made of some deep black material. Finally, her wings, while mine are vaguely angelic, having changed from teal to silver during my ascension into a Valkyrian. Hers are tinged in black, with a shape more reminiscent of those of a bat, or maybe a demon or a dragon, based on the one wyvern I've seen and fought. There's one more difference between her and me. Her left eye is. I can sense the hatred, the malice, the contempt just oozing off her. Still, there's no mistaking it. She is Seraphina, and close enough to be a twin, if not a clone. She isn't me. The cybernetics are all wrong, as are the wings, however. I can't deny that she is Seraphina. Explain yourself, Miss Mortensen. I'm saying that there appears to be another version of me out there. I'm not sure when this happened, and I can only speculate as to the how or why, but yes, this appears to be some sort of clone of myself, one motivated by hatred and bent purely on destruction. Very well, Clara sighs. Although this makes my investigation much more difficult. I couldn't sense any lie in your voice or your eyes. I think it's time you give me a proper explanation of exactly who you are. I keep feeling out and maintain my mental link with her, although I've raised my sword staff slightly, keeping them upright rather than pointed squarely at my interrogator. My name is Clara Bennett, as I said. She pulls a wallet out of her inventory, opening it vertically to reveal a law enforcement badge. I shudder, wanting absolutely nothing to do with her in any capacity and cursing my perennially poor luck. Getting myself caught up in this utter morass. Special Agent, FBI, System Crimes Division. I guess that answers the question of who's in charge of dealing with people who abuse their system-related powers beyond the ability of local cops to deal with. Of course, it leaves two important questions. First, where the hell were you jerks when we had to deal with the Order of the Wilds? And more importantly, who watches the Watchers? Or we just have to pray to the goddess that no president or FBI director ever gets power mad and decides to use your team as some sort of secret police. To answer your question, the Order of the Wilds incident, along with two other related situations shortly thereafter, one in Salt Lake and the other down near what was once West Palm Beach, were the impetus behind the creation of the System Crimes Division. For the fact that we were unable to properly intervene in these matters, you have my sympathies and my thanks. The fact that she completely brushed off my other and larger concern is not lost on me. But I doubt she'll answer even if I do press the matter further. There is one much larger issue at play, and I think it cuts to the heart of why she's here. Given that the president authorized the System Crimes Division at some point between June and now, why were you unable to properly intervene with the whole toppling of the government not even 2 weeks ago? The same reason a meteorologist can predict a hurricane, but then be powerless to do anything but get out of the way when it makes landfall. The army had already been spread too thin just maintaining basic order and protection missions for major cities across the country, and couldn't be recalled to Washington in time to defend against such a massive attack on such short notice. Instead, our president and a few top advisors went into hiding, with a small force of a couple thousand soldiers, activated National Guard reserves, and DC law enforcement and Secret Service officers to mount a desperate, last-minute struggle in defense of our nation's capital. She uses the terms our president and our nation's capital in an obvious appeal to patriotism. She's volunteering this information, all mostly in line with what Nicholas has told me before, as a way to build rapport with me. She wants something from me, but I'm not following her angle just yet. I decide to flex my own abilities just a bit. Defiant spirit doesn't directly tie into breaking me out of barriers like it does with resisting mental intrusion and power suppression effects, but it does allow me to resist any skill that attempts to restrain or bind me. And this barrier does count, pulling on that font of power near my heart and grasping at the cosmic veil behind me. I grip with all my strength, pulling on the boundary between this enclosed space and the outside world. It gives slightly, and then it shatters into pieces before fading away and dissolving into ether. Interesting display, Miss Mortensen, Clara says. However, I didn't come here just to make idle talk with you. Now then, let us discuss the terms of our agreement. My grip on Philia tightens as I start casting a simple repulsion barrier in the event this conversation does turn into a battle. I didn't agree to shit, and I hope you're not planning to force me to work with you. My gaze narrows, thinking of what other leverage she might try to use on me. If you were one of your agents so much as lays one finger on Chloe, I promise, I will hunt you to the ends of the galaxy. Threatening a law enforcement agent in the line of their official duties is a serious crime. Miss Mortensen, you could be looking at a decade or more in federal prison for what you've just said to me, even if you were physically capable of arresting me. You're currently just the agent of a government that no longer holds sovereignty over its own territory. As far as I'm concerned, that badge and $2 will buy you a bottle of soda at one of the vending machines on campus. Clara raises an eyebrow at me, but true to her stoic demeanor, disregards my insult. Nevertheless, your country needs you, Seraphina. My country. The country that treated me like shit. The country that continues to give tax breaks and special privileges to rich cocksuckers who extract more money for themselves in a day that most of us get paid in a year. The country that has always been willing to go into debt to find more money for special agents. More money for more bombs and weapons. More money for the lobbyists and CEOs. The country that then somehow never had money when it was time to make sure I and other kids had enough food to eat. To make sure that we could see a doctor when we were sick. To ensure we each had a warm bed in which to sleep. In a neighborhood that wasn't ravaged by drugs, gangs, and cops alike. I sigh. You'll have to respect that appeals to patriotism don't sit particularly well with me. Nevertheless, Miss Mortensen, your actions and public statements to this point, including earlier in this conversation, are not associated with a nihilist. I do believe, based on everything I have seen and heard to this point, that you care deeply about your fellow human, even if you don't have any trust in laws or institutions. I'm not sure what the difference is. At least as far as you are concerned, it means, despite the fact that you harbor hostility toward the US government in the abstract and animosity toward me in particular, that you aren't categorically opposed to assisting me. It just means I need to play my final card. Why go through all this, then? Why tell me all this presumably classified information? Since you seem to care about the government and its rules, why waste both of our time with this pointless discussion if you have something to offer me that you feel I'm actually interested in? Aren't we both busy women? Major Richardson is correct about you. You are a stubborn one, but ultimately too honest and naive for your own good. I glare at Clara. She continues, coaching my words with politician speak won't change the reality. And I figured you weren't the type for that sort of double talk. Go on. My face softens slightly, though I'm still incredibly antsy at how much time she's already wasted. I'm not privy to all the details, but what I can tell you is that the cybernetics on this clone Seraphina are at least one generation ahead of the ones currently installed into your own body. And, still more relevant to you, her combat parameters are currently considerably higher than your own, even factoring in the projected power spike you would have gained upon your second ascension. While none of our remote devices have been able to properly identify her, we estimate that her fighting ability is comparable to someone around level 85. And still increasing at a marked rate. How is she gaining that many levels so quickly? The experience scaling factor associated with level differential should completely override any attempts to gain levels against weaker enemies. I'm just not sure where or how she'd be able to fight enough high-leveled opponents to gain that many levels, even if she has been fighting pretty much constantly since the day the system arrived. Towers can help, but the gap between where she is and where I am is even larger than the gap between myself and most of the supposedly high-level combatants defending the city on a daily basis. And that's even counting this Seraphina lookalike having a unique trait like my touched by the multiverse to gain experience at an accelerated rate. Although this part is still unconfirmed, there are intelligence reports which suggest that this Seraphina was the secret weapon of the Legion. In addition to being laser-focused on clearing dungeons and towers, she's also been specially trained and given large numbers of both parameter boosting and experience boosting items to gain levels and combat potential at a greatly accelerated rate. Loath though I am to admit it, that could explain it. Enough experience pouches and level apples, especially if the Legion has found a variant which works up to a maximum level of 96 or 128 all fed to the same person, could allow for that person to overcome the brutal experience curve. It's as Lindsay and I feared back when Chloe and I first found them. Instead of being fed to some centibillionaire tech tycoon, they all went to a shadowy form of myself. This, right after Chloe and I both expressed that we didn't want to take up a position as ladies' protector, so as not to get the people to dependent on us. And because neither of us want to rule, either as elected officials or as tyrants. The irony isn't lost on me. Worst of all, Clara has made an interesting point, that Seraphina isn't me. I'm not responsible for her actions. But if she's allowed to ransack major metropolitan areas and lead this Legion as some sort of dark angel, that would be strongly to the detriment of the way of life Chloe and I currently enjoy. Which means, as much as it disgusts me, I don't have the luxury of remaining neutral in the conflict. Either I submit to this shadow Seraphina and live as a servant of the Legion, or I fight, doing exactly what Clara wanted from the start. I so hate being manipulated like this. 280 for 4.5 first day of class 4. I had expected my first day of teaching to go so well. A nice set of lectures to ease myself into the start of my new life as a responsible member of society or whatever bullshit it is that's prim and proper and right by the tenets of the Mechanist mythos. At the very least, it was supposed to be a chance to relax and take a few days, months. Preferably to not be constantly throwing my life on the line, sit down, do some research, advance my knowledge of glyph casting. But no, joke's on me for expecting things to actually go swimmingly for a change. Now I have to, once again, clean up other people's problems. No thanks to you, Miss Bennett. So, what happens now? For now, nothing. I will be in contact with you again when I have additional information. Until then, I'm going to need a little bit more to go on other than just okay. Keep in touch, see you later. If you want my help, you're going to have to loop me in with what's going on. Clara takes the pictures and secrets them back away into her inventory. I apologize, Miss Mortensen, even if I were authorized to give you that information. There's the matter that I simply don't have that information to give you in the first place. I try to protest, but she continues before I can get a word in edgewise. And before you accuse me of lying, please understand that the handling of classified information works on a principle of compartmentalization and need to know. I was judged not to need to know what sort of plans are going on beyond what I needed to know to interview you. Then I'll see you and your handler when you're ready to start working with me rather than barking orders as though you and your organization have any sort of power over me. Indeed. Then I shall take my leave. Clara leaves without another word. Her poise and posture still so inflappable even after being properly told off. I guess she did basically get everything she wanted, and was probably accustomed to dealing with far less savory individuals than a young woman with 3 chips on her shoulders. Damn cops. The auditorium is long cleared out, with only about 30 syllabi remaining out of the original 600. Jeremy departed a long time ago. Thankfully, before my little display with Clara, I'm still pissed about that. I want to go back to my office and just disappear for the next hour. But I should know. I should go back there. If someone is looking for me, that would be the most logical place to look. At least, there's no homework today that I need to start grading. I can breathe a small sigh of relief at that bit of good fortune. With the immediate threat gone, and no further need to posture against a potentially hostile agent, I stow Ophelia back into my inventory along with the remaining syllabi before departing the now empty auditorium. I don't get more than 3 steps outside the auditorium before I'm stopped by another individual. A man who seems a bit old to be a student but doesn't have the look of a faculty member. Judging by the clean-shaven face and his posture, I'm assuming he's military. And if that's the case, the only explanation is that the good major wants a word or 3 with me at some point. "Miss Mortensen," he says, "I carry an urgent missive for you." He pulls a sealed note out of his inventory and presents it to me. Before I get a chance to open it, he speaks again. "Please open that note somewhere secure and destroy it when you are done reading it." His eyes look up for a brief moment. We cannot be aware of who might be listening in or watching. Now then, I must take my leave. He runs off in a blur, even before I stash the note away. It would shock me if he didn't have some sort of career class, given how fast he was, with additional skills to allow him to move faster. Fortunately, he didn't appear hostile. Speedsters are definitely among the most annoying enemies to fight, and I wouldn't be confident in my ability to fight him without a lot of collateral damage best left avoided. I make my way back to my office, thankfully with 100% less paparazzi fanfare trying to accost me with my every step. Once I'm in my office, I lock the door, sit at my desk, and sigh. No rest for the weary, indeed. The letter isn't postmarked or signed in any capacity. I worry briefly about the potential for foul play, especially just after my conversation with Clara, but that doesn't make much sense to me. I hadn't outright rejected Clara, and I didn't think the U.S. government was going to send an assassin after me so soon. I could wait for Chloe, just in case, might be better, but after how stressful today has already been, I really don't want the added stress of yet another unknown hanging over my shoulders. I read the note. To my lovely daughters. I trust that this letter will make its way into your hands. I want to apologize once again that I have still been unable to find the time to see you ever since the arrival of the system, but circumstances beyond my control have continued to demand my attention. Please know that it hurts more than I can express in words to go so long without you, the twin stars in my life. Sarah, I trust that either have or soon will learn about another you working on behalf of the Legion. I have vouched for your integrity and worldly compassion again and again to my coworkers, and will speak wholeheartedly as to your innocence regarding the recent tragedies. To all who will listen, however, I know that there are many individuals who will choose to believe otherwise, who will not be convinced by your words, not knowing the truth. You, my daughters, have been wronged many times before. I wish and pray desperately I could protect you from the consequences of my own mistakes, but I am too feeble to intercede, in body and heart alike. I know that you will face a heavy responsibility, one which ought never to have been placed on one so young. I do not ask that you forgive me for what I've done. Lord knows that I do not deserve it. I will ask only that you forgive me that I have not been forthright with you both about a great many things. Rules about operational security and confidentiality have prevented me from giving you the information about yourself that you have long needed to know. However, recent circumstances have dictated that blindly abiding by such conventions for their own sake is no longer in the nation's, world's, or indeed, the entire universe's best interest. It is time for the truth of Project Seraphina to come to light, and for you both to learn exactly why I did what I did. 20 years ago, I store the note away in my inventory. Silly me, thinking that reading that note was going to actually answer some questions, rather than leading me down a rabbit hole of dozens more. I already knew from Theo after everything. I still can't bear to call him my father, that Chloe's father was intimately involved with whatever happened with my rebirth. But now, he's mentioned both of us, but there was no Chloe that I have memories of from that past life. Maybe she was someone I met on our bar beyond the point where my memories stop. Although that begs the question of how she became involved with what was a secret project by Drs. Mazzari and Chitono to impart my original self with power separate from and in opposition to the system. What's just as odd is that this is the second such note I've gotten from him in just the past week. First, he's saying that he's going to be gone for an indefinite period of time for reasons he still refuses to elaborate upon. And now he says it's time to reveal his involvement in whatever is going on here. Is that because of the other Seraphina? It's the only explanation my mind can surmise. I know that I still don't know a lot of things, and that lack of knowledge is going to drive me crazy for the next 2 years. Deep breaths, Seraphina. Let's not completely unwind ourselves. A quick flight over the city. I could call Chloe, but I'd rather not talk about this via phone. Can't be sure who's listening in. I dare not hope for such a thing and ruin the tenuous peace we currently enjoy. But if there were someone or something causing trouble that I could take some stress out on. More deep breaths. For now. And knock on my door. Time to set my sources of stress aside and deal with the current problem. Begging the good goddess above that this isn't going to be yet more deep shit coming to bite me in the ass. It's Amalia. I invite her in and the two of us sit back down on opposite sides of my desk. Is everything all right? I ask. I feel like I should be asking you the same, Mr. Seraphina. Sorry. I know you don't want to be so formal with me, but it's difficult to unlearn ingrained habits. This actually elicits a chuckle. I understand and can relate. A lot more than you think. How so? I mean, can't everyone? 6 months ago, I was some nobody. A random girl in high school hoping to get enough scholarship funding to be able to go to college at all. Now, here I am. Considered one of the foremost authorities on ethertech research and glyphs analysis. Lecturing about the arrival of a magical system to an audience of hundreds in person and probably thousands more online. Oh, and fighting giant kaiju straight out of a cheap Japanese B-movie. That too. Okay, yeah. I guess I see your point. Anyway, I just wanted to see if you needed anything else after your meeting with that one woman. No, I think after a moment, I may need some help with logistical matters. I'm likely to have to leave for a few days in early September. And I'm not sure what I'll need to do to make sure the classes still go on. I don't think anyone is going to mind if you have to cancel a couple of classes. Trust me. You might think it's such a big shame to be absent even one lecture, but I've been a student long enough to know that no one will complain if a lecture or assignment gets canceled. I nod. Not that high school classes were ever canceled. They just hired a substitute to serve as a glorified babysitter. Amalia continues. Though you should still make sure you let your department heads know. I know it's not a big deal. Plenty of professors leave for a few days to present at conferences and such. I shudder. Thinking about having to present for faculty again after last time. I will make sure to get in contact with them. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I appreciate your stopping by. Although I think I'm going to head out for a little bit and clear my head a bit before my next class. I'm glad I could help. And, just to make sure I haven't forgotten, your ethertech class is tomorrow afternoon, right? 2 o'clock to 3:15, Tuesday and Thursday, unless something has changed. I pull out one of those syllabi and hand it to Amalia. I guess I can check my email tonight and get back to you again tomorrow. Just in case things have changed. Sounds good. I'll meet with you before class. See you then. We shake hands as we depart. Amalia heading off to her next class while I head back up to the ground floor and from there outside and up into the skies. It always feels so calm and relaxing high above it all. Just an opportunity to think and enjoy the relative quiet away from everyone else. To take deep breaths and push the many troubles until later. Preferably once I'm done with classes for the day. And Asira, Chloe, I ask. My mood instantly brightening at the sound of my girlfriend's words entering my mind. Is something up? Nope. Just saw you flying up here and wanted to make sure you were okay. A lot on my mind right now. I just needed to get away for a few minutes. Chloe giggles. I get it. Sometimes I have to step away as well to clear my own mind. Yeah, I'm sure it's bad when you're constantly working in the ER. They even have a term for it. Secondary trauma. Anyway, I got a letter from your father a little while ago. I think you should take a look as soon as you can. Nothing bad. Just a lot to think about. All right. I'll be there in just a few. 285 for 6 first day of class. Be all right. I say in front of my second class of the day, though thankfully one of 45 students. This is Introduction to Combat Training. I'm Seraphina Mortensen. This is my partner, Chloe Jacobs. I'll be the instructor of record. And good news. Everyone who shows up to class regularly and puts in a reasonable effort will get an A. What we are hoping to get out of this class is as many skill ranks, levels, and stat increases as practicable. So, You will be better prepared for whatever path you plan to pursue after this. Law enforcement, military operations, private security, and adventuring. These are some of the most common reasons why you might be wanting to take this class. Maybe you just want to see the new world and don't want to fear getting eaten by goddesses only know what. And maybe you just really want to live out your childhood dream of being a supervillain. This gets a few chuckles. Even Chloe chuckles for a bit before giving me a bit of a side eye. I'm serious. I'm not here to judge, I'm just here to prepare you to the fullest extent of my capabilities for wherever your path in life might lead you. Before we get started, the most important rule in this class, and the rule that is going to hopefully save all of you from ending up in the hospital, or worse, whatever Chloe says, goes, from the time you step onto this field until the time you leave. Chloe is your highest authority. Her authority in this class supersedes my authority, your parents' authority, any rules or regulations from administration, and even the deities you may or may not worship. If I say go and she says stop, you will stop. If I say class ends at 1:45 and she needs to leave at 1:30, then congratulations. You all get to leave 15 minutes early. If I say to demonstrate a new skill and she says it's too dangerous, then I better not see you channel a single point of ether. She's the best damned healer in this city, bar none. It's her job to make sure one of you doesn't do anything that she can't put back together. And your job not to make hers any harder than it needs to be. She has graciously volunteered her time and expertise to be here today to keep you safe. Have I made myself clear on this? A chorus of yeses and sures, and whatever's follows. I take a deep breath to give my anger and irritation a chance to settle. I said, in a calm voice, before shouting, have I made myself clear on this? Yes, Miss Mortensen. A plurality of the class says along with a smattering of yes, instructor. Yes, ma'am. And even a couple of yes, Dr. Mortensen. The latter of those makes me feel pretty good, despite the fact I have no claim to the honorific. Now then, I continued. Eventually, I will prepare some training weapons for all of you to engage in sparring matches. But before any of you pick up a weapon or a suit of armor, we are all going to do a nice little warm-up, 5 minutes to stretch, do some jumping jacks, whatever it is that you need to warm up. After that, we'll have a little competition. My students spread out among the field. While I turned to Chloe, I got a letter from some courier today. I draw it from my inventory and slip it into my girlfriend's hand. I don't have any proof, but I think it's genuine. The courier who sent it didn't identify himself in any way, but he was fast and had an inventory. Chloe looks over the note and reads through it before dissolving it into her own inventory with a flash of silver light. That sounds like him. But why is he apologizing to both of us? That's the part that didn't make sense to me either. Maybe it was because he knew that we'd both end up going down this same path. We were besties for well over a decade. You say it like we're not anymore, Sarah. Still friends. Just with way better benefits. I give her a wink. Absolutely. Chloe flashes me a lewd image of a particular position we tried out last night. Benefits are second to none. By now, all the students have stretched, or at least had the opportunity and failed to avail themselves of it. If they end up getting cramps or worse as a result, well, they are adults, and there's only so much babysitting I can be expected to do, especially when I'm the youngest one among everyone gathered. For today, we're going to run laps. I get no shortage of groans. This will be an effective way to gauge your current abilities and help me organize you into groups of similar level and strength. The rules are simple. We're going to run laps for the next 45 minutes. Testing both your speed and your vitality stats in equal measure. The winner, whoever that may be, is the one who completes the most laps in the allotted time. You're allowed to use any skills, any equipment or accessories you have on your person, but you are not allowed to trip, attack, stifle, or otherwise interfere with your fellow students in any way. Chloe and I will be disqualifying anyone who tries, and reporting them to the Dean of Students for further disciplinary action. And, just to provide the proper incentives, whoever does the best in our little challenge will win a prize. Courtesy of yours truly. But that's not fair. One young woman with jet black hair says, not everyone is going to have the same skills and levels and opportunities as everyone else. You are correct. What is your name? Martina. Miss Mortensen. Martina brings up an excellent point. My little game is not fair. But you know what else is not fair? Having a bunch of overgrown lizards the size of skyscrapers raining hell and fire upon our homes. We got off lucky. But if it weren't for sheer dumb luck and a couple hundred people who risked life and limb that night, we'd have it just as bad as hundreds of millions of people who were either displaced or killed not 2 months ago. Chloe and I were among those people fighting that night. Some of you may have seen us on the news. The couple of people who were foolish enough to blow me off earlier are now listening with full attention, trying to get in some last-minute stretches before I send them off. I'm going to be teaching you to survive here, and the threats that are coming for you, your friends, your families, everyone in this city, and indeed, the entire Earth, are not going to go easy on you just because you are low-leveled. The harder you work, the more skill ranks and levels you gain out of this, the better prepared you will be to defend everything you care about when the hordes of monsters lurking just outside the city come for you. Hence, no handicaps. You won't get them out there. And that's how I'm going to train you. If anyone doesn't like it, get stronger. There's some low-level dungeons in and around town that you can fight in if you want extra credit and a head start. Have I made myself clear? Yes, Miss Mortensen. No hesitation from my students this time around. I hold back the urge to sigh. Sympathy for politicians this morning. Sympathy for drill sergeants now. Truly. What am I coming to? All right. You may begin. No one wastes more than half a second before they're moving from the middle of the field out to the track surrounding to begin laps in a semi-orderly succession. Normally, I'd make them all sweat it out here in the imposing August heat and humidity. Call it part of the conditioning and preparation for the harsh conditions they might have to fight in going forward. However, I do have a small bit of mercy still tucked somewhere deep down in my heart. Enough to conjure a few glyphs together and form a nice chill breeze as they begin their laps around the track. Chloe, admittedly, doesn't have much to do today. And if all we were ever going to do was run laps every day for the rest of the semester, I wouldn't have asked her to help me out. As it is, the students all need to see her in a position of authority. And, after thinking about it for a bit, I have an idea. Chloe, can you fly up and keep track of everyone's lap totals? Also make sure no one cheats. Easy enough. What are you going to be doing? I sprout my wings, putting on a demonstration. Do you want me to use my Saintess's blessing as well? I have to think about it for a moment. It might be cheating just a bit, but the sooner these wannabe fighters see the true level of the world, the sooner they'll either buckle down and start giving 110%, or decide that it's not for them. Either way, my actions are going to save lives. And with that as a moral justification, I give Chloe my assent. The world slows down in my eyes as every fiber of my muscles twitch with energy just waiting to overflow. The magic of the system sharpens my mind and body alike, allowing both to defy the normal physical limits placed upon them. I move with a natural celerity, nearly 250 points of effective speed, allowing me to sprint past my students as easily as an Olympic medalist passing by a crawling infant. Despite having given them all nearly a minute head start, I'm far from the last one done with the first lap. 14 seconds later, I'm done with the second lap. A half-mile completed in under half a minute, and right near the very front of the pack. If I were flying, or not deliberately going out of my way to avoid all the students who might as well have been frozen in place, I could have gone even faster still. As it is, I'm still quite literally running laps around everyone. Some of the students have stopped and are watching. Some of them have grown despondent, and a few of them have actually managed to grasp the assignment and are working that much harder after seeing what I'm truly capable of. After 5 minutes, I've already run 6.5 miles and I'm not even close to winded, thanks to just shy of 300 points of vitality coursing through me, my perception being what it is. I can also hear a few grumbles from some of the students, whining that the whole first place prize I'd promised was a sham from the beginning. It wasn't, and still isn't, but I'm not going to correct their misconceptions. Overcoming adversity in all its forms and reacting to changing battle conditions is a part of combat training, just as enhancing their combat parameters. If these students can't even handle a bit of showing off in an environment where they are as safe gets, protected by the best single fighter and the best healer in the whole city, they don't deserve to win my prize. Valkyrian's perception picks up something high above and in the corner of my eye, stilling my body and sending my heart racing. Too big to be just a large bird. Moreover, I'm sensing a large quantity of ether that suggests something quite powerful. Something heading straight toward us. Do you sense that, too, Chloe? Something evil approaches. Her hand moves to her heart. Powerful, and everyone, Chloe shouts, "Stop what you're doing and seek shelter immediately. We're under attack." This is not a drill. The students all start scattering in a morass of screams and pandemonium, one which spreads like wildfire throughout campus. I, meanwhile, can only summon the mental energy to sigh and lament the trouble that comes with these phenomenal new powers. Although, I am left silently asking the world, was it too much to ask to give me one easy day to start off my new life as a mature and responsible adult member of society? Yes, it was. Oh well. At least now I have an appropriate target to vent all my frustrations. A small comfort, but one which I'll gladly accept. Seraphina. A bit of a burst to officially end Seraphina's hiatus on a right and proper note. Chapters will continue on a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday cadence at the usual 5 a.m. Central Time US time slot, 286 for .7 demonic calamity. The creature approaching does so with terrifying speed, arriving from the city outskirts to where Chloe and I were waiting in only a matter of minutes. We have barely enough time for the two of us to pull the rest of our equipment out of our inventory and cast our respective shielding and enhancement spells before the monster is looming over us, a smirk on its face. It has 4 large black wings which combine the features of bats and dragons, 2 crimson horns atop of blackened face, itself marred with numerous scars that seem more reminiscent of magmatic rifts with the way golden light emanates out of them. Numerous blackened teeth emerge as the beast grins at me. With a clenched fist, it emanates a darkened aura that attempts to suppress both our power. Chloe is pushed back by the evil winds assailing us, but I stand undaunted, defiant spirit activating to protect me. A single impulse draws Philia from my inventory into my hand, my mind whirring with various possibilities of spells to begin constructing, depending on what weaknesses the creature before me presents. Perhaps it's wrong for me to judge on the basis of appearances, but the entire aesthetic screams demon, and I'm disinclined from assuming it flew out here with any sort of good intent. Ha ha, the demon laughs. So, these are the fools responsible for the death of my subordinate. I must admit, I was expecting someone a little more imposing. Shame on me for expecting a great warrior as opposed to a couple of children barely old enough to stand on their own 2 feet. Your subordinate? Chloe asks, flying just behind me. Servant would be more accurate. A woman. Really just a simple-minded little girl no older than you, who found her way into my castle and attempted to steal from my treasury. You should have seen the look on her face when I approached her, revealing that I had been watching her since the moment she entered my domain. Castle. Is he referring to that castle we saw flying home from Red Clay City? I definitely wanted to explore it at some point. It seems it was best that I didn't, considering the creature that was lurking within. What happened? Chloe asks again. Her screams were the sweetest of symphonies to my ears. She begged and cried, "Oh please, spare me, don't kill me, don't hurt me. I'll do anything you want." A perfect representation of your feeble kind. So high and mighty you think you are until you realize you pathetic humans are nothing more than insects, pests to be exterminated. The evil energy is darkening the daytime sky, the sun itself beginning to become eclipsed by dark magic. Chloe screams out, firing her most powerful scouring light at the disc-like confluence of darkness, malign ether gathering overhead. Her attack is blinding, but despite all the power put behind her attack, it fails to dispel the tenebrous or blotting out the city. Of course, I was not without mercy. Of a sort, I offered her a simple trade, power and her life, in exchange for eternal servitude, marshalling my dark forces in preparation for a full-scale assault on this miserable world of light. The demon laughs again. She took it without the slightest bit of restraint. It truly is remarkable how quickly your kind would sell itself out in the name of power and control. Scarlet, I say. You're talking about Scarlet, aren't you? Scarlet. Scarlet. The demon ponders. Was that her name? She had a name. I suppose she would have called herself something. It doesn't really matter. Her death was a small inconvenience to my plans, but I can't exactly let such an affront to my rule go unchallenged. Now can I? Another dose of fell laughter that echoes both up to the sky and down to the surface 2,000 feet below. Now then, I trust you've had time to say your final prayers. I won't be answering them, but I know your pathetic kind likes that sort of thing in your final moments. Yes, good, time to die. The demon is on me faster than I can blink. He tries to end the fight with a single punch, but I'm agile enough to deflect the attack partially off course. It grazes the side of my waist, eating a chunk of my Saintus's cloister and pushing me back a few dozen feet. He attacks a second time, trying to combo me out, but I'm better prepared, able to fly up and out of the way of the punch while also evading the follow-up wind cutters that are trying to slice me to bits. Chloe follows up with another scouring light, scoring a glancing blow on one of the demon's wings. A few wisps of smoke briefly spawn out, but the creature isn't fazed. Its attention now turns to Chloe, who looks as pissed as I feel, probably more. You get away from her, I shout, leaping back and trying to stab the creature's back with my sword staff. I'm able to do a bit more damage than Chloe's initial burst of magic, but far from enough to bring the demonic harbinger to the ground. It tries to bat me aside with a series of beating wing flaps, which are tearing apart my cloister. Now down to barely 5,000 points of shielding of the initial over 12,000 in such a short time. Oh, ho! The demon's neck turns unnaturally, those ebon eyes staring me down. You seem quite fond of your partner, or relative, perhaps, or maybe a lover. I didn't respond. I charge once more, preparing to strike at the base of the creature's massive wings. I'm rebuffed. The demon sidesteps my attack and counters with a punch to the small of my back that rips off the last shreds of my protection and causes me to cough up blood from the internal damage. My health is still hovering just over 11,000, but as powerful as this demon is, that's still only enough reserves to survive maybe 2 more of those punches before it drops to 0. The demon laughs. And like most of your kind, little girl, you actually possess a modicum of potential. What do you say the two of us make a little deal? You serve me, and in exchange, I'll let your little girlfriend live. Not such a bad arrangement, wouldn't you say? I extend my impudent digit and flare my defiance outward. Ho, perhaps you care about her less than I had thought. What do you say I throw in a little sweetener to our arrangement? Not only will I ensure that your little lover survives this day, but I'll even give you a day to evacuate as many people as you can from this city before I reduce it to rubble. I am a demon of my word. You can trust me. The only thing I could trust was how absolutely bold-faced this creature was with its audacity. Though, the offer was tempting. Not the one on its face. That one was patently ridiculous. If I accepted the demon's terms, and even if I trusted that it would abide by its own word, I did not believe that in the slightest I was still dooming the people of my hometown. Evacuation will not be able to save everyone, the old, infirm, hospitalized, and so forth, of those who survive. The nearest cities are hundreds of miles away, involving long stretches through the wilds. Most of the civilians are low-leveled, even if they are lucky enough to avoid predation. The vast majority, who don't have survival skills or some ability to grow food, will slowly succumb to starvation. Reliance on anyone else to intercede, like the local military stationed in and around the city, also isn't an option. The military would fight it off valiantly, but no one local has the kind of strength I now possess. Maybe Nicholas Major Richardson would be able to come up with something thanks to his terrifying combination of mental processing and tactical acumen, bolstered by skills enhancing both. But I wasn't going to rely on that. The real opportunity involves testing my luck against the demon's power. I'm absolutely confident in the ability of Defiant Spirit to rebuff any attempt to alter my mind or otherwise control me. What I'm far less confident in is my hunch that the demon's ability actually is mind-altering in nature. If, for instance, it ends up being a curse, or gives him the power to paralyze me at will, I might not be able to wriggle my way out of the contract. But the simplest reason to reject the offer is the caramel-haired goddess hovering a short distance away. She's all that's good and right with the world, clearly too good for me, a saintess in class and demeanor alike. She would be absolutely furious if I took a contract with a demon. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. There was only one option. Get fucked, I say. I activate a simple impulse glyph, easily my most useful single glyph, through my feet, launching myself with an added burst of momentum toward the demon once more. I miss. as expected. But I'm now fast enough, especially coupled with Valkyrian's perception, to evade the counter-strike and take a defensive position between Chloe and our adversary. Such a pity. Then you will perish with the rest of your pathetic human scum. Overwhelming amounts of negative energy gather as the demon raises his hands above his head. Wisps of shadow congeal into a sphere that's growing and growing with each passing second. My mind is calm despite my heart and body racing, telling me to flee with a primal fear that I really ought to better heed in times like this. I take a breath and face the demon, preparing for the confrontation. This really was the only way this was going to end from the beginning. My resolve. All the strength I've gained thanks to every challenge I've overcome, matching up against the strongest foe I've faced. But I've survived all of those encounters, even the ones I had no business winning. And I have every reason to believe today will be the same. Be careful. Love. Chloe touches me and infuses me with a new round of Saintess's cloister before healing all of my internal wounds. This demonstration isn't just theatrics. Even I can sense that our friend is gathering a ludicrous amount of ether in that attack. I'll block it. Are you sure? Love, I know you're stronger than anyone else in the city at least. Maybe the entire region. But this creature is 15 levels above me. Level 79. I know this because of Morningstar's Triumph passive, which is currently granting me another 15% to all of my combat parameters. Your Morningstar's Triumph rank I has upgraded to Morningstar's Triumph rank 2. 16.5%. I quickly correct myself. Worse. This demon scum also seems to have equipment of its own to enhance its abilities further. By all rights, there's no way I can survive his strongest attack head-on, and yet, I know without a doubt that I can. Just be prepared to heal me afterwards. You're going into overlimit, she asks. I still can't. I have another 2 days of cooldown after the fight with Lysette. Damn creature showing up right when I'm at my most vulnerable. Then, there's no other option. Not without risking more loss of life. And I'm trying to avoid having other people fight my battles and suffer for my mistakes like I did the last time. I can survive this. I just know that it's not going to be pretty. And what I'll look like after taking the blast might haunt you for months, or even years still to come. Why not try to block it with your magic? I considered that. But even with both of us casting magic together like we did against Lysette, I don't think we're going to beat back that attack. It's in a league above my capabilities. Even against both of our capabilities, working in tandem. But once this attack fails, he'll be vulnerable. We'll use that moment to kill him. Then, I caress Chloe's cheek and infuse her with another bout of rebellious surge, letting her feel and even taste my resolve and conviction in the face of what should be certain death. It's okay, Chloe. Please just be ready for when the time comes. It's time for me to showcase my newest power. The power to defy even death itself. All right, love, I trust you. Now, and forever. 287 for 0.8 cheating death. The demon floats triumphantly above Chloe and me as it continues to gather a quite frankly excessive amount of ether into its ultimate attack. I told Chloe that I had this, but in truth, I wasn't quite sure what my skill would do. Keep me alive. Yes, but there were a lot of degrees of technically alive. From intense pain to comatose and vegetative to turn to paste in that moment before biology fully gives way to physics. Magic is, well, it defies the very idea of laws of nature and physics. Not 5 minutes ago, I took a punch that could have flattened a skyscraper and still I have the strength to fight. Not to mention that I'm flying under my own power. Can summon a sword staff out of a subspace inventory. And I am looking at an 8-foot-tall demon straight out of Milton. Then again, my own class has a distinctly Luciferian aesthetic. So maybe it's fate that the two of us are destined to fight. I close my eyes and center myself. All my ether circulating through the channels alongside my blood vessels is being called up from my core, ready to help me overcome this assault. I won't be able to push the attack back. I can deflect it slightly, but not to the extent needed to keep the attack's blast radius from taking out half of campus, and who knows how many people. Neither of those is acceptable. What I can do, though, is concentrate the blast inward, direct it straight down like an apple core, where my body will absorb the brunt of the blast. There'll be the mother of all sinkholes in the middle of the practice field, but I'm sure some Earth elementalists will be able to handle it. As long as this attack doesn't do more than about 30,000 damage to me, I should be able to survive it. Note to self: if I survive, it is most unwise to field test a brand new skill, especially when it's so qualitatively different from every other one I've had to this point. Something I will make sure to teach my students if I make it out of this alive. We live. And if we don't die first, we learn. No more words, the demon asks. No final remarks, no trite quips. Not even a goodbye kiss for your little girlfriend. Just going to stand there in defiance of the end. I float silently. My eyes filled with resolve. Chloe's father's words echo in my mind. I have to survive, he said, even at the cost of others. For the sake of the universe. I know my mission is important, but I refuse to forsake those I can save now just for the potential to save others who may never exist in 16,000 years. And besides, he wrote himself, I have the power to protect us. Chloe and I together have the power to protect ourselves, each other, and those we care about. I'm choosing to rely on that power and trust in my own strength. Glyphs start forming in my mind as I mentally start building the runic configuration for my spell to take effect. A few shielding glyphs and a lot of movement and deflection glyphs. All in all, a complicated array that would have broken my mind to try to manifest and been impossible to construct in the first place just a few weeks ago. Yet fully within my power. No, you're sure about this? My sword staff asks. There's still time to seek another plan. And what? Let 50,000 people die. Idea wouldn't be worthy of my name if I were so cowardly. Very well, Seraphina. If this is the end, then know that it has been an honor. It won't be the end, I swear it. With these words, I deposit Philia back into my inventory. A quick clench of my fists and rotation of my shoulders and elbows to get myself perfectly limber. And I'm floating there, waiting to pit my full strength against my latest and greatest adversary. Whenever you're ready, I say. It really is a shame, girl. Not a speck of fear in your eyes, even in the face of certain death. Credit where credit is due. You stand as a paragon of your otherwise pathetic race. May your death be as swift and painless as I can grant it. Those two Absol eyes narrow upon me as the sphere of black energy condenses down from the size of a large bedroom down to a large beach ball. Now die, Absol Nexus. The attack doesn't move as quickly as I had expected, but it moves with a certain degree of weight and energy. Enough concentrated power that I thought I could vaguely make out the barest hint of gravitational lensing for just a moment. The next instant, it's upon me. My ether declines precipitously as the final glyphs lock into place and I begin manifesting the effect into reality. Meanwhile, my left arm is already showing signs of degradation as I attempt to hold back the attack. There's no physical mass to it that I can tell, but the force upon me is as though I were trying to bench press a mountain. The Nexus, as the demon called it, moves slowly and implacably. I push at it with every fiber of my being. And I'm quite sure I'm doing all of jack and shit as it continues its descent toward the campus and city below. Sera, I know you want to help, Chloe. I mentally force out between grunts, but right now, I need you to protect yourself and everyone else. I don't know how bad I'm going to be after this blast has its way with me, and I need you to protect yourself. If we both fall here, it's all over. I understand. Sera, I don't like it, but I understand. Keep us all healed. We're all depending on you. And you, Sera. The force of Absol Nexus tears at my hands just by touching them. It's small enough that I feel like I should be able to crush the thing in a giant hug. But instead it tears at me, resisting every attempt I make at distorting or tearing it. I can feel the energy trying to rip my skin from my flesh and my flesh from my bones and the bone from the marrow buried within. Pain sears through me. I feel it and acknowledge it, but refuse to let it deter me from the path I set for myself. Even though I fly with all my might forward, resisting the implacable attack threatening my home, my family, my students. If I've even so much as slowed the damn thing down, I'd be shocked. But I won't be deterred. With each passing moment, I can also feel new power welling up from within me. My primal need to protect myself to survive, coupled with my desire to protect and even a little bit of my nascent battle junkie nature. Your Valkyrian's defense rank I has upgraded to Valkyrian's defense rank 2. Your Morningstar's Triumph rank 2 has upgraded to Morningstar's Triumph rank 3. Your Valkyrian's defense rank 2 has upgraded to Valkyrian's defense rank 3. Individually, each skill rank doesn't account too much. Marginal improvements to my combat parameters, 1% here, 0.5% there. But all of them together add up, 15 levels of stats. More equipment provided by the system, stronger weapons, a more powerful form. Innate demonic magic enhanced by rituals and formations I'd need months to fully decipher. Those are just some of the disadvantages I'm up against. But this is just practice. Practice for the final fight, the one for all the marbles. To go against the system itself. Just as I was created to do, I won't die here. I touch down on the ground below. Buckling my knees to resist the strain placed upon me, I am Atlas herself. The weight of a world upon my shoulders, that weight intensifies further, dropping me to one knee. But the pressure only builds further, taxing my bones and tendons, making the titanium and aluminum in my left arm and my wings crumple and then return to normal multiple times each second. With what tiny bit of energy I can still generate and concentration I can still spare, I fire a light aligned elemental ether strike to provide a bit more upward momentum to buttress myself. I think it might have dissolved the tiniest bit of the nexus, but the weight returns in an instant. The demon's own willpower keeping the attack burrowing down upon me and my friends and family below. I'm barely holding the attack back even as the ground starts compressing and breaking apart under the enormity of the strain. Mud and dirt and roots and soil begin to craterize from the pressure below me. The process is unrelenting in its cyclical repetition. Absol Nexus pushes me down. Then the ground absorbs the blow for a brief moment. The ground breaks, and I'm pushed down further. It takes every strand of concentration to withstand the forces of chaos trying to rend my mind and flesh asunder, combined with the strain of maintaining the glyph network barely keeping the sphere from expanding outward and taking out everything from here to downtown. Maybe further. I'm honestly impressed that I'm holding together as well as I am. Again you impress me, the demon taunts. I never would have imagined that a feeble girl like you would withstand my attack for so long. It is a shame that you did not choose to serve me. No masters. I spat. No kings. No surrender. So give me your best, you overgrown hellspawn. And then I'll send you back there where you belong, HMPH now die. The weight triples in an instant. My body had barely been keeping pace before. But now I find myself well and truly powerless. My etheric armor is cracking, exposing my physical wyvern scale armor underneath. I'm being flattened like a pancake, despite my best attempts to resist. If I could tap into my overlimit, I'd be able to pop this attack like a bubble dot as it is. I'm about to be the one popped, even as my body continues to eke out tiny improvements. Your etheric armor rank V has upgraded to etheric armor rank VA. Your Valkyrian's defense rank 3 has upgraded to Valkyrian's defense rank 4. Your Morningstar's Triumph rank 3 has upgraded to Morningstar's Triumph rank 4. My etheric armor has shattered, and my bones aren't far behind. They're being reinforced by 64 levels of system-generated stats and no fewer than 3 different skills and spells to enhance my stats far beyond what I should be capable of. Still, the tyranny of levels is no joke. Each subsequent level is worth more than the one before it. More health and ether, greater stat increases, more and more powerful skills and ranks. And while I only have my own knowledge and those fragments from my past life, this creature, born of human nightmares given tangible form by the system, has a fully optimized combination of skills, stats, and equipment. Not to mention that grotesque body, all designed to kill me. My body is falling apart. The attack has completely overwhelmed my final defenses. My cloister, my girlfriend's saintly protection, is only just barely holding on. There it goes. Now it's my own body absorbing the attack as it condenses around me. Bones break and muscle tears. My own brain feels like it's being assailed from every direction by thousands of blasts of pure chaos. And yet, through it all, I remain defiant right up until the end, as I must. My body screams in all-encompassing agony. Yet I still remain calm, focused, biding my way until the attack has had its way with me. Maybe I'm mad to remain so sane despite the enormity of the pain shooting through me. But I think I have to be. After all, after facing demigods and now demons, I still seek to battle the undisputed master of the universe, and I'll do so. No matter what I have to endure to get there. Current stats, health, minus 2,679, 12,098, Ether 3,519, 8. Current stats, Strength 320 to base, 109, Speed 320 to base, 109, Vitality 391 base, 132, Mind 529 base, 288 for .9. Seraphina's resolve. I can hear the demon laughing and gloating even before its attack has finished. The damn monster apparently never properly learned the importance of double tapping. So confident he was that I'd be killed so easily by such a pitiful attack. Oh, I'm hurting something fierce. And if I don't get that beautiful healing magic from my beautiful girlfriend soon, I really will be a goner. But I've got a half-minute extension to my lease on life. And I'm itching to extend that for a few more years, preferably decades to come. Are you ready, Chloe? I need healing the second I fly back up there. Oh, it even hurts to use our angelic bond to communicate telepathically. Sarah, you're really alive. Yeah, and at about -3,000 health. New skill. We can talk about it later. After the current problem is dealt with. Why, you're right. Your city's pathetic champion has fallen by my hand. The demon roars, using some sort of wind or sound type magic to amplify its voice to echo throughout the city. Now your city is mine. Mine to dominate, to subjugate. I start floating out of my would-be grave, careful not to damage anything even further, nor to make any noises that might alert the demon that I'm not quite as dead as he's led himself to believe. His villainous monologue continues for some time as he brags about his inflated sense of superiority and domination over me. All while I realize the truth. That attack took a lot out of him as well. I might be tattered, broken bones, missing chunks of flesh and oozing blood so much that it's only through magic and sheer force of will that I haven't been turned to so much paste. My current situation really makes a girl believe in the separation of mind and brain, surely. What parts of my brain are undamaged are far from sufficient to allow me to think or quip with any semblance of clarity. It hurts to breathe. I'm not even sure how I can breathe. I've got multiple holes in my chest and lungs from where my armor and tissue wasn't sufficient to absorb the blast. Good thing my head is as hard as it is, or I wouldn't be able to see out of my bruised and broken eye sockets. Valkyrian's perception must be how I'm getting any sensory information. My eyes are sure as hell useless right about now. I just realized that I don't have a heartbeat anymore. Nerves still work, though, constantly reminding me in the worst possible way that I should be dead. Another reminder to self. I really ought to avoid relying on this skill going forward. I ought to. Yes, I still will anyway, though. Circumstances are going to demand it. And I've always been the sort to leap into the fray, regardless of the wisdom of it all. The demon is gloating when I finally emerge, seeming not to notice. I suppose it does make sense. By all rights, I am dead. My spirit clinging to my broken body by magic and willpower alone. I probably don't exude any of the aura that I did whenever I was properly alive. As for my coursing veins of ether, I'm not at all sure how that works. Although learning how to properly cloak it from something like Valkyrian's perception or another similar perception skill did seem something to look into in the future. Chloe taps me with her potent cure, twice. The first time sends waves of pain through me as all my vital organs start rebuilding themselves. My mind, which was starting to feel a bit foggy after 20 seconds, now feels crisp and sharp again now that I have a proper brain to coordinate my thoughts. My heart begins beating again. Trillions of blood cells propagating in mere moments to replace the ones lost to my injuries. New oxygen floods my bloodstream, revitalizing my damaged organs and helping them stitch themselves together once more into a properly functioning body for my willpower and spirit to again inhabit. The second cast of her potent cure fixes all of the more minor issues still plaguing my body. Broken bones. This massive headache that decided to show up the moment my brain was back around to process it. Flesh wounds and crushed ligaments and damaged intestines and lots of internal bleeding. The sort of things that were going to kill me in a time span of hours or days rather than seconds or shorter. Seraphina, is that you? That's a familiar voice. And certainly one I'm glad to hear right about now. Alana, I call out. Is that you, goddesses above? It's good to hear from you right about now. I look up toward the blonde Valkyria. And, now that I think about it, one of my fellow sisters in the order. That'll take a bit of time to adjust to. What in the? You should be dead, the demon screams. I know that attack scored a direct hit. I threw more than enough power in that attack to turn a level 80 to ash. Sorry. I shrugged my shoulders and summoned Philia back into my left hand. As I've heard it said from a long line of people before, I guess I'm just too damn stubborn to die. I let loose a bellowing cry of authority and defiance. All of my pent-up energy bursting forth from the seams of my skin as I channel my magic into the call of Valkyrian's rally. As my battle call echoes over the city, I feel the reverberation of hundreds more people shouting out, a chorus which blankets the entire city in a single shared desire to tell our demonic terrorist exactly where to shove his arrogance and dark ambition. Well, that's just cute, little girl. Seriously, I just face-tanked his strongest attack, and he can't even give me the dignity of calling me something more serious than little girl. Seraphina, the demon scoffs. What? And my name is Fornieth, the Desecrator, not Seraphina. I said, my name is Seraphina. You should know the name of the woman who's going to send you back to hell, where you belong. More raucous laughter shrieks outward. You may have a trick or two up your sleeve, but you've already shown that your flesh can bleed and your bones can be broken. I wonder, how many times can you cheat death? Let's find out together, shall we? Fornieth charges once more, but as I'd expected, its attacks are a little slower, and with those few extra skill ranks, I was a bit stronger and sharper to counter. I take a defensive stance in the instant before it's upon me, but it proves a necessary dot unlike the first time. Chloe's scouring light actually manages to pierce through Fornieth's defenses and deals a significant blow to his side. He turns to Chloe and readies a blast of dark energy. Alana slashes at his hand before his blast is loosed, diverting the attack away from my waiting girlfriend and up toward the disk of tenebrous energy still eclipsing the sun. She's not the only one. Dozens more people are gathering both in the skies overhead and on the ground below. A few of the people I recognize, either from the battle against the City Slayers back in early July, or my time working with the military, or just random names and faces I vaguely recall and which might be my memory playing tricks on me. Most of them, I don't, and most of them are weak, with levels in the 30s and 40s. People who could end up dying just from the splash damage of the attacks Alana is throwing out, let alone myself or Fornieth. But they came to fight all the same, and I understand a warrior's honor, even though I know their presence on this battlefield isn't likely to do much good in an objective sense. I'm not going to do anything to stop them from doing whatever they can to defend their homes and their families. They throw what spells they can at our demonic interloper. And though none of the attacks are individually powerful, numbers carry a power all the same. Fornieth attempts to dodge the giant flaming spheres aiming at his head, but a thrust of my spear forces him to dodge backwards, sustaining a minor cinch to the rocky carapace on the back of his head. Useless trash, Fornieth screams, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Chloe and I are briefly rattled. Alana and some of the others flying around are stunned, and most of those on the ground are knocked into the fetal position, bleeding out their ears and screaming in pain. Chloe's hands clasp as she begins chanting some sort of spell. Fornieth goes after her, but is slammed from both sides by Alana and me. My sword staff pierces its flesh, but molten blood oozing out forces me to retreat before I can turn the wound fatal. Be careful, Seraphina, Philia cautions. The demon's dark energies are affecting me as well. Your aura protects me, but I can only take about 10 more of those before I succumb. And what happens then? Best case scenario, I fall unconscious and lose the majority of my power until I recover. Worst case, my entire existence unravels and you're left with a glorified hunk of silver as a weapon. Not the absolute worst case scenario. I can always use my gun arm if needed, but it's a sacrifice I don't want to make, especially because Philia is an existence in their own right and I ought not order them to their death on my behalf. Impudent bugs. Fornieth tries to slam down on me with an elbow thicker than my head. Instead, he skewers himself on my sword staff, screaming with pain and sending more of that fell orange red liquid raining down on the ground far below. I'm not so lucky with the follow-up punch to my face, but by twisting my neck and flying backwards at top speed, I turn what would have been a fatal wound into one that merely makes me wince. Jasmine has now joined in the fray. They're shining blades of light working to overpower the darkness. Each of them is individually weaker than I am, but their tactics and battle acumen are in no way my inferior. Given their years of military training before the system's arrival, Nasiel, Chloe says, calmly but resolutely. Golden light emanates out of her body, along with thousands of tiny sparkles that look like golden snowflakes. Each of them rains down upon one of the many victims of Forneith's sonic attack, filling them with a small tincture of healing energy. One by one, the wailing from below stops as the injuries from the many combatants down below are stitched upon once more. A stream of violet lightning pierces through the cloudless sky, striking Forneith in the back. For a moment, I wonder if Crystal has paid us another visit. Except as I trace back the source of the staticky pulse, I see not a certain lightning elementalist but a large armored vehicle, definitely of military origin. It's not nearly as strong as the monocannon Nicholas had commissioned some months back, but it's far smaller, more mobile, and definitely more useful in these sorts of fights. With the battle slowly turning in our favor, morale skyrockets to new levels. Beams of white light assail the demonic adversary from every direction, joined by beams of ice and fire and clods of dirt at only slightly subsonic speeds from below. I can see in Forneith's eyes that the combination of so many thousands of attacks is wearing through his defenses. But I can also tell darkness and hellfire radiates out from him as he screams with a fury born of the netherworld itself. He's weakened, he's injured, but most of all, it's his pride that has been irreparably shattered by seeing his dominant bravado broken by the combined efforts of a human race he sees as far beneath him as mere flies. I have had it with you insolent flies. He begins flying up higher and higher, gathering the dark sphere previously blotting out the sun and compressing it much as he did with his earlier nexus. I don't care if there's not a single living creature left for 1,000 miles to rule over. I don't even care if I live or die anymore, Seraphina. I will see you die, even if I have to destroy my very being in the process. A wry smile creeps up upon my face as I look at the demon now going mad. Bring it on, Forneith. Because the only one I plan to let die today, my friend, is you, Seraphina. Thanks for reading the chapter. If you like the chapter and/or just want to give the author little warm fuzzy feelings, please consider clicking the little heart at the bottom of the chapter. And maybe leave a comment. I promise, I won't bite. Unless asked nicely, of course. 289 for .10 Collective Defiance. I pause to assess the situation before me. Forneith has risen high into the air, gathering far more energy than he did during the first attack that very nearly killed me. And I don't think his earlier screams were just rage and meaningless drivel. I sincerely do believe that this demon, in a final act of self-destructive rage and greed, is preparing to put even his vital essence into the attack to ensure my destruction. My heart races up to my throat, and it's a challenge to breathe until Chloe's touch soothes my weary form. Great goddesses above, if you believe in granting miracles, now is the time, Seraphina, Alana says, snapping me out of my mounting panic. Nicholas is down below calling for you. She points to the decorated major beckoning me. I believe he is most likely to have a solution for this problem. I agree. Chloe, can you keep healing everyone up? She nods. I waste no time, heading back down to the surface as quickly as I can without causing too large of a wineburst or worse, a sonic boom. Major Richardson is surrounded by several lieutenants and advisors, carrying on multiple conversations simultaneously through a combination of the mental partitioning skill I know he got from Lysette and some sort of doublespeak ability. I don't know how it works, but sure. Magic is weird like that, Miss Mortensen, he says, continuing before I can get a word back. I would like to congratulate you on pushing our enemy this far, but I must ask that we dispense with the pleasantries and quips until after this battle is over. I nod. Do you have something in mind? We believe that there are about 5 minutes until that demon is ready to strike. None of us, yourself included, I'm afraid are going to be strong enough to withstand it. Running isn't an option. That blast will turn the entire city into a crater, and take out all but the furthest out ring of exurbs as well. Ideally, we could teleport the attack either to the moon or otherwise redirect it somewhere harmless. But I'm not aware of anyone with such magic. Then what did you have in mind? We're going to block the attack, and I want to use your ever-useful repulsion glyph to do so. I already tried that, I said. I'm not nearly strong enough to do so. And there's no time to teach anyone else how to glyphcast either. Even if they had the skills, it'd take them much longer than 5 minutes to learn how to wield it. Which is why I propose another approach. You alone are not enough. Even with Miss Jacobs and myself both casting our enhancement spells upon you, it is certain that you would come up short. But where is he going with this? But there does not seem to be an upper limit to how many enhancement spells can be cast on a single person. And we currently possess dozens of people who have at least one such spell. Weak though most of them are, exponential growth is a powerful weapon, and one I intend to turn to our advantage. That could work. I'm not aware of any such limitation either. If there is one, well, there's not enough time to risk any other plan. We won't have you go alone. You, Miss Jacobs, Captain Morris, and myself are the 4 highest leveled individuals on this battlefield. While everyone will be able to contribute to an extent, it will be the 4 of us who will still shoulder the bulk of the responsibility. No, Alexei. Sergeant Ivankov is currently incapacitated after a near-fatal trek into the Tower Gauntlet yesterday. He will recover, but not in time to be of assistance, I see. And fortunately, I do not possess any strong offensive skills of my own. However, what I can do is coordinate and channel the myriad spells from everyone else. I want you to draw your basic repulsion glyph, large enough for the 3 of you to cast through it. If you can draw additional channeling rays for anyone else, that would be ideal. I send the information about the plan to Chloe through Angelic Bond, who then passes it on to Elena as the 2 of them descend. After nodding my agreement, I move toward the center of the arena, using Philia like a giant paintbrush to paint out the etheric channels and runes that will serve as the base of my formation. While Nicholas begins dispatching orders with the sort of precision and deftness only a military commander could, Chloe approaches me, watching with anxious intent as the sky again darkens above us. Is this really going to work? She asks. I wish I could say it would. I wish this battle had never happened. But I do think his strategy is the best one available to us. Even if there is a better one, none of us are going to be able to find and implement it in 4 minutes. The bulk of this still relies on us. Are you prepared? Yeah. We have things only we can do. But it's thanks to everyone else that we're going to win and survive to see a new dawn. This is the way it really should be. Chloe floats down beside me as I finish the final strokes on the repulsion glyph. While I won't question Nicholas in matters of his own expertise, he isn't quite correct in his assessment that we should use just a simple single glyph formation in this instance. Repulsion would, when sufficiently powered, work. But if the aim is even slightly off, we could repel an attack of that magnitude in an errant direction and send it coursing back toward the Earth at some point which may or may not be populated. Hence, a couple of directional impulse glyphs need to be added as well, for course correction purposes. You two both ready? Elena asks, almost. I say, what about you? I know you're not much of a caster. I'm not. But she pauses, her eyes turning downward and her voice softening to a whisper. They need hope, and I can provide it. Even if the bulk of the work is on you two, my presence will maintain discipline and confidence, which is what they need more than anything. Chloe taps Elena with Saintess's blessing. I would use my rebellious surge also, but she's already under the effect of Valkyrian's rally and 250 ether is a steep cost that I can ill afford so soon. Nicholas steps behind me, offering me a phial of fetid-looking yellow liquid. One of our local alchemists devised this. Smells like shit and tastes just as bad, but it's a potent ether restorative compound, and it's the closest we've come up with to being able to concoct our own ether canisters in any sort of reasonable quantity. Trusting that Nicholas has his own best intentions at heart and being more than willing to cope with the proposed bargain, I down the entire dose in a single gulp. The taste is closer to rancid eggs than actual shit, not that I would know what the latter tastes like, but the effects are also undeniable. Not great for morale, but the extra 300 points of ether are going to make me that much more useful in the battle only 100 seconds away. After a quarter-second pause, I down a second one, for everyone's health. Is it all working properly? Just about. I've made a couple of adjustments to the standard glyph. These two smaller glyphs help to redirect the momentum toward a harmless direction, while these other 2 runic formations turn the ether expenditure from a static value into a variable coefficient. In short, We'll be able to scale up the power of the glyph based on how much ether is supplied. Excellent work, Miss Mortensen. Everyone is just about ready to start casting. Several of them do require touch. My wings are a part of my body. That would be easiest. In contrast, Chloe needs to dispel her own golden wings first, as hers are etheric manifestations with no special skills binding them to her. One by one, I'm touched by no fewer than 30 different individuals, 4 of whom I can hear idolizing me like some sort of celebrity. Ladies, I appreciate the confidence, but I'm hardly worthy of any sort of worship. Just a woman who's doing the best she can and oftentimes failing along the way. High above, Forneith's energy is reaching its crescendo. The sphere of black is far larger than the one I fought back earlier and nearly died from. It's hard to tell from so far away, but it looks to be nearly as large as a city block. And quite possibly bigger. Certainly enough to do exactly what Nicholas said it would, and maybe more. It begins. I'm touched by a series of hands, both soft and rough in equal measure. Some owned by individuals who have never seen this kind of battle before in their life, and some owned by as cold and indifferent, who know the true cost of war and its aftermath, having lived through it either before or after the system's arrival, possibly both. Notifications pinged in the corner of my vision one after another. You have been affected by focused mind. Vitality and mind increased by 5%. You have been affected by discipline. All stats increased by 5%. You have been affected by bravery. Strength and vitality have increased by 10%. And they keep coming in. Dozens of different effects stack upon me, sending my combat parameters skyrocketing to heights which I won't be able to touch for another several dozen levels at the least. You have been affected by meditative calm. Ether regeneration rate increases by 15%. That's a skill. That's a spell. There are people out there with the very same ability that I have been trying and failing to acquire for, well, ever since the system arrived, pretty much. So what? 5 months now. And they just have it. It's a small indignity. Inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. But I feel cheated, and even more irate at the system. Calm yourself, Seraphina. This is probably exactly why you don't have the skill in the first place. Even more effects take hold of me. I feel so calm, so focused. And yet I know I can move with an alacrity that would put the laws of physics to shame. Now, as I am, and especially with Chloe by my side as she has been every day, I feel like I truly can turn the impossible into the possible. 30 seconds left. Nicholas says, "Are you 3 ready?" "As ready as I'm going to be," I say. I look down at my glyph. Everything is set up correctly, with enough additional sluices added in for anyone else to channel their own ether as well. "Yeah," Chloe says. Alana gives us a look that reveals her hesitancy. "Your orders, Commander." Nicholas turns around, looking at the crowd gathering all around the 4 of us. I'm expecting some big impassioned speech right out of a high-budget film. Instead, he speaks with even cadence. "The time has come. You have your orders. You know your responsibilities. Now is the time to defend our friends, our families, our freedom, and indeed, our lives. Barrier Cores Team 1, begin channeling. Team 2, on standby. Team 4, guard duty and crowd control." The movements were swift yet lacked the coordination of military discipline. While some of these people were military or ex-military, many more of them were civilians, brought here through either a sense of responsibility or just the passionate drive to save their homeland from a demon who crawled out of hell and decided that he wanted to rule as tyrant and king. The sky has darkened to the point where the stars are glimmering in the noontime sky, eager to bear witness to the finale of the battle. The heat of an August afternoon has given way to a coolness tinged with the taste of death and despair that awaited us. I close my eyes and take one last deep breath, letting my ether circulate through the channels that stream up and down my body. An invisible barrier rises to meet the impending attack. Forneith is ready. I can see it from those glittering black teeth and that air of imperious dominance he exudes, trying to cow us into submission. But we will not relent. In just a few minutes, the fate of over 1 million people will be decided. One way or another, and we will emerge triumphant. 290 for .11. Dawn of Hope. A sphere of darkness nearly 200 meters in diameter hurtles toward us. Slowly at first, then faster and faster as though accelerated by a gravity that shouldn't affect the massless sphere of demonic energy. Several in the crowd are making the fear known through shrieks and shivered movements. I feel the fear too, in the racing of my heart and the subtle notes of trepidation that Chloe is sending me through our bond. I'm sure I'm sending the same back to her despite the stoic bravery I keep on my face for the gathered crowd. I can hide nothing from my love, for good or for ill. 20 seconds until impact. Nicholas' words are even tempered, not showing any of the fear and apprehension I know he feels as much as any of us. We'll survive, she says, her mental voice calm and fuller of confidence than I've ever felt before. I know we will, because I know you won't permit any other outcome, and because I trust you. I'll be relying on you as well, just as I have for such a very long time. Chloe smiles. Let's do this. Love, for everyone. Chloe's golden radiance flares up, a saintess indeed, and class alike. A shining beacon in the darkness that offers comfort and warmth to all those lost and needing. My silver ore joins her, bathing the battlefield with the light of our twin flames. Two lights that flare out defiantly even as darkness threatens to envelop our homeland. Alana is not to be outdone. Her sword glows a blinding blue-white which reflects upon her silvered armor again and again. Other lights join us, blaring out a visual symphony of every color of the rainbow and hundreds more not. Most of these people don't know one another. After today, they may never interact again, but right now, all of us are united in our humanity and the shared purpose we hold in our hearts. To cast the encroaching darkness back into the fires of hell where they belong and see that they never resurface. 10 seconds, Nicholas says. Shimmering auroral lights surround us all, reminiscent of the sanctuary spell Chloe has employed to save our lives on many occasions before. But this is altogether different. It is my repulsion glyph, normally invisible, but now vaguely translucent thanks to the imperfect synchronicity of everyone's unique ether signatures as we together raise our barrier. In some ways, the barrier will be weaker as a result, and in others, it may well grow stronger. Without having tested this sort of thing before, only the goddess can say for sure which effect will predominate. But I do feel confident. The confidence might be learned and unwarranted, but I feel it nonetheless. 3 seconds. 2. Brace for impact. My mind is assailed by a force unlike any I've ever experienced before. And I'm not the only one. Chloe is gnashing her teeth as well, barely able to stand upright as the force of 100 tons falls upon our collective shoulders. Alana looks a bit better on the surface, but I attribute it to pain tolerance and discipline, not a lack of discomfort. The three of us are serving as effectors for magic well beyond even our high-leveled capabilities, and the mental strain is taxing like no other. Nicholas is doing what he can, guiding spells and organizing the marshaled soldiers into 5 groups. One takes hold of the sluices surrounding my glyph formation, channeling ether into our barrier and shouldering a bit of the load until their minds and bodies grow tired. After half a minute, they step back and let the next group take hold, repeating the process. Your Morning Star's Triumph rank 4 has upgraded to Morning Star's Triumph rank V. Your Valkyrian's Defense rank 4 has upgraded to Valkyrian's Defense rank V. The strain on my mental muscles feels just a bit lighter, but it's still unsustainable. I dare not show a bit of my weakness to the millions depending on me. But as things stand, I won't be able to keep this up long enough to repel the attack back. All of you miserable, decrepit human scum. Forniath's voice echoes throughout the city. Your champion has already fallen once. It is only a matter of time before she succumbs again. And with her mote of light extinguished, the rest of you will perish as is the lot of all such weak and pathetic creatures. I remain firm. I see through the lies. Forniath is portraying implacability, but he has nothing left after this either. He wants our will to break, and with it, our magic and lives. I refuse him. Hold together, Nicholas says. Group 2, on. 3 on standby. Switching in 3, 2, 1. The added weight makes my shoulders crumple, but only for the briefest of moments before the next surge of ether through my glyphs reinforces our barrier. Still, in a moment that is concerning, to say the least. A couple of small cracks form for the briefest of moments before patching themselves back together. The barrier bends inward the slightest amount. It's holding, but only just. You're not holding anything back, are you? Chloe asks. I'm at my limit. I almost want to laugh, except for the gravity of the situation we're all in. Maybe laughing defiantly is something that my class would do. Need a hand, ladies? A thick, accented voice calls out, one I was explicitly told not to expect. I grit out through pained breaths. What are you doing here? My duty, he says. In the corner of my Valkyrian's perception, I see him stumbling forward. I'd wondered earlier what kind of injury would take the grizzled Master Sergeant out in a world with healing magic. Just from the way he walks, I can see the telltale signs of ether channel rupture, and a far more serious case than the one I dealt with a couple months ago. He shouldn't be able to walk, let alone fight. The pain must be absolutely excruciating, beyond anything I've experienced to this point. And all that just to stand. Commander, Alexei salutes. Sergeant Ivankov, reporting for duty. You have to stop him. Sir, Chloe shouts through our bond. He can't do anything, I know. He knows too. But, Sergeant, you are under strict bed rest orders. Return to base, Major Richardson. Sir, Alexei stumbles forward toward the endless of gathered civilians currently helping me power my glyphs. Please, sir. I've been in the service for 28 years now. It's all I've ever known. Through painful breaths and stumbled steps, he marches forward. In those long decades, I've served under Butterbars fresh out of West Point and colonels months from getting their promotions to brigadier general. It has been an honor to know you, and to work under your and Colonel Wilson's command. I can't help but shed a tear. Chloe is as well. We're not the only ones weeping for the old veteran. We all understand the significance of his words and what he's preparing to do. The code of the soldier. Sir, when I took my oath of enlistment, I swore that I would defend these United States to the best of my ability, serving with honor both on and off the battlefield. I swore that, if necessary, I would lay down my life in the defense of my country. His voice echoes outward. And today, I've come to make the ultimate sacrifice. Alexei pauses. Sir, I know you have appearances and morale to keep up, for everyone's sake. But I also know as well as you do that this is a battle we can't win as is. So please, I'm old. I've lived a full life, and I don't have any regrets. Either way, I'm going to die today. But if I can give up my life to save a million more, then my life was worth it. Please, Commander, give the command. Alexei stumbles forward, standing before the major even as Nicholas is rattling off orders, calling for the next exchange of civilian volunteers to replace those currently at their mental limits. For a moment, silence. The old veteran shakily raises his hand to his head, offering a tear-filled salute to his commander's executive officer, one which is, after a second's pause, reciprocated. Sergeant Major Ivankov, cleared for duty. Report to the central glyph structure. Miss Mortensen will inform you from there. Double quotes, sir. Yes, sir, you know, Chloe. I'm sorry. I can see his face through my skills. He's resolved himself completely to this. It would be an insult to his honor. And besides, we need him. But Sir, what happened to trying to save everyone? Are we really just going to let him die, Chloe? I can feel your grief and sorrow. I can feel your compassion and your love. It's practically using off your very being with every tear you shed. I take her hand and give it a gentle squeeze. But I stumble briefly from the strain on my entire being. But I can't do this without him. I'm sorry that I'm not strong enough to protect us all. What about last time? That skill. It only works once every 6 hours. I try it again. And I really will die. Fornieth laughs in triumph, pissing me off. Give up. It is futile to resist. Shut up. Alexei's cry bellows out through the sky, matching Fornieth in intensity, but opposing completely in tone and demeanor. Where the demon above us is menacing, mocking our last stand, Alexei stands and shouts triumphantly, even as his body is already starting to shut down from the strain placed upon him. The newly promoted Sergeant Major roars. I've heard just about enough out of you, you godforsaken piece of fuck. I swore an oath to defend my country and my countrymen, and today, it's time to make good. Time for me to drag you back down to hell where we both belong. One hand clasps upon Chloe's upper back, his other, right at the base of my wings, his ether, trapped in his core, tears his arms apart as he forces it through ruptured channels and into his last and final spell. A cascade of crimson flame joins our blue, silver, and gold, and together, for the first time, we're starting to push the sphere of darkness back. Chloe grasps my hand, her tear-streaked face a mix of emotions centering on her grief. I stand firm and resolute, gathering my strength for the moment we've finished pushing back the attack. For her sake, in memory of Alexei, dying right behind us. For the sake of the hundreds gathered here and the millions more whose lives hang in the balance, I will carry out our collective will. The weight of the world is lifted from our shoulders all at once. The sky brightens in real time as our barrier finally reflects the attack back. All our hard work finally paying dividends. My vision is still fuzzy. My body hurts like heck. My mind is racing and it's difficult to maintain my focus. Every part of my body wants to give up, lie down, rest, and just sleep this whole thing off until morning. But I can't do so. I take to the skies once more, lifting over campus as hundreds below drop to knees and pass out beneath. Using the dark sphere as cover, I follow back into the sky, toward where the interloping menace is waiting, watching, undoubtedly terrified and flabbergasted that a bunch of low-grade humans managed to defeat his ill-earned, smug sense of superiority. Philia drawn out one final time. I grip the swordstaff shaft with both arms, closing into the defeated demon, barely clinging to life just like half of us are. It hurts to move, but it would be a regret I could never live down if I allowed Forniath to survive, to regroup, and to come after us once again. I will not let Alexei's sacrifice go to waste. I will not let my people die, not now, not again, not ever again, as long as I have breath in my body. Philia and I charge through the demon's chest before it can even utter a word in surprise. Tearing through its body, I worry for a moment that I'll have to chase after the broken corpse. But instead, the corpse glows with violet black light, then explodes with such force that I'm sent flying back overhead. I'm tumbling for a few moments before, with Alana's help, I'm stabilized and drifting back toward the surface. The battle may be over at last, but that does not mean that the scars of our clash will be so quickly papered over. Thank you, Alexei. Thank you for your sacrifice. May you be remembered, for as long as we all shall live. You have slain Forniath, the Desecrator level 79. You have gained a boosted 999,999 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 67 from 64. Strength come 3, Vitality come 3. Please assign free stat points remaining. I quickly assign my points in a manner I judge reasonable before I drift off to a well-deserved sleep. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to current level ran 13 equals 332, 349, 352. Maximum ether increases by mind current level ran to equals 257,256, 258. Level 67, experience, 6,220,294, to next, 172,296 current stats, health, 12,422 at wealth, 731, ether, 100 to ninths, current stats, strength, 540 base, 118, speed, 545 base, 119, vitality 710 base, 142, mind 950 base, 291 4. 12 A hero's farewell. IB administrative decree. Class is cancelled for the rest of the week. I can't blame the university president's decision. By the grace of the goddesses and the noble sacrifice of my former comrade, no others died in the attack of the self-proclaimed demonic desecrator. Yet, despite the fact that our operation was a success and casualties were kept to a minimum, it hardly feels like a cause for celebration. Chloe has taken Alexei's death especially hard. Try though I do to comfort her through her grief in these harrowing times, I find myself unable to find the words that will assuage the mix of emotions I feel from her. Grief is predominant among them, but I can also sense the emptiness, the sorrow, and the guilt. So much guilt. She'd talked about that guilt before. The secondary traumatization that comes with working in the medical field, seeing mangled bodies, watching as patients go through such gripping pain. Sometimes they don't leave the hospital alive, despite Chloe's best efforts and prodigious reserves of healing prowess. The patient is too old, or she doesn't get to them in time, or, like what happened to Alexei, they suffer from an ailment that can't be treated with magic. Curses and toxins not of natural earth origin, spawned by new creatures dwelling in the wilds and the dungeons both near and far. Alexi's death was not the first and would not be the last. A cruel reminder it was for both of us, that despite the power we each now possess, we are still far from omnipotent. We can do things no human had ever dreamed possible back before, and yet, for all our strength, we cannot save everyone. Enter our bedroom. Chloe stands silently, looking out our bedroom window, motionless from where she's been ever since we got home. Her eyes look up and out at the horizon, watching the sky as it dims from afternoon into evening. The stars which earlier bore witness to our battle now return upon the cosmos. If I didn't know better, I'd say they're a bit dimmer as well, paying homage to the fallen warrior who paid the ultimate sacrifice so all of us might live. It's not fair, Chloe says. It's not fair that we lived once again while Alexi died today. It's not fair, I respond. That's one thing that didn't change about the world when the system arrived. The world never has been, probably never will be. Do you think we could have done better? Sarah, do you think we could have found a way to save him? Her words are flat, empty, and hollow. I don't know. Maybe there were, but what? Sarah, Chloe takes a huge breath. You're supposed to be this angel of salvation, sent here from afar to protect us all. So why? I'm sorry, Chloe. If I had that kind of power, to just wave my hand and bring the dead back, of course I'd use it. I'd have already used it. Alexi didn't deserve to die. None of us did. Why, Sarah? Those tears from before, previously damned, begin to flow once more. I don't know, Chloe. I approach her, wrapping my arm around her waist. Chloe makes no move either to lean into the hug or pull away. We're so useless. I'm so pathetic. I don't think that at all, Chloe. I could never hope to have done half the things we did together if not for you. You're my better half in every way. Better and kinder and more empathetic and caring than I know how to be. And weaker. No, not weaker. Just no, Sarah. I am weaker than you. That's not a value statement. It's just a fact. I chose my classes because I want to heal. Because I want to protect people who can't protect themselves. I want to save lives. And you're doing a great job, Chloe. I don't think anyone in the city would be alive today if not for everything you've done. All the hours you've put in, the sacrifices you've made, the tears you've shed, and the trials you've overcome, and that we've overcome, together. What if Chloe pauses? What if what Earth needs isn't some naive little healer girl to sit behind the vanguard in a hospital and tending to the injured? Her face is red and puffy now. I pull out a handkerchief from my inventory, which she quickly uses before storing in her own. I can heal your injuries on the battlefield, Sarah, but stuff like ether channel rupture and pleurotoxin, I don't have magic strong enough to repair things like that. I can't bring people back from the state you were in earlier. I pull Chloe fully into my embrace, which she again makes no attempt to stop. For a few moments, we stand like that, motionless. I allow my love for Chloe to fill our bond, not supplanting but instead supplementing the grief and guilt we're both dealing with in our own respective ways. She cries and I let her. I cry as well, letting my own emotions filter out of me until neither of us can stay upright any longer. She steps back and sits on the bed. I join her. You didn't see him, Sarah, after you flew off, but I did. The same horrors I'd seen time and time again, way too many times. The blood, the gore, watching his body tear itself apart, watching his bones rupture and organs dissolve from the strain of so much ether crushing his physical body apart. And the smell of burning flesh and organs. It was I hold her. The two of us lie down and for several minutes, I hold her, comforting her, caressing her as her body shivers. I don't say a thing. Nothing I say or do can help her more than simply being here, letting her grieve and process, and giving her the absolute safety of body and mind to do so. Chloe buries her head into my chest, always so nice and warm and comfortable when she does this. Her arms wrap around my back. I pull her into my embrace. I don't have any healing magic of my own, but I can throw a couple of points of ether into a cool breeze to supplement the fan gently spinning up above. She pulls back, leaving the two of us to stare into one another's eyes. Her perfectly smooth skin, her soft, wavy hair, those gorgeous caramel eyes, that gentleness which belies her fierce strength and love. I truly am the luckiest woman in the world to be by her side, even if I'm not sure I deserve it. I don't know what I should do, Sarah. What do you want to do? I can't help but feel that maybe if I were stronger, Alexei wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself to save us all. But if I had better, more potent magic, maybe I could have saved him even from what should have been certain death. If not for him, then for the other people I can't heal right now. I nod, holding her a bit tighter. Remember, Chloe, you don't have to do it all yourself. Chloe laughs. Because you definitely are one to talk about not trying to do everything yourself. Seraphina Mortensen, maybe, if literally anyone else in the entire universe said it, I might actually take your advice seriously. I can't dispute that, Chloe Jacobs, my beloved. But you know what? It got you to laugh. And that made it all worth it. Seraphina, I grin. I get slapped. And I'll do it again. Sera, don't try and weasel your way out of this either. Love, I know I'm only damaging your health and your pride. And I can heal the former, my poor pride. Wounded by this fair and noble maiden. Who's the maiden here? Sera, surely not you. And it couldn't be me either. Not after the other night. The two of us laugh and cuddle and laugh some more. Just enjoying one another's presence. What good does my pride do if it means my girlfriend is saddened for it? Chloe nuzzles up to my shoulder. I don't know if what the universe needs right now is a healer or a fighter. How can I save the most lives? Should I focus on my magic and develop it to its limit, hoping for a breakthrough? Or do I take up the path of the sword, working to fight these monsters before they can harm others? Why not both? I ask. You do get to classes this time around. That's what you were asking about, right? What classes to take now that you made it to level 64? Do you really think that's best? Sera, go in half and half, the jack of all trades approach. I don't see why not. I'm basically in a half-mage class myself, maybe even 1/3 mage. I kiss Chloe on the forehead. I don't think there are wrong choices, Chloe love. You just have to look at the options you're given, and then choose which one sits best with you. Sounds like something out of a cheap self-help book. I just have to listen to myself and trust in my instincts, or something. Chloe laughs. The first bit of levity I'd heard out of her since Fornieth disgraced the world with his arrival. That's what I did. Me. And, well, the other me. It's that way with you too. Another you. Helping you talk through things with yourself. Something like that. Yeah. Amazing that I end up here for it all. Our bedroom. I guess that's where home is for me. Home is where the heart is. Or so the saying goes. So it does. Chloe gazes up at me and strokes my cheek. A hint of mischief making its way upon her face. You missed, by the way. Missed what? Chloe licks her lips. Earlier, you kissed my forehead. My lips are down here. And then she kisses me. A few more times. Then again for good measure. And again, just because we can. Good goddess above, I love this woman more than anything. Are you feeling any better now? I asked. Double quotes physically, yeah. Emotionally. I still don't know. Do you want to talk about it? Or rather, are you okay with talking to me about it? I don't know how much I can help, but I'll always listen. I want to heal people. But I realized when we were fighting Fornieth that I don't want to be weak of body, either. I don't want to be defenseless. You were fighting. But all I could do was watch and try to get off cheap shots with my magic. If I were a bit stronger, a bit more capable, then I could have been there in the fray. I could have shielded you and fought back that first blast right along with you. Rather than you having to protect me. I kiss Chloe's forehead, then her lips. After she pouts at me, you did shield me, Chloe. You've shielded me so many times with those cloister and sanctuary spells that I've lost track. If it wasn't for you, there's no way any of us would be here alive this evening. But, I kiss Chloe again. But you know I'm right, Chloe. You're right most of the time. But I know I'm right about this one. Okay, fine. You have a point. Seraphina Mortensen. I will admit it. I give her one more kiss for good measure. Promise me one thing, Chloe. Name it. Promise me that when you close your eyes here in a few minutes and start your second ascension, that you won't make your selections based solely on your grief. Whatever you choose, make sure it's something that speaks to you at the deepest level. Because it might be months or even years before we end up getting to level 96 and another chance to change it. Chloe nods. I'll do that. But in return, you have to promise me one thing too. Sera, anything, love. Promise me that you'll stay with me, here, until I'm finished ascending. Sure, but I'll have to quickly go to the restroom before I can hold myself to my word. We both laugh again. Well, hurry it up. And make sure you have some food and a bottle of water or to store it in your inventory. I'm feeling really itchy to get started, and I don't want to wait a moment longer than I have to. 290 to 4. 13 A Hero's Farewell to. Sarah, can you help me with this zipper? Chloe asks from the bathroom. It seems to be stuck, and I don't want to tear this dress right after buying it. Do I for a moment think that Chloe strictly needs my help? Absolutely not. Chloe has always been stronger and more capable than she lets on, and probably more so than she knows herself. Never has this been more true than in the past 8 or so hours, ever since she woke up following reaching level 64 and completing her second ascension. In all honesty, I think this is just a ruse to get me to check her out while she's half naked. And I'm not so much of a fool that I'll ever pass up such an opportunity. Be right there, I say as I float out of the bathroom and over to the nearly adjacent bathroom. The door is cracked open, giving me a glimpse of my gorgeous girlfriend as I slip my way inside and plant a kiss on the top of her head. Zipper first, she says. Always such a pain in the ass to deal with putting on dresses. Yes, it looks better to have these zippers and buttons and ribbons in the back. But this isn't the 19th century. We should not be assuming, as a matter of fact, that every woman, even every woman of means, has someone to aid them in clothing herself. Even if Chloe and I actually do, I zip her up, but then take a moment to rub my hands along her sides and then to the newly formed lines of definition between her biceps and triceps. I don't recall much in the way of physical changes for either of my first 2 ascensions. Definitely a noticeable increase in my stats and my abilities, along with new skills. But my body hardly changed. Chloe, on the other hand, seems to have gone through months of intense weight training in a matter of hours. Most of it isn't noticeable when she's dressed, but her arms have gotten toned as all hell. And her eyes and face both look a little sharper as well. I'm definitely biased and not going to pretend I'm not, but overall, her figure has gone from incredible to utterly irresistible. Definitely not able to resist planting a quick kiss on her lips. You know you should get ready also. Love, you'll be sleeping on the couch tonight otherwise. Did I believe she'd follow through on her threat? No. Did I want to embarrass myself at Alexi's funeral this afternoon? Also no. Thankfully, my dress is easier to put on than hers, with the exception of trying to weave my left arm through the sleeve hole without tearing or otherwise damaging the surprisingly delicate fabrics. Again, I could use some sort of repair glue to stitch it back together, but it wouldn't look quite as good, and Chloe would probably tease me about it for the rest of the year. So, slow and steady it is. Hairstyling and makeup is next. I normally prefer to be all natural, but it's a special occasion. And so, much as I felt like my skin is being suffocated from the foundation and concealer, I allow Chloe to do mine without complaint. Now that we're fully ready, we make our way downstairs. After the events of yesterday, Alicia's mom, indeed though without any formal adoption papers, decided to take the day off as well. She steps toward us, tears in her eyes, and pulls both of us into a group hug. I know that what you to do is dangerous, and I wish it could be me out there instead of you. Her grip on us is snug from her perspective, but with Chloe's and my strength being what it is, it feels so soft and gentle. It's not the path I would have chosen for you, even if. Chloe asks, it's nothing. She hesitates for a moment. I'm sorry. Chloe, please don't worry about it. Alicia strokes Chloe's cheek. I just want you both to know how proud I am of you, Chloe. Both of you. The world might be going straight to shit, but despite everything, maybe because of everything, you've both grown into fine young women. Thank you, Mom, we both say. I know I've said this before, and I'll say it again as many times as I can. This is your home, and no matter what might happen in the future, you will always be welcome here. Thanks, Chloe says. I think we need to go before my tears start ruining my makeup. All right. You too. I don't know how late you'll be out, but I'll get some dinner ready for when you get back. I wrap my arms around Chloe and together we make our way outside and from then back to base. The mood is appropriately somber as we touch down just outside the base and make our way through security. It's really just a formality at this point. If Chloe and I wanted to, we could barge our way through and no one would be able to stop us. Not to mention that anyone over level 50 can store more or less whatever they wanted in their inventory, and no one would be any the wiser. Still, we oblige, out of respect. Most of the gathered people are military or ex-military. Some returning to semi-active duty with the advent of the system. Some too old or too infirm or too broken from PTSD to do so. As a result, while the two of us are wearing black, we're the exception rather than the rule. Formal military uniforms for both men and women dominate the fields. Various insignia of rank and honor dotting the jackets of all but the newest of recruits. We make our way into the mess hall, which has been repurposed and rearranged to serve as a reception and waiting area before the main ceremony begins. There, what's left of Alexei's body lies within a closed casket draped over by the American flag, guarded by an honor regiment of 6 soldiers. I didn't see what his mangled body looked like firsthand, but Chloe did, and from what she describes, I'm glad no one else has to see such a horrific scene. Seraphina, Chloe. Another familiar voice chimes out, one I again did not expect to hear from again. Lindsay, Chloe asks, is that you? Sure enough, it is the former Army Ranger, now working as a private mercenary and contractor for hire. Like most of the people here, she's in her military dress, her dark brunette hair tied back into a single top bun resting upon the back of her head. Good to see you both alive and well, she says. Same, I say. No, I'm surprised that Stefan isn't here with you. I refer to her partner, whom she met when the 3 of us were on an excursion to Red Clay City to the southwest. Chloe and I came back home after our business there was done, but she stayed behind with her new partner to help keep their adventuring and mercenary guild running. He would have been, except after the demon attack here yesterday. He didn't feel comfortable with us both being away from the city for any length of time. Understandable, Chloe says. Lindsay's eyes turn down. I'm going to go pay my personal respects before the ceremony starts in earnest. The 3 of us separate, Chloe and I heading outside to the actual burial site while Lindsay approaches Alexei's casket. We don't get more than a step or two outside the mess hall before we are approached by the executive officer himself. I still don't get along too well with him personally despite having worked together amicably on several occasions. But on such a solemn occasion, I can only nod and acknowledge him with more respect to the occasion rather than the man. Seraphina, Nicholas says, if I may make a request of you, it is traditional in military funerals to have a 3-volley salute be given as a soldier's remains are buried. I know you have eschewed your rifle arm in recent days for your new spear. But if I could ask you to please serve as one of the 5 giving the honor this afternoon, I think he would have wanted that. A nod in agreement. Alexei's casket is carried by the honor guard across the base to its final resting place, a burial ground just outside of the base's walls. If times were different, if the political situation were more stable, and he'd probably have been flown either to Arlington or another military cemetery to be interred. As it stands, a local burial on site was judged to be the most honorable way to perform his final honors. I gaze at Chloe, who is sitting with Lindsay in the crowd while I stand at attention with the rest of the honor regiment. I can't help but feel a little undressed, being in a jet black, quarter-sleeve, full-length dress, surrounded by 2 men I've never interacted with before on either side of me. But I stand resolutely. I belong here, I was invited here, and I will serve in the role requested of me with the honor Alexei deserves. Nicholas is the first to speak. Again, it's rare to see him display any outward emotion, but even his eyes are not completely dry as he approaches the podium. Murmuring in the crowd comes to a screeching halt as he does. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to honor and remember Sergeant Major Ivankov and his final act of bravery. Each of us gathered here today has, either through oath or deed, pledged himself or herself to the defense of our nation. A nation now wholly in tatters, and one I never felt a part of even before the system arrived, let alone now that the Legion had taken over D.C. and was now using it as its own base of operations. Would the concept of nationalities and states even hold merit in another half a year? I find myself unconvinced by the idea. Each of us knows that when we put on this uniform and swear our oaths, that we may be called upon to make the ultimate sacrifice while in the line of duty. Yesterday afternoon, Sergeant Major Ivankov went above and beyond, doing so even while already injured and declared unfit for combat. In ordinary times, Such actions would be derided as reckless, a dereliction of duty, and disobedience against the orders of a superior officer, actions warranting court-martial, not commendation. But no longer do we have the luxury of living in ordinary times, not anymore. Not while literal demons of fire and brimstone ransack our cities, wielding power that dwarfs even the might of the nuclear weapons of old. Sergeant Major Ivankov recognized this fact. He recognized that no longer can we abide by the traditions and philosophies of the old order. Modularity, interdependence, regimented discipline and uniformity, compartmentalization and confidentiality, enforced by a rigid chain of command in the service of objectives both small and grand. These traits, and all your efforts, made our army the greatest combat force the world had ever known. But times have changed, and we must adapt. Alexei knew that there were things that he could do that only he could do, that no one else was capable of. And when the time came for him to do that duty that no one else could, he did so without regrets. None of us would be here today if not for his final sacrifice. And for that, we owe him our thanks and our lives. Let us take a moment of silence to remember him and honor his memory. The ceremony goes silent. Even the chatterings of nature seem to cease for a brief moment of pause and remembrance. Nicholas stands aside, though not before slipping me a sealed envelope which I discreetly store away. No surviving kin of his are in attendance, from what I know of the man. He likely doesn't have any surviving relatives on Earth. After another pause for their sake as well, a chaplain in traditional white religious garb steps up, speaking on matters spiritual and religious to which I pay little attention, but stand respectfully for nonetheless. Finally, we all salute as the funeral casket is lowered into its final resting place. Chloe, I, and the handful of other civilians do so with our hands over our hearts, while the military staff gathered, both active and retired, do so in the traditional military fashion. A bugler plays a solemn dirge to commemorate the fallen, and all stand solemnly. Not even my eyes dry as I pay my final respects to a man who did briefly mentor me, though for not nearly long enough. As the 4 riflers on both sides of me ready their guns, I start channeling ether into my left arm once more. It feels odd, nostalgic in a way, having not used my barrel arm in this manner in several weeks. The glyphs buried within seem almost happy to be activated again. The sluice is eagerly channeling my energy and preparing a stream of 3 bullets to launch. The first shot echoes out, then the second. For the third and final shot, I manifest a few other glyphs into the formation, modifying the baseline ability to something a bit more colorful. Lightning and reflection combined together, applying their effects according to my will as I raise my arm into the sky above. One last shot barrels forth from my arm, just the same as the first 2 until it reaches its apex 500 feet above. Then the new formation activates on command, streaking lightning of a rainbow of colors across the sky in something reminiscent of a firework display. I could think of no better way to honor a man who gave everything. A man whose sacrifice might well have saved not just a city of 1 million, but a universe with so many more lives than I could possibly count even in 1 million lifetimes. 293 14 Journey to Arbari Interstellar Space, aboard the spacecraft Boundless, year 16,369 A. 14 weeks after Seraphina's awakening. Ugh, it's so boring. It's been a whole fortnight on board the Boundless, and literally nothing has happened. I thought I'd see some big stars up close, or even a couple of asteroids, or, I dunno. Aren't there supposed to be creatures lurking in the interstellar void? But no, it's black and empty. Except that no, it's not even black with the faint illumination of stars too idly out of the windows, because it's all just a blue streaking void. Something about needing to peel back the layers of reality and crumple the dimensions or something or other. I told you before, Seraphina, Madison says, keen to my frustration before I even say a word, and edgewise. Space is vast, very vast, so much so that it is almost impossible to conceptualize without formal training. If the entire planet you were created on were reduced down to the size of a grain of sand, we'd still have to travel for thousands of miles before we arrive at our destination. It's hard to believe, though. I try to calm myself, but my bodily control skill fails to completely calm my taut nerves, waiting for me to leap into action or, I dunno, do something. You knew this was going to be a long trip. Did I or did I not tell you that we were going to be away for a while? You did. But I thought a long trip was like a day, maybe two. It'd suck and I'd be bored for a little while. But then we'd be there before we knew it, and I'd get to see the joy and wonder of an actual named world. So many people to see and things to do and food to eat. So much food. I wonder what kind of food they have on different planets. Madison just gives me a brief look. You know, Seraphina. We won't be going just for food and sightseeing. Yeah, you said that. Something about stuffy dignitaries and the fate of the universe and disappearing parts of galaxies. I remember. How could I not? It would be helpful if you would please remember to treat the summit with the dignity and gravitas that it deserves. I may not care too much about decorum, but a number of people we need to persuade do. Another indignant look. And the last thing we need right now is a bunch of infighting at the time when we need to be most united. I brace myself for a long-winded diatribe. Yet more lectures about the importance of protocol and doing things by the book that she inconveniently refuses to give me to read for myself. As soon as I sit back down and start to get comfortable, an alarm blares out, strobing red lights, ear-shrieking cacophony of dissonant tones. Even the temperature on the boundless drops precipitously as if to say that we're dealing with real shit, capital letters very much included. Madison stands with full poise in an instant. The next. She's suited up in her full combat fatigues. Her weapon, Divine Blade Luminaria, is glowing even more intensely than it normally does. The millimeters by which it protrudes out of its hilt enough to outshine the strobing red and even damage my eyes if it were so inclined. I knew from anomalous decryption that the weapon was sentient and powerful beyond measure. It appears likely that I'll get a demonstration, and even one that doesn't involve my face playing the role of punching back. A flickering holographic screen appears in front of the chamber. Madison pauses for the briefest of moments. Message from bridge, accept. The static resolves itself into the bridge, as Madison called it, half command center, half cockpit, where all the instruments and other doohickeys that operate the starship are located. A decorated man in a navy blue suit stands facing the monitor while four others are sitting at computer terminals behind him. Even before he speaks, I can make out faint flickers and hazy letters in the monitors on screen, and the tension in the air screams to something unpleasant. Lady Mystery and Lady Seraphina. Ma'ams, Captain Stroma, report. At once. Sensors detect the presence of a void beast in local subspace, and a powerful one, at that. Computer calculations of the creature's ether signature place its effective level at over 220. High 6th ascension seems most likely, though we cannot rule out the possibility of it being low 7th. Madison's lips creep upward by the slightest amount. Is returning from subspace to conventional space a possibility? It is, ma'am. Although it doesn't seem to be moving from its current position. Interesting. Though not outside of expected parameters based on currently accepted theories regarding void beasts. What would be the delay to go around the creature's location? Say, avoiding a 600 AU radius centered on its current location. We'd be looking at 2 to 3 days just to stop and give the computer time to run the new calculations. Possibly another day and a half of additional travel time based on the local density of star systems. Then it's a good thing I'm on board. Madison's grin smiles. She turns back to me, a worthy adversary for once. Then back to the monitor. Current timeline to interception 2 hours, ma'am. Maintain our present course, but drop speed from warp 7 to warp 4 to avoid any dimensional disturbances as we approach. Alert me when we are within 20 astronomical units based on RMS distance for XSQ-1827, or if the computer detects any signs of movement or hostility from the creature. At once, Lady Mystery. Captain Stroma salutes, then deactivates the signal. Void beast. I ask. Madison sighs and takes her seat. She pats the seat on the large sofa next to her. An invitation to sit, and a nonverbal announcement that this conversation is going to be difficult. To put it mildly, having already opened the can of worms, I accept the request and take my seat. I believe I mentioned before that space is large, incredibly, unfathomably large. And, unfortunately, there are rules baked into the universe about how quickly we can traverse through it. The speed of light, the universal speed limit, sometimes also called the speed of causality, no matter how much either one channels. The universe itself seems keen on maintaining this aspect of itself. even when ordinary physics would otherwise break down. But then, how can we communicate with planets so far away in real time? Or teleportation? Both skills and the teleporters we've used before. Teleportation across a sufficiently large distance would not be possible unless very perceptive, Seraphina. Ordinarily, we could not, however. We have also discovered that space has layers. There is the surface layer, the ordinary layer where physical creatures exist and where we have our homes and live our lives. However, if you peel back that layer, we find a number of additional dimensions and layers that have very different properties. That is the basic principle that allows apparently faster than light communication and transportation. So we cheat, I say. Instead of violating the speed limit, we go to a different layer, where different rules apply, yes and no. Imagine the primary layer of the universe as a flat surface, held taut by invisible forces, and then stretched by gravitational wells. Can't well adjust that layer without causing a rip. And, well, suffice it to say that would be a very bad thing. The subspace layer underneath, that's practically made to handle teleportation effects. Enough ether and the right skills or spells, and you can pretty much turn it into putty. Fold it up, pinch a couple of places together, and you're effectively teleporting without getting the universe all up in arms over it. And let me guess, these void beasts, as you call them, live here in subspace. Exactly. Although no one quite knows what they are or why they appear. I wonder if this one appeared specifically to test us. Or test you, Madison. I take a breath, if I didn't know better. From the way you were grinning just a few minutes ago, you were delighted to hear about it. Who wouldn't be? It's a chance to gather more information on these creatures, and heck, do you even know when the last time I fought something that was strong enough to give me experience was? And right when I'm on the cusp of my final ascension. Madison stood back up and looked out the window in the captain's lounge. It's as if fortune itself had seen fit to favor me today, Seraphina. Especially if we have enough time for me to complete said ascension before the summit starts. So what do I need to do? Am I supposed to fight as well? Perhaps some other time. Much as I would like otherwise, though. This is a creature beyond your capabilities, however. I would like you to watch. Perhaps you will glean some insight that will help you develop your own skills further. I'll do that. I had expected Madison to emerge from her private quarters in a full spacesuit insulated from the vacuum of space and decked in some sort of breathing apparatus. Never would I have imagined she would choose to wear a stretchy and skin-tight white jumpsuit along with a gold-plated visor that looks vaguely reddish. No breathing implements, I ask. Of course not. One of the perks of reaching level 200. No need for food, water, even air. Not that I'd want to go long-term without any of them. It's quite uncomfortable, but it's completely doable, especially for such a short jaunt into outer space. Not like it should take more than a few minutes to kill this thing. How? This question comes more hurried than the last. Each level, each ascension, each skill and rank, they all make us more powerful, more capable, more magical, and a little further away from our baseline nature as a human, or a cyborg. In your case, taken to its extreme, in the limit, we become completely magical, sustained wholly by the ambient ether pervading the universe. Wow, I say in a tone of reverence. But even creatures wholly of magic can't last forever, and the universe's dance is winding to a close. Because of the void beasts. What do you mean, Seraphina? Creatures that natively lurk in the space between stars, able to travel between systems in a matter of hours. The disappearance of planets and entire swaths of neighboring galaxies. The universe's dance winding to a close. As you so poetically stated, a horde of trillions of void beasts chewing through galaxies like a soup of stars. Entire races wiped out in the process. It's an interesting hypothesis, Seraphina, and one that some learned individuals have raised. However, there isn't enough evidence to conclusively spin those yarns into a coherent theory. Then, what do you think, Madison? Independent of proof or evidence, or the lack thereof, what do you think is going on? Madison pauses and looks out the window, watching as the shimmering blue-white haze of subspace passes us by, in super slow motion compared with how it had been before the call from a short while ago. I think the system itself is responsible for both phenomena, the void beasts lurking through subspace, and also the disappearance of galaxies, closing in on our own. Hence the reason we designed and commissioned your creation. As for the void beasts encroaching and appearing right here and now, the same reason behind everything the system does. It wants to test us. Me, specifically, right here and now, to see if I'm worthy of taking the penultimate step on my journey. Because it wants us to grow stronger, more magical, as you said. Strengthen our willpower through repeated trials, and in doing so, deepen our connection to ether. I believe that to be the case. Many system philosophers believe the same. It is the explanation which explains the most while requiring the fewest additional contrivances. So, how much longer do we have before showtime? Long enough to get a quick warm-up and first. Now then, Seraphina, shall we begin? 290 for 4:15 Castle of Mysteries, Planet Earth, Year 1 August 2023. 5 months after system integration. You certainly took your time waking up this morning, Sarah, Chloe says as I slowly wake from my slumber. And after I thought you were so primed on the mission Nicholas entreated us with yesterday. Dreams, I say as I sit up. Past life dreams. You never tell me much about what those dreams are all about, Chloe sighs. I wish you would, sometimes. The fingers on her newly toned arms stroke my mechanical left arm. And though it's made of metal, I still feel the gentle caress as completely and organically unintended as if it were my own flesh and blood. One of the aspects of Valkyrian's body, my augments are me. In every way that matters. They heal with me. Share in my combat parameters. Not some accessories like they were back in the day with my wings of Icarus and my mechanical arm cannon. Raiding the Temple of Greed with Chloe, Lindsay, and Crystal. I sigh from the reminiscing. Chloe already knows about me and my extra-dimensional origins in some parallel universe. Even if I haven't told her all the details, I trust her, completely and reflexively. I hesitate, but only to give my mind a chance to process the details I still remember and figure out how to spill the beans in a coherent manner. And then I tell her everything. As much as I remember, void beasts, warp drives, subspace, traveling to an interstellar summit. It's a lot to take in, which is why it took me a bit to wake up and a bit more to process it all and figure out how to tell you. And I apologize for keeping things from you, Chloe. I lower my head in supplication. I'm sorry. Chloe kisses my forehead. You know, fair. It's not like I'm in a great mood the second I get out of bed, either. I just figured you'd want to be up and at 'em first thing in the morning. Actually, Chloe, I'm a bit surprised that you're so eager. Normally I'm the one all gung-ho about going out and exploring dungeons and gaining levels and experience, while you're more the sort to rest and go at a measured pace. I was. Yes, 2 days ago. A brave man died fighting in a battle he shouldn't have had to fight in. Yesterday, we attended his funeral, and what Nicholas said after stuck with me. The letter from Dad. The same thing. We have to survive. How could I forget such a complete dictum like that? There are 2 ways of going about that. The first and obvious is to hide, find some bunker somewhere, get a bunch of food, and just disappear. Except our enemy isn't some asshole with a gun. We're playing on a 10-dimensional chessboard against the current reigning god of the world. All we can do is dance to its strings until we're able to start playing rather than just playing the role of pawn. Get stronger, Chloe says. Get so much stronger that we can tell any demons or dragons or giant lizards exactly where to shove their antics, and exactly how to deal with them if they're stupid enough to refuse. There's an air of ire and determination around Chloe, but her words belie her true motivation: grief. Grief for Alexei, and grief for all the others she's been unable to save. Death comes for us all, even for Madison, as far beyond mortal limits and imaginations as she was. But it still hit Chloe hard. Harder than most. Such was her compassion for the world. Perhaps also a bit of annoyance and self-loathing at her own perceived ineffectiveness. But mostly it's grief that's still swirling around her. A demon, and the castle from back then. I still remember that castle, majestic, triumphant, standing completely out of place among so many groves of untamed wilderness. The direction checks out. The motivation is sensible, though there could be more system shenanigans at play. How does the system work with monsters, demons, and void beasts, anyway? They exist because of the system and are given life and some sort of intelligence through it. But I don't know if they truly have sapience or are just constructs puppeted about to test us. If only my old self had thought to ask Madison. Or a way to interrogate them, then again. They could just lie and I'd be none the wiser. An idle curiosity for later. I nod to Chloe. We don't say another word as we suit up, gather our belongings, take inventory of our respective inventory, and prepare to go on a little sleuthing run. I slip on my artificer's glasses, storing my brooch of ambition back away in my inventory. The sting of one fewer experience bonus was going to hurt, but having an honest to the goddesses, Alice's ability in the here and now, right before reconnaissance mission, I'd take what I could get, because I sure as hell wasn't getting anomalous decryption back anytime soon. Besides, the demonic cow is already long out of the barn. I dare not expect or hope not to find nothing crawling down that overgrown castle. But with the master gone, I expect the perils to be more traps than sheer brutality. And the potential wares stored in those vaults. I'm salivating at the idea. And Chloe doesn't look any less interested. Breakfast proves quick. And with that and a quick moment to enjoy indoor plumbing, mankind's greatest invention. Next to sea, we're flying off to go explore some ruins. I'm really not sure what I should have expected when I floated down from my perch among the clouds and down onto the surface below. A castle should be opulent and ostentatious, full of glittering gold and extravagant wealth, with luxurious interior design and exterior decor that together all screamed I have more money in my offshore bank account than you'll make in your entire life. I dunno, really. But not this. It did make sense in retrospect. This was a castle housing a dark lord. The desecration, the bloodstains, the broken windows and general state of disrepair. There were even a few wraiths, semi-corporeal, vaguely humanoid, black, spectral. Floating abominations could be called nothing else, patrolling the grounds. I would say that they don't prove to be much of a challenge. Except I never have a chance to test my strength against them. One of Chloe's new spells, Radiant Purge, completely excises the surroundings of all signs of unlife before I so much as draw my sword staff. I'd forgotten how visceral Chloe's hatred of the undead was. I just got the clearest possible reminder that that aspect of her had not changed along with her classes. Grim purpose fills her every step. Disgust for this place. A burning hatred for this place and its fell once ruler. An all-encompassing need to right the very wrongness within this place. And if she could gain a few more levels in the process, I know she would consider it nothing but the get-one-free perk to the main ticket of doing her saintly duty to the world. A whole palace full of hellspawn lies before us. And Chloe Jacobs has taken on the mantle of exorcist. I would say there is no compassion in her movements, cold and clinical. The work of a master surgeon who has turned coat and dedicated her formidable knowledge of the healing arts to harm. Nothing is further from the truth. Every action is full of that same grief and compassion she's been feeling nonstop since Alexi's passing. I can sense it. Compassion for the tortured souls who died to that monstrosity Forneith. Grief for their passing. Rage at their being twisted and corrupted by dark magic and made to serve evil. And she would be their liberator, shepherding them into the blessed sleep of oblivion. Her quiet fury burns through every nook and cranny. It's checked by purpose, but always on edge, ready to flare out at any target that catches her ire. My presence calms her to an extent, but I dare not mistake that for placation, and remain silent as I observe, tread cautiously. That's what I sense from her emotions. She's on a hair trigger, and the last thing I need is to trip that. As far as loot or hidden passageways or anything that might be a clue to the first two, I'm coming up empty, worse than empty, I'm forced to correct. For I see a standard system treasure chest down a nearby hall, and it's empty. What do you think? I asked Chloe. This whole place seems off. This castle was home to such a powerful demon, but the monsters here, I keep purging them, and most of them don't even give me a single point of experience. Yet another thing that's odd. I point her to the empty treasure chest. It reeks of some sort of plot. One I can't help but wonder is of human origin instead of demon. If Chloe was displeased before, the very idea of a human or group of humans being behind that demon attack has sent her straight to pissed. I dare not recoil by even the slightest amount, lest that rage be turned upon me. We approach. I'm not exactly sure what sort of clue I'm looking for. I'm no expert in forensic science, and trying to collect fingerprints or DNA samples probably won't do any good. No traps. No signs of being forced open. No ether signatures that I can perceive. My glasses find nothing out of the ordinary. For all I know, the chest was a decoy from the beginning. But I'm not taking anything for granted. Not here, not now. The interior halls are chilled. I didn't notice at first. Their temperature a welcome contrast to the August mid-morning sun. Now, as we progress deeper into the heart of the castle, I can feel it trying to gnaw into my bones. And I don't think it's entirely of natural origin. Chloe remains steadfast, glowing a thin radiance of blue-white light that covers her robes and her skin. Her eyes, previously caramel, reflect with a shining golden light I'd not noticed until now. Probably a residual effect of whatever spell she's channeling. "In there," she says, pointing to a double door at the end of the next hall. "Something dark." Her hands twitch. An uncharacteristic grin of malice creeps upon her lips. "Something that needs to be rent from existence. A blight on our world that I will purge." I take the lead. "Something is bothering me about this place." Chloe senses it too, but she's too blinded by rage and grief to properly analyze it. Another stronger chill creeps down my spine, followed by a system notification. "You have been targeted with possession." Defiant Spirit activates, negating possession and expelling the possessing creature. A shriek echoes through the hall as a specter of some sort materializes out of my body. So that's what the sudden cold was a moment ago. It goes for Chloe, who blasts it out of existence with a scouring light. She grins. Level 54. I managed to get a few hundred experience for that one. Now it makes sense. I say, why these enemies are so weak. They don't need to be strong physically, or have high levels, if they are capable of puppeting our bodies and turning any raiding party against each other. A quick shrug. And fortunately for them, we're about the worst case scenario for such a strategy. The strongest healer for hundreds of miles, and a woman completely immune to such effects. Chloe doesn't acknowledge my idle musing. "We're here," she says curtly. "I have a request, love." Her eyebrows perk up. "Which is?" "I want to face this creature myself." I pause. I know it's selfish, but you're not the only one who needs to get stronger to face what lies ahead for both of us. Chloe pauses. "Fine, Sarah, but the moment you look like you're wasting our time or getting in over your head, I'm going to rip the blight out by the root." 295 4. 16 Castle of Mysteries. Like Chloe, I am selfish at my core. I don't have her compassion, her deep love for humanity and society. More than once, I've wished I could burn it all down and start anew. And when places like this exist, it fuels a certain anger in me, reminding me of the pain and wanting of my own past. In many ways, this castle and these possessing specters are a manifestation of the darkness within us all. Painful memories and chains of grief and guilt that paralyze us. The demons of greed and addiction and fear and loss which turn us away from our better natures. The grief and guilt are obvious. The others only slightly less so. Greed for more power. The addicting thrill of gaining new skills and new skill ranks and levels and watching those stats slowly ticking up. Point by brutally earned point in the crucible of battle. Both existed in the old world too. Only the thrill was money and houses and status symbols and so forth. Right now, that greed is taking the form of a desire to learn something from incorporeal entities. What kind of magic allows them to possess others? What allows them to phase through reality as they've demonstrated? And could that power be put to my own ends? Those questions have lingered in the aftermath of my dream, but no longer. For right after that dream with Madison and the discussion of void beasts and layers of reality, Providence has seen fit to deliver me a test subject on a silver platter. Providence, the system, the goddess Vis. I don't know which, honestly. I'm not sure it matters. All that matters is not losing the opportunity handed to me, and hopefully not irritate Chloe too much in the process. I do care about her, in a way I must admit is also born of selfishness rather than compassion. If I do upset her, well, I'll just have to find a way to make it up to her later. For now, I have several empty skill slots burning holes in my pocket. Time to fill them. I step into the room, Chloe following and amused, as we stumble upon what looks like either an elaborate throne room or maybe some sort of desecrated cathedral hall. Considering the fire and brimstone stained glass windows and the altar lined with symbols and holy and profane, I'm strongly leaning toward the latter. What proves even more intriguing is the spectral mass floating above the chamber. It's bigger than a small house, filling out much of the upper half of the chamber. Bits and pieces break off into specters of their own. The wise ones phase through the walls in an attempt to escape. The less wise ones go after me, giving me a chance to study their magic in detail for a couple of brief moments before I disintegrate them with my trusty sword staff. The undead, as a rule, are vulnerable to light and healing magic, and with my ability to infuse my strikes with the former at will, they don't last for more than a strike or two. The most foolish of all see Chloe as an opportunity, rather than a dangerous crackle of potent light and healing energy barely reining herself in for the sake of my idle curiosity and experimentation. The ones that go after her don't merely disperse, they shriek in pain. I'm content for a quick kill as I observe them with a scientist's attachment. But Chloe's compassion is fading away into a sea of murderous, sadistic intent toward the wraith-spawning creature above. My artificer's glasses do not avail me. I'd hoped that perhaps I could take advantage of a loophole in the description. They don't work on living beings, and the undead can't be considered alive. And fortunately, though, the glasses simply spit out error messages telling me, in slightly different words, that I'll have no luck breaching these creatures' secrets in this manner. But, with Chloe's magic still sending my mind into the stratosphere, not to mention reconfiguration working its subtle threads on me, I'm starting to see the ripples in the fabric of space just before the creatures slip into the material. Or out of, as the case may be. It's like the shimmering haze of a mirage. Except there's something real behind the illusion. Ripples to both my left and my right at the same time. These creatures are learning, or maybe it's the orb above that has enough sapience to think and adjust its strategy. I only have one sword staff, one chance to strike at a time. Maybe the earlier failed possession was just a fluke. Something attributable to luck. Try again. Maybe they'll succeed. Of course not. And I don't give them a chance to do that much. My right hand glows with light energy, my elemental ether strike bubbling forth to exorcise the creature foolish enough to strike me where my weapon isn't. The attacks break off for a moment, giving me another chance to observe with the same impassivity as before. It's a new challenge for me. Normally, I either find or learn new glyphs, and then I have to figure out what they do, how they function, and how they connect with other GLYPHS. In the process, I expand my spellcasting repertoire and my flexibility both on and off the battlefield. Now, I'm trying to do the opposite, reverse engineering some sort of glyph that will allow me to pierce the dimensional boundary. In theory, it's impossible, but an offhand comment from Madison gives me a clue. Gravity literally bends space. I know this from my science courses on Earth. Too much bending and you tear a hole in space. I don't think that's exactly what a black hole is, but I can't imagine the mechanism is too far off. I start with that, still watching the ripples as they emanate outward, waves which reverberate and dissipate faster than I can see, probably right up to the speed of light itself. I try to recreate them, and I can't help but chuckle as I do. Gravity was so hard to manipulate just a couple months ago, when I first learned the shape. So many twists and turns. The depth and complexity that underlay one of the fundamental forces of the universe. I still don't fully understand the implications myself, but what I can do is manipulate the fabric of space, just a bit. Another wraith dives for me. This time I don't spare it. I let space distort around my exposed right arm and yank it right off its present course, allowing it to pass harmlessly by my own body and smack into the face of Chloe's barrier, where it decomposes into a puff of black smoke. Making any progress, dear? A little. Yes. And I appreciate your patience as I work through this. The response is nonverbal. Resigned acceptance alongside a hint of irritation. I appreciate it. Chloe. Really. I can imitate the ripples just fine. But how do I go from rippling space to peeling the boundary back and diving back in? Valkyrian's perception has been showing me the what, but the how still eludes me. How do I slip in between the layers, or stated another way? What combination of glyphs allows me to match the shifts in ether that follow the spatial distortion? Inverted light doesn't work. I don't have a glyph for the concept of space. Maybe I can create one, except, how would I do that? And then an idea hits me with all the force of a lead anvil. Multi-dimensional glyph casting allows me to build glyph arrays that extend in 3 dimensions, with a bit of jiggling the coordinate geometry around. There's no aspect of the skill that outright prohibits me from creating an arrangement that extends into a 4th dimension as well. everything starts clicking into place. My mental process is aided by some unseen force, nudging me with the correct configurations. So strange. Having what feels like a second sentience in my head, moving glyphs into different positions, runes slot in between them, including some that I've never before seen. As strokes stumble into place like a metaphysical lot coming undone, I pull out my sketchbook for the first time in some time, trying to make sense of how everything is structured together. The new runes, as well as the new glyph that is manifesting in my mind, need to be analyzed and thoroughly dissected, their functionality categorized and documented for those who will follow in my footsteps. Graphite dances on paper as Chloe takes the lead in the fight, piercing through the horde of spectral would-be terrors with ruthless efficiency. Meanwhile, I try to make sense of what I'm drawing. Barely coherent glimpses of what the fourth dimension might hold for me, and for the world as a whole. Madison said that this was the key to traveling at speeds which map to travel faster than light in ordinary space. But more than that, I'm attacked by a pair of what feels like psychic assaults. My body remains healthy, but my ether declines by a modest amount. Not the first time I've dealt with such attacks, though I should hurry up now that I know these creatures are capable of actually harming the two of us. Chloe, can you do the honors? Chloe's amused expression metastasizes into a rictus grin as holy energy emerges from her core. Shrieking specters, sentient enough to sense and respond to danger, charge at her like moths to an open flame, only to meet exactly the outcome expected of such an endeavor. One cast of radiant burst, and all of the floating abominations evaporate. Even the spawning core, far larger and more resilient, suffers a significant wound, shrinking in size by about 40%. Another interesting phenomenon, which I store for later. Chloe's light-based attacks don't care if the wraiths are corporeal or not. It burns them all the same, an aspect of slipping into subspace, or a weakness of the undead. Things to test in a safer environment. For now, the spell has finished rearranging itself. The shape is exquisite, a masterpiece I'll spend months trying to decipher, use fully reverse engineering, probably learning new first principles multiple times along the way. As for trying to extend this spell further, just getting an appreciable part of the way there would mean a Ph.D. and etheric studies. I'd sign the paperwork myself to make it official, before I can fully grasp all aspects of its design in my mind's eye and commit them to paper. The glyph matrix evaporates. I curse and nearly spit in frustration, right up until I feel its presence weaving its way into my subconscious, just waiting to be used. You have gained the general skill Dimensional Slip rank I. Dimensional Slip. You have gleaned the first insights into the underlying structure of the world. This skill allows its wielder to slip into the subspace layer of reality, becoming temporarily intangible and immune to all physical assaults on the principal layer while activated. While on the subspace layer, non-light magical damage taken is halved, but light damage taken is increased by 50%. Cost to maintain intangibility scales quadratically with time spent in subspace. Having gotten what I wanted out of the deal, I stop screwing around and stop wasting Chloe's time and the last shreds of her patience. I give her the signal, and together, the two of us throw down beams of light energy like we're partying at a rave. More infernal wailing, more spectral assaults, more wisps of darkness dissolving as undeath burns to death. With the two of us no longer screwing around for my sake, the spawning core doesn't last for more than a few seconds. It tries another two of those psychic attacks, but with both of us being second ascension fighters and with plenty of ether capacity to spare, it doesn't do much to affect either of us. One final deflated cry of resignation to oblivion and it, like the wraiths it spawned, dissolves into the wind. A small service to the world. Maybe I'm not quite so selfish after all. You have slain 313 Guardian Wraiths levels from 51 to 55. You have gained a boosted 750 experience. You have slain a Wraith Spawn Core level 57. You have gained a boosted 4000 experience. Level 67 experience. 6,225,044 to next. 167,546 current stats. Health 11,970 for 12,731 ether. 6,147 9 current stats. Strength 269 base 118 speed 271 base, 119, vitality 320 for base, 142, mind 433 base, 296 for 17 Castle of Mysteries 3. Did you get what you wanted out of that? Chloe asks, her indignance still plainly written on her face. She sighs, I'm sorry. Sarah, it's fine, Chloe. And there's no need for you to apologize. I appreciate that you swallowed your distaste for these creatures and gave me the time I needed to gain a new skill. Oh, her eyes widened by the tiniest amount. Are you going to tell me? No, I grin. I'm going to show you. And then I vanished. Subspaces. Weird. I'd expected the blue shimmering and streaking lines passing us by like I'd seen in my dream. This is like passing through a shroud of fog. I can't see so far as my hands in front of my eyes and shit. Can't even move at all. I guess the slip in dimensional slip meant exactly that, temporary, able to phase through a single attack. Maybe outlast a quick explosion, but not much longer. My ether is dropping quickly, and at an accelerating rate. My senses start to disorient. My mind races. Prickly sensations build on my skin. Even my health starts dropping by the time I finally release the spell and return to normal reality no more than 5 seconds later. Chloe wraps me in a big hug. Tears well down her cheeks as she clutches me so tightly that I fear my waist and legs are going to get choked off from the pressure alone. She heals me, then smacks me so hard I nearly tumble to the floor, then heals me again while beating her arms at my chest with no real force behind them. You are such a stupid idiot, Sarah. Do you know how much I worried about you? I returned Chloe's hug. Was I gone that long? It felt like just a few seconds for me. You were gone, Sarah. Like, gone. Gone. There one moment. Completely gone. Our bond completely vanished. I couldn't hear you. I couldn't sense you. I couldn't. That place in my mind that tells me how you are. It just went silent. I know you said it was just a skill, but for those few moments, I really thought I'd lost you. Strange, I hadn't really gone anywhere. It didn't make sense why the bond would suddenly shut off. Unless, I'm sorry, Chloe. In retrospect, it's obvious that could have happened. I take a deep breath. You're going to want one to for this next part. She remains amused, arms crossed. I'm waiting, love. The new skill I got is called Dimensional Slip. It lets me slip out of this plane of existence and into another one beneath. I figured I was basically in the same place, so it wouldn't trip anything you didn't notice. I'm sorry, Chloe. I lower my head in shame. I was so busy acclimating to being in subspace that I didn't notice. Her expression changes from an amused to irate, then back to resigned. Fine. It's a new skill and I'm glad you waited until after the battle before you started testing it. Although I still want to know why I couldn't sense you. So our bond only works out to a radius of 1,000 miles. Any more and it breaks down, I'd thought, since I didn't do more than slip out of the principal layer, as the system calls it, that I was all well and good. Except, as I didn't realize until you told me, the system calculates that distance in the normal, freeze-dimensional metric. In other words, the distance from me to you was undefinable. So it was like if you were in the tower and I wasn't. Exactly. On the one hand, I'm in the tower, which is definitely within 1,000 miles. But on the other hand, we're not actually physically in the tower, but instead in some pocket dimension created on another level of reality. That's a bit tough for me to think about. Sarah, layers of reality. And just tell me why your arm was bleeding when you reappeared. Please. I hadn't noticed my arm, specifically, but my health started dropping after a couple of seconds. I think subspace is inhospitable to people as a general rule of thumb. You're not going to stop using it, are you? I can't exactly fight one-handed. Wow, bad metaphor. Chloe giggles. Okay, fair, but we should really do some more tests when we're somewhere safer. As in, not here, unless it's an emergency. I smile. Something about this place still smells fishy, and I don't think it's just the continued presence of undead, just a hunch. Or something more concrete. A hunch for now. But we're all the way out here. We should try to find the throne room. Throne room. And then the treasury. I feel a place like this has to have a treasury of some sort. Maybe an armory as well. I need a new weapon. Chloe has remained a little evasive of exactly what her new class is. I know it's martial focused, Something her newly toned muscle and outlook speak to plenty loudly. However, she's yet to reveal any of her new skills, nor fight in any way other than with the power of her Heavenly Saintess class, now upgraded to Radiant Angel. That I turned away from an angel class right before Chloe took one up is not lost on me, though I do not lament my choice. She has always been in tune with the ideals and inspiration that an angelic harbinger ought to provide the people. Nothing on the infernal altar proves to have any value. Even then, holy symbols don't carry the etheric resonance they would have had they been glyphs of some sort. I take a couple to study scientific research, of course, and the two of us make our way into the next hallway, without the wraith spawn Koron to produce more of those abominations. The castle is deathly quiet. No scurrying of rats to provide ambience to these broken, nor even their tiny flea and tick passengers bouncing around in search of a fresh meal. More doors open on either side of the hallway, revealing elegant finery and dining furniture fit for a king, but which remain unused. We make our way to an armory down the hallway. I doubt I'll find anything of particular value. Philia is a custom-built weapon forged to grow stronger as I do. But Chloe said she was looking for a weapon of some sort, and for her, I would gladly give her the time she needs. No magical weapons. Artificer's glasses show blanks. Every spear and sword and bow is completely mundane, it's wrong. There are enough high-leveled enemies here that there should be at least some sort of commensurate treasure. At the very least, some ether canisters or healing potions or some other consumables. What do you think about these two? Chloe asks, holding up a pair of broadswords. Each of them would have been far too large for an ordinary girl of her small stature, with blades about 4 inches thick and around 3.5 feet in length. As she was, Chloe could swing them as easily as a toothpick. Valkyrian's perception kicks in as I observe both of them. Both of them possess subtle imperfections, like small hairline fractures or tiny chips in the blade. Ultimately, I settle on neither of them, instead pulling out a thinner blade on one of the back blade racks. Really? She asks. Definitely a cut above the rest in terms of craftsmanship. I'm not sure if my current level of enchanting is sufficient to stop either of those two from breaking the first time they connect with something more solid than a wraith. This one, it can handle a couple of glyphs. Won't be as good as something custom, but it'll be serviceable. Chloe gives me an indignant look before acquiescing. I need 2 of them. None of the others is worth a damn. But if you need both for some new skill or fighting stance, then that one, with the bluish tinged hilt, will probably still need to be properly honed and maybe sharpened. Don't you have a sharpness glyph, Sera? I do, and I will enchant it. But steel isn't a great conductor for ether. It'll be serviceable for now. Do what you can. Her hardened features soften noticeably. Please. And, sorry for being cross with you just then. It's fine. I know we're both more than a little on edge after everything. Thanks, Sera. After an hour of enchanting in the closest thing to a safe and secure environment I was likely to find outside of a major city, the prison complex, with all the stank and rot expected by such a place, I hand Chloe her new weapons. Swords of Repose. A pair of twin longswords imbued with significantly greater efficacy by a rising enchantress. Attack cum 165. Resonance structures within the blades are attuned with light mana, further boosting their effectiveness against the undead. It's the best I could do with the lack of tools and poor quality materials with which to work. I say, I still hope you like them anyway. The kiss I get speaks louder than any word. Do you notice it as well? I ask. The complete absence of anything that might be valuable. That is, I have. But what do you think it means? I think someone has been in this place already. And recently. How recently? My guess. Yesterday, recently. This time a bedroom. The bed is immaculate. The soft and comfortable black sheets rather off-putting given the Dark Lord who until 2 days ago sat upon this place's throne. There's also a comfortable-looking desk and chair, both made of blackened wood which smells of sulfur and rot in equal proportions. One of the drawers on said desk is ajar, with a number of files inside. I can't make heads or tails of most of them given the unfamiliarity with the script, but with virtually limitless inventory space at my disposal, in they all go. Yesterday, Chloe asks. That suggests that this was all staged. It might have been. I realize it looking back. I just assumed that Scarlet was the lieutenant that Forneith spoke of, and Forneith just sort of accepted it as such. You're saying it could have been someone else, especially considering there's another me going around. If there's one other Seraphina out there wearing my face and claiming my identity, what's to say there's not 2, or 3, or hundreds? You really think there are hundreds of you? It's not pleasant to think about, but that photo I saw didn't look fake. And the FBI agent I spoke with was competent, all things considered. Maybe it was doctored, somehow. And I suppose there are plenty of people who would want to frame me for some high crime to damage my reputation. Quiet, Seraphina. Chloe switches to telepathy in a tone that screams finality. Do you hear that? It's faint, but I do hear something beeping in the distance. The two of us follow the sound like it's a homing beacon, finding our way into what has to be the throne room. A perfectly elaborate throne. Bones and skulls and other iconography of hellish origin briefly catches my attention before it's stolen away by what's right behind the throne. The beeping coming from the massive bomb, possibly nuclear, proof that the entire thing has been a setup from the beginning, grows faster and faster. I take Chloe in my arms, and the two of us start flying out of the castle, Chloe using a scouring light to break us a hole to escape with all due haste. But even our top speed isn't going to be fast enough to escape the potential blast radius of something that large, especially if this is nuclear, or worse, some sort of ethertech-based bomb. I hadn't ever thought to actually create one, and sure as hell wasn't going to give that information out on a silver platter. But there were enough principles that I had given out that a particular type of person with the right mindset and resources certainly could. The beeping speeds up until it finally flatlines into a screeching sine wave that screams one thing: death. In the instant before the explosion of blue-white light takes hold of us, I grab Chloe with both my arms and wrap her into my embrace. I don't know how or even if this is going to work, but it damn well better, because this is one fate I absolutely will be defying. 297 for 0.18 annihilation. I want to breathe a sigh of relief that Chloe is here next to me, but I can't. There's nowhere in subspace. Nowhere pressure. No sights or sounds or anything to separate this patch of blue from all the others that stretch out to infinity. Just me, Chloe, and the endless void. Sarah, what did you do? And where are we? What's going on? I wasn't about to get us both killed in that blast. And I wasn't going to leave you either. I didn't know how long that explosion was going to last, and I still have a few hours left before my overlimit cooldown wears off. So, I did the only thing I thought was likely to save our lives and dragged us both into subspace. This endless void, this is subspace. Yes. And from what I understand, this place doesn't necessarily correspond one-to-one with the principal layer of space either. So if we move, we might end up thrown into outer space or into a volcano or swallowed up in goddesses only know where. So please, Chloe. Stay in my embrace, keep us healed. Try to keep my ether up, and we'll ride this out up until the blast diffuses. And how long will that take? As long as it does. I'm hoping it doesn't take more than half a minute or so. That's about all the time I can keep us held in place like this. Maybe less. And why does it hurt so much? Chloe casts Mass Cure and begins stitching the wounds up just as quickly as they appear. We're to physical. To low level. According to the vision I had last night, the higher level we get, the more we become magical, either flooding our bodies to a greater and greater extent. This removes us from the limitations of our human body and allows us to survive longer term in this place. We survive. We focus on surviving. Love. Then once we get out of here, we start searching for evidence. Use what allies we have, and bring whoever is behind this to whatever justice we can. Chloe pulls herself deeper into my embrace. Seconds tick by in absolute agony as this foreign world attempts to tear us both to shreds. Probably by level 100, we'll be magical enough to withstand the hostile nature of this space without having our bodies rent asunder. But for now, all we can do is endure it. We have only each other and the dim hope that every second we last is that much more likely that we'll emerge from this assassination attempt alive and in a position to do something about. I can hold us in subspace for no more than 2 minutes before my ether reserves crater to zero, and the two of us are forced back to conventional space. My whole body hurts like hell, the improved regeneration of Valkyrian's body doing next to nothing to help with all the pain I'm going through. Chloe's got it even worse, her body completely tattered, lacerations, and missing chunks of flesh all over her skin. especially her back and legs that were more exposed to the harsh environments of that strange realm. But worst of all, we're in the middle of an enormous crater, and both of us are tumbling fast. Chloe's on the edge of unconsciousness from her own pain, probably going into shock as I frantically assess the situation. I'm not doing much better myself. I'm utterly exhausted, and even Defiant Spirit is struggling to keep me from succumbing, given I have only a couple % of my health remaining. But I'm not dead, and I have just enough wherewithal to remember that I do have one ether canister still stored away in my inventory, which I summon and quickly use. My ether restored from the low double digits into the lower triple digits. I'm able to sprout my wings, dive down, catch Chloe, and slow our descent with only a second or two to go before we would have landed with a splat. I'm gonna take a nap here. A nice, long nap. Hope nothing comes to check out this blast site soon. And, yeah, sleeping next to Chloe sounds real nice right about now. I wake to the scouring midday sun shining its oppressive rays upon me. Vitality buttresses me from sunburn, but it fails to grant complete immunity. And it only makes the heat more bearable, not anything resembling comfort. Fortunately, the former can be healed once Chloe wakes up. And the latter staved off with a nice cool bottle of water out of my inventory. Adventurer's tip: never leave home without a dozen or 3 stored away. Chloe is still out like a light. In a fit of panic and fearing the worst, I check her vitals. Pulse steady, though a bit quickened, breathing a bit shallow, forehead glistening. Early stages of heat exhaustion, goddess damned Oklahoma summers, but nothing that can't be treated with a little water for her as well. Down the hatch in tiny sips. The last thing I'd want to do is choke my girlfriend by giving her too much to drink at once before she wakes up. Are we alive? She asks mentally as her body wakes up, barely, still in rough shape. How are your ether reserves looking? Again I get a passionate kiss. This one infused with potent cure, which smooths over all the scrapes and fractured bones and even manages to restore the blood that I had lost over the previous however long I was out. She casts the spell once more on me, then once more on herself, at which point, both of us are nearly fully restored. Only a couple of bruises and surface scrapes left to heal on their own. Good enough for that much. She takes my water bottle and downs it as fast as she can chuck. And thank you for that as well. We'll call ourselves even. A cool wink follows. I'd love to have some fun, but now is hardly the time or the place. Not after someone, or, more likely, a group of someones, decided to try to vaporize us and everything else for a mile round. Almost exactly a mile, and extremely precisely calibrated, to boot. I fly up and Chloe follows. From back near the surface level, I get a much better glimpse of my surroundings, confirming my earlier suspicions. This was some sort of very precise proximity bomb. Everything within the blast radius, vaporized. Anything even just a couple inches away, perfectly fine. The newly exposed bedrock is perfectly smooth and glossy like so much glass, even without erosion needing to work its time-warp magic upon it. A bit higher up, dirt clumps occasionally break loose via the wind and the precarity of positioning. But the same principle still holds. There are even trees still standing where half the trunk has been bisected lengthwise. Buried roots leaking water and sap in tiny doses. No fire, no shockwave. No sign that anything outside of the annihilated area was adversely affected by the explosion in any capacity. Eerie and natural. And all but a confirmation that the device was ethertech rather than conventional in nature. Thinking upon it, I could think of more than a few ways to create such a weapon. My trusty repulsion would be a good starting point. Introduce an expansion glyph or two. Shape it with the sphere glyph. Add in enough heat to melt or even vaporize everything. And then add enough fuse and enough crystals to store the necessary ether for a blast this size. And that's just the first thing that comes to mind. Enough people thinking about it for even a couple of hours could come up with more elegant solutions. If they used a relatively common effector material like quartz, or better yet, diamond. Yeah, that could definitely cause things to explode violently. I sigh. Non-proliferation was never going to work. But for it to come to this so soon, we need to find who's responsible for this, Chloe says. She grips my hand tightly. This screams two things. First, that someone is trying to get rid of us. And second, that this was just a test. I agree, I say. Someone was trying to kill us. If I were a betting girl, I'd guess the Legion. If they control the other Seraphina, they'd want to get rid of me. They have the means. I'd be a threat. And it would be a great demonstration of terroristic intent and willingness. I'm surprised you didn't say Nicholas. I mean, I don't like him and he doesn't like me. But I don't want his responsibility, and I think he likes the fact that we do a lot of the heavy lifting for him. Tolerable, at least on a professional basis. And I shrug. I just don't see what he gains out of trying to off us. Still, we will be paying him a visit. I cuss under my breath, not wanting to have this conversation, especially not after all the other shit I've had to deal with over the last 48 hours. I was supposed to be taking some time away, resting for at least a few weeks, laying low, mentally recovering after so many fights. But no, circumstances dictate. And so here I am, bracing for a war I'm not getting paid nearly enough to deal with. Is there anything else we need to do here before we leave? Chloe asks. I can't think of anything. And I don't see any wraiths, zombies, specters, or residual undead around either. We already got the core. And I'm sure that blast would have vaporized anything unlucky enough to have been inside when the blast hit. Chloe shakes her head and takes a deep breath. Let's head out, then. Wait, I say. Let's go by foot instead of by air. There is a chance that the Legion, or whoever else, is going to be watching this area. And there's a small chance that going by land, underneath the tree cover, will obscure our movements. But it'll take longer, Chloe says, bringing up the obvious counterpoint to my argument. It will. But I think that's a good thing. I don't think either of us is in the right state of mind for a conversation with Nicholas. I've got half a mind to strangle the stuffy bastard for not warning us of the potential for a trap. I'm sure he had his suspicions. And I can't imagine you're not at least half as angry about the whole thing as I am. Let's just say that if there's a couple of monsters along the road that try to interfere, I would welcome the catharsis. Come on, Seraphina, Chloe says. Let's get going. And fortunately, the path through the trees, tracing along the highway leading back home, proves to be remarkably devoid of any creature capable of providing a good fight, or any experience points. Plenty of creatures who haven't yet ascended, and more than a few who haven't developed enough of a danger sense to recognize when they are so far beyond outclassed that it strains credulity. Nothing worth sullying Philia's edge over. We just run past, either dodging their attacks or letting them bounce harmlessly against our armor. We don't really lose much time compared with flying overhead. What time we do lose is mostly due to following the direct route of the highway versus the straight line path back to base. Unlike the last time, however, neither of us is in the mood to go through a bunch of useless layers of security theater that everyone and their monkey's uncle knows don't matter. A couple of guards, brave, devoted, and foolish in equal measure, do try to detain us for violations of security protocol. Try, and fail miserably. Just take us to the major, Chloe says. We're really not in the mood for this whole song and dance. I don't catch Chloe's exact face, but I do see the sheer panic in the poor guard's eyes in a rare breakdown of military discipline. He stammers for just a moment before regaining his composure, though the sweat on his neck and palms tells a different story. I will let him know right away, ma'ams. 298 for .19 reckoning. So, it was a trap after all, Nicholas says, and like his panic-stricken guards, Nicholas shows no signs of panic or even discomfort from his office as we inform him of the happenings of that castle a couple hours earlier. After all, Chloe says, it sounds like you were already aware that there was a trap and didn't bother to inform us. Suspected is a long way from aware of, Miss Jacobs. And while I do understand your frustration about the incident, including your distaste of the creatures found within, can either of you honestly say that the possibility of a trap would have stopped you for one moment? I'm still angry, but Nicholas, true to form, always seems to know exactly what to say or do. Personal distaste for his philosophies aside, I am glad we are allies. However tenuous that alliance may be, you admitted that you had a suspicion that this was a trap. I say, we were thinking Legion, but I can admit that I have no shortage of potential enemies, including those I'm not even aware of. Wouldn't even surprise me if someone in the U.S. intelligence apparatus decided that I was too dangerous to be left alive or some shit after I told their agent off the other day. All of those are possible. Although right now my suspicion is that everything that has transpired to this point has been Legion in origin, including the attack by the demon Fornieth 2 days ago. Explain, Chloe says. Nicholas. Ever the inflappable one, just sighs. Something didn't sit quite right after the events of this past Wednesday. Something I couldn't put my finger on in the aftermath of that near tragedy. It was a tragedy, Chloe cuts off. Just because there was only one death doesn't make what happened any less tragic. Just meant we were a little luckier, as you say, Miss Jacobs. Circling back to my point, you informed me that Fornieth had claimed that you two had destroyed his lieutenant, prompting his vengeance. Right, I say. We were thinking he was talking about Scarlet, that vampire who was setting up residence not too far away. That may still be true, Nicholas says. We don't have enough knowledge of the system or what those two dark forces were involved in. For all we know, they actually were working in some sort of alliance. However, the timing is too suspect. Why would this demon be so loyal to a subordinate that it would go after us in a fit of vengeance, and yet so unbothered that it waits over an entire month to do so? I've given the matter significant thought, and the only conclusion I have been able to reach is that there was another, more proximal cause. One you aren't sure about, Chloe says, unfortunately. Yes, my intelligence apparatus is growing, but it's localized. What information I get from my contacts across the nation is sparse, compartmentalized. He sighs. I dare not speak this part publicly. Please do not let these words leave this room. He turns to both of us with a solemn stare. Not seeing any reason why we would want to deliberately antagonize him for no personal gain, he was useful. Chloe and I agree telepathically. He continues after I nod. And fortunately, not everyone in the military hierarchy understands the importance of the new order and how to adapt. They still cling to the old ways, compartmentalization, interdependence. They want to impress uniformity, not realizing that to soldiers trained in the same way and to the same standards are going to have wildly different skills, levels, and abilities. And that means that my knowledge, as well as my ability to access intelligence reports, is limited to what my commanders decide I need to know. And you haven't tried hacking the systems? Chloe asks. Double quote. So, I have, but actually, Miss Mortensen, perhaps you might have more success with it than I do. Nay, I've never tried to hack before in my life. I wouldn't know the first thing about. But you have a technology-focused class, EtherTech. Yes, but we live in a magical world now. It's possible that your glyph magic might still work on it, right now. Nicholas pulls a laptop out from behind his desk and turns it on. I'd been amazed at how quick it starts up just half a year ago. Now, a veteran of battles with punches flying 100 times a second, using literal magic to hack the universe, even slipping into a deeper layer of reality itself. It's so slow it almost hurts. I'm a bit surprised that you're going to be able to pull anything off the military mainframes. Chloe says, I would have thought the Legion would have already taken it all down. Or whatever else they would have done. I nod in agreement. They did. Yes, Nicholas says. But that took a matter of hours to complete after they hijacked our nation's capital. More than long enough for me and others to grab crucial files and bring them into a decentralized peer-to-peer network. The problem isn't in gaining the files, but in decrypting them. Well, I'll give it a shot, I say. Maybe I have a chance. I had a skill in my old life called anomalous decryption that allowed me to peek at the system pages for other people, objects, anything registered to the system. Now if only I had some sort of way to dredge up the abilities from my past life that wasn't just pray for the best and expect the worst. He turns the computer on and presents it to me. It's asking for a password. I don't dare try to brute force it through the provided terminal, lest I lock us out. Instead, I place my hand on the computer and start threading my ether into the physical circuits. Much like people with their ether channels and ether cores, computers have the same logic gates and circuits, and processing units that convert that stream of electrical voltages, those zeros and ones, into useful work. I start with unlock, letting the subtle array of changed frequencies work their literal magic into the machine and coax it to cough up its secrets. It seems to work for a moment. The screen briefly flickers, at least, and then stops. No dice, Nicholas says. Not necessarily. I have a couple more things I'd like to try before we give up. I tried more than a couple more things. 30-3 things in total. Everything from trying to scroll the unlock glyph on the circuit board with a tiny chisel of my ether to typing it out in the console's command window with ASCII art. That last one was admittedly far-fetched, but there didn't seem to be any real harm in trying. It probably wouldn't lead to permanently bricking the machine or anything, and Nicholas had backups. Right. He better have had a backup or 14.400. Else I was going to start questioning his judgment and fitness for command. He doesn't look disappointed at me. If anything, he looks relieved, as though he were hoping that the solution wouldn't be as simple as tell Seraphina to do it for me. I would have liked it better if it had. Then I would have had leverage over him, at least for a small while. Chloe, I ask silently, do you object if I show him the letter from your father? I know. That's fine. If he can shed any more light on what's going on, I don't mind. Thank you. So, I say, I have one more question before we take our leave. Ask, but before you do, I have a little gift for you. I smile, hoping to broach the subject tactfully and thankful I no longer had to. More skill books. Neither our time spent on the surface nor in the tower had been particularly conducive to gaining too many new skills. And with my still having several slots completely empty, I welcome this discussion with gratitude and not too many questions. 2 books, 1 silver. 1 gold. I take the silver and hand the gold one to Chloe, and both of us store our respective loot boxes away for later. Now then, Miss Mortensen. Nicholas says, your question. I pull out the letter from Mr. Jacobs and hand it to the Major. The letter isn't signed, but considering its origins and its being addressed to my lovely daughters, we have no reason not to believe that it's either from Chloe's father or from someone who has been leading us on as though they were him. Moreover, when we fought my own father back in Red Clay City a few months ago, he mentioned that Chloe's father was alive and that he could tell me who and what I am. Given both, I think it's safe to assume that this is actually from him. What I want to know is, what does this Project Seraphina mean to the government? Have you heard of such a thing before? Permit me to ask, Miss Mortensen. But what do you mean by what it means to the government? You make it sound like it means something to you already. It does. But it's not possible for my meaning and his meaning to be the same. Please don't ask me to elaborate further. Very well, I don't have that answer. But unlike the other thing, this is something we might be able to pin down. Miss Jacobs, what is your father's first name, middle initial? Anything else we can use to make sure we're looking for the right person? Hank, Henry M. Jacobs, sir, she says. I don't know much as far as what he does or projects or if he's working with a contractor or the military or a research team or what. Nicholas starts typing at a frenetic pace, struggling not to break the keys with each finger press. Well, as it turns out, there is a database publicly available with every government employee's name, job title, even their salary. Although some information is naturally kept confidential. He froze his brows, showing the same frustration I did earlier about the speed of conventional technology not keeping up with the ether-infused world. Henry M. Jacobs. I'm guessing he's not a menial laborer formerly working in Kalamazoo. Not an accountant with the IRS office down in Tallahassee. No legal background. Not that I know of, Chloe says. Neither he nor Mom ever mentioned anything about him going to law school. I think I have something. No job description given. Working under the Department of Defense. Give me just a second to cross-check this with. He switches over to another tab and starts typing in more information. No rank, no job title. No team, no citations in any research paper, no mentions in any documents I have access to. What does it mean? I ask. It means whatever he was working on is so classified that the government doesn't want anything about it getting out. The sort of black box project that's funded with off-budget outlays. So secret that information about it doesn't even make it to the president's desk. God forbid the media gets a hold of it. And since it was called Project Seraphina, and you, Miss Mortensen, are also Seraphina, as is the other one, I have to conclude that it has something to do with you. Something you don't seem keen to talk about. I shake my head. Do you have any leads? Anything that might help us figure out what's going on? He's stationed. No, it doesn't give me that information either. Nicholas shakes his head, a profoundly amused expression upon his face. Give me some time to dig into things. Can you say, 0900 tomorrow morning? That's fine, I say. Chloe isn't happy, but she assents anyway. Then I shall see you then. 299 for point two boiling over. We waste no time in making it back home. Chloe is desperate for a bath. I'm hungry. Both of us are tired. And somewhere in the back of my head, all of the events of the past few days are really rubbing me the wrong way. More than sleep or food or a change of clothes. What I really want is a few hours to just exist. Exist and process and try to come up with my next steps, which is why, in an act of the universe deciding to once again flip us off, we arrive back at Chloe's house to see the front door busted open, multiple windows shattered, and smoke billowing out the back door. Goddess forbid the two of us get even a single minute to rest and figure out what to do before another problem comes walking right up to our front door, literally, and dumping a huge shit for us to clean up. With both of us flying around at breakneck speed, though, and plenty of magic at our disposal, it doesn't take more than an hour to clean the place up. The windows don't stitch back together perfectly, but it's fine. It's good enough to tape everything into place, and then, with a bit of glyph magic, reforge them into some panels that can fit back on the thankfully undamaged windowsills. The burning smell and the smoke coming out of the kitchen. Just an overcooked piece of fish taken out of the refrigerator and cranked on the broiler. The refrigerator, in turn, had been left open when we arrived, which provided one important clue that not all was as it seems. The second clue is the thermostat. During the summer, Alicia, still hard to call her mom at times, tends to keep the heaven-sent air conditioning on 75. The inside temperature is 81, a bit stuffy, less than pleasant to lounge in. But far from the near triple digits it is outside and would have been inside if the draft had been going since she left shortly after we did. Based on everything, this break-in happened recently, within the last hour, maybe to and that. Sarah, Chloe's scream echoes through our bond. I think we've come on, hurry. We need to go find Mom as soon as possible. I think. Let's get going, I respond, in full agreement with Chloe's dictum. Everything is starting to fall into place, even without a strategist like Nicholas entangling the strings. Why would someone attack our house so suddenly and so recently? It doesn't scream opportunistic theft. None of the other houses were broken into. Further, I realize as we're flying north toward downtown, the alarm system wasn't active. Whoever broke in was either observant enough to know the code, or skilled enough, most likely in the system sense, to crack it. Nothing looked out of place either. The televisions and other electronics weren't stolen or shattered. It was all as if they were wasting our time, Chloe says. It's the only conclusion I can reach either. If they truly wanted to make us rage, they could have broken the pipes and flooded the house, or ripped apart the central air units, or, I dunno, just brought the entire house down. This was to surgical inconveniences. The sort of thing one or two people could slip in, and slip out in a matter of a minute or two, all before anyone would be any wiser, before anyone would see them and report the burglary. And it had worked. Agreed. I think they acted as soon as we emerged out of that crater. I say, as if whoever is after us was counting on us to die in that blast. But then, as soon as we were caught running off, they went with their secondary plan, although that begs the question of why not attack us while we were incapacitated. They don't know our exact capabilities. And if they had watched our battle the other day, I suspect they would have seen me use that skill that allows me to fight on despite technically being dead. And they might even know about Seraphina Overlimit, which, yes, just got off its cooldown a few minutes ago. Though I hope we don't need it. Not to mention that if we were strong enough to survive that explosion, or evade it, as actually happened, then they'll go with the backup plan. Go after someone weaker in an attempt to get to us. It's an absolutely sick and disgusting tactic. Even in the hell that is war, deliberately attacking civilians and non-combatants is considered among the most heinous of atrocities. And yet, such hostage-taking happens precisely because it works. My blood boils, thinking about Chloe's mother and my adoptive mother, who raised me almost as much as my biological parents did, and how she could be in danger because someone has beef with the two of us. I quickly pull out my phone and send a text to Nicholas, explaining the situation and our concerns. You feel the same way, don't you? I might take a moment to think through the maelstrom of emotions, trying and mostly failing to process the grief and panic and rage and anger ready to boil over at the slightest provocation. Still, as I look at Chloe's grim face, I have to defer to her judgment. Antipathy toward the undead aside, she is the better of us. And so I ask her, "What do you think we should do?" "I don't know. Part of me says we should kill every last one of them. Man, woman. If there's children involved, maybe we spare their lives. But if they're going to go after and threaten to kill Mom like this, I don't know if I can play nice with them. But let's try to avoid killing if we can help it. And as little collateral damage as possible." I don't think either of us want to deal with kill notifications for a bunch of low-level humans again. How could I forget that horrifying truth during that harpy battle? It was the best I could have done at the time, given the circumstances. But it still feels so wrong. A loss. People paid with their lives because we were too weak to deal with the swarm otherwise. Alexei paid with his life because Chloe and I were too weak to deal with Forneath without him. Is that the only way? The only way to protect Mom, protect my city and my home and my life and my universe, is to get so outrageously powerful in terms of physical and martial might that no one even thinks about raising a hand against us again. It doesn't sit right with me. I still think it should be the people, collectively, who defend our home from pricks like that smug asshole who called himself Demon Lord before we all dragged him back to hell. But if people are going to take our magnanimity and our desire not to get involved as weakness, if they try to get rid of us just because we might pose a threat to their own power, then absolutely, the gloves are going to come off. Hell is going to be raised and, deep breathing, Seraphina, don't lose yourself to rage. I grip Chloe's hand and she squeezes back. We're making our way downtown, almost to the office building where Chloe works and you absolute motherfuckers. Because why not just pile more shit on the sandwich after everything else we've already gone through today? A whole damn line of good-for-nothing cops just standing around like assholes, forming some sort of perimeter, watching instead of, I don't know, chasing after whoever or whatever broke into the office, and probably, let's just make sure that I'm not getting ahead of myself. Another deep breath as we touch down. It might not be what I know it is, I mean. Yes, I know it is what it is. But I still want to make sure I hear it before I jump to conclusions. Ma'am, Officer No Brains says as she approaches. This is a restricted area subject to an active and ongoing investigation. Now I'm going to. No time to deal with this shit. I-dimensional slip out of existence and hide out in subspace for a few seconds. Then reappear before the dumbfounded good-for-nothing Seraphina Mortensen, I say. My hand gestures to Chloe Jacobs. You've probably heard of us. Her mother, Alicia Jacobs, works here. And we're pretty sure that she's either been kidnapped or is in the process of being kidnapped. So if you would kindly tell me what information you have about the suspects and where they went, we would be happy to let you get back to wasting your time and taxpayer resources. Officer Tamia. A gruff man's voice interjects, stand aside, but nothing. An older officer, probably around 50, approaches. His features are hardened and his eyes have the look of someone who's seen more than his fair share of shit in the old world. Glad to see he's got some brains on his head as well. Never go in with positive expectations of the Force. But dang if I'm not happy to see my expectations proven wrong. The girl in the robes is about 10 seconds away from turning the entire street red with blood. And I don't know what the girl with the silver wings just did, but it wasn't some ordinary stealth skill. As soon as she blinked out, life sense just completely vanished. Some sort of teleportation trick. Besides that, every one of us owes our lives to these two ladies, at least twice. Once in just the past week. Just give the girl the information we have on her mother. And let's make this easier on everyone. But I suppress my grin. There is a certain amount of satisfaction that comes from notoriety. If only we didn't have to be here and chasing down some scumbags in the first place. Fine. And fortunately, it's not much. Chief Officer Tamia apparently hands me a single photograph. This is the only photo we currently have from the security camera. We would have had more, but the individual inside was moving so quickly that he was only caught for a single frame. I look down at my phone. No response yet from Nicholas. I go ahead and send a picture of the photo to him as well. See if that helps him help us. Double quotes. How did he escape? Accomplices. Direction last seen. How long ago was that flight? and known, and north out about 45 minutes ago. Maybe an hour. A full goddess damned hour ago. For the love of fuck. They could be in at least 3 other states by now. By night's end. The other side of the country. If they had help. They could be across the world. Nicholas finally gets off his lazy ass and responds back. I'll see what I can do on my end. But it may take some time. No condolences or sympathies. No immediate leads. I want to scream. I want to find someone responsible and tear a limb off. Maybe 2. I want to have a nice day with my girlfriend where I don't have to worry that our mother is being tortured as a way to get to the 2 of us. But more than that, I want to see Alicia back home, safe and sound, where she belongs. Sarah, Chloe says. Double quotes. Yes, Chloe. I think we need to get away from this place. She takes my hand. Is something coming? I need to get away from here. Now, before I do something I'm going to regret all the way to the grave. Yes, Chloe. Let's take some time to plan our next move. And remember, love, she's my mother too. I will spare no effort to see our judgment brought down upon everyone who was involved in this. She floats up. And I follow. I know. And I don't want to think about it. Sarah, not for a little while longer. 300 for .21. A quiet fury. Chloe screams and wails with all the force of a banshee, rattling the murder of crows flying a few thousand feet below us. For good or for ill, the 2 of us both need some time away from life, distractions, and other people. I'm sure the world's shit down below is still fermenting into even more unholy abominations. And knowing our lack of luck, we'll probably be the ones stuck having to deal with them. For right now, neither of us is in the mood. And both of us need some time to calm ourselves before we both start doing things we'll never be able to take back. Her fists clench with the fury of 100 blazing suns. Her eyes radiate malice that probably could kill. I wouldn't be surprised if she just got a skill that did just that. Her breathing is rough and structured. The sight and sound of a woman who's holding on to sanity by a thread and is just looking for an excuse to let go. I can't forgive them. Tears flow down her face. I know I said we should, but my own mother, Sarah, I pull Chloe into my embrace. I am distraught by everything. But now's not the time for me to grieve. Chloe was there when I needed to grieve my mother. And I will be strong. Her rock of support in her darkest hour. With one deep breath, I settle my mind and do what I can to keep my emotions from passing back through our bond until Chloe is ready to process it all. My mom. We're going to get her back, I say. I promise. What do we do now? Right now, we go back home. We rest. We plan. We use these new skill books, and we train. We trust that Nicholas and his contacts will give us some leads to work with. I bet whoever kidnapped Mom is going to send us something in the next couple of days. And when we are ready to strike, we do so with the sort of finality that will make the next group think thrice before they come after our family. You trust Nicholas, Chloe floats bemused. Who are you? And what did you do with my girlfriend? I trust that he is going to help us, because if he doesn't, or goddesses forbid, he was involved, he's going to have very large and very angry problems on his plate. Chloe takes one last deep breath. With eyes full of resignation and fury in equal measure, she nods, slowly drifting back to the south, back toward home, back to just rest for however brief a time. Once back home, we each take a shower, me upstairs, and Chloe down. Neither of us is in the mood for fun right now. 10 minutes later, with cleansed bodies but still hardened hearts, we take a seat on the couch in the upstairs sitting room, our normal place for skill book assimilation, and get to work. It's been a few weeks since the last time I've used one of these, and I'm not sure if I'll ever get acclimated to the odd sensations that follow. Glyphs that carry no distinct meaning in a book no bigger than the palm of my hand, only for those shapes to then start dancing up off the page and into the air. Teal glyphs slowly decrypting themselves, their message only for me to see, before knowledge of new magic starts weaving itself directly into the folds of my brain. If only all learning could be this easy. Then again, this learning came at a cost, one skill slot, and the knowledge would be violently expelled in a fit of nausea as soon as I chose to replace it, in sharp contrast to my growing repertoire of glyphs, which would stay with me come hell and high water. Yes, each insight was guided by reconfiguration and multidimensional glyph casting like to stern and unwavering teachers. But the knowledge I gained was purely my own. My mind expands as the geyser of knowledge comes rushing in. Knowledge about the nature of the world, the structure of reality and its underlying components, critical insights that will, in years or more likely decades, pave the way for humans to finally leave Sol and traverse the rest of the wide-open galaxy, maybe even the universe, given enough time. You have gained the general skill Dimensional Rift Rank I. This skill provides further insight into the nature of reality and subspace travel. When activated, the user chooses 2 points, each within line of sight and within rank by 100 yards of each other. The skill then locally folds subspace together, permitting instantaneous travel between the 2 points. Dimensional rifts last for up to rank by 10 seconds, and can be dismissed at will by the caster. Either cost to create rifts increases with distance traveled and decreases as the skill's rank increases. Well, that's a whole lot better than a sharp stick in the eye, that's for sure. While Chloe is still processing whatever skill she just got, I decide that the best way to learn is to experiment. Choose my current location and the top of the stairs about 10 feet away, triggering the skill. I feel my ether core diminish by a noticeable amount. The 2 points both shimmer with that tiny haze I saw on those specters earlier in the moments right before and after they warped. And I can sense that all I need to do is slip into subspace and this is a novel feeling, to put it slightly. I'm sitting on a couch one moment, and the next, I'm sitting on nothing but solid air. The skill does nothing to adjust my orientation. Nor do I have any time between one instant and the next to reposition myself for where I end up. More experimentation is needed, prior to picturing my current location and downstairs right in front of the front door. Somewhere my eyes cannot see, but I can still picture through Valkyrian's perception. Another success, I do the same. Except choosing a spot inside the bedroom where I don't have a strict line of sight through visual perception alone. This time it works, but somewhat more tenuously, and taking more ether to activate. Passing through the bedroom window. Success. Passing through a solid, opaque wall. I try and succeed, though that may be just because there's the slit underneath the doorframe, marking this one as tentative. It should be possible in theory, but that might just be a limitation of what my skill can currently do, as opposed to what it might be one day capable of. Your Dimensional Slip Rank I has upgraded to Dimensional Slip Rank 2. Your Dimensional Rift Rank I has upgraded to Dimensional Rift Rank 2. I'm physically drained by casting the spell multiple times in succession like that. Dimensional manipulation is draining on the mind and guzzles ether faster than a Hummer drinks gasoline. Not the sort of thing I can use consecutively in battle as I currently am. But the power and potential of such a skill is undeniable at higher ranks and evolutions. Sira, where did you disappear off to? I appear again. Right on the couch where I'd been just moments ago. Sorry, love. Just testing out Dimensional Rift. Even got a rank for it. Do you want to go for a little bit of a sparring session? Chloe's grin is absolutely menacing. I have a new skill as well, and I still have plenty of energy to burn. Of course, actually. Do you mind if we head back to campus and we do this there? Oh, going to give your students some extra class work. More of an opportunity for some extra credit. Chloe stands across from me on the practice field, the two of us with weapons drawn. I take a more defensive stance. Philia ready to intercept on my command. Meanwhile, Chloe's stance is purely offensive, hands spread wide, blades in front, exposing her vital areas. A stance that would be somewhere between foolhardy and suicidal for most, but not for the type of sword fighter who's willing to take 1,000 damage to deal 900. Knowing that she can heal and her opponent cannot, of course. I doubt Chloe is anywhere near as vulnerable as she presents. Being effective on the battlefield means using every advantage at one's disposal. If that means finding a way to weaponize looking like a Wi-Fi little healer girl out of her element with those twin longswords to lure enemies into a false sense of security, then so be it. Feigning weakness to hide strength has always been a viable strategy. Shall we battle to first blood? I ask. Half health or surrender? Chloe says. The former will be on our honor to enforce, and no overlimit either. Before you get any cheeky ideas. I nod in approval. You may begin when ready. No thanks, Chloe says. You come to me. I wink. All the time, love. This gets her flustered. I use the brief lapse to strike forward, though not at top speed. My spear thrusts toward Chloe, but she blocks by batting the edge of my weapon aside. Her second blade slashes toward my exposed side, but with a single leap, I fly over the attack and somersault to a spot behind Chloe. She wastes no time in pressing the advantage, despite having never used a sword in her life. Her new class gives her a degree of proficiency in using all weapons she can otherwise equip. Her individual hits are sharp, and her combat style is fluid and graceful, not unlike a ballerina in how she spins and twists. Before long, additional swords materialize out of the air. These aren't fully tangible, being mirages composed of light and ether, however, as I quickly and painfully learn. Just because they are technically mirages doesn't mean they can't hurt me. Only a few superficial cuts on my upper arm, but the fact that they did damage at all is a surprise, and a testament to Chloe's own growing power. Ready to surrender, love? Chloe asks. Not likely, dear. Ready for round 2. I channel ether into a simple formation of darkness and sphere, creating a globe of jet around the practice field that absorbs all light. The mirage swords try to dispel the darkness I've forged, but instead they disintegrate after a few seconds. You didn't seriously think this was going to work, did you, Sarah? She closes her eyes and, an instant later, radiant purge explodes out from her. I repel the light with a dark aura centered around myself, waiting out the 5-second duration of the spell before anchoring my dimensional rift. Truly, Chloe is a worst-case scenario for me. Her entire repertoire relies upon using light-type attacks, right when I'm trying to learn how to fight with a style that is especially weak against exactly that. Still, it's the absolute best case to learn how to fight effectively. No, I didn't, I say, creating a rift between my current location and a point about a yard behind Chloe. I vanish, slipping into subspace and reappearing the following instant. Despite my teleportation, my attack from her blind side is blocked by a pair of mirage swords that fly between us and intercept my strike just before it lands. Chloe spins her own, both weapons at the ready once more. That is quite the ability, Chloe says. Nothing short of incredible, really. Love, sometimes I feel you get all the luck. Of course I have all the luck. I have you as my girlfriend. Chloe grins. However, that won't work when I can sense your elation in the moment before you strike and react accordingly. Even my own emotions betray me. Yet more proof of just how far to go. A small crowd has gathered, watching the display from the two of us. Some of them are even my students. It wouldn't do to stop our little spar so soon. Time for round 3. It appears. Seraphina MP 300 chapters. I can inform you that Volume 4 is fully written at this point and Volume 5 is in progress. 301 for pointed to Chloe's resolve. It's Chloe who pushes the initiative this time around, with 4 illusory, semi-tangible swords of searing white to join her twin swords of repose. Even I find it difficult to fully block all the attacks. One thing I've learned about Chloe's Mirage Sword is that it possesses a degree of selective intangibility, much like how my dimensional slip allows me to peel back the outermost layer of reality and into subspace underneath. Chloe's newest attack exists partially on this layer of reality and partially in the interstice between the principal layer of space and subspace proper. This, in turn, gives her attack the best traits of both. These blades can phase through solid matter at will, though thankfully not matter imbued with ether or something like a repulsion barrier that operates in both layers. They can, to my current chagrin, also hit me while I'm in subspace. And because they actually deal light-type damage, also deal that extra 50% screw you damage, she's also fast, and has no difficulty coordinating her attacks in ways that make it even more precarious for me to try to fight off. Attacking from antipodal angles with her mirages while she confronts me from head-on, shifting the momentum of her blades at a moment's notice, without warning. Dimensional Rift might be the type of ability that tells conventional physics to sit down and enjoy the scenery, but Chloe is showing an overwhelming amount of growth in so short a time. I smile. I can't help but be proud of how far my love has come. When the system first arrived, she was meek, lacking both the training of a soldier or my own psyche. Hardened by years of combat in a dead world and created to operate within the post-system world. Now, she stands in the upper echelons of power, ready to stand up to all those who would wrong us. A small part of me is happy to concede to her in recognition of her efforts. The larger part knows that's a terrible idea on so many levels. She would never be satisfied with an easy win, and my students would never respect me as a combat instructor if I didn't spar against such a worthy opponent with all that I'm capable of. Don't tell me you're about to give up, Sera. I coat my body in etheric armor. I considered it briefly, but I know neither of us would be satisfied with such an outcome. Chloe just rolls her eyes. Well, shall we? The two of us move with renewed vigor. Chloe's attacks are every bit as intense as before, but etheric armor provides a good bit of resilience against her strikes. My armor cracks from the repeated assault, but it repairs itself quickly enough to not completely shatter under the pressure. I'm also able to use repulsion as a further shield to defend my flanks. The problem is that every few seconds, she's also hitting me with scouring light, which has a nasty habit of ripping through all my defenses and being almost impossible to dodge from close range. Thank the goddess we made sure to create some wards onto the practice field before the semester started, else the two of us might have ended up causing more damage than Fornieth did. I launch a darkness-type elemental ether strike, which collides with and annihilates another scouring light. The problem with this, though, is ether consumption. Chloe is mostly using her arsenal of system spells that are highly refined and minimize the casting cost compared with my relatively clunkier multi-dimensional glyph casting. She also has an ether pool nearly as large as mine, and a regeneration rate nearly a time and a half my own. My only advantage is my stronger weapon, my dimensional rifts which are uniquely weak against Chloe specifically, and a bunch of skills which boost my stats while defending the weak or fighting enemies of a higher level than I am. Both of which, again, do not apply here. My rebellious surge is comparable in efficacy to Chloe's Saintess's blessing when neither are boosted by angelic bond. Except that Chloe's had her spell for over 40 levels and literal months to gain heavens know how many ranks on it. Or spell proficiency, which is how I think it works for system-produced skills. Dodge, dodge, block, and dodge some more. That's all I can do. I'm pushed backward, constantly on the defensive, flying backward to try to give myself extra room to work with. And Chloe is right there, pushing the attack at every opportunity. I think my students realize exactly why I said before that Chloe is the highest authority in my class. Now that rumors will spread of exactly what she's capable of, I expect any lingering resistance to that decree will be dead in a matter of seconds. So, this is the limit of the great Seraphina Mortensen, savior of the universe. I don't fall for Chloe's taunt. I never would have gotten this far if not for you and everyone else who's helped me along the way. I parry a pair of mirage swords and take to the air. Chloe's right behind me. A six-bladed assault barely held off thanks to my slightly higher speed compared with her. Keeping airborne will serve to my benefit. My Valkyrian body reduces the cost of my flight to a technicality, which I don't think is quite as true for Chloe's etheric wings. My darkness shield deflects more of her swords without taking noticeable damage, but I can only handle to scouring lights before it is completely purged. My ether is falling, and so I make a decision. Dimensional rift links to points together for a set period of time, but there doesn't seem to be any native limit on how many of those I can keep going at a time. I suspect, like most things magical, it's a function of my ether, mind, and skill ranks. Now, it's time to find that out firsthand. I chain my current location to 2 points forming a roughly equilateral triangle at our current height of about 2,500 feet. I chain those 2 points to each other. My mind clouds for a brief moment as I adjust to the mental load. My limit seems to be 4 such rifts at a time. Maybe 5 if I were desperate and not trying to maintain other spells at the same time. Chloe slashes at me. I phase out and reappear at the point to my left. Her scouring light hits me right before I teleport back to my original spot. Now, we're making some progress. What have you got planned? Chloe fires another scouring light toward my current location. I can see the flicker of movement from one of her mirage swords, so I flicker toward the 3rd spot instead. I'm chased by the blades, which move so swiftly toward my current position that I fear Chloe might have developed some sort of homing ability on them already. I flicker again, this time to the 2nd spot. Convenient, Chloe says. But that won't work again. She attacks again. Her eyes dart to the side. Which way is it going to be? She's likely thinking to herself, asking if I want the 1st door or the 2nd. Do I plan to go left or right? The answer is, of course, neither. At the last second, right before her scouring light would have made contact, she turns to the left. Her blades head for the spot on the right, which is why I activate Dimensional Slip instead and reappear back in the same position. Your Dimensional Slip rank 2 has upgraded to Dimensional Slip rank 3. Your Dimensional Rift rank 2 has upgraded to Dimensional Rift rank 3. I deliver a strong hit to Chloe's gut. Sorry, love, but I know that's far from enough to bring you down. Chloe retaliates with a pair of slices that cut through my chest plate and deplete just under a quarter of my health. You're still holding back, Sarah, she says as potent cure seals shut the hole in her gut. I know you could have ended this fight with that attack. You're right. I could have aimed for your heart, but no matter how much we try to simulate actual battle conditions, I'm not ever going to put your life at risk. Maybe I'm doing you a disservice, but I love you too much. And if I accidentally did irreversible damage to you, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself. We have to survive, no matter what. That's what your father said. Is that it? Then Chloe asks, are we done here? I got another skill rank out of our spar. Did you? I did. And a lot of practice on how I can fight with this new skill. And with swords in general. I'll say, Chloe, that was just about the worst case scenario for me. So having some idea of how to fight against a flying healer with light magic and melee capabilities. Very useful indeed. So thank you, love. Chloe snaps her fingers. The pain from my own injury vanishes within the sweet notes of potent cure washing over me with all the taste of vanilla and mint. Forgot how light and airy healing magic makes a girl feel. Like living on a cloud. Narcotics without the risk of addiction. Beyond my growing addiction to battle itself, of course. Chloe and I hold hands as we drop back down to the surface. A double check confirms that yes, the barriers held and any attacks that escaped while we were high up dissipated before they were able to cause any damage down below. Might need some higher barriers for the future. Also some spatial glyphs that give us a larger practice field, area for future research. The two of us touch down to the sound of applause. More than a few students are marveling at the display of power. And though I'm not keen on having our new abilities on display for anyone to watch online, if it gets more people interested in combat training, I think that's a net positive for everyone involved. Maybe I should see about getting the combat training courses recorded and throw them up there too. Maybe not. Then I'd have to deal with the policies about unduly profiting from my position, or whatever technical term it was called in the employee handbook. Maybe should have gotten something on those lines negotiated in my contract. But that's my fault for not calling up my lawyer, Mr. Rutherford, before I signed on the dotted line. The joys of an 18-year-old's naivete, and fortunately, not everyone here is a fan, nor looking on just for a bit of entertainment. One face in the gathered crowd is familiar, and I detect several other people with levels in the 50s or so closing in. My ether reserves have dwindled to only a quarter of my maximum, but I go ahead and channel Rebellious Surge into Chloe with the bulk of the remainder. Now more than ever, I trust that our combined strength will get us through the fight. I really hope we don't have to have. I sigh. Of course this was a possibility. Why didn't I see that this was a possibility? Maybe even the most likely possibility. The fact that I didn't makes me feel like a goddess damn fool. Makes me feel like I never studied or experienced American history before. Guess I've had too many positive, or at least neutral, experiences with the local military stationed here. Grown soft. Forgotten that not every aspect of the feds is so honorable or forthright. There she is, the face of a petite woman with brunette hair and dark brown eyes, boundless energy teetering on a knife's edge. Those cold eyes brimming with impassivity and the sort of cold calculation I would expect from a machine like myself rather than a bona fide, actual human being. Miss Mortensen. Those words are accompanied by the air of someone in complete control, like she's the predator and I'm just a leaf before a hurricane. Clara Bennett. I say, how awful it is to see you again. I do hope we can dispense with the formalities. It's been a long, stressful day, and I'm really not in the mood to deal with whatever shit you've brought with me. Oh, and do tell your goon squad to dispense with the camouflage. They aren't hidden nearly as well as they think they are. 300 to 4.23 the devil's bargain. That same barrier of light goes up around Chloe, Clara, and I. But not before I catch the silhouettes of another half a dozen individuals skulking around as though they're not drawing attention to themselves, just because they are pretending to act like my Psi. Better to save the mental effort for after I know what they're doing here rather than allowing my temper to boil over before we've had so much as a how do you do. Miss Mortensen, Miss Jacobs. Good to see you again. And nice to meet you. You know her, Sarah. The woman who showed me the picture of the other Seraphina. I'm guessing this isn't just a courtesy call, I say. Can we please get on with it? Very well, I'll be brief. I've received reports from my contacts that Miss Jacobs' mother has been kidnapped. We are here to offer our services in getting her back. I blinked twice. This is unexpected, to say the least. I had been certain just moments ago that they were the kidnappers, come to declare their intentions and make their demands for Alicia's continued safety. Now they say they want to offer their services, just like that. What's your angle? I ask. Angle? I doubt you've shown up right here and now out of the goodness of your heart. And I don't think you and your team are here to help on this particular case. Let me stop you right there, Miss Mortensen, Clara says. My angle, if you want to call it that, is bringing fugitives to justice. Anything we can do to whittle away at the Legion's numbers and fighting strength is a win in my book. And if my interests align with the interests of the two most powerful individuals for 200 miles, then it would be about a foolish pride not to make use of the resources at my disposal. I don't trust her. I telepathize to Chloe. First of all, she just called us resources. And secondly, it sounds exactly like something the FBI would do. False flag operations, that is. Sarah, if there's even a chance they have information or resources that will help, I want to hear them out. Of course. You said you had information. What kind of information? The identity of the kidnapper of Alicia Jacobs, likely co-conspirators, locations of probable hideouts, even an, admittedly incomplete, list of skills and fighting style. And you're just going to hand all that over? No, but if you work with us instead of treating us as your enemy, we will have a greater chance of success in this operation. My information, your strength. I want to see Mrs. Jacobs return safely just as much as you do. 6 high-level operatives for a kidnapping that happened less than an hour ago. This is too suspicious. Almost like they expected this was going to happen, which begs the question, if you already have this many operatives present and ready to investigate, why didn't you stop the kidnapping? It's Chloe who ends up asking the question on both our minds. Clara demurs. The lack of response speaks louder than anything she could have verbalized. False flag operation. Incompetence. Or worst of all, they've volunteered our mother as bait to trace them back to their headquarters. I hope, for your sake, I interject, that the answer is incompetence on your part. I brandish Philia for a few seconds before returning them to my inventory. Otherwise, the three of us are going to all have a long conversation after this is done. It's as you say, Clara says, still poised and in control as ever. We had received intelligence that there was a potential operation afoot against Alicia Jacobs. According to our sources, Alicia Jacobs is considered a particularly high-value target for Legion operatives. Because of her connection to us, Chloe asks, and fortunately, even with the intelligence and collection of skills we have access to, the space of potential abilities their operatives may have access to is almost incalculable. Her gaze narrows on me. I would not have thought it possible myself. But seeing that Miss Mortensen just demonstrated the ability to teleport seemingly at will, such a skill would have made apprehending and absconding with the target a trivial matter. I note the lack of answer to Chloe's question. Proof that Hank Jacobs is someone vital to this whole scheme. If only we knew where on earth he was and what exactly he's been involved with for the past 20 years. Clara better hope that he's better secured and protected than Alicia was. I turn to Chloe. We're going to do this, I take it. Anything to get Mom back safe and sound. Agreed. Okay, I say. We're in agreement. I offer a hand. Let's work together. I'm glad you both made the wise decision, Clara says, contemptuous as ever. A manila folder appears out of her inventory. This is the dossier we have about the suspect, Maxine Frederos. I look over the documents, sharing them with Chloe as well. Age 32, female, scarlet hair, blue eyes. Former CIA operative gone rogue in the days following the Legion's takeover of Washington. Classes specializing in reconnaissance, anti-detection, Attacks which dealt psychic damage. Suspected level of 65. No information about a second class, even conjectures. But the very notion of getting a second class at level 64 wasn't common knowledge. I'd said as much in my lectures. But that was 2 days ago. And I wasn't, to my dissatisfaction, considered a sufficiently reliable read. Credentialed source in many circles. Reconnaissance and anti-detection, Chloe says. No wonder they had so much trouble. I'm still suspicious. Everything is a little too convenient. Reeks of a conspiracy a lot deeper than just this incident. Agreed, but right now, the top priority needs to be getting Mom back home. We'll make use of every ally and temporary alliance we can muster. And if anyone tries to stab us in the back, we'll make sure they regret it. Uncharacteristic coldness coming from Chloe, but considering the circumstances, not unjustified or unexpected. You said you had information about her whereabouts, I say. She's trained with the best of them, slippery as an eel, sharp as a viper, and cunning as a fox. Nevertheless, we do have bits and pieces. Some information on her operations from before she went rogue. Along with bank account information, home and auto registration, even satellite surveillance. I guess the feds are still plenty resourceful even after having their central control apparatus ripped out by the Legion. Question, Chloe asks. What caused her to go rogue? We don't know. There was no manifesto. Not even an exit interview. Exemplary agent right up until then. Not even a write-up or a less than stellar recommendation from her superiors. Just cut contact the day of the Legion's assault. Started taking what we believe to be assignments for them the next day. I stare at the remainder of the notes, taking them in. Go ahead and keep it. It's a copy, Clara says. It's not like either of you are just going to lay them out somewhere where the eyes in the clouds can snoop. Again, satellites. As well as whomever else might be listening to. Well, everything else that transpired. With teleportation and probably at least a few long-distance surveillance skills out there, it was probably best to assume we were being watched until proven otherwise. So, what do you want us to do for now? Chloe asks. For now, just wait, I say. Do you know any dungeons in the general area fit for levels in the range of 65 to 70? I'd rather use this time productively than just sit around on our asses. 65 to 70, Clara pauses. Then taps some device in her pocket. Images flicker in front of her of encrypted messages. And I don't have a decryption glyph. Probably the glyph or skill I'd need in order to get into those files Nicholas has on his computer. Again, I cursed my powerlessness compared with my original form. Here, she says after a minute. About 250 miles southeast of here, right on the border. Why the system put a high-level dungeon right there in the middle of nowhere with nothing around for 80 miles? Only God knows. But it's the closest one that's been marked. Thank you, Chloe says. How long do you think we have until the operation starts? Probably longer than you would like. Tracking someone like her will be challenging, to put it mildly. I would expect it to take a few days before we have the sort of intelligence needed to safely mount an assault on her place of operations without jeopardizing Miss Jacobs' safety. I see. Chloe purses her lips. I can sense the rage burning underneath. Then, we will take our leave. I know I'm the last person who's in a position to offer any advice to you. And I don't know how well you'll receive it, but please, take that anger and properly temper it. And when everything is said and done, take some time to properly rest. Even professionals who've been in the business for decades and seen everything still take time to debrief and recenter themselves before new assignments. We'll take that into consideration, Chloe says. If you wouldn't mind removing this veil before I cut it down. Very well. The astral veil starts to dematerialize. I know you both distrust me, and I won't try to tell you otherwise. But we are aligned in our purpose. On this much at least. And I do genuinely pray for your success in this outing and your safe return thereafter. Thank you for your time, I say. Taking Chloe's hand. I take inventory of the faces and approximate levels of Clara's subordinate operatives, and fortunately, their badges are occluded, and they have some sort of anti-perception warding on their person that prevents Valkyrian's perception from gaining any information about their identities. To be researched later. Without further ado, the two of us head back, first home, to salvage some lunch and anything else of use, then off to the side of this dungeon, which better not be a trap. The very idea that we'd be betrayed yet again on what is quickly turning into the worst day in the world fills me with a fury I find myself unable to describe in words. I'm sorry, Sera, Chloe says once we're a couple minutes away and back over Midtown. You have nothing to apologize for, Chloe. She's my mother too. In every way that matters. Besides, I think they're after your father as well as me. All of this, Mom's kidnapping, the assassination attempt, this other me in Chicago. Maybe someone would call me a conspiracy theorist. But it's hard not to smell a conspiracy afoot. If only we knew exactly what everyone knows or suspects about who and what I am. Thanks, Sera, but that's not why I wanted to apologize. I pull her into a hug as we fly. We're both stressed. But knowing that we still have each other helps a lot. It's just, when the system first arrived, I thought you were reckless and foolish, jumping headfirst into danger, going right off to start exploring dungeons and the tower just days in. Before anyone had any idea what was going on. It wasn't our business. Or so I thought. But now, here you are as some great savior, putting your life on the line time and time again, saving lives. Maybe even the whole universe. Not at all what I would have thought we'd be doing if you'd asked a year ago. I shake my head. Maybe we know that now from my dreams. But I wasn't thinking about anything so selfless as saving people. I just wanted power for its own sake. The power to chart my own course in life. Undeterred by whatever higher power tried to interfere. Freedom, really, freedom. Freedom to live my life as I see fit, without having to worry about others' disapproval. The freedom to kiss me in front of the Capitol and not have to worry you're going to get fired. Something like that, love. Now then, I think there's a dungeon calling our name, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling particularly antsy this afternoon. What a coincidence. Sera, because so am I. 303 for point to for Tri-State Dungeon. I talk about the middle of the sticks, Chloe says as we land in a grove that could pass for either forest or bog or something unpleasant. It's sticky as all hell here in the middle of the afternoon. Bad enough that wisely cashing in a few dozen ether on a cold glyph for some well-deserved comfort is more than a little tempting. The ground is muddy, it smells like shit. Oh great goddess, does it smell like a bunch of swamp creatures collectively decided to unleash a bomb of toxicity. I'm surprised I'm not taking nasal damage from the stench alone. The dungeon's entrance is depressingly pedestrian. Just a simple cave this time around. No giant tower sprawling out in the middle of a city. No portal to a faraway island high in the clouds. Actually, I should go check that out now that I'm learning teleportation magic for myself. I know this place isn't just a decoy. I can sense the confluence of ether and the distant rumbles of powerful creatures within. All in all, I'm excited. I can cut loose. I can go crazy without having to worry about things like civilian life and collateral damage. I can get stronger in a way that doesn't risk those frayed shreds of morality stretching even further and maybe even snapping altogether. And for at least a few brief hours, I wasn't going to have to worry about anyone else dropping another load of shit on my already heaping full plate. What do you think the system has in store for us today? Chloe asks. Who knows, expect the unexpected, or something. I draw Philia from my inventory once more and prepare for battle. Another dungeon crawl, Seraphina. Philia's voice resonates in my head. I wasn't aware that you had plans for one so soon after completing the tower gauntlet. Chloe's mother was kidnapped. Neither of us has the tools or skills to track her down. So we're focusing on getting stronger for when our, shall we say, temporary co-workers have more information. I see. And, though I lack the capacity to truly empathize, I want to offer my condolences nonetheless. However, this dungeon seems off. Can you sense it, Seraphina? The odd flow of ether within. I peer past the threshold with Valkyrian's perception, trying to look for anything which seems out of the ordinary. However, after a full minute of analysis, I can't identify what Philia is specifically referring to that they find off. I'm sorry, Philia. I must be missing something. I've only been in a few. Plus the tower where we first met. I figured they were all like this, in their own way. Feel it deeper, Seraphina. This flow is different from the one in the tower. I would advise you both to be fully prepared for battle before you enter. Philia says they sense something off about this dungeon, though they either can't or won't elaborate further. Just a cryptic clue that we should be fully prepared for battle before we enter. Chloe nods in assent. Half an hour later, Our ether reserves are almost fully replenished, and our sweat glands are starting to run on empty. More bottles of water notwithstanding and not fully helping. Even with forest shade on our side, Oklahoma summers are bad. But Texas ones are somehow even worse. Is it time? Chloe asks. I can tell that the oppressive mugginess, far from draining her, has only fueled her resolve that much further. I personally am feeling a bit parched myself despite being on my third bottle of water and my skin glowing as brightly as Chloe's does right before a radiant purge. Then again, my armor is tight-fitting and sweaty while her robes are light and airy, which might explain some of the discrepancy. I'm ready. With my ether sitting comfortably around 85%, I decide to throw caution into the lack of wind on this unpleasant afternoon and venture forth while there's still a few hours of light to return to. Chloe takes the front this time around. Her swords of repose drawn in an aggressive, open stance that seems to be her class's trademark specialty, just as Felia cautioned. The moment we pass through the threshold and enter the dungeon proper, the flow of ether changes. Not just the diminished rate of ether regeneration that I'd half forgotten about and wasn't going to pretend to miss in the slightest. It was something more fundamental. As though the laws of the universe had been subtly yet unmistakably different. Intuitively I understand almost immediately. But not until I spread my wings and try to fly off the ground do I fully grasp the new law that has been placed upon us. Flight is verboten. Defiant spirit doesn't activate in response. Strange. That, whatever effect this dungeon has seems to be a more fundamental change to the environment, rather than a power-suppressing type effect that my skill would passively negate. Good to know that such effects still work on me now rather than at a time when I'm in more imminent danger. Chloe has no better luck with her own wings. Strange. No change in the local gravity. And we can jump just fine. She leaps almost a dozen feet in the air to demonstrate. It's only once we use our magic to try to cheat the rule that we end up denied. I give teleportation a single try, flickering from one spot overhead to another, which again works. Subspace transportation doesn't seem to violate the strict interpretation of the rule, due to the massive cost of even a brief use of dimensional rift. I don't repeat with further tests. It takes about 2 minutes before we learn the next bit of unpleasantness which awaits us here in Super Happy Funland. The creatures native to the dungeon, presently a pair of human-sized, bat-like demons, do not seem to abide by the same restrictions. They glide from stalactite to stalactite, from end to each of these strange plants that look like trees, if not for the fact that they look sickly, have no leaves, nor any ability to conduct photosynthesis here in the dark abyss. They attack in tandem with barrages of small needles flung with such velocity that they leave a small whistle of wind in their wake. With their speed, it's difficult to properly defend against them, and with their having the advantage of hundreds of feet of cavernous elevation, projectiles are unlikely to avail us. However, Chloe's Mirage Sword seems custom-tailored to this particular challenge, in contrast to our typical formation, where Chloe has previously acted as support while I play point on offense. I'm the one providing backup while Chloe's newest skill harries our demonic adversaries. My barriers and etheric armor do a passable job of defending us from the onslaught coming from every direction. But the relentless fury with which these two demons attack leaves me unable to do more offensively than throw out occasional bursts of undirected energy. We're at an impasse. Neither side has made a lick of progress for the past 5 minutes. Chloe has reduced her Mirage Swords from 4 down to 2, and her attacks carry with them a sense of mere obligation. She's not really putting in more than a token effort, knowing that doing so will only fatigue her in the long run, all while those menaces above have still yet to show any weakness whatsoever. Love, do you have any way to force these cretins down to ground? I can employ gravity again, but I'm concerned that we might get caught in the do it. I think we can turn this dungeon's dictum against it. I don't like the idea of relying on just gut instinct, but Chloe has a point. I don't know for sure. But if the Temple of Greed back those months ago was all about balancing risk and reward, then maybe this dungeon is all about rules, loopholes, and twisting both of them to our benefit. For what end to the system itself? I cannot hope to say. Or maybe it's not the system at play. There's still that even more mysterious entity that I'd earlier hypothesized was subtly pushing back against the system while I was in the tower. I decide to oblige Chloe and begin channeling gravity in the space high above us. Bits of the trees above wriggle in the subtle curvature of space and time I've now created. and a few nearby stalactites chunk off in boulder-sized pieces from the instantaneous tripling of local gravity, falling into the center of the dark sphere before just floating there, just as expected. The no-fly zone keeps us pinned firmly to the ground even as one of the universe's original fundamental forces tries to send us airborne. The rules of magic don't apply to these oversized man-bats. To their detriment for a change, they try to fly in their typical strafing pattern. More of those likely poison-tipped needles flung toward us for every direction. But their attacks are being deflected, their flight patterns erratic, as if they themselves aren't certain how they should adjust to the shifted battlefield conditions. The challenges of being creatures with limited intelligence, operating on instinct rather than learned knowledge. Chloe's Mirage Sword is similarly affected, but she's able to quickly adjust. Within a minute, she's starting to gain on our foes. They move toward us in an attempt to bring the battle to close range. Big mistake. The second they get within about 30 yards, I throw Ophelia like a javelin. The fact that one of them got right in the middle of the straight line path between me and my gravity sphere is all the better. I'm no Olympic javelineer, and the added force and course correction is to my further advantage. My sword staff doesn't just impale the creature, it flies right through and out the back, not having been slowed down in the slightest for the trouble. Only in the stomach my lousy aim at work. I targeted the heart for a cleaner kill. Chloe makes short work of the creature and its momentary suffering. The momentary hiccup in the beast's flight pattern gives her Mirage Sword just enough time to cut through the creature's back and then slice off its head. Dark blood oozes from the wound, bubbling down toward the ground before both are absorbed into the gravitational maw. The second creature should have remained cautious, but anger gets the better of it. Perhaps thinking that I'm now vulnerable without a weapon, it charges straight toward me, ignoring Chloe even as she manages to score a couple of grazing wounds upon it. Its hand reaches out toward my hand, perhaps trying to poison me in one last, suicidal gambit. It matters not. Dimensional rift. I mutter with calmness. 1 instant later, I can feel the rift forming. One end at my current location. One location just outside the center of my gravity well, where my sword staff awaits. Suspended in midair, their edge buried hilt deep in a large stone. The next instant, I teleport away, grabbing Ophelia and feeling the bond between us swell back from a thin strand to the normally wide channel. An excellent strategy, though I would have preferred to have known about it ahead of time. Sorry, it was a spur-of-the-moment sort of thing. Our conversation happening in the span of a blink, I teleport back, reappearing where I'd been less than a quarter of a second ago. I'd expected it to be so quick that the creature wouldn't have time to notice I was gone and react. It was able to do so, but that paradoxically serves to my benefit. It's stumbling around, trying to break off its attack before Chloe's skill decapitates it just like she did to its friend. The moment I reappear, its primal anger tries to reassert itself, its hands once more reaching toward me. The moment of hesitation, followed by the brief moments of processing and indecision while its primitive brain came up with a course of action, proves fatal. This time, I don't miss. One clean strike, right through the heart, followed by a contemptuous flick to throw all the gore and sinew off my sword staff, with a quick douse from a water glyph. Ophelia's filigreed surface is again immaculate. The battle is over, to system notifications confirm as much, and the rewards are nothing to scoff at either. But I can't help but think, as I dismiss my spells, for a dungeon with creatures at this level, this first fight seems just a bit too easy, and the experience a bit too high. I sighed. It's not paranoia, just a proper dose of vigilance to ensure we leave this place alive. You have slain to lesser nulls level 64. 65. You have gained a boosted 115,000 experience. Level 67, experience, 6,340. 44. To next, 56,546 current stats, health, 12,106, 12,731, ether, 5,795 9. Current stats, strength, 269 base, 118, speed, 271 base, 119, vitality 320 for base, 142 mind, 433 base, 300 for 4.5 Tri-State Dungeon 2. Do you see anything suspicious? Chloe asks once she's done processing her own gains for the fight. It appears that she just barely crossed the threshold to level 65. The crossed eyes staring into space, characteristic of working through new system windows and assigning stat points for a new level. Nothing any more or less suspicious than anything else here, I say. Just a nagging feeling that something isn't quite right here. The fight was too easy. Or maybe we just handled the challenge that well. We did adapt well. Yes, but the fight was nothing we couldn't have handled just as easily 8 levels ago. I think you overestimate where we were 8 levels ago. You definitely couldn't have maintained a barrier, a dimensional rift, and your gravity spell. Or did you forget what happened the last time you invoked gravity to that extent? Not that I needed the reminder of my greatest failure. How could I ever forget? 2 full months ago. And closer to 30 levels than 8. But a horrible reminder of how weak I was back then. And how it was innocent people who paid the price for my lack of diligence. A city saved, but not without cost. 8 lives that were snuffed out too soon. Whether due to my weakness or my hubris. My lack of preparation or my lack of knowledge about both my own capabilities and the very real threats that haunt us even now. Sometimes I try to comfort myself, telling myself that it had been necessary. But even if it had been the best way I could come up with at the time to save the most total lives, I still think about whether or not there was another way that could have lowered the body count further. You're right, I say. But I don't think this is anywhere near as unpleasant as the next stage of the dungeon will be. I slip on my artificer's glasses, taking a few moments to search for any mechanisms or items or equipment that might be of use to us. I search all over, peering into the knots in the trees and any space on the ground or the nearby walls that looks even remotely suspicious. All to no avail. I'm about ready to put them back away when Chloe points out a faint glint of light high above on the ceiling. "What is it?" she asks, out of range. I reply after glancing up at it and rolling my eyes at the error message. "Of course it is." Chloe purses her lips. "Why would it not be? This is a dungeon," I say. "I'd be disappointed if everything were made too easy." "Give me just a moment. I'll go take a closer look, Seraphina Mortensen. If you jump up there and end up falling down and hurting yourself, I think we're both sturdy enough not to have to worry about fall damage, although, if you are still worried, I think I have a solution to this problem." I leap about 30 feet into the air, waiting for gravity to accelerate me back toward the ground. It feels so slow compared with how quickly fights happen even at our level, let alone the actual pinnacles of system-granted might. But once I'm about to touch down, I dimensional slip out of this layer of reality and wait a fraction of a second. A blink later, I return, proving that I can indeed use the skill as an intensive way to rest all my momentum. "There," I say. "No worries about reckless endangerment, as long as there aren't any more of those creatures up there to cause further problems." I wink. "I think I can hold off long enough to make it back to you." And with that, I'm off. I'm able to jump just high enough to reach onto the lowest level of the multi-tiered ceiling. And with hundreds of points in strength, it's a trivial task to grip onto the stone ceilings and force my way up. Maybe a bit too easy, I quickly learn, as I dig in a little too deep and nearly break off the chunk of stone I was wedging my feet into for support. Nevertheless, it's not difficult overall to make my way toward that obstinate glint which persists even as the cavern below is coated in darkness. The source is hard to make out, even as I approach. I'd initially hoped for a weapon of some sort buried into the ceiling, but instead, I find a load of faintly glowing metal. The color is similar to gold in hue, but it has none of the softness or ductility that should have accompanied. My glasses confirm that I've found something I've never heard of before, orosite medium purity, a magical ore said to contain the essence of light. This material has high strength relative to its weight and also possesses superior etheric channeling properties. Weapons and armor crafted from this substance have the intrinsic ability to glow when equipped. The wielder may activate or deactivate this effect at will. Well, this right here is not literally a gold mine, but not far off either. Thank the goddesses for my inventory as I jam what must be nearly 60 pounds of the stuff inside before retreating back to the surface with a grin. "Orosite," I say. "Never heard of it before, but I think you're getting new swords and I'm getting a new suit of armor once we have a few days to rest. That could be a good while at this rate." Chloe's eyes drop as she takes a deep breath. "Seems the universe has seen fit to fuck us over these past few days, somehow." I doubt it'll develop a soft spot for us in the next several hours. I do not disagree, Chloe. But we'll get through it together, just as we have everything else these past 18 years. I give her a quick kiss, eagerly reciprocated. These have been a hectic 5 months. Love. Chloe sheathes her swords and rests her head on my organic right shoulder. But it's as you say, you and me, together forever. That never does fail to get a warm and fuzzy feeling into my chest. A welcome change from the unpleasantness of the past several hours. It's going to be tough. I don't trust our supposed allies. And I don't know if some or all of what's going on is connected to even bigger threats. But as long as I have Chloe by my side, I can't help but feel confident in our ability to succeed. The confidence, as well as the calm, lasts for all of 5 minutes. Right until we pass through another narrow passageway and the flow of ambient ether shifts yet again. Flight is still forbidden, but now a new rule has been imposed. Welcome to the quiet place, population us. I can still hear just fine. And we're not completely devoid of our ability to communicate. Snapping and clapping works fine. And if we drop something, it still sounds with a thud all the same, but no speaking, number or hey use. And the change in etheric flow also extends to angelic bond, as well as the weapon bond I share with Philia, silencing both and leaving my head strangely empty. The ability to sense emotions is still there, meaning that a particularly strong burst of fear or panic should be able to call Chloe's attention in a hurry. Or less, I offhandedly add. But that might just cause an even bigger distraction. As a double check to continue to stress test the limits of this new dictum, I pull out a sheet of paper from my sketchbook and scribble, "Can you read this, Chloe?" on it. Then hand it to her. She nods, then writes yes before slipping the page back to me. Good to know that it really is strictly verbal communication which is being disrupted. If only we'd both taken sign language back in high school, we'd be set. As it stood, this was mostly going to impact our ability to coordinate in real time in fights. And probably by design. Tension mounts in my neck. I hold Chloe's hand, partially to calm myself and partially in case I sense something and need to pull her out of the way in a hurry. And yet nothing. Not yet, anyway. Danger is everywhere. I can sense movement in the periphery of Valkyrian's perception. And yet it isn't attacking us. Your Valkyrian's perception rank 8 has upgraded to Valkyrian's perception rank X. Well, that was unexpected. It's only been a few days since my ascension and gaining the skill. And yet it feels like so much has happened between then and now. And that I should have gotten a rank or two over the course of all those previous fights. Oh well. I'll take the slightly larger perception radius, finer granularity, and boost to my agility where I can get it. Chloe again takes the lead as we enter into the next large cavern. Smooth ceilings overhead at first, but they quickly ascend higher than my skill can sense. The light of Chloe's swords of repose illuminates the path immediately ahead, while I can keep track of any would-be pursuers long before they get close enough to strike, including the invisible ones. As one clever shrew tried to be, alas, level 41. Probably not strong enough to hurt me. Definitely not high enough level to give me a single experience point as its lifeblood fell off my weapon and onto the ground below. A shame, really. Though the idea of it carrying some sort of disease was a possibility I was considering. Paranoia, again, some might say. But when everything reeks of conspiracies and a suspiciously low-leveled creature with invisibility comes knocking on my heels, can I truly be blamed for thinking it's merely a harbinger of a far greater threat? I sense others, but they seem to be holding fast, trailing cautiously at a distance rather than encroaching within striking range. A quick silver flash summons forth my sketchbook once more, and I write down some questions for Chloe. Do you have the ability to see through invisibility? Any sort of supernatural perception skills? We're being followed by invisible monsters. Killed 1, level 41. Likely serving a greater master. Suspected disease. A few seconds later, I get back some scribbles. Can't see it. My perception skills didn't evolve that way. But I can purge invisibility. Noted. Getting an odd premonition myself. Also suspecting we are being watched. Inform me if the situation changes. Love you. Something is following us, watching us. Watching through the eyes of these creatures, controlling them like puppets. Or maybe the whole swarm has some sort of combined sentience, and it's luring us into a trap. I doubt I'd break a sweat against 5,000. But 100,000 level 41s would pose a threat to me. 1,000,000 could overwhelm us both. We descend deeper into this place, whose name I seem to now know through pure intuition, ruins of judgment. The nagging only gets stronger, even as I steel myself for battle. I think it's not having Chloe there in my head with me to settle my nerves. Haven't even been dating her for 3 full months yet, and I'm already so far gone that not being able to hear her voice is driving me nuts. Maybe we really should skip the rest of the dating phase and get hitched already. We're already acting like we're old and married. Chloe taps the back of my hand. I can sense it as well. A massive creature lies before us, Ursini, though at least twice as big as the biggest grizzly I've ever seen. Claws dripping with venom, teeth that could rend metal and stone as easily as flesh, and the scent of blood all around. Moreover, it looks and is acting all but rabid and enraged, ripping up the last bit of its meal, crushing and swallowing the carcass of a lion-shaped beast in disgustingly massive gulps. For a moment, I consider trying to move past it, using our inability to vocalize as an asset instead of a liability. Sadly, it notices our movement. It probably smelled to chunks of fresh meat even before we entered the chamber. It approaches. It looks like bear is on the menu for lunch. 305-4. 26 Tri-State Dungeon 3. The Ursini beast charges at us with a speed that is horrifically ill-fitting for such a massively oversized monster. Hardly a blink passes before it's standing over us, on its hind legs, towering to nearly 18 feet tall, with two claws laced with a violet venom that I doubt promises a quick, painless death. Chloe dashes to the right while I dash left, both of us narrowly avoiding being rent into chunks of formerly human flesh. It turns toward me. Maybe it sees me as being slightly larger. A slightly better morsel. Big mistake. Again it's on me, but this time, I'm ready. It strikes. I step back to dodge, and use my sword staff to counter in the brief instant before its foreclaws touch the ground and it sprints once more. Its defense is titanic, despite scoring a solid hit on the distal side of its right claw. It is hardly phased. Its attacks are on me again in less than half a second, and only Chloe's quick intervention keeps me from getting pinned between a ravenous beast and a wall of stone. I stab its right hind leg as it dashes off toward Chloe. The wound I inflict is deep, but the damage I deal is modest at best. Its muscles seem to be designed in such a way that they can quickly stitch themselves back together after being scored in such a manner. I fear for Chloe as the bear slams down upon her. Intellectually, I know she's every bit my equal on the battlefield. She demonstrated as much not 6 hours ago. Emotionally, though, it's hard not to see her as the meat girl unable to do more than stand there in panic against those rats and that spider on the day the system first arrived. I rush the two, but Chloe has already extricated herself from the immediate danger by the time I arrive. For Mirage swords, which appears to be her limit, stab into the beast's chest, though none of them are able to penetrate through the ribs and diaphragm to get to the squishier organs buried underneath. As she runs back toward me, she continues flinging the telekinetic weapons with abandon, hoping to rack up superficial wounds rather than a single deep one, and fortunately, her attack only seems to anger the creature and cut some of its pale fur, leaving tufts on the muddy ground behind it. A chase begins, and though Chloe's movements are swift and its attacks harry the monster relentlessly, Mr. Bear closes the gap in a matter of seconds. I instinctively cry out for Chloe. No sound comes out as I cerebrally knew it wouldn't. Instead, I open a dimensional rift right in front of the Ursini monster and give it a good stab in the stomach, suffering a nasty wound on my left shoulder that sends me to the ground. Bad part about Valkyrian's body, I suffer all the pain of injuries to my prostheses and cybernetics just the same. Good news, Chloe can heal them. And with another new spell, Distal Cure, she no longer needs to touch me for the spell to take effect. Titanium aluminum alloy moves like quicksilver. Fragments of torn metal soldering together and filling in the gashes left behind by those claws with diamond hardness. The rapid-fire pings of pain give way to a dull ache, then a gentle soreness as the metal hardens, and then the network of glyphs and sluices reforms like so many blood vessels and lymph nodes wit on the organic portions of my form. The bear's back is turned to me as it again attacks Chloe. It must be thinking that I've been incapacitated, a big mistake, and one I don't intend to let it live to regret. Fire-aligned ether congeals in my right hand, taking the shape of a crimson orb that shimmers like an artificial sun. I let it expand out to the size of a large beach ball, draining 600 ether from my core in the process before firing a massive elemental ether strike straight toward that oversized S. My attack fails completely, leaving me dumbfounded. I make the creature's hair glow and its skin is singed, but I fail even to land even a second-degree burn on the target. A mote of fear creeps in my heart, one exacerbated by the panic that Chloe shows for a brief moment when her scouring light likewise fails to do more than briefly disorient the bear's rampage. Magic seems to be out as a rule. Although this gives me an opportunity to test something about my new dimensional magic that I've been curious about. I know that subspace is hostile to physical objects and life more generally. Moreover, I know from experience that I can draw creatures in with dimensional slip. Time to see what happens when I yank this creature past the boundary. The bear's claw rises, ready to eviscerate a trapped Chloe. Her fear is radiating off her so intensely I can practically smell it. She's fighting the monster off with everything she has, but her strikes continue to do next to nothing, right up until her eyes widen and she braces for the worst. At the last second, I grab the monster from the back and then slip us away. The blue-white haze of subspace is murky and twisted, a consequence of already being in distorted space. I hadn't had much of a chance to observe before, but I can feel the entangled nature of subspace while in what is, in many ways, a massive pocket dimension. I'm not just being hacked apart by the hostile environment, I'm being stretched apart and strung out as if subjected to the ministrations of a hydraulic press. My body, reinforced by my vitality and buttressed by my armor, resists, but within 2 seconds, I feel ligaments stretching, my muscles tense and pull back in an attempt to reinforce my skin and connective tissue. But even with all this, my physical form barely retains its form. My health drops precipitously as the connection between my arm and my torso feels about ready to string apart like so much wet spaghetti. Annoyingly, the bear seems to have an easier time of it. A heftier frame, shorter, stockier limbs, a thicker hide with shorter, denser musculature, and a massive layer of blubber underneath. All of it together makes for a creature especially resilient. And that's not even counting a level I know to be 13 higher than my own. Thankfully, I don't have to outlast it. After about 5 seconds of struggle, I let go, release my skill, and allow myself to get pulled back into conventional space. Chloe rushes over to me and infuses me with potent cure. Though neither of us drops our guard, I dare not think even for an instant that the solution I've devised is permanent. It would be far too easy if that were the case. And the system has yet to indulge me with a one weird trick to make all my monster problems vanish forever. 2 seconds later, the Colossus is spat back out into conventional space. Though for the first time, it actually looks pained. Its regeneration is working to piece its body back in order, but for the moment, its movements are rougher, slower, no less dangerous. A cornered, wounded animal has the advantage of savagery and unpredictability, and it has yet to showcase any skills. The two of us press our advantage. Pierce and thrust, hack and slash. And for the first time, our combined assault seems to be working. Valkyrian's perception allows me to dart in and out of the bear's defenses, delivering wounds before raking claws threaten to remove my face. I am for the joints if I can take out one of its hind legs. Shatter a knee, then we'll have a decisive advantage. Chloe's attacks are twisting around as well, though it seems she's independently come up with the same strategy that I have. One of her swords has lodged itself directly in the largest wound on the right freckle and is attempting to wedge itself in deeper. The creature's incredible regeneration, it must have multiple skills to that effect, is working to seal the wound around the weapon. But I can't imagine it will be quite as robust in its attempts to thrash us about with multiple pieces of weaponry buried within. And then the idea hits me for how we can deal with the creature. One instant I'm thrusting Philia directly into the back of its right hind limb. Sorry I couldn't let you know, but our connection is crippled. The back of the neck would have been better, if not for the massive osseous plate protecting its spinal cord and brainstem. One too thick for even my weapon to shatter. The next moment, I'm drawing out my sketchbook and scribbling my plan to Chloe. Get all your weapons in the creature. Subspace weak to light. 2 second delay. Radiant purge. I dimensional rift over to Chloe, grabbing her and then teleporting the both of us back. I'm sweating bullets, my sides feel like they're going to give out, and my body feels on the verge of collapse from so many consecutive trips into subspace. And yet, here I have yet another trip I need to make. Either this is going to tear me apart or it's going to be a colossal boost in my combat strength. Honed in the hottest crucible. Given my luck to this point, almost certainly both. Either way, it won't be painless. Chloe nods in acknowledgement, picking up the subtleties of my plan that I couldn't write down in the half-second lull I had. The next instant, the bear is upon us once more. We split up, while I throw a weak darkness sphere, not expecting it to do anything but anger the bear, though, in this rare case, poking at the bear is exactly what I want. Chloe's Radiant Purge needs a few seconds to channel up to maximum efficacy, and I need to buy her the time to do so. Dip, dive, and dodge the furious swipes. When I can't do any of those, force the attacks to land on my arms or anywhere else that I can go a couple minutes without. Chloe doesn't like thinking this way, but my health is a resource. Only the last one truly matters, temporary pain aside. Even the last one doesn't matter too much, as long as Chloe is healthy and hale and able to stitch me back together within the half-minute. I strafe to the side, bringing the beast back toward where Chloe is waiting. Her charge is nearly maximized. Time for me to play my own part. I start channeling ether, coating my body in another layer of etheric armor right as the first wears out. It doesn't do much to shield my body from the inhospitable environs which await me, but it does deflect some of the weaker attacks from the bear, which makes it ether well worth spending. As I get into position, I start readying my own light and piercing glyphs together for the instant I return to conventional space. Chloe gives me a nod, imperceptible were I not looking for it. Her mouth turns upward just as subtly. She's looking forward to this as well. The bear attacks me with twin claws and teeth bared. I wait until the last instant, then I'm gone. Its teeth must be clattering upon each other to its irritation and my amusement. I appear an instant later, clapping my hands as the closest thing I can do to a taunt in this goddess-forsaken pit. The monster roars, unbothered by the rules of the labyrinth, as though I would be cowed by the gasps of a soon-to-be-dead pile of experience. No, instead I wait for the monster to just about clamp down upon me with its crushing jaws. Then I teleport behind it, dimensional slip my way into subspace, and leave the carcass behind. I fall to the ground in a slump, fatigue and nausea and pain setting in. Defiant Spirit helps me avoid the urge to drop unconscious, but it only helps me push through the pain, not rid myself of it altogether. With every bit of force I have left, I fire a light-type elemental ether strike right as Chloe's Radiant Purge hits home. I'm spent. Chloe doesn't look much better, but that must have been enough to finish the creature off, right? There's no way that it survived all of that. How? I silently mutter. Half the creature's head is torn off, multiple claws are severed. Philia's spear has fully severed the right hind limb. Chloe's mirage swords have acted like conduits for the light energy. Each spot where one had been now marked by a fist-sized hole of flesh and a spattering of gore and sinew evaporating on the ground. And yet, the beast still roars, somehow not dead yet. Chloe lets out a silent shriek, summoning a mirage sword in an effort that both looks and feels painful. She tries to dodge the swipe, but only partially deflects it, suffering a wound to her side in the process. She'll be able to heal us both, but I don't see any other strategy. I have to go over limit. I'm reaching into my body to grab hold of that surging strength, only to pause at the last moment as I see that the creature has fallen. And I don't think it'll get up either. I can breathe. I can close my eyes. We're still in a dungeon, but at least we're not in imminent danger, for a few moments, at least. You have slain a lesser Orsini Titan level 80. You have gained a boosted 780,000 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 70 from 67. Strength Con 3. Vitality Con 3. Please assign free stat points remaining. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to current level Conran 13 equals 355. 380. 383. Maximum ether increases by Mind current level Conran 0. 2 equals 269,272. 273. Level 70. Experience 7,120,044. To next. 247,351. Current stats. Health 1,022. 13. 849 Ether, 1040 for a 10. Current stats: Strength, 290 to base, 127, Speed, 285 base, 124, Vitality, 359 base, 156, Mind, 460 to base. Your Dimensional Rift Rank 3 has upgraded to Dimensional Rift Rank 4. Your Dimensional Slip Rank 3 has upgraded to Dimensional Slip Rank 4. Your Morning Star's Triumph Rank V has upgraded to Morning Star's Triumph Rank VI. Your Etheric Armor Rank VI has upgraded to Etheric Armor Rank 7. 306 4. 27 Tri-State Dungeon 4. Chloe's magic is truly incredible. Even the most grievous wounds, ones that were too severe to even hope to patch up before inevitable death, are patched up in seconds. And she does it all with a smile on her face and the pinnacle of compassion. Even as she marches with me into the bowels of hell, neither of us can speak a word to each other, but her quiet smiles and the compassionate way her fingers trace upon my former injuries say everything. Relief and gratitude fill her mind. Even though I can already foresee a conversation about being reckless and nearly getting myself killed. Again, Chloe, I do apologize for worrying you so. I was confident it would work, even if the victory was neither flawless nor particularly pretty. That monster was about as far from pretty as possible by the time it finally slumped down and dissolved into teal ether. It certainly doesn't have the guts to do that again, for sure. Just like one of our earlier trips into a dungeon back in March, the two of us again find ourselves nestled up against a wall of stone, eating our dinner in silence and isolation. More of those invisible shrews have been crawling around, but none have gotten too close. Maybe they're pleased in those tiny rodent minds because we took care of one of the dungeon's largest predators. Maybe they realize we're the new apex predators on the block and know better than to antagonize us. Either way, we have a respite to enjoy some leftover fettuccine and chicken scampi from 3 nights ago. Poor Alicia. I'm certainly not going to bring her up now. While she's goddesses only know where and Chloe's restlessness is being restrained only by sheer willpower. Still, I hoped she was okay. Maxine Frederos and everyone else linked to her should be praying that Alicia is okay as well. Otherwise, when not if Chloe and I find out, if Chloe was 5 minutes from painting the streets red with blood before, not even I wanted to be in that room if she finally snapped. Instead, we just hold hands and watch our ether slowly regenerate. Not even that slowly anymore. A few months back and my mind stat was so ass that I needed an eternity and a half just to tick up a single point of ether. Thank you, dreadful mind X10 regeneration rates. Now, my base rate is still garbage. But with my mind stat boosted to nearly 500 with Chloe's Saintess's blessing upon me, I'm actually gaining close to a point of ether a second even after the reduced accrual rate in a dungeon is taken into consideration. Chloe tugs my arm, prompting me to look down. Go on or turn back. I circle go on, then scribble out. Every level we gain makes us that much more likely to succeed. Besides, I'm sure the other Seraphina is out there, gaining more levels too. I'm sure we'll come face to face eventually. Do you really think it'll come down to fighting? And, be honest, do you want it to? Probably, and not really. But you know me well enough to know that I'm as stubborn as a mule. I'm sure any version of me would be exactly the same, stubborn as a mule, and 3 times as pretty. Only 3 times. She kisses me. Sometime later, maybe a few hours, the two of us stand up and stretch our legs. It's probably close to 8 in the evening. We've been pretty much go for the past 12 hours. All the lingering adrenaline is long gone, and yet, neither one of us is tired. Maybe what Madison had said went deeper than I realized this morning. As we gain in levels, we grow more and more magical, and less physical. I'm once again reminded that that applies to sleep as well as food, water, and the ability to survive the harshness of the void. Now that I think about it, I don't think I have a single blemish or zit, and haven't in quite a while. Despite all the sweating and physical activity, I take a whiff of my underarms. Doesn't stink as bad as I'd imagined. Not exactly rainbows and roses, but nothing that's going to emit toxic fumes. I don't even bother asking or sniffing Chloe. She's always smelled amazing, even before the system first arrived. Plus, that would be a little weird, even between girlfriends. We pass into the next chamber, I'm not really sure what I'm expecting when I get there, other than another shift in the flow of ether, and then another rule imposed upon us. How long will this go on? How many more floors will this take? Hopefully not too many. I don't know how many more of these brutal fights we'll be able to overcome. Chloe looks at me with a shrug of her shoulders. Her mirage swords come out to light the way, then disappear just as quickly. Maybe there wasn't actually a shift, except I know there was. I could feel it, even if Chloe seemingly couldn't. I pull out my sketchbook to ask her, only for my inventory to remain stubbornly closed. In a panic, I try again, and all to no avail. And then it hits me. Exactly what the new rule of the dungeon is. Trying and failing to enter subspace proves it. I put my hand on Chloe's shoulder to get her attention, and then, with either tip finger, I trace the rule out on the floor. The dimensional boundary is sealed. My inventory and dimensional magic are both blocked. Shit, Chloe writes below. My inventory is sealed too. Does your other magic still work as it should? Seems to be. This dungeon is definitely adapting to our tactics and adjusting its rules accordingly. Banning flight, then talking, and then dimensional magic. These don't seem like just random rules. They were specifically put here to challenge us. Chloe just nods, her eyes full of unwavering determination. Double quotes agreed. Still, we move forward. Time to see what the dungeon has in store for us for round 3. And I'm both terrified and disappointed, in equal measure. A giant ant, quaint perhaps. More than a little disgusting. But definitely not something to be trifled with. I can sense tremendous power emanating off that otherwise placid exoskeleton. Not to mention whatever skills are at its disposal. It raises a single claw. For a moment, I question if it will be able to converse in English. It wouldn't be the first or last dungeon boss out there who could do so. To my disappointment, and relief in equal measure, it instead buzzes with the 2 pairs of wings at its back, pointing the right 2 of its forearms at the 2 of us. I wouldn't dare assume that its gestures carry the same meaning as those of a human. But if they did, indignant would be the single word that best captures the beast's expression. It's on us in a blink. I raise my sword staff to block, narrowly avoiding the first punch and deflecting the second punch harmlessly past my face. Flurries of punches and airborne kicks are on me in a terrifying assault, and it's all I can do just to fight defensively and minimize the damage I take. Chloe leaps into the fray, just her twin swords of repose leading the attack. Her weapons shine with the glint of holy energy, but even as she lands strike after brutal strike, she fails even to dent the monster's tough chitinous exoskeleton. The creature maintains its strikes upon me, pushing me back at an accelerated pace. I try going on the offense for a brief moment, slashing toward its stomach. My weapon proves to be strong enough to cut a small hole through its armor, but far from enough to slow the monstrosity down. Worse, I take several fists to the face and torso, and even my thick skull proves insufficient to keep my vision from starting to spin. Potent cure proves sufficient to keep my health topped off, but not to stop me from seeing stars at the overwhelming assault. Part of me wants to call for a retreat. If our best attacks are doing all of jack and shit, how can we hope to win? But I'm not sure if we can run either. Even if we can, what are the chances there won't be another creature or 10 waiting in ambush? And if these monsters can leave the dungeon, and they do thanks to being lured out by ours truly, then we're going to have a whole lot more than just 8 more deaths on our consciences. Chloe again channels her mirage swords, adjusts to this time, and goes fully on the offense. Her attacks fail to break the exoskeleton, but since they are partially and selectively intangible, a small portion of the attacking damage is actually able to phase through the armor and hit the softer flesh within. Predictably, doesn't do a whole lot. Insects naturally have hemolymph coating their insides, and like the Ursini Titan earlier, this creature's vital fluids seem to have healing properties. Fortunately for us, my attacks are just strong enough to break the creature's outer shell. And it appears that whatever healing properties the creature has don't extend to that carapace. It's not all good news. The insides of the overgrown ant smell like utter hell. And, if my shit luck is to be believed, it's also toxic. Acidic. Even, I revise. After a few droplets sizzle on the ground with an evil hiss, Chloe's scouring light hits the monster dead on, and it works. The beast is thrown back by the luminous waves, giving me another opening to deliver a puncturing wound into its abdomen, then another, in quick succession. Chloe contains the beast with more magical strikes, stunning it in place and allowing me to continue to pierce through its armor. It flails about, flying up toward me again in a blur, even getting quite the hit on my stomach and knocking the wind out of me for the briefest of moments. But Chloe's magic is relentless. None of her strikes seem to do all that much damage, but they do keep the beast stunned and off balance and give me more openings for attack. But something seems off. This fight seems too easy all of a sudden. This is the final fight of the dungeon, and yet, the end is going down so much easier than the bear. Even easier than those crude half-vampires from the first portion of the dungeon. It's not right. But at least this creature has finally given out. You have slain a guardian Antoid level 62. You have gained a boosted 9,500 experience. Level 70, experience, 7,129,544. To next, 237,851. Oh shit. Oh shit, and unholy fuck. It's so obvious in retrospect. How in the unholiest bowels of hell did I not realize it at the very beginning? Answer, you social species. There's no such thing as a solitary ant. Good heavens. I remember that Antoid horde back in April. I remember fighting against not one or two, but an army of thousands. And if this is a dungeon, then there's not going to be just one. My breath catches in my throat. Buzzing echoes through the chamber. I stand with my back to Chloe, dreading what's about to happen next. Beady compound eyes glisten in the dark, refracting and reflecting the light of Chloe's swords 100-fold, not unlike so many disco balls. The chattering of chitinous mandibles follows, followed by the pitter-patter of hundreds of legs marching in unison. The swarm has just arrived, and Chloe and I are going to need every ounce of strength we have left, and then some, if we don't want to end up as the colony's next meal. 307-4. 28 Tri-State Dungeon V. It's thankfully not hundreds or thousands of Antoids which appear from the shadows to attack both of us, but it's dozens. Each of them is a bit weaker and a bit slower than the guardian we fought a moment ago, but numbers do add up as long as the individual members are at least marginally threatening. Fortunately, we do know their weaknesses: strong against physical attacks, comparably weak against magic. Chloe's Radiant Purge is particularly effective against them, rather akin to throwing sticks of magical dynamite right into the heart of the nest. I am taking damage from them as well due to the tight quarters, but not too much overall. My high mind, further shielded by etheric armor and shrouded by Saintus's cloister, ensures that Chloe's work is falling almost entirely upon our enemies. Meanwhile, I'm stuck using mostly physical attacks, occasionally throwing out my elemental ether strikes when I have the spare ether. I've found that they are nearly completely immune to earth and ice, and fire largely doesn't affect them either. Nevertheless, I attack with these elements all the same. I don't expect them to work, but by doing so, I begin setting up the special effect of my elementalist bandana, the rainbow chain. As a result of this effect, each elemental attack I use gains in power and ether cost. In exchange, I have to continually cycle between the elements without repeating them. This goes smoothly at first. Darkness doesn't do much to these creatures, and considering their environment, I can see why. Best to get this element out of the way sooner rather than later as well. My bandana starts to glow: the red strip of fire, blue of ice, orange of earth, and the indigo of darkness all lit up, their power amplifying my own and bending the etheric flow to a small extent. Though in my own favor for a change, wine comes next, and like the previous four, it doesn't lend itself particularly well to being infused into elemental ether strike. The general shape characteristic of ether strike is a giant beam, good for bludgeoning, modestly effective at piercing, and absolutely horrendous at slashing. As the wind element prefers, instead I channel wind sharpness, and a pair of glyphs that represent length and velocity together with my multi-dimensional glyph casting, finding an array formation that seems adequate and isn't immediately breaking down upon channeling ether through it. One add a few more runes interlaid within the structure to stabilize it and clarify my intent. And then I launch the attack. A burst of sharpened air cleaves through the unrelenting swarm of ants. And unlike with the first four attacks, I'm actually making some headway. My attack is actually strong enough to cut through the ant's hardened exoskeletons and damage the relatively softer flesh underneath. And fortunately, my diminished ether leaves me unable to turn this into a decisive blow. Rather than push more ether into the attack, I let it fizzle. 3 enemies down, 18 severely crippled, broken arms and leaking acid from fetid wounds. 24 of them remain still healthy and able to continue the fight. I take a defensive posture between Chloe and the horde, beating back attacks as quickly as they come. I wasn't able to handle the flurry of blows below, but with the help of a little practice and these creatures being slightly weaker than the one which came before, I'm able to keep myself from suffering too much damage. The problem is that the beasts remain unrelenting in their assault. Their glowing compound eyes show no signs of emotion, their faces remain placid, their expressions impassive, their movements regimented with the discipline of a hive mind coordinating their every movement and the cycling tactics of Roman legionnaires. If they are tired, they do not show it. If they are pained, they do not show it either. Seeing their dead and injured do not break their morale, nor do they panic or deviate. It is eerie. Meanwhile, I know that my ether is slipping. I can see from Chloe's face and feel through our bond that she won't last too much longer. Her vitality is somewhat lower than my own. We can't take to the skies to restore our stamina. I can't grab an ether canister from my inventory to refuel. I'm stuck trying to beat back the onslaught. But even a second cast of Saintus's Cloister to refresh the first is not going to stem the tide for long. But there's no other option other than to use Seraphina over limit. And I refuse to do so. We need the safety net that ability will provide when we go rescue Alicia. We have to fall back and try to regroup. But we can be smart about it. The narrow passageway we use to get to this chamber will allow us to avoid the worst of it. Maybe we'll even get our proper magic back. No dice. We pass through the threshold, but the flow of ether hasn't changed. It must be like back in the Temple of Greed. Once we enter and succumb to the dungeon's curse, only completing the objectives will see those hexes purged. At least it's not the worst case scenario yet. The clamoring of 24 pairs of legs continues in lockstep. And though I am holding them off with Chloe's health, the second we're ambushed, we're trapped. Assessing my knowledge of the situation, I'm able to come up with a lone strategy for how I might be able to defeat the horde. But I first need Chloe to run. I'm thinking about Alicia, about how she is suffering because of nothing but her relation to us and possibly to Mr. Jacobs. I don't want to make others go through that, least of all Chloe. My shining light, my erstwhile partner, now and forevermore, using lightning now. After remembering how I'd hurt her once before thanks to not understanding exactly how my wings work, I don't. I turn to Chloe for the briefest of moments and shoo her away with my hands. What are you doing? I need you to flee the blast radius. I know our bond is still closed to direct thoughts, but if I project my emotions hard enough, maybe they'll get through to her. Instead, she just gets closer, firing her mirage swords over my shoulder and striking the ant in front of me. Her attacks buy me another half-second to catch my breath, but this is pointless. I'm sorry, Chloe, but I need to unleash this spell, and I don't want you to accidentally get caught in the blast radius. I don't want to hurt you, instead. You stand here just beside, backing me up all the same. Even if I could tell you my plans, even if I informed you ahead of time that I planned to do so, you'd stay with me, wouldn't you? I can't help but chuckle at my thick head even as the Intoid horde bears down upon me and the weight of their successive blows forces me back. I was thinking so highly of your strength just a bit ago, strength that you demonstrated to me in the most direct way possible, and now, here in a dungeon, I'm trying to keep you off the front line and away from the fight. You deserve to slap me for that one, Chloe. All right, if this is what you want, my love, then I will unleash everything I have to finish this fight. First, an inconsequentially weak light-aligned elemental ether strike that fails even to dazzle the monster before us. Another thing I've intuited through my analysis of the rainbow chain effect, it doesn't matter the strength of the spell of skill I employ, nor its ether cost. Using regular weapon attacks that happen to have an elemental alignment doesn't count either for or against. But other than that, everything is fair game. 1100 points of ether left. I channel 1050 of them into my spell, Lightning. In contrast to Wind, is best used as a piercing element. I give it an impulse glyph to hopefully keep it moving in the correct direction. Then follow it up with a pair of intensity glyphs and one puncturing glyph. Thanks to reconfiguration, it only takes about 6 seconds to string all the glyphs together and lock them into the correct form. Though, as I'm learning, now that I've crossed the second ascension, 6 seconds might as well be a lifetime. Dozens of strikes land on my armor each second. And though they are individually nothing debilitating, the concussive force they collectively inflict still manages to lower my health by a considerable amount. Saintess's cloister has been fully purged, leaving my battered body to absorb the attacks directly. Chloe's just about completely tapped out as well. Her health remains relatively undamaged. But her scouring lights have stopped altogether and she's just using her weaker curing light instead of the more invigorating potent cure. Something which is unable to out-heal the barrage of damage I'm taking by the still hardy Intoids. Note to self, I really need to be building these spell arrays well in advance of battles, rather than on the fly. Something to focus on during my downtime. Whenever the hell that'll end up being. Blood oozes down my side, my arms and legs are starting to go numb. And it's a challenge to keep going through the pain. My head is growing light. My body cold even as I continue to sweat and my health is at just over 2.0, and it's still falling fast. The only saving grace is that, since I am technically defending Chloe right now, and Chloe is at a lower level than I am, Valkyrian's defense has kicked in and is giving me a modest boost to my stats. It doesn't do much defensively, but it does give me that little push to finalize the glyph matrix and ready myself for one final burst with all my remaining ether. Chloe senses it, finally falling back. But not before channeling her magic into one last curing light. An electrical current builds in the palm of my hand, crackling with raw power. Much as I wish I could control it fully, lightning carries with it an inherent spark of unpredictability. And thanks to my cybernetic body, there is a risk that some of this discharge might feed back into my own circuitry. I accept this outcome, and, with everything I am and a silent scream to accompany it, I let loose my thunder arrow and let it carve a path of devastation. The ants screech and hiss as electricity ravages their insides. Their bodies spasm and contort in impossible angles as their muscles tear themselves apart from the contradictory electrical signals being funneled their way. One by one, the lightning continues onward, eating its way through the insectal aberrations, chewing them up, spitting them back out, and leaving them crumpled and lifeless on the stone floor below. My own arm doesn't escape the carnage unscathed. Black smoke billows from it and I can feel the infernal pain of my own nerves fraying. Chloe, though, remains gracefully unharmed at my back. Thank the goddess, I'd take the feedback damage 100 times over if it meant sparing her from the consequences of my antics. One final roar of thunder signals the explosive end to the fight. And hopefully the last of the hostilities will be facing down here, because I really don't want to deal with more of this shit right now. You have slain 41 worker Antoids leveled 61 to 63. You have gained a boosted 499,500 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 71. Strength come 1, Vitality come 1. Please assign free stat points remaining. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to come current level come ran 1, 3 equals 403. Maximum ether increases by mind come current level come ran 0, 2 equals 270 to level 71. Experience 7,619,544. To next 92,476 current stats. Health 405 14,252 ether 639 tenths. Current stats: strength 300 to base 129, speed 295 base 126, vitality 386 base 165, mind 470 base. Your Elemental Ether Strike rank 8 has upgraded to Elemental Ether Strike rank 9. Your Etheric Armor rank 7 has upgraded to Etheric Armor rank 8. Your Valkyrian's Defense rank V has upgraded to Valkyrian's Defense rank VI. Your Reconfiguration rank 8 has upgraded to Reconfiguration rank X. 384. 29 Tri-State Dungeon. Vichlo kneels over me, giving me a look of pure compassion as her curing light sutures my wounds and even repairs the nerves I fried in that electric burst. It feels nice for the most part, just not in that fleeting moment after my sense of pain is reactivated and before my nerves realize that the source of the pain no longer applies. She gives me the look, and I know I'm in big trouble. If not for the fact that we're both drained, I'm sure she would slap me once or twice to pull me back to my senses. She'd give me an indignant lecture about how I'm reckless and hurting myself and not taking her feelings into consideration. I'd retort, saying that this was the best outcome and the best strategy that took into consideration both the probability of success today as well as the need to keep my weekly use of Seraphina over limit and reserve for when we go back to rescue Mom. We'd reach an impasse. She'd tell me to be more careful and to communicate with her. I'd apologize and say that I'll try. And then we'd later end up in a similar position, and I'll do the whole thing over again because I've got a bit of a martyr complex, especially when it comes to the woman I love more than life itself. With the law of silence still enforced upon us and an inability to communicate via my sketchbook, we carry out the entire conversation with emotions, gestures, and the movement of our eyes and faces, something we're getting better at and will continue to improve upon over the months and years as we grow as partners. In an act of generous mercy from the system, it has not seen fit to ambush us with yet more monsters eager to turn our bones into their bread. I don't expect that to hold for too much longer, but I'll take what we can get. What do we do now? Chloe asks. By tracing letters in the air with a finger tipped with light. We have to clear the dungeon, or our inventory and voice will be locked forever. Not to mention that I don't want to permanently lose our flight. Permanently. You didn't notice that we were pushed past the threshold where we originally suffered the effects of the dimension locking. But we still can't use our inventory. My dimension rift skill is likewise still sealed. But I don't think there will be another fight. That last fight screamed final boss, by the goddesses. I hope there's not another fight. I'm getting tired and you, my love, need rest. Girlfriends and healers' orders. Her narrowed eyes leave no room for discussion. I can only lower my head in resignation. When Chloe's mind is made up to that extent, acceptance is the only response that doesn't lead to certain ruin. I still want to study this dungeon a bit more. The woman who allegedly kidnapped Mom had anti-detection and reconnaissance skills. And if I were a betting woman, I'd bet good money that there's some sort of dimensional shenanigans among them. I'm not quite following Sarah. If I can recreate the dimensional locking effect currently affecting us, we should be able to keep her from using teleportation to try to escape. Chloe's eyes widen at the realization and implications. Then they narrow again. 1 hour. Then we need to move on. I try to stress the importance of doing this, but to no avail. Chloe is dead set on her dictum, and I'd be a fool to waste the hour I've been given rather than using it to its fullest extent. My mind is still a little fatigued after earlier. But I do have a couple of paths that seem promising. For one, I have a lock and unlock glyph, and I know the basic structure that corresponds to. I'm not sure if it's dimensions or subspace, but it's definitely related to the concepts at play. They actually combine together quite nicely, but the effect feels off somehow. It's similar to the effect currently placed upon us, but not exactly the same. Feels like the sort of effect that could be used to seal a location from teleportation and dimensional effects, rather than one which applies to a target being and prevents them from teleporting away. Useful in its own right, but not the effect I really want right now. Instead, I cycle through a bunch of different options. Reconfiguration helping me process the dizzying array of possibilities as well as their likely effects. And fortunately, after half an hour, checking through hundreds of potential avenues, including no less than 50 different combinations of lock and dimension, I find myself no closer to a solution than I was when I started. I want to go further in. I write on the ground. Maybe if I'm able to get a good look at the core of the dungeon, I'll be able to make a breakthrough. Chloe doesn't protest. If anything, she's eager to get a move on, and I can't blame her. It's not the first time that I've asked her to wait in some stuffy or dangerous environment just so I can study magic a little more in detail. It certainly won't be the last, but such is my nature and calling. Studying and understanding magic is a core part of my classes just as much as healing and purging the undead are part of hers. We make our way past the passageway once more, finding no trace of the Intides which came a bit too close to killing us a short while ago. Past the next chamber, where the Guardian Antoid once patrolled, the path branches outward in 3 different directions. I don't get an opportunity to ask Chloe which way she wants to go. She marches straight ahead without compromise. And while I agree that it is the most likely path to the core, I'm remiss at the lost opportunity for more treasure right when we most need to increase our combat efficacy. I don my artificer's glasses nonetheless, hoping that I'll stumble upon a trapdoor or secret passage or maybe some switch that opens the door to treasure. And to my shock, I actually find something after less than a minute. The mechanism is discreet, a small button that blends seamlessly into the surrounding stone even when I shine a light upon it. A trap, perhaps, but this doesn't have the feel of something put there just to punish the perceptive or more likely the obsessive. I push the button, reasoning it's much more likely to be good than bad. Chloe turns around at the noise, giving me a look of boredom that lasts precisely until a slot opens underneath the side of the passageway and a mass of stone slides down into the abyss. The new hole in the wall reveals a short, and somehow even narrower passageway that terminates abruptly with a single maroon treasure chest for our trouble. I open it up to find a glistening copper-colored breastplate, though the way it sparkles suggests that I've found something altogether different, and my ever-trusty glasses confirm it. Orisite cuirass. A sturdy breastplate made of solid orisite. In addition to providing superior defense, it passively distorts the wearer's appearance and creates minor afterimages, which may cause attackers who rely on vision to miss. Defense come 115, agility come 25, magic defense come 45, light resistance 50%. The wearer may also trigger the innate effect of the armor to cast blinding flash once per day. No ether cost. I begin to cast aside my breastplate, only to be stopped by Chloe. She's already fully disrobed, leaving only some light loungewear as she walks up past me and grabs the new haul out of her. I open my mouth in a vain attempt to ask what she's doing, but only silence comes out as I watch her slide into the metal suit. Fortunately, there's a built-in set of folds to give her legs a little bit of additional protection and modesty. A bit too little metal for my taste, though, as she finishes suiting up with a fashionable twirl. I do hope she'll put some sort of skirt over the armor she's claimed as her own. I don't exactly like the idea of Chloe flashing the entire world, especially while in midair. Again, she doesn't make a noise as she passes past me. I'm not sure if she's upset with me, determined, or, tired. Frustrated. It's been a long day. We both need a lot of rest. Clara has yet to prove her trustworthiness, and I'm not sold on the fact that she really plans to help us. Worse still, she might also try to arrest us the second we finish rescuing Alicia. Probably on trumped-up charges and with planted evidence. But I don't think she was wrong about the need for the two of us to get some proper rest. I yawn. I need to sleep real soon myself. There aren't any more surprises before we get to the core room. And thank the goddess there isn't yet another boss fight, because I think I would have thrown caution to the wind, gone into overlimit, and just murdered everything. Doubling down on my earlier statement, we both need sleep. And a lot of it there is, however. One treasure chest waiting for us. Normally I'd go through the usual mimic protection song and dance, but can't be arsed right about now. It thankfully isn't anything dangerous. Just a regular treasure chest containing a skill book. I have a couple qualms about taking it for myself, but Chloe doesn't seem to mind, even. She did get the very stylish suit of armor, and it is only fair, and oh my goddess. As soon as the glyphs start forming in my mind, I realize that I just wasted close to an hour of our time. For, in an act of cosmic irony, the system has just seen fit to give me the very skill I have been trying and failing to intuit through the patterns of ether swirling about. I'm not sure whether Chloe is going to be happy or absolutely livid when she finds out about this. You have gained the general skill Dimensional Seal rank. I Dimensional Seal. Choose one target and object, including a living being, within rank by 10 feet. The selected target becomes dimensionally fixed, and able to teleport or otherwise able to leave the principal layer of space for the duration of the spell. When cast upon a living target or one without system parameters, the spell will function without fail, and last for 24 hours or until dismissible at the caster's will. When cast upon another being, the chance of success and the duration are based on the caster's level and magic attack compared against the target's level and magic defense. Perfect. My demeanor, stoic though I try to make it, fails to occlude my glee at getting this skill in the slightest. Ideally, I would like to be able to cast Dimensional Seal via my glyph casting, or at least an inelegant variant thereof. However, with 3 distinct skills all tied up in this sort of magic, and my own extra-dimensional origins to boot, I think the chances of getting a dimensional-related class at level 96 just went up by a significant amount. Absolutely critical if I'm ever going to get off this hunk of rock and explore the vastness of other worlds. Are we done here? Chloe asks through finger signing. I think I'm at my limit. We are, I say. And I got the skill I was hoping for, as I expected. But you were never going to be satisfied unless you worked toward it yourself first. Or am I wrong? Please don't lie to me, Sarah. I know you. I shrug, not bothering to dispute the obvious. The two of us touch the core, a glowing blue orb floating in the center of an unnaturally futuristic, cylindrical room. While it is possible to instead shatter the core and gain additional experience for doing so, it's generally considered an asshole move. Leaving the dungeon through the intended exit causes the same dungeon to reform itself in the same configuration, after a brief time to recharge itself and regenerate the monsters within. Destroying the dungeon's core doesn't prevent a new dungeon from respawning, something to do with ley lines and how ether flows through the earth, but it will be an altogether different dungeon after doing so. Different gimmicks, different recommended levels, different monsters, and so forth. With combat by far the easiest way to gain more levels, skills, and personal power. Documenting the location and parameters of such dungeons is a fairly well-paid field. Not our personal cup of tea, but adventuring pays good money for the brave and foolhardy alike. A moment later, we've passed through the rift and emerged back on the outside. All of the curses are gone. I can speak and fly, and I can dig into my inventory and pull out a couple of granola bars and bottles of water, because I just realized that I'm nearly as hungry as I am tired. So, how do I look? Chloe asks, again twirling like a girl who just got her first skirt. Beautiful, stunning, radiant. Gorgeous, as always. And about as tired as I feel. Chloe kisses me as her old robes disappear back into her inventory. Good answer, love. Now then, I think a warm bed and a hot bath are in both our futures. I certainly hope they are. 394. 32nd day of class. Seraphina contains some time spent in combat training class. I know at least one reader has asked for warnings about that. The weekend passes uneventfully. In the back of my mind, I continue to worry about Alicia, and I can sense the lingering dread that Chloe goes through every waking moment that she's not back with us, safe and sound. I hope she's being treated well. Wherever she is, she better be, for the sake of her kidnappers most of all. Unfortunately, there's not much the two of us can do, besides relying on our assets and doing what we can to prepare for when it's time for us to do our part. A sort of an easy détente fills our home over the course of the weekend. I spend most of my time sitting around, practicing with my glyphs and building up an arsenal ready to go for battle, while Chloe is outside, training her sword techniques. Without the threat of mortal danger, our training and practice won't yield nearly the same results in terms of acquiring skills and skill ranks, but every repetition helps. As they say, proper planning prevents piss poor performance. The weekend passes, and with the arrival of Monday, the two of us return to our normal routines. Chloe is back in her robes and with her new longsword safely tucked away in her inventory as she goes for her shift at the local hospital. I, meanwhile, make my way down to campus and hope to have a few minutes of relative peace and quiet before the start of class. Any chances of that are shattered the instant I touch down on the edge of campus. If I were something of a minor celebrity before, this past Wednesday's events have left no doubt. I might be the single biggest celebrity in the city now. And I can only pray to the goddesses that Chloe has more security and privacy with her job than I'm currently getting. Thank the heavens for Dimensional Rift. No longer do I have to worry about awkward conversations with the paparazzi and news reporters hounding me from location to location. And with a nearly quarter-mile range on the skill and a conveniently located window to my office in my line of sight, I give only a few non-committal responses to the name questions I'm asked before I pop out of existence and leave them with more questions than answers. Future Seraphina's headache, she can invoice me later. A knock on the door follows, since it's Amalia and not someone from the news. I open the door and quickly let her in before anyone gets wise to my location. I didn't even realize you were already here, Seraphina, Amalia says. You must have gotten here pretty early. I've been waiting around since 10 after 7, and I didn't see any sign of you coming in. I put my hand to my lips. Please keep it down. There's about 3 dozen reporters waiting for me, and I really am not in the mood to deal with them. Do you need someone to call security? If they're causing that much of a ruckus, I'm personally not worried. Although I do appreciate your concern, I'm definitely not in the mood to deal with any more crises today. But I'm not going to put that on Amalia. Anyway, is everything ready for class today? I have the lecture notes with me. I think everything is good, Seraphina. At least as far as class is concerned. There were a couple of student questions that came in over the weekend via email that I wasn't able to answer. So, I forwarded them to you. HMM might need to see about getting some of the preceptors involved, just to get a proper chain of student contact. I don't think I'll have time to deal with thousands of emails each week. Anyway, before I leave for class, is there anything you need my assistance with? No, I think I'm good. I'll be a couple minutes behind you. Very well. Amalia gives me a look that just screams there's something fishy that you're not telling me about. And she's not wrong. But again, not in the mood to explain how I learned how to teleport over the weekend. My introduction to the system class was standing room only even before I stepped onto the stage. This past Wednesday, my class was about 250 students taking the class for credit, a comparable number auditing, and another similar number just watching in the back. Today, however, there must be at least 3,000 people gathered. So many people crowding the walkways and aisles that I think the fire marshal would have an aneurysm if they'd been around to see this mess. Jeremy looks at me with an almost reverent expression. Oh please. I'm the last person who you should be directing your hero worship toward. I'm selfish and I'm in this to protect me and mine. Everyone here just got to benefit by the fact that protecting what's mine also inadvertently protected a lot of other people. Before class starts, I scan the audience. I don't see anyone who looks like the FBI agents from the other day. And I don't sense any hostile presences, nor any particularly strong individuals. Then again, I'm sure there are plenty of individuals with disguise spells, and at least a few abilities that can fool my Valkyrian's perception. Maybe it's just paranoia getting the better of me, but I prefer to call it proper vigilance. After the previous few days, I feel I can never have enough. Combat training class is more of the same, an absolutely titanic crowd wanting instruction, far beyond my capacity to teach. Instead of a class of around 40, I have my 40 students, plus another 100 or so people, many of which I'm pretty sure are not students at all, let alone actually in my class. A certain phrase slinks its way to the forefront of my mind. The reward for a job done exceptionally is yet more work. Now I understand exactly what that means. Chloe arrives right as class is about to start, with the same overwhelmed expression I had just a couple minutes prior. I hope I don't have to be responsible for healing all of them. Even I have my limits. We're definitely going to have to get some more help in the long run. Thankfully, we're not going to be doing actual combat today. Although if you can help me help the students with ether manipulation, I'd appreciate it. And to others, they can observe, so long as their observations don't interfere with the class itself. I sigh. I'll probably need to speak with the administration about getting a formal policy set up. Today, I say, we will start with a dozen laps around the track. And, after our brief warm-up, we're going to start working on skills. Now, you have 15 minutes. And begin. For miles in 15 minutes seems eminently doable for even level 15s and 20s. If they apply themselves. If not, they're going to have a really rough time with the rest of the course. And it'd be better for them to find a different course now, rather than choke on the battlefield because they're allergic to physical exertion. All right, I say as the last stragglers finish up. 16 minutes and 13 seconds. Disappointing. But at least the guy was making an honest effort of it. Today, Chloe and I are going to be teaching everyone here about ether manipulation, with the goal of everyone in the class gaining it as a general skill. For those of you in the back observing, you are free to practice the exercises, but I want to give everyone a word of caution. What we are going to teach you is not without danger. Ether manipulation runs the risk of damaging or even rupturing one's ether channels, preventing you from using your skills and magic. If you damage or rupture your ether channels, you will inform us immediately, Chloe says, brooking no discussion or compromise. You will wait until you are fully healed. You will not under any circumstances dismiss it as just something to work through or a minor setback or whatever harebrained machismo you might be thinking right now. Her tone switches from a concerned medic to the very embodiment of Drill Sergeant Nasty. My job here is to keep any of you from doing anything stupid that might get yourself killed. Do I make myself clear? A chorus of tepid agreement sounds out. I nearly pop a blood vessel at the nonchalance. It hasn't even been a full week, and they've already forgotten the #1 rule of this class. Time to remind them. I done my own Drill Sergeant Nasty persona, all but screaming at the students. Some of you may not have been here for last class, so I will give all of you the benefit of the doubt and remind you how things work while you are under my supervision. You will do what Chloe says, when Chloe says it. If Chloe tells you to listen to her, you better damn well be listening to her like your life depends on it. Because it damn well may. Now then. Do I make myself clear? The chorus of yes. Seraphina and yes. Instructor and a couple of yes. Coach is far more poignant this time around. Sorry about that, Chloe. No, thank you. If it keeps them alive, then it's time well spent. I take her hand and give her a gentle squeeze. That's all we can do. Train them as best we know how and hope that we've done well enough when they find themselves in a real battle. Good. Now then. I'm sure all of you already know about ether. You can think of it as magical fuel. When we activate our skills, we use our ether to create supernatural effects. Sometimes these skills are subtle. A charm that boosts your recall in the middle of an examination. A skill that gives you a temporary boost to your speed and vitality. Other times, they are more impactful, such as I fire a fire of aligned elemental ether strike into the sky, blast of concentrated energy, or a high-dimensional slip for 3 seconds, then reappear. A brief bit of invisibility. Invisibility. That's what you're passing it off as. If there's even a chance I can mislead our enemies as to my actual abilities, I'll do it, and I won't regret it. Chloe shakes her head. If that's what you feel is best. Her tone suggests she's unimpressed with my line of reasoning. However, it is also possible to learn to manipulate your internal ether directly. Cycle it throughout your body. I've heard of some individuals using it to gain skills which allow them to more quickly regenerate their ether. I've used it myself to gain visual and perception-based skills by channeling my ether into my eyes. The blasting technique I just showed you is a more advanced application of the same, concentrating hundreds of points of ether into a single strike and releasing it in a burst of explosive force. The crowd is sufficiently enraptured by the display for my purposes, even though many of them have magic-based classes and can cast simple spells. Seeing such destructive potential on full display, and potentially available to melee-focused martial classes or even non-combat-focused ones as well, that has renewed everyone's focus. Now then, another rule about this class. This class is rooted in cooperation, not competition. Our goals are to uplift one another. Chloe and I will not always be here, and the next time a demon or a dragon shows up to cause chaos, the people you're standing next to are going to be the people you will rely on to defend yourselves and one another, as well as those unable or unwilling to fight for themselves. I give them all a glare and a moment to process. Which means if I catch any signs of sabotage or subterfuge or trying to take advantage of each other, I will throw you out of this course so fast it'll make your head spin. And you can see how many people would love to take the newly vacated space. Everyone goes silent. After making them squirm, I break the silence. Now then, let us begin. 310-4. 31 third day of class. Monday gives way to Tuesday. Still no sign of our informants. Still no contact from the kidnappers. If they had demands for the two of us, I figure they would have sent them to us by now. In turn, lends more credibility to the notion that whoever was responsible really is after Jacobs, not us. And that tells me that whatever he's been working on these past however many months or years is a far bigger deal than even my current speculation, whatever it is. I know it has everything to do with both me and the other Seraphina out there, currently rampaging along the East Coast. For now, it's time for Introduction to Ethertech, the one class that I've actually been most looking forward to teaching. Spreading the knowledge of glyphs and Ethertech is my civic and moral duty. for the betterment of technology for all humankind. By doing so, I promote the democratization of power away from being held exclusively by Chloe, me, and the handful of others able to leverage advantages in the early days of the system into higher levels and stronger skills today. In contrast to my other two classes, taking place in a literal auditorium and the track field, and in front of audiences of hundreds and thousands, there are only 21 students enrolled, as well as 2 students auditing, and it's in a small classroom, with actual desks and a limited amount of room, and none of the equipment needed to broadcast the lectures online. Did I for 1 second think that none of the students would surreptitiously record on their phone or laptop? Not a chance in hell. But that wasn't my monkey and it wasn't my circus either if I could help it. What does surprise me is that there are no fewer than 4 of my fellow professors in the class, interspersed among senior undergraduates and a few grad students. Technically this is a 3000 level class, but the fact that this is a new discipline means that there's no body of experience or expertise to draw from. So maybe it shouldn't surprise me as much as it does. Good afternoon, everyone, I say right as the clock strikes 2. I believe this is room 217. Everyone nods. Good. Well, if that's the case, I'm Seraphina Mortensen. This is Introduction to EtherTech. And if you are not in the right place, now is the time to make your way over to whichever room your class is taking place in. No one moves. Now then, I want to apologize in advance. I pull a stack of syllabi out of my inventory and hand them out in the blink of an eye. I'm going to be the first to admit that I am not an expert in the field of EtherTech. No one on earth is an expert, and anyone who says they are is lying, either to themselves or to you, or both. I am learning as much as you are, and what I will teach you will be a combination of my own personal experience and the insights I have been able to glean over the past 5 months. As for what EtherTech is, it is a combination of 2 subdisciplines, enchanting and spellcraft. Spellcraft is exactly the wizardry the name would suggest. Those of you with magic-focused classes gain certain spells, beamed directly into your conscious minds by the system as you gain levels and experience and fulfill certain other conditions. One might liken this to sorcery. It's innate, efficient, powerful, and utterly inflexible. Beyond that, it requires the right classes and skills to function at all. If you chose the wrong class, well, tough toenails. I have the class fully attentive now, and I continue. In contrast, the spellcraft I am going to teach is the other side of the coin, wizardry, magic which requires studying, discipline, mental fortitude, and hard work. While not as elegant or as simple as getting the knowledge beamed directly into your head, it does allow unparalleled flexibility, far more than 12 or 18 skill slots and a couple dozen known spells can provide. Can you give a demonstration? One of the younger-looking students asked, one who gave the impression of trying to fight off the mid-afternoon doldrums after spending the morning thoroughly buzzed on caffeine. I start tracing out the glyph of fire in the air, allowing its resonance to permeate and perturb the ambient ether in the air around me. I then channel a dozen points of ether into the spell and allow a gentle orange flame to emanate out of the air before me. By increasing the flow rate slightly, I allow the flames to expand outward, stopping right before the older gentleman in the front row starts to sweat. This is the most basic form of glyph casting, the magic that I personally employ. Now, casting in this manner is difficult on the field of battle, where a conflict can last mere seconds and minutes might as well be millennia. However, by imbuing these spells onto a proper substrate, we get into the realm of enchantments, the precursors and building blocks of the new technology being developed across the world over the past several months. A young woman in the back raises her hand. So, Professor, does that mean that we could store up a whole bunch of spells on pieces of paper and cast them as needed in the middle of a fight? A good question, which I acknowledge. In theory, but in practice, it is not so simple. A simple spell like the basic fire glyph is easy enough for almost anyone to cast. But casting something far more complex requires sufficient ether and a strong enough mind stat to handle the mental strain of channeling so many different glyphs. A strain which, from my experiences, increases superlinearly as the number of different glyphs involved increases as well. Especially once all the various runic links are embedded into the structure. Runic links, an older female professor asks before I can explain further. Enchanting and spellcraft is a language all its own. We have glyphs for various concepts. Elemental magics like water and fire. Concepts like straightness and compression. And can invert a glyph in the literal, physical sense of turning it upside down to negate its meaning, however, without the additional runes interlacing and connecting those glyphs. You're getting the equivalent of a toddler throwing a tantrum, throwing around ether for catastrophic and potentially explosive effect, which usually isn't what you want to be doing, and isn't how or what I intend to teach everyone in this course. I continue after giving a few seconds for my students to finish jotting down their notes. A few enterprising individuals even managed to sketch most of the fire glyph I demonstrated moments earlier, although not without slight imperfections. I make a mental note of these overachievers. Their dedication will serve them well down the line. Now, I'm sure some of you are wondering the obvious question. If it takes all of this work to conjure a simple flame, how is it that we have flying cars and bracelets that produce barriers worn by people who've never learned a scrap of spellcraft in their life? That, fundamentally, marks the difference between spellcraft and enchanting. Spellcraft is all about creating temporary effects through glyphs, shaping spells and powering them with one's own ether. Enchantments, on the other hand, apply to an object and fundamentally alter the structure and function of the constituent components. A sword enhanced with the glyph of sharpness will be able to cut through solid stone. One enchanted with durability will cleave against a whetstone 100 times without so much as dulling its edge. Impart it with ice, and it will unleash cryonic energy with every swing, or perhaps light, and blind one's enemies. And how do we get from simple durability charms to flying cars? A guy in the back asks. Not all of us are cut out for combat. I take a closer look at the guy. Slumped posture, skinny arms, furiously taking notes. One of the overachievers from before, already iterating on the fire glyph, probably had some sort of enhanced insight skill not unlike my old tinkerer skill from way back when. An absolute prodigy in the classroom, if I had to guess. And if I were a betting woman, I'd put good money on the fact that I'm the first girl his own age he's talked to in half a dozen years. Just needs a bit of confidence, really. I agree. Not all of us are cut out for combat. And yet combat may come to our doorsteps nonetheless. Fornieth, that demon menace from last week, wasn't just going to sit by and spare you for no reason other than because you aren't cut out for combat. Had we not properly exorcised him back to hell where he belongs, we'd all be dead right now. However, I pose for emphasis, waiting for him to look me in the eye. I give him a slight smile. Knowledge is its own form of power, and never has that been more true than today. A little bit of insight and guidance on how to use that knowledge never hurt anyone. Unless, of course, they needed to be hurt. I coughed. Those last few words probably weren't the most appropriate in a classroom lecture with faculty members perhaps less inclined to the thrill of battle than I. Anyway, I hope that answers the question satisfactorily. Now then another hand goes up. This one from one of the professors. One I vaguely remember speaking to back at the first lecture unceremoniously dumped upon me like so much high school cafeteria chum. Sadly, my mind isn't quite high enough to recall his name and department. It was months ago and I was extremely tired after a 4-hour seminar with less than 10 minutes of prior warning beforehand. Will you go into detail as to the schematics of your left arm? I tried to read the working paper you and your colleagues published, but there were a lot of questions I had regarding my own forays into design. Dr. O'Neill had warned me that this would be a challenge, given the unique nature of the course and subject matter. There'd be undergraduates taking the course as an elective, as well as professors already working on their independent research in the area. I would have to steer the course more toward the former for accessibility, but I was offered a helpful trick of rhetoric for these sorts of challenges. In a couple of months, circumstances permitting, probably in week 10 or so. Remind me after we cover logic circuits on the syllabus and I can see about getting in half a lecture on the subject. Though if you have any particular questions, we can discuss the topic in greater detail after class. The professor looks mollified by the words. The rest of class continues largely without incident. Right up until the very end of class when I sense an incredibly high power masking its presence just outside the door. One I both am relieved to see again so soon, and not at all enthused to talk with. Though it is good to know that Clara has some sort of ability to mask her ether signature from my Valkyrian's perception. One never knew when an ally of convenience could turn into a bitter adversary down the line. Alright, that's all the time we have for today. I say at 3:15 on the dot. I'll be around for just a few minutes for brief questions, but then I will have to head out on another matter. Thank you all for the wonderful comments and discussion, and I hope to see you back here on Thursday, same time, same place. Seraphina. I guess I have a Discord, and have for a while. 311 4:30 to mission briefing. A quiet chill echoes through the empty classroom as I gather my belongings and slide them into my inventory. So incredibly useful to have this pocket of extra-dimensional storage, even if it is technically and frustratingly possible to lock the dimensions and prevent access. Honestly, I'm not really sure how humanity survived for so long without it. Maybe that makes me weak for relying on the system. Maybe it opens me up to getting yelled at by the previous generations because back in my day, we carried our belongings on our backs like real men while walking to the office in the snow. Uphill, both ways, on our dinosaurs, death, taxes, and the older generations complaining about the younger ones. Speaking of older generations, we'll speak in my office, I say, sensing Clara watching me despite the fact that she's keeping herself hidden from most forms of perception. A very strong anti-perception skill. At that, I hadn't noticed the oddity in the etheric flow myself until she was right outside the door. I think there's another class in here at 3:00, and I have a feeling we'll need more time than that for this conversation. I would dispute one of your claims from your presentation earlier. Enjoyable and informative as I found it otherwise, she says, about there not being any experts in the field of ethertech, that is. The two of us make our way down the flight of stairs to the basement floor. If you're calling me an expert in ethertech, I say, in a voice so quiet that none of the students heading up the stairs can hear, then I will say that I appreciate the flattery but that you completely underestimate the depth of the field and its potential, and how little I know. It really is a case of the blind leading the blind, maybe the one-eyed. While flattery is sometimes a tool used early on in the interview process, I assure you that I'm speaking rather more pointedly on the subject. I unlock the door with my key rather than glyphs and let the both of us inside. I take my seat, and Clara sits down in front of the desk, finally dispelling the distorting barrier masking her presence. Though, before I can say anything more on the subject, she begins casting a spell, just a sound suppression veil, and one which I can easily overpower were I of a mind to do so. Something to do with Chloe's father, Hank Jacobs, I take it, indeed. Did you do your own research on this? Just a little bit. I'm surprised you both know what he's doing and are prepared to make such a bold claim. I dare say that you know more than I do. Perhaps, and perhaps not. I must admit that it was only because of your meddling that my agents were even able to dig up a lead in the first place. And you will be sharing this information. I will. Yes, but I think it would be best if Miss Jacobs were here for this herself. Chloe, I message. Clara's back. She says she has some information for us, but she wants both of us to be here for whatever she has to say. All right, I'll be there in 20 minutes or so. Just need to finish up a couple more procedures first. Telepathy. I nod. I thought it was reasonably well known that the two of us could do so. Reasonably well known, but not necessarily true. Clara pulls out an iced coffee beverage and takes a decent-sized drink. I believe just yesterday you were passing off a new skill of yours as invisibility. I'm not going to pry into what flavor of invisibility you have, but I've never heard of one that allows an individual to completely vanish from every detection spell I and all of my agents have access to between us. Strange. I thought you had a pretty good one that you were using just a bit ago. I'm sure you could have seen me had you been looking. I've been told it leaves a starry and shimmering haze around my position to those who look closely. So noted. And Chloe told me that she'll be about 15 more minutes. If you'd like to step out for a bit until then, I will let you have a few minutes to unwind until then. Thank you. Downstairs. First floor. Western side of the building. Room 119. I mentally tell Chloe. Clara should be right behind you. I'm guessing she's the reason why I've been getting this strange sense of being watched since I arrived. Probably. Annoying that she has such a strong anti-detection skill. But it's better that we know such things exist now than be blindsided by such on the field of battle. A knock on the door. I can tell it's Chloe from the excitement emanating through our bond and the sound of her footsteps on the tile outside. She enters as I open the door, giving me a quick hug and kiss, followed by Clara entering behind her. That subtle murmur is the only physical indication that she came back at all. I close the door, and Clara again drops her veil around herself. Before either of us can speak, another veil fills my entire office, probably an unnecessary precaution. But it would be best if we operated under the assumption we are being listened in on at all times. So then, do you know something about my father? Chloe half states and half asks as she pulls away from my embrace, leaning up against the wall. Sorry for the lack of manners, a long day, and I'm still worried about Mom. Apologies accepted. I know this must be hard for you both. Regarding your question, I do, although I must admit that I wouldn't have found the breadcrumbs had your friend not been so clumsy in his attempts to access government databases. Friend. I ponder the word. Oh, I wouldn't consider Major Richardson to be a friend, same as you. An ally of convenience, with whom I work on assignments that serve our mutual ends. So be it. Clara's poise remains intact, as though she expected me to respond as such. I hadn't even thought to go down that little line until one of my agents had noticed the massive trove of documents being downloaded via a remote terminal. In other words, I say, you've reached the same conclusion that we've been thinking, that whoever kidnapped Alicia was really after Murdoch Jacobs, not us, some of both. It's clear to me that you, Miss Mortensen, as well as Murdoch Jacobs, are both involved in a much bigger plot than I think you and Miss Jacobs are currently aware of. What do you mean by a much bigger plot? Chloe asks. Please don't mention Project Seraphina until she does. I interject telepathically. It might be our best way to get some more information out of her. Chloe nods by the tiniest amount. I think the two of you know more about that than I do. Clara says, I don't think so. I respond. Neither of us have really any more information about what he's involved with than you do. I beg to disagree. But I suppose what you know isn't the important thing. Here's what I was able to dig up. First of all, Miss Jacobs' father, Henry Jacobs. One of my agents did a bank trace on his deposits, confirming that he spends considerable time in the Las Vegas area. Please don't tell me he's involved with the mob, Chloe says, or that he's some sort of professional gambler or a serial philanderer. If I find out I have a slate of half-siblings, I'm going to absolutely. Area 51, I say. Chloe looks at me with narrowed eyes, like, the place that's associated with aliens and the supernatural. Wasn't there an expose a few years back that concluded definitively that Area 51 has nothing to do with aliens? Assuming that they were fed truthful information, I say, which I trust. Not nearly as far as I can throw them, considering my current strength. But if the feds only fed a pardon the pun, truthful information down the conspiracy pipeline, they'd be able to ensure that the only people aware of what was going on there were the people with the least credibility in such matters. Is that really what's going on? Chloe asks Clara. In truth, I don't know exactly what he's working on, and I don't know if it's aliens. None of my agents were able to locate any specific information about his projects either. But then, you have mentioned Project Seraphina to Major Richardson, and after I spoke with him, I did a little additional research on that key phrase. I found exactly one budget line in an obscure DOD memo in 2002, and nothing else. No briefings, no correspondence. Definitely the sort of thing that our elected officials were never informed about. That made absolutely no sense. Why in the world would Chloe's father be working for a secret defense project back 21 years ago? And what does that have to do with Alicia getting kidnapped 4 days ago? Or me? One question answered, dozens more to be asked. And it all reeks of a conspiracy much bigger than I understand even now. That being what it is, Chloe says, do you have any information about my mother, where she's being held? Any ideas on how to rescue her? Yes, and maybe. Although I'm far from certain about that last part. I didn't believe it at first myself. But the organization responsible for your mother's kidnapping is currently operating within a dungeon located about 35 miles southwest of St. Louis. Operating within a dungeon, I ask, either genius or foolish. I'm not sure which, both, Clara says, but mostly the former. The dungeon is just at the right level: 40-5 to 50. high enough of a level to be an active deterrent and plausible deniability for those who are disappeared within, low enough to not be a real threat to the people running the operation, and by using the dungeon's architecture as a way to naturally block sensory and perception skills. Natural distortions in the fabric of reality, I say. Dungeons already act a little like pocket dimensions, not unlike our inventory. As long as they could handle the logistical considerations, food, water, and so on. I'm honestly surprised no one has done anything like this before. Are they affiliated with the Legion? Chloe asks. Affiliated, almost certainly. The scale of these operations would require a significant degree of planning, manpower, resources, knowledge. I can think of no other force operating within the nation's borders that would possess the necessary reach to hollow out a dungeon into a base of operations. What I don't know is if these people are actual members or mere affiliates. So, how do we infiltrate to get Mom out? Chloe asks. As far as I know, dungeons tend to have only one way in, and the only other way out involves clearing the dungeon and shutting it down. We do have one advantage in that regard, Clara says. Although it will require a lot of finesse to pull off, the other Seraphina. I say, that's correct, Clara says. It will be difficult, but I believe that we can turn that to our advantage. How? Chloe asks. Is it not already known that there are 2 of her going around? At least 2, Clara responds. Possibly more, but no fewer than 2. More importantly, if the Legion operates anything like the military and the old US government, and I believe it does, most of the foot soldiers won't be aware of what's going on. In other words, they won't know I'm me as opposed to one of the other Seraphinas out there. Precisely. Although you will bear the brunt of the risk if things go wrong. I'm about to say that I don't mind taking risks if it means a chance of getting Alicia back safe and sound. But it's Chloe who interjects before I can do so. You don't mind, do you? She asks. Of course not. As you don't mind the risks are going to fall upon me. And that you won't get too upset with me if I'm reckless. That's fine. Just promise me that you won't take any unnecessary risks. It may not be avoidable. I'm expecting things to go wrong. With something like this, it's practically guaranteed. But there's not much else we can do but play things by ear when they fall apart. Chloe gives me a nod in acknowledgement before turning back to Clara. So, when does the operation begin? She asks. I hope soon. Miss Mortenson's classes will continue on through Thursday, and I will need a couple more days to make preparations. Until then, I ask that you please carry on with your normal routines. Make whatever preparations you can, but I ask you to avoid tipping off anyone who might be watching. Keep the discussions to whatever telepathic communication you have. Assume you have ears on you at all times. As for when, let us plan to leave this time Thursday afternoon. I will meet with you both here at 2:30 p.m. Until then, 312-433 departure. I go through the motions of my Wednesday morning class. As I speak for an audience of thousands, I try to remain present, focused, and avoid thinking too much about what's about to happen. But even as I stand on the stage to give my lecture, my mind keeps spiraling elsewhere. One of the challenges of having such a high mind stat while dealing with chronic anxiety, even while carrying on one conversation, thinking about my lecture tomorrow, and designing some what time use spells with my offhand in the middle of my speech. I still have plenty of mental bandwidth. Nearly all of it finds its way to thoughts of Chloe and Alicia. About the operation, Project Seraphina, the other Seraphina. Deep breaths help chill the physical sensations of anxiety, but the stress just continues to mount in my blood. My old self had some ability to override autonomic physical processes. Maybe if I had that skill myself, I wouldn't feel so on edge. A mass of dynamite just waiting for a fuse to ignite. Out of fear that I might do so, I focus ever more intently on my breathing, going through more exercises that are supposed to help me focus and ground me to the moment. But it proves more difficult with every level. My ears are sharp enough to hear the conversations 20 rows in the back, process them, discussions about math assignments and reading homework. My eyes are sharp enough to recognize one student in row 13 along the hall in front of stage right working on calculus homework. Should be a 2 times epsilon in the 4th line of the problem. He figured it out. I'm even going so far as to try to mentally fatigue myself now, so I'll be able to sleep and thus be ready for Thursday afternoon. I manifest new glyph networks in my mind, constructing them together, analyzing their structure, potential functionality, stability, potential opportunities for further refinement. Then I allow their structures to dissolve harmlessly into the recesses of my mind, never to affect the outside world. This seems to help, at least a little. At the very least, I feel like I'm doing something productive rather than worrying incessantly. My mechanical hand goes to my heart as I try and fail to project an air of confidence to Chloe. She's even more nervous than I am, but like me, is doing the best she can. It's gonna be okay, I tell her. We're going to be okay. And Mom's gonna be okay. And we'll see her again soon. Thanks, Sarah. I'm sure a few perceptive students in the audience noticed the odd display of body language in what should otherwise be a fairly casual, relaxed lecture about the different kinds of classes currently known. As long as there's no one with a mind-reading skill strong enough to get through both Valkyrian's perception and defiant spirit. Though, I don't worry too much about it. And that's all the time we have for today. I say, as the clock strikes 9:15, I will be around for a few minutes after class if you have any questions about your own skills or potential classes you want to pursue. Otherwise, thank you all for coming, and I hope to see you back here next Monday. Only to students approach. A man and a woman, both about my age, actually. Now that I think about it, the girl with the red hair seems familiar to me. Oh my goodness, it is. Rain, is that you? Sarah, I thought I recognized you, but I was like, no way, that couldn't be her. And then here you are, I can't believe it. I lower my guard just a bit. The idea that it's someone impersonating my old friend from high school does occur to me. But as long as I keep the conversation superficial, I shouldn't run any undue risks. Just gotta keeping an eye out for spies. Yeah, I can't believe it either, but here I am. It's funny the way life works sometimes. One thing leads to another and next thing you know, you're out here lecturing about the system because who else is going to do it? I blush just a hair. I'm surprised Chloe isn't with you. The two of you were practically inseparable. Chloe, Rain from high school just came up to say hi. She's asking about you. I wish I could come see her, but I'm dealing with a particularly stubborn case at the moment. Healing and regrowing gangrenous limbs, trust me. You don't wish you were seeing this. Anyway, I hope she's doing well and maybe when things quiet down, we can do lunch to catch up. Double quotes great. Love you too, Chloe. Talk with you tonight. And fortunately, she's busy at the hospital today. Wait, what? Did something happen to her? Same thing that happened to me. I pause a beat. Dropped out of high school right before graduation and went into the workforce. She took a healer class. And mine is more research focused. So we both kind of fell into our respective jobs. Doesn't sound so bad. Rain says, for the most part, I'd say it's worked out well for both of us. It sounded like she was going to be busy today, otherwise. I'm sure she wishes she could catch up with you sometime. So, wait, are you two like, living together or something? I chuckle. We do indeed live together now. There was some awkwardness at times, but it's worked out well for both of us over these past few months. Hold on, Sarah. So are you and Chloe living together as friends? I'm surprised you haven't seen the two of them on the news. Ray, the man who I presume is her boyfriend, says, considering their hands not so accidentally brushing up against one another. I'm guessing they're either dating or there's about to be a real awkward conversation in their near future. On the news, he pulls out his phone. Thanks to Valkyrian's perception, it's easy to see the video someone took of the fight against Verneath despite the screen facing fully away from me. Rain's eyes widen throughout the scene and just about pop out of their sockets at the sight of the photo of Chloe and I kissing on the state capitol grounds. Her middle finger extended for the world to see. Rain stares speechless. I'm sorry, I didn't know. No, it's fine. It's actually kinda refreshing to know that at least one person in the city doesn't have their eyes glued to every little thing she and I are doing. It's nice to maintain the weight of privacy, honestly. I'm surprised you didn't know, Rain's boyfriend says. Oh hush, Leonard. You know that neither of them are on social media and most of my time is spent watching dungeon crawlers on TikTok. Rain turns to me. I'm surprised you two haven't put any videos up. Given how popular you both seem to be, not really my style. But if the teaching gig heads south, we'll keep it in mind. How internet advertising and sponsorships work now, I have no idea. Maybe adventure organizations sponsor these people. Then again, if Rain is watching these videos, maybe I choose not to think about it too much. Rain looks down at her phone. Then her face turns ashen. Oh, sorry. I think we're already gonna be late to our next class. Sorry to run off so soon. I pull a piece of paper out of my inventory and scroll down. Rain was speaking with me after class. Please excuse her tardiness. S. Mortensen. Then I hand it to her. Maybe it's a bit improper, but I don't want to be seen as the stodgy old professor when I'm not even old enough to drink. Besides, why go through all the work of being an instructor if I can't occasionally pull rank and bend the rules for an old friend? Yeah, I should get going too, I say. And if there's a time coming up when Chloe and I are both free, we can meet up for lunch or something. You know, keep in touch. Well, I'm in your class, so I plan to do so. I smile as I take my leave. An old friend and her boyfriend at my back. An uneventful Wednesday turns into a Wednesday evening, and from then, into Thursday. If not for scheduled office hours, I think I'd much rather just not show up until right before class. But Clara was insistent that we play our roles perfectly, assume every cloud had eyes and every wall and ceiling tile had ears until proven otherwise. And not even then. Chloe and I haven't even been able to talk about things back at home. Angelic bond, best skill of all time, still allows us to share our thoughts and feelings with each other, but sometimes, formulating the words and speaking them aloud is a catharsis all its own, and one presently denied to me. So instead, despite my mind being elsewhere, I make my way across town once more and touch down on campus at 12:45. I'm not sure which I want more. A line of students out my door or the bliss of solitude with which I could steep my racing thoughts. Honestly, both of them sound pretty terrible on this blistering Thursday afternoon. I'm trying to play the role of a good little responsible member of adult society, so I mentally steel myself for whatever fate has in play for me. More reporters. I should have known. More reporters asking more stupid questions. What happened to the demon from last week? Never to return. My plans for the weekend, my own damned business, not the general public's. Though I had to couch it as please respect my and my family's privacy during these trying times. Because yes, Mom's kidnapping was a topic of conversation for these leeches. I demurred on all discussions of the topic. Anything I said would be used against me, whether by Clara, by Nicholas, or by the many people listening in at home. In contrast to dealing with the paparazzi, the press. As though there's a difference, a class itself is orderly and, dare I say, actually enjoyable. Just a lecture on spellcraft, covering the 7 elements and some of my preliminary hypotheses on multi-elemental combinations. I guess it's true that passion and flow really do help to still a restless mind. They certainly have for me. Class ends uneventfully at the proper time. The tingle on the back of my neck alerts me to Clara's obscured presence behind a starlit veil even before I have consciously processed the woman-sized gap in the detection radius of Valkyrian's presence. No one else notices a thing once again, something which gives me confidence. If her anti-detection skill is so powerful that even I can only barely see it, then perhaps her entire plan just might have a chance of success. Like this past Tuesday, I make my way down to my office. Trailed by the unseen operative, Chloe is there waiting for me, and I shoot her a telepathic message to act casual. Not that I expect it to work if we really are being watched. Wait, Clara's voice is just a whisper, but it carries enough weight to freeze me in my tracks. She slips past me as I'm about to open my door, approaching Chloe. I fear the worst and steel myself for battle, if she even thinks to harm one hair on Chloe's head. I shake my head. Definitely a sign the stress is getting to me. Clara casually bumps into Chloe, although it appears there's more to than welcome gesture as she shows me a tiny microphone embedded in her robes. I hadn't noticed the minuscule device myself, no larger than a flea. I know not how it was constructed, but there were no etheric fluctuations to give it away. The transponder, which Clara crushes in her hand, must have been made of purely conventional technology. Certainly an oddity in this day and age. She gives me a knowing glance through her veil, as though to say I told you so. I can only shrug in resigned acceptance. And then, without further ado, The three of us make our way upstairs, out of the building, and to an unmarked black vehicle waiting in the adjacent parking lot. 313 430 for aboard the Onyx Eagle. No one says a word as we step into the waiting transport, and frankly, I can't blame them. Chloe is still shaken, knowing she's been spied on for at least a couple of days. I don't think we were tracked on the way to the dungeon, but maybe Monday or Tuesday. In either case, it's a violation, and one which I won't suffer, should I ever be fortunate enough to track down the individual or group responsible for this breach of my girlfriend's privacy. Clara sits in the passenger seat, while Chloe and I take our seats in the back. As the car rumbles and the driver makes his way to the main road, and from there to the airport, I'm again surprised as I realize that the automobile is also conventional technology. Internal combustion engine, powered by gasoline, one of the increasingly few vehicles operating off the increasingly rare and paradoxically valuable fuel of the pre-system days. Some people just really like the acrid smell and the feel of horsepower under their feet, I guess. As for why we're traveling this way, I can only speculate. But I imagine there's something affixed to the car that would disrupt the operation of EtherTech. My inability to access my artificer's glasses in my inventory is certainly evidence that there's something else going on. I take Chloe's hand in my own and gently caress it, causing her to lean her head on my shoulder. Angelic bond doesn't appear to be stifled here. So I take the brief lull to communicate with her in the vehicle, otherwise devoid of conversation. I'm here for you, Chloe. I know, Sarah. I apologize for not seeing that device earlier. I should have paid more attention, but I didn't. I want to say that it's fine, Sarah, but it's not. And I'm not mad at you. But my patients all have a right to privacy. The right to discuss things with me that might be embarrassing, maybe even illegal, drugs, STDs, the list goes on. They deserve to know that I will hold whatever they tell me in absolute confidence. Hell or high water. And because of these assholes, now that information is out there. And yeah, I know. They just want to track the two of us, and they don't care about what gets said in those offices. But they were listening in. I just know they were. At all times. My arm slides around Chloe's waist. There's not much I can say or do to fix her problem. So, I simply offer her emotional support. Let her know that her feelings are real, that I accept them, and that I'll do everything I can to support her, to the best of my ability and knowledge of how to do so. We sit in silence for a moment until Chloe breaks it once more. We're going to get Mom back. I'll do everything in my power to see her home safe and sound. Anyone who tries to stop me, they shan't live to regret it. Tension remains in the car all the way until we arrive at the airport. Not the main passenger terminal for commercial flights, but a separate hangar off to the side. One I never would have realized was there had I not been actively looking for it. The car stops and the three of us get out. Again without saying a word. No luggage to speak of. Each of our inventory holds more than enough effects for what shouldn't take more than a day or two. All the while, Clara still hasn't deactivated her skill. Only the door opening and closing serving as any indication that she was ever there at all. And then, once we're all out, the car drives off. To what end? I don't know. And it's not my responsibility. I can't hope to unwind all of the anti-detection and secrecy protocols, charms, equipment, and EtherTech all of them carry on their person and their effects. I would call such extremes paranoia. Except they just paid off in a big way. We board the waiting aircraft. It's a small one, with two propeller engines. Although I don't know about aviation to know the make or model. The main cabin has seating for 15. But it's in an arrangement that looks more like a conference room than the sardine rows associated with economy-class airlines. A man standing silently by the door closes and locks it, and only once he has does Clara finally drop her veil. Looking slightly winded for the effort, ether strain I assume. But why hasn't she taken a skill to negate it? 6 General Slot Syndrome. Or has she simply not done enough to be offered it in the first place? Maybe only a reckless fool of a mechanical angel who rushes in where her organic brethren fear to dread gets rewarded for her brashness with ether strain immunity. Chloe has a weaker variant of it, as far as I'm aware, one that grants only partial protection, dulling the pain without blocking it out entirely. In either case, it doesn't matter too much, and I allow my curiosity to migrate to the back of my mind where it belongs. Miss Jacobs, Miss Mortensen, Clara says. I apologize for my inability to properly inform you of the present situation until now. But as you are already well aware, all of our movements are being tracked. So, Chloe interjects, what can we do? Without the element of surprise, how can we hope to overpower so many operatives, operational security, Miss Jacobs? I assure you, even if they have some knowledge of our tactics and resources, they are unaware as to the full scope of our operation. Clara sits down in the seat in front of us and fastens her seatbelt before nodding to the attendant from earlier. Said attendant flashes a hand signal into the cockpit, at which point, the engines begin to rumble underneath. Once again, it's conventional technology, which only furthers my suspicion that these agents have some sort of etheric disruptor that they don't feel confident keeping on board one of the new EtherTech planes showing up over the skies these days. What can you tell us? I ask. I understand the idea of operational security, but now that we're on our way and there are nowheres, never assume that there are nowheres, even here, on the Onyx Eagle. Still, we need to be able to coordinate, and we will, Miss Mortensen. Once we are at altitude and away from local airspace, we will be able to properly jam all radio communication. Only then will I feel safe enough to speak openly. I know it is not in your nature to trust me. I can hardly be blamed, given I'm working with federal spies, detectives. Regardless, you can trust me to work in our best interest until Alicia Jacobs is returned safe and sound. And I do trust her that much. And not 1 minute longer. The idea that I'd be forced to expend every ounce of effort to secure Mom's return, and then be arrested or even extrajudicially executed on the spot. I have my enemies, and I've snubbed more than enough powerful people who might decide to take advantage. Again, it might just be paranoia. But Clara just demonstrated that just because I'm a little paranoid doesn't mean they aren't also watching. The plane bounces along the runway before taking off. I don't remember the last time flying not under my own power. My family was never exactly well off enough for elaborate family vacations, and I often wasn't invited with Chloe and her now our family either. Maybe 3 years ago, I think. I guess it's not scary when I don't have to be afraid of a crash landing. Chloe and I could carve our way out and be little worse for it. Clara, I'm sure she'd find a way out of such a mess on her own. The hum of the engine continues on in the background as we rise over the clouds. I must admit that the travel is much quicker by these machines than even our current personal strength can allow, and with far more comfort to boot. The chairs are nothing short of luxurious, plush and hardy, with generous armrests and even a little lead cushion. A reminder that just because the world isn't fair now doesn't mean it wasn't also so before. I guess now I get to enjoy the fruits of my efforts, if only for a couple of hours, though I dare not let myself get too comfortable. Not so long as Alicia remains in safe. All right, Clara says. She reaches underneath her chair and pulls out 2 identical envelopes, handing one to each of us. It's not much, but here's all the information my agents have. Not much, Clara says. Approximate numbers of enemy combatants, predicted levels, skills both known and hypothesized, less information. There's also a detailed dossier of their technology, the lay of the land, nothing about the internal layout of the dungeon in which they're stationed or the effects the dungeon might have upon us once we enter. But I can't expect as much. It would be far too risky to send agents that far within, and I don't blame Clara or her subordinates for not taking that risk. What bothers me is that everyone listed here is too low-leveled. Levels from 50 to 55, some in the upper 50s. If they have as much reach and knowledge as they demonstrated, they'd know they were completely outclassed by Chloe and I. The battle with Fornieth was broadcast across the globe 1,000,000 times by now. If a level 85 demon couldn't stop us, they must know all of these people together add up to fodder. So what's the angle? Higher level individuals, or maybe some machines or other devices that augment their power. I've heard about some alchemists who can brew potions that can give effects rivaling the bonuses granted by my rebellious surge or Chloe's Saintess's blessing. Then again, maybe the leaders really are so callous as to throw away thousands of lives just like that. I could never hope to understand that mentality, but that doesn't mean I can't acknowledge that it exists among a darker, more selfish side of humanity. As we start to descend, I decide to try something a bit underhanded and maybe even nefarious. in the hopes that I can squeeze a little more information out of Clara before we touch down. Clara, would it disrupt whatever device you're using to jam etheric interference if I cast a spell right now? You shouldn't be able to, Miss Mortensen. There's a damping ray plastered all over the outer hull. Doesn't affect me. Special skill. Anyway, I want to cast an enhancement spell on you. It's pretty intensive in terms of the ether cost. So, I wanted to see about doing so now so I can start regenerating before we arrive. As long as it doesn't disrupt the navigation or damage the plane, I have no objections. I cast Rebellious Surge on Clara, filling her with anarchic energy and feeling the shackles on her current strength loosen. What I'm not sure about, and plan to test, is if that anarchic energy also affects the mind the way that one's classes do. That is quite the skill you have, Miss Mortensen. Clara looks away toward the window, watching as we pass harmlessly through a cloud. If only she knew that it was twice as effective when I use it on Chloe. I need to know, Clara, are we flying right into a trap? A trap? Yes. I have no doubt in my mind that this is a trap. She says it so nonchalantly, almost relishing the fact that there's more pieces on the board than Chloe and I can see. But even now that you know that this is a trap, you're not going to change your mind about this operation. You would have gone barging in anyway, head first with weapons drawn. It's written all over your faces, both of you. At least this way, we have a chance of success. I know there's something she won't tell us about, or can't, even despite the anarchic presence now surrounding her. But she's right. Chloe is completely undeterred by her words, and I already swore to support her however I could. I don't like it, but we're already airborne and all in. All we can do is everything we can to maximize the chances of success. And if that fails, at least we can fight for our survival. Seraphina. Some other stories on here that I like. Not in a particular order. Maybe you will too, maybe you won't, you know. Figured I'd offer the recommendations. The Elder God's Consort Gardenia's Heart. The Chronicles of Dwinvio. I hope I spelled it right. Tangerine Stone 314 for 35 base infiltration. We touched down on a small airfield consisting of little more than a strip of tarmac and a single tower which I'm not convinced is currently in use. Maybe Chloe would consider that irresponsible if she took half a minute to think about the implications. No central air traffic control. No coordination of flights to make sure that the planes weren't about to turn a bunch of biology-based passengers into so much ballistics gel. Then again, flights weren't exactly common, not compared to the before days. And communication didn't have to take place by radio and smoke signal. Chloe and I could speak telepathically, and I doubted we were the only ones. In fact, given Clara's reputation and line of work, I'd be surprised if she didn't have the ability to coordinate all these people mentally. No computers to be hacked. Not a single whisper to be carried on the wind toward eavesdropping ears. All these people was right. This wasn't just some mission with the three of us, or even the three of us and another squad of 3 to 5 like those missions with Alexei and his team. May he be resting in peace in whatever heaven best suited him. There were dozens of soldiers and agents gathered. And those were just the ones presenting themselves in plain sight. There were probably dozens more, maybe even hundreds, stationed around the surrounding woods, just outside the range of my Valkyrian's perception. It's a veritable army of moderate to high-level folks that Clara and her superiors have gathered for this operation. Uniformity of dress and tactics are out the window, by necessity rather than leadership's prerogative. Each of the men and women is wearing distinctive suits of armor, carrying every manner of weapon from swords to spears. There's even one woman, tall and lithe, wielding a bow and with a quiver of arrows that seem forged of pure moonlight. I'd go so far as to wager she were an elf if I had any reason to believe those existed. And if she said she were one, I'd believe her. A psychic thread pokes at my head. My defiant spirit flares out, ready to block out the would-be intruder before they can get their grubby little hands on my mind. To my surprise, however, the thread stops just at the surface of my thoughts. It's no more than a harmless strand, waving, asking for an invitation. Judging by Chloe's furrowed brows, she's going through the same process. Who is this, I ask? What do you want? Special Agent Duval, ma'am. Logistical Coordinator. Tactician class. My job is to, as my title suggests, coordinate agent movements throughout the operation. No mind reading. No delving into my secrets, Wouldn't dream of it, ma'am. All I'll be doing is coordinating everyone's movements with my and my team's psychic link skills, alerting one another to danger, sharing intelligence, that sort of thing. I can't believe I'm even entertaining the thought of letting someone not named Chloe Jacobs anywhere near my mind or my thoughts. But desperate times make for desperate measures. Fine, I say. But the moment you try something I don't approve of, I'm throwing you out. I will not try to change your mind. But I would be remiss if I did not mention this. Agent Bennett has already informed you. But this mission carries with it grave risk to every agent participating in the operation. My job is to minimize that risk. Playing the appeal to morality card. It sickens me to be manipulated like this. But the man, I assume, based on the voice, makes a point. Especially because it could be my or Chloe's lives who end up being saved. I sigh. Very well. Do you have any ability to perceive through senses, including perception skills? I have a particularly powerful area perception skill, enough that, if I'm looking for it, I can pierce Agent Bennett's full-powered veil. But I have a mind approaching 300 after buffs. So, I should be able to process and relay whatever information you send to me in real time. Approaching 300 after buffs. That's something to brag about. Then again, Angelic Bond and Saintess's Blessing are both absolutely ludicrous skills. But I dare not get confident. The tension has only intensified since touching down. Everything is about to come to a head. And I need to make sure that Chloe and I are going to be riding that wave rather than getting swept up in it. I turn to Chloe. Her eyes are crossed. No doubt locked in the same sort of psychic conversation. She turns to me. We spare a glance, and spoken agreement between us. She doesn't like it either, having someone other than me in her mind. But she's going to do everything she can to rescue Mom. If I have to put up with an unwelcome voice whispering in my head for a couple hours to increase the chances we bring her back home by even a small amount, then it's something I'll gladly suffer. Are you ready, Miss Mortensen? I had expected Chloe's voice, but instead, it's Clara. Guess she's decided to reveal another of her skills. Even if it's one I was fairly sure she had beforehand. My sword staff is in hand, my equipment is donned. My girlfriend is by my side. Our enhancement spells are active. My ether and health are both as topped off as they're ever going to get. I pick up a few ether canisters strewn about and store them away in my inventory and take a long and deep breath as I go through everything else I can think I might need. Only then, and after checking with Chloe and getting the nod of approval, do I respond with my assent. Very good. You and Miss Jacobs will wait here for the time being. Wait, shouldn't we be? No, not yet. You especially are our greatest asset, and our opportunity to cause confusion in their ranks. I must implore you to hold back for a little longer. But, Miss Jacobs, Clara says authoritatively. Everyone here wants to see your mother return safe and sound, and the people responsible for this horrific, reprehensible action brought to justice. And this plan is the best one our analysts and thinkers have been able to come up with. I beg your restraint. For just a little longer. The worry on Chloe's forehead is palpable. I feel it through our bond. And even if I didn't, I'd still feel just the same. Any attempt to calm myself would be foolish. Adrenaline and sheer rage at the violation surges through my veins, denying me rest or solace until our task is complete. Seeing the first wave of soldiers and agents in their various suits of armor heading off to the south does nothing to assuage my tension. It should be us out there. It was we who were wronged. It is we who have the right to dispense our justice and wrath upon them. That's what the primal part of my brain keeps saying. The one who has given up on fairness and ethics and just wants to take action. Take advantage that we are strong and they are weak, and that anyone who stands in the way of getting our mother returned to us deserves neither mercy nor pity. But that's who I want to be. It's not who Chloe would want me to be. It's the path that I've refused to go down. Taking the role of some overlord, or warlord, or protector, however one wants to sugarcoat it, who does what she wants, when she wants it, and no one can stop me, even if it is tempting at times. Most of all right now, I temper that rage and let it cool and harden and wait in accordance with the plan. I don't trust Clara, but I do trust that our interests are aligned. And for that reason alone, I'm able to stay Chloe's and my hand, just a little longer, love. Chloe is shaking in anger. Shots ring out behind the southern hills, followed by the screams of a battle having just begun. The metallic clang of swords clashing against armor resonates alongside glows of fire and light magic being flung about. Next comes a heavy rumble. One that feels like a tank driving into the fray. Dozens of small attacks fire toward it, smoke rising overhead. But the rumble doesn't abate. Worse still, the flow ether is twisting all around this fell, metallic presence, even beyond the range of Valkyrian's perception. I can make out an immense confluence of energy. Chloe senses it as well, the trembling in her fingers making that clear. "Why?" she asks. "Why are the three of us just standing here?" She turns to Clara with an indignant expression. "We should be out there, helping them. I should be healing them, making sure you don't lose your subordinates. Don't you care about them? Or do you really just see them as pawns to be sacrificed? Anything and everything is acceptable, as long as you get your victory. That's how you see this. Your own people." Her fist clenches, and her swords of repose materialize in her hands. "Fuck this and fuck you, Clara. Let's get wait," Clara says. "Now's not the time." "Then when in the nine hells is? And it better not be after the fighting is over and all of your men and women get killed. Because I swear to the goddess that Miss Jacobs. Do you remember what I said before to Miss Mortensen about this operation? You mean how we're all walking right into a trap?" "I did not say anything of the sort, Miss Jacobs. I said that I had no doubt in my mind that this was a trap. I did not say that we were the ones being ensnared." I smirked. Of course, the way she'd said it was evidence. But now we had proof. Too confident, too poised. Not a drop of fear in her voice. This was a trap for the Legion forces gathered here. One other thing to be aware of, Miss Jacobs. It's something that Miss Mortensen is aware of already, based on her previous statements. Remember that we now live in a world of levels and stats. If you reach in there and pull my agents' asses out of the proverbial fire, you will be depriving them of the valuable experience they need to grow stronger and more capable of dealing with future threats. Threats which you might not be around to protect them from. Chloe's eyes drop. "Why, yes. I still don't like it. But you raise a good point. Besides, my forces may not be as strong as you are individually, but they are well-trained and well-coordinated. It isn't just about raw stats. It's about how a team collectively uses their skills and assets to the greatest effect." Ally with Major Richardson speaks as testament to that as well. Chloe lowers her fist. The tension subsides for a brief moment, only to come racing back at the sound and rumble of a massive explosion. A huge plume of fire, followed by billowing black smoke that reeked of toxic flames. Thick plates of steel followed, launched into the air with explosive force before falling to the ground with so many loud thuds of metal wedging itself into soft and muddy dirt. "Is it almost time?" Chloe asks. "Just a couple of minutes. They'll summon the next wave of reinforcements. We need to get into position, and quickly. Miss Jacobs, cast whatever enhancements you have. Miss Mortensen, ready yourself for what's about to happen." We take our positions. The battlefield is full of carnage, dozens of fallen soldiers, some dead, some clinging to life. The treads of a single large tank lie not far from the dungeon's entrance, the body and barrel reduced to hunks of scrap. To my surprise and Chloe's relief, it's mostly Clara's agents who are standing and able to continue the fight, with some of them cross-eyed, processing level gains. My attention, however, is snapped into focus as the next wave approaches. Dozens of soldiers marching in lockstep, each feminine, with long blonde hair, teal eyes, and carrying a long spear at their side. An entire army gathered, entirely of me. 315 for .36 base infiltration too. Why are there dozens of copies of me standing in front of the dungeon entrance? What's with that other Seraphina from that photo? And why do I not sense any life from these beings standing before me? At least I understand what Clara meant when she said that I would need to wait, so as to cause confusion in their ranks. But what is it that she knows that I don't? Some part of her statement was a lie. I know that beyond a doubt. She knows more about me and about this project Seraphina than I do. It's the only way that she would have known that this was going to happen. More and more questions pop in my head, and yet, I know this isn't the time to ask. Now is the time to act. And I will purge these cheap imitations who dare to wear my face. Each of the 64 Seraphinas standing in an 8x8 phalanx wears its, I refuse to call them her bone eclectic armor. Some of them even have metal-colored left arms like my own. Others have other appendages that look like they were salvaged from the scrap heap. The shoddy craftsmanship sickens me, but by that same stroke of fortune, I'm able to blend right in. Dimensional Rift makes this too easy. Simply teleport right behind the army of imposters. Rip one of them out of formation. Then drag the phony behind the nearest shrub. Stab it in the gut. Oil, not blood. Some sort of ethertech android. That makes a lot more sense than organic clones of me. It also makes it easier to do what I was going to do anyway. Cleaving its head from its neck with a single slice of Philia's edge. No experience awarded, but excising the violation is a pleasure all its own. Still left questions of why this, why me, and why in the unholy annals of fuck do these silicon copies have the ability to glyphcast. It's inelegant, just random assortments of elemental magic being strewn about with no real finesse. But a lack of finesse doesn't detract from the fact that each individual spell is still powerful. Thousands of points of ether being thrown about each second between the group of them. I phase back into the open spot in the formation. The one next to me turns toward me for a brief moment, but as less than a second passed since I disappeared with the imitator. It doesn't do anything but glance in confusion before returning to its assigned task. Hold your position. Agent Duval's voice echoes in my consciousness. If you can throw some inconsequential blasts around while avoiding striking any agents, that would help reinforce your guys. Avoid using too much ether. You will need it for what is to come. Just more stealthy prodding. Reminders that I'm stuck playing the role of good little pawn in a scheme much broader than that of which I'm currently aware. However, I can throw some blasts. I am so damn tempted to have them accidentally land on my doppelgangers. Their very existence fills me with nightmarish rage. But I hold myself back, reminding myself that so many lives depend on me not screwing this up. As I throw around simple beams of light and blades of wind, controlling my ether output precisely, I notice that the agents are retreating, and moreover, that most of them are suffering no real damage from the attacks that profess to throw them back. It appears like a complete rout. The agents playing the role of actors. Their poor attempts to show panic and pain go unnoticed by the autonomous Seraphina bots, who advance forward with robotic precision, all the while completely unaware, if they even are sentient in the first place, that they are but lambs being led to the slaughter. I alone among my fakes can see the agents and soldiers regrouping, taking the lull in the fight to get healed and restore their ether in anticipation of the next wave. Chloe's mass heal again proves to be a goddess send, able to stitch together hundreds of wounds in the span of seconds, all without having to reveal her position behind a large tree. I can only imagine what sort of mind-blowing acts of restoration and rejuvenation she'll be able to perform at even higher levels, healing a city with the same ease as snapping her fingers. I'd be surprised if she couldn't. We march. 63 Seraphina bots push outward, launching spheres of crimson flame to clear a path. While I imitate their actions as best I can, though, I aim my fire orbs with a bit more precision, using targeted strikes like so many controlled burns to cancel out the flames before they can devastate the woods and surrounding grasslands as a whole. My little rebellion goes over well enough to not attract any attention. 60 Legion soldiers storm out of the dungeon, and only then does the plan snap into place. Pursuers chase into the flaming trees, eager to secure some cheap kills from the supposedly wounded and fleeing agents who come to storm this base. The fighting starts the moment the group breaks out of formation. Our group's soldiers emerge from behind trees, their etheric presence and brimming vitality shrouded by Clara's magic. What promised to be a rout proves to be exactly that, only with the sides inverted. But this lasts only for a few seconds, before my false duplicates begin channeling their own magic. Homing beams of light and crackles of lightning that target my allies with uncanny precision. Hold position, Miss Mortensen. Wait for my signal. The tactician-esque command feels off, but I don't push forward. I just play along, as I have until now. I guess in that regard, I'm no different than the other automatons, dancing to the strings of another. The flow of ether shifts, gathering over my head in massive quantities. The sky above me darkens, and the light of the flames around the Seraphina brigade starts to shimmer and distort. Horror sets in as I realize exactly what's going on. It's the very same attack I used myself a few months ago. Black hole. And it seems that these Fox Seraphinas have figured out a way to cast it by combining each of their individual powers. Not unlike what Nicholas coordinated just over a week ago, Stupid, terrible, foolish. Whoever is controlling these hunks of junk is planning to sacrifice every last one of them. Too much ether. The growing force of gravity in the air above us too strong. My first thought is to scrap the bots. But if they lose control of the sphere and it collapses, I don't want to think about the potential consequences. But I know they won't be good. Any suggestions on how to deal with this? Miss Mortensen, evacuate the immediate surroundings. The dungeon itself generates a distortion in the dimension which will keep those within safe from the gravitational force. As far as countermeasures, I can partially counter the spell by inverting the glyph combination they are using and annihilating the effect with equal force. Will that work? In theory. And with the few opportunities I've had to test it, yes, inverting a glyph serves as the glyph's counterspell. You all will be responsible for slowly whittling down the cohort of my fakers. I start casting my spell. The bots don't seem to notice that I'm partially negating their gathered black hole, slowing the growth of the Bon orb floating about 100 feet overhead. And whoever is behind this force hasn't made their move yet either. I can buy you some time. Maybe 5 minutes in total. I will take care of that, Chloe says. You all focus on the stragglers and make sure they can't call in for reinforcements. Are you certain, Miss Jacobs? This time it's Clara who chimes into the mental web. It will be dangerous, I know, but I need this for me. To prove to myself that I'm not just some meek little healer girl. I'm going to show everyone that I'm strong enough to continue to stand by Sierra's side. Besides, I can fly just as well as she can. That gives me a huge advantage against the majority of you. You all can. Chloe lets loose a roar as she flies in, low and fast. Copper-colored armor glistening in the twilight as her radiant blades cut through one of the Seraphina bots. 3 more turn toward Chloe and start attacking her with spears tipped by a dense and heavy alloy. But Chloe is faster still. The piercing stabs score only the wind and the feathers in her angelic golden wings as she darts in and out of their attack radius. While the majority of my mental focus is spent channeling my ether to partially counter the looming spell above, I have enough brainpower left to aid Chloe in her assault. Nothing to overt. Nothing that screams I'm an imposter among these imposters. But a subtle impulse here and a barrier there and a misamed lightning glyph that sizzles one of my replicas. That sort of thing that could be dismissed as a malfunction. And if one spear rams into the back of another of these detestable androids and takes them both out of the fight, well, I've never been one to complain about the trash learning to take itself out. Another android crumples. Although it wasn't Chloe and it wasn't me who bring it down. Someone else in the background, hopefully one of ours. But if it happens to be a third party working on our side, I won't complain. Chloe continues to work with precision. Tomorrow's swords flare forth in front of her, carving a path of destruction. But something seems off. It's too easy. Chloe is strong. Absolutely. And she was fast too. But the gap in power shouldn't be this great. Not by the standards of what power the Legion dickheads showed before. By now the massive fake Seraphinas should be taking Chloe a lot more seriously than they actually are. Instead, it's almost like they want to be cut down. They care more about the spell than they do about the everyone. Get as far away from here. Now, this whole spell is going to blow. Are you sure? Clara's voice calls out through the mental link. No, I'm not sure. But we don't fucking have any time to go into depth and see if my instinct is wrong. Take everyone and get as far away from here as possible. Do it. Clara says authoritatively. And you too. It wouldn't be the first time we've cheated death in this manner. All right. I trust you. In return, you have to promise that you'll both emerge alive. You will. Just as the connection goes idle, I notice the issue of why my counterspell is causing a destabilization in the black hole rapidly breaking down. And it's one that fills me with vicarious embarrassment. These automatons are using shitty, imprecise glyphs. It's so subtle as to go unnoticed. Just a small imperfection. The result of literal machine error in the programming of these cheap imitations. Indicted by the appropriate skills to properly glyphcast. But in this particular case, my correct glyphs are not perfectly countering their wrong ones, creating a note of dissonance in what should be perfectly destructive interference. An error term which is dominating the intended effect as Chloe cuts down these automatons which dare to wear my face. And a concentrated mass of ether without direction explodes. If I find out that all of this was by design, I might just be impressed. right after I ring someone out to dry for ruining my good reputation with these cheap knockoffs. Chloe, get ready to heal us. We've got about 3 seconds before we need to slip into subspace. On it, Sarah. Right as the spells fully desync, and in the instant before the explosion's sonic boom hits us both, Chloe takes my hand and the two of us dimensional slip our way into subspace. Again, it hurts like hell to stay here as the harshness of the secondary layer of space attempts to tear us apart. But it's not quite as bad as it was a week ago. Part of that is our higher stats and greater health. But more than that, it's as Madison told me in my past life. We've gained a few levels between then and now, and become more magical in the process. Our bodies, less organic, less reliant on biology, are less affected by being in this space. And we're able to hold out for nearly 5 seconds before I phase us back to the principal layer. But it seems we're not alone. The third wave is already encroaching to greet us. 316 for 0.37 base infiltration 3. There's no rest for the weary as Chloe stitches our wounds back together. I'm down about half my ether, and Chloe is out about a third of hers, thanks to her recasting Saintus's cloister on both of us. We're both well protected against the initial onslaught of elemental arrows and gunshots which await us the moment we return to conventional space. This all but confirms that the Legion was behind the little stunt back in the Dark Castle last week. That's the only way they would have known that I have the power to phase out of existence. And the only way they could have predicted exactly when we would have returned to conventional space. Thanks to my quick thinking, I'm able to use my Wyvern Scale buckler in my own body to block the majority of the damage, suffering a few flesh wounds but nothing which will prove incapacitating. The lightning bolt hitting me in the back is a bit more painful. I can feel my flesh jar for a second, before potent cure repairs all my damaged flesh and organs. But the attacks are relentless. We attempt to fly up in the air to avoid getting surrounded, but the flow of ambient ether grows turbulent. It's not the same effect as that last dungeon, where flight skills were completely blocked. But it's like trying to navigate through a sea of molasses. We're slow to move, sometimes pushed in opposite directions by the distorted air currents, and vulnerable. At least there are no more of those tri-stem-able Seraphina bots around to cause problems. Just so many useless hunks of motionless scrap metal. Just as they always were. A fate too good for them. Shame I couldn't deliver these cursed copycats directly to hell where they belong. What do we do? Chloe asks. Survive, I say. We focus on living while we wait for our backup to even out this fight. Chloe's eyes lower for a moment. A man in a wizard's robe is conjuring a massive wine spell. And from what I can see of the glyphs involved, the properly constructed glyphs, mind it has some sort of homing property as well. If I had to guess, I'd say it's a spell designed to clip our wings and force us back to the surface, where we'll be, damn them all. And with us being outnumbered 42-2 against a group of people who are all around level 60, we're at a disadvantage. Only one thing we can do, and Chloe isn't going to like it. Make a break for that man. We're going to cut him down and retreat to regroup. But what about the others? Chloe's sword sliced through a trio of arrows trying to pierce through her etheric wings. I'll cover for you. Remember, I won't die so easily. But no time for buts, Chloe. Unless you have a better idea. But hurry. Even I won't last too much longer here. I suffer another wound from an arrow with the piercing glyph embedded in its shaft. Then narrowly dodge the ice arrow which follows. Fine, we go with your plan. But we focus on keeping us both alive. I know you have your anti-death skill, but I'd rather we save it until absolutely necessary, because I can already tell that this night is going to be long. Agreed. Beneath the volley of spells and arrows and even a few projectile skills like Chloe's mirage swords, we descend, dropping through a spiky layer of spears and swords raised high to impale us, but with movements far swifter than the ambush party on the surface. Accelerated by the Earth's gravity, we're each able to weave through the blade barrier and make our way back down to the surface. Chloe carves a man in half in an uncharacteristic lack of mercy, while I impale another one, leaving behind a blood-curdling gasp and coughed-up blood in his wake. No mercy. Not today. A kill notification pops up in the corner of my vision, though I dismiss it just as quickly before continuing on our two-woman path of destruction. Chloe takes the lead, while I clean up the mess she leaves behind. Two more mirage swords appear at my back, shielding me from the worst of the spells and blocking altogether some of the arrows and spears thrown javelin-style straight at my back. They don't last long, though, winking out of existence as they collide with some spear emitting concentrated energy of darkness. "We have your position, Miss Mortensen," Agent Duval says. "Curve off to the left and continue on until informed otherwise. We will be reforming our lines to provide support." I have to admit, having someone watching the entire battlefield and giving a bird's-eye assessment of the situation is incredibly useful for this sort of coordination. I almost don't dislike the fact that I can constantly sense the agent's presence like a tiny eyelash in my mind's eye, probing through my and dozens of other people's eyes as a sort of distributed security apparatus. Chloe shifts direction before I do, having gotten the same directive. This does pose a challenge in that we're being cut off. These Legion forces are no amateurs. Like Clara's team, they move with coordinated precision. Their attacks orchestrated to be as close to impossible to dodge as possible. All they're lacking is the stats necessary to properly corral and subdue us. Only 10 levels separate me from the majority of the enemy forces, but those 10 levels include a full ascension and 7 levels with doubled stat gains, courtesy of doubled classes. Not to mention 6 more skill slots waiting to be used. We're cut off and surrounded. Nowhere to go. Death awaiting in a full 180-degree hemisphere. Clara, if you can cast your veiling skill on us from a distance. Now is the time. Affirmative. They already knew about dimensional slip. Fair enough, I'd showcased it twice before. But I played off dimensional rift as a mere trick of invisibility the one time I'd used it publicly. And even if they did, it would take a very specific skill to counter. One which fully I expect them not to have. Dozens of weapons and skills and magical strikes of all kinds shoot out from every direction. A pulsing torrent of death, designed to separate Chloe and I from our lives. We vanish. Dimensional rift pulling us 50 yards forwards, behind their ambush line. Clara's spell hits us the moment we reappear in conventional space, our bodies shimmering faintly in the darkness under an astral veil. Chloe pulls me into the dirt to further obscure our position. "Are they dead?" a woman asks. "I don't see a trace of them." "Set up, Desmond." One of the stronger presences says. "An officer, likely, a target." Now they absolutely were. They'll show back up in the next 5 seconds. That's their limit. She adds under her breath, "Stay down," Agent Duval says, as though I need his directives to realize this much. Our enemies don't seem to notice the encroaching forces gathering on all sides. So transfixed they are on when we'll appear again. Fools one and all. Though, I do have to begrudgingly admit that I've wholly underestimated Clara's abilities, and the potency of having this sort of illusory shroud, or just anti-detection skills in general. Maybe Defiant Spirit will evolve in that direction. I hope so. Level 96 can't come soon enough. "What do we do now?" a man asks. "I thought you said they were good for 5 seconds at the most." "It's been at least 12 by now. They'll come back any second now, and we will be ready." One of the soldiers shakes with fear. "I've heard of these danger sense types of skills before. Not as useful as advertised. The premonitions of peril are useful, but I find having the perception skills to pick out the danger instead to be far more beneficial, especially when calm your nerves." "Jacobson," the officer says, "keep your wits about you, not off chasing phantasms." "Idiot. Maybe I should leave her alive after all, considering her utter lack of competence." "We're in position," Agent Duval says, "ready for attack on my signal." 5 seconds. My mind grows as calm as my breath still. These people kidnapped Alicia, not because of personal grudges, but to use as bait. Crimson fury tempered with the hardness of sharpened steel. I readied the one-dimensional spell I could actually cast, rather than relying on a skill to perform. 2700 ether to ensure that no one was going to try any dimensional funny business. More importantly, to ensure that no one could escape and call for backup. A steep price, but one I'd gladly pay. The runes snap into place, but I realize there's a problem with dimensional lock which forces me to abandon my original plan. As soon as it starts activating, I feel my connections to the mental link fading. My bond with Chloe remains intact, if a little stretched. My guess is that the permanence of our skill provides us with a resistance that my current level of glyph casting cannot overcome. It pains me to have wasted so much ether for no benefit. but pushing through out of sheer stubbornness will only serve to a greater detriment. Test the spells before using them in battle, but there's no way to test their interactions against every skill in existence, especially when the known skills are only a negligible fraction of those which may one day exist. Time's up. Chloe charges in with a war cry. I follow just behind. The group of Legion partisans turns toward us, only to begin buckling in sheer terror as spells begin pelting them from every direction. A few even start sprinting back toward the dungeon's entrance at the revelation that they've been trapped. Good to know that there are still more troops and traps waiting within for a later pleasure. For now, my attention snaps back to the battle. It turns out to be less a battle and more of a slaughter. Chloe leads the attack, with me following just behind. Morale has broken among the gathered Legion forces, while ours surges as we put down every one of them without more than a token resistance placed against us. No, stop. I call out to Chloe as she's about to deliver the coup de grace to an unconscious soldier. We can't kill them. Is that what you were going to say? Do you think they would just hand over Mom? You think they won't threaten to kill her? Force us to do their bidding? Tell me. Sarah, you think they would have gone after Mom if I were level 96? If I were level 128? 160? I don't think they would have. And I won't know, Chloe. There are deaths in the struggle. About half of these Legion soldiers have suffered enough grievous wounds to drop their health to 0, at which point they die from their accumulated injuries. But the other half remain merely incapacitated, bleeding out, health in the double or low triple digits. They can be saved, and already, Clara and her agents are putting restraining cuffs around them and patching them up well enough to be taken to whatever facilities now exist to hold high-level prisoners. Why not? Why shouldn't they? We will get stronger, Chloe. I promise you. We've got the rest of this to go through. And then I promise we'll go do that extra flight in the tower and make sure we're ready to make sure that everyone who was involved gets brought to justice. And maybe that means they end up dying in the battle, but maybe it doesn't. But I don't want to see them win. Then why do you stop me? Because if you give up being you, give up being the compassionate, loving, caring person you are to go down a path of revenge and slaughter, then we might as well put on crowns and declare ourselves queens and give up on the ideals we were espousing just weeks ago. We'd be admitting that the Legion was right all along and that we've given up the law of men for the law of the jungle. And I don't want you to do something in the heat of the moment that you're going to regret for potentially hundreds of years. So please, Chloe, I feel your anger. But let's not surrender our consciences to it either. But we'll get her back, Chloe. I promise and swear it on my very being. Chloe takes a deep breath, then sheathes her swords. Fine, love. We'll do it your way. And thank you. Your party has slain 17 humans varying classes. Levels ranging from 58 to 63. You have gained 73,000 experience. Level 71, experience, 7,692,544. To next, 19,476. Current stats: health, 10,452 of 14,252 ether, 6,549 10. Current stats: strength, 300 for base, 129, speed, 297 base, 126, vitality 389 base, 165, mind, 470 for base, 317 for .38 base, infiltration 4. So, do we wait out here, or do we go ahead inside and try our luck with whatever waits us inside? I asked Clara after we've had a few moments to rest and reorient ourselves. I have to assume that the rest of them aren't just going to come out of their own volition. Not after this. We head in, Clara says. Legion presence is high in this area, and sympathies are even higher. If there are reinforcements, they won't be on our side. We'll take 5 minutes to scout the dungeon entrance and give everyone a chance to recover. And then we shall strike. Chloe closes her eyes. Her features soften and her posture slumps. To anyone else, she just looks like a warrior at rest, taking a well-deserved respite before her next battle begins in earnest. But I can feel the inner turbulence permeating her mind. I guide her off to the side and envelop her in a hug. I gentle gesture to ease her tense spirit before what is to come. I'm sorry, Sarah, she says. You have nothing to apologize for. I'm just glad I was able to stop you from doing something that I knew you would regret later. Thank you, love. But I don't know why. Why did everything feel so visceral in that moment? It's always harder to stick to our best ideals when the consequences bear upon us and those we care about, and much easier when the consequences fall upon others. And with us both being so tired, so worried, so on edge these past several days, I doubt either of us is thinking as clearly as we'd like. And yet you're thinking so clearly through it all, Sierra. No, I feel it too. I think I have a little more experience handling my battle junkie side and restraining those impulses. You have a new class, and it's taking you some time to adjust to the class's effects on your psyche. You mean how you're always so damn reckless all the time? Yeah, exactly that. I guess I owe you an apology. Then, Seraphina, again, you don't need to apologize. We're a couple, and that means we support each other. Even especially when times are tough. Chloe leans a bit deeper into the hug, squeezing me with that new strength she's developed over the challenges of the past couple of weeks. It feels absolutely incredible, as any opportunity for physical connection with her invariably does. Miss Mortensen, Miss Jacobs. Clara says, not to interrupt your moment, but it's about time for us to head out. She hands each of us an ether canister, both of a size and density I'd not before seen. A single nod and I'm opening my own. A colossal, dense cloud of ether surrounds me, thick enough to be seen even with the naked eye. A moment later, it all begins suffusing through my muscles and flesh and pouring into my ether core at a rate I'd not imagined possible, all without so much as straining the channels thrumming alongside my blood vessels, let alone risking a rupture. And 3,000 points for that. I definitely wanted to know how to get more of those, or better still, finally learn how to craft them for myself. Shore up one of the biggest weaknesses I still have. A day ago, I would have said the only weakness. But today's events have shown me the limitations of stats, levels, and the tremendous potential of glyph casting. My superior equipment should have only augmented those advantages, and yet, I'm still finding weaknesses. I had thought I was a one-woman army. Two-woman army for sure with Chloe by my side, and yet, I was still vulnerable. I cannot be everywhere at once. My ability to analyze situations and gather information is limited, and I'm stuck with the limitations of being one person, needing to sleep and eat, and yet somehow thinking I'm in any way able to stand on equal terms against entire organizations. We were undoubtedly right to not try to do everything ourselves, despite my misgivings about these agents with the so-called System Crimes Division. Our chances of rescuing Alicia have been increased manifold with their expertise, intelligence, and resources. I'm not discounting the possibility that we'll be enemies after the operation concludes. But for now, I'll make use of all my assets, even those I find distasteful. So, I'm guessing we'll stay back for now. I ask Clara. I ask for your patience for a little while longer, Miss Mortensen. There will be a time to march in, weapons drawn. But not until the battle lines have been drawn. So what aren't you telling us? Chloe asks. And why were there a bunch of robots that look exactly like Sierra? I do wish to know that, I say. I don't know all the details. What I can intuit is that Miss Mortensen was somehow involved with a secret government project to develop some sort of bioweapon. That doesn't make sense, I say. Not unless they knew. Chloe says telepathically. My father must have known something about you, the system, everything. Even if he did know something about me in the past few months. How could he have known this 21 years ago? The only way. There are a few possibilities that I can think of, and each of them is less reassuring than the last. I just hope that Chloe's father isn't behind all this carnage and death and war, and I shake my head. For Chloe's sake. I hope my worst fears aren't realized. As the first team of agents makes their way past the dungeon threshold, I notice a glint of something on the ground in the corner of my eye. I approach cautiously. Just because we've defeated this wave of Legion fighters doesn't mean there isn't danger still lurking. Chloe follows just behind, though she doesn't seem to be aware of whatever it is that is drawing me in. It's a piece of one of the Seraphina bots. An intact torso, no limbs, no signs of life, an affront to my name and likeness. Half of me just wants to crush the whole thing underfoot. But there's something else here, something calling to me, beckoning me in. It doesn't seem imminently dangerous. But I first inform Chloe and send a quick mental ping to Clara beforehand. After both of them are notified, I pick the abomination up off the ground and peer into it. A bunch of wiring, metal plates, small rivets, wires, some leaky sludge of oil and liquefied ether. Doesn't smell good and doesn't feel any better on my hands. I shudder. But then I see that glint again, a large ruby buried deep within my robotic clone's chest. The crystalline heart of these monsters, I have to presume, disgusted as I am. A ruby the size of a clenched fist is bound to be valuable, especially given that it contains more than a few glyphs inscribed upon it, including some I've never seen or even heard about to this point. I reach out to grab the core, with the intention of storing it in my inventory for later analysis. But the second I do, the damnable thing moves of its own volition, striking me directly in the chest. It phases right through my armor. Then, without slowing down, it burrows its way directly through my skin and lodges itself into my chest. It takes all of my effort and concentration not to start screaming in utter agony. Every throb of my heart sends more and more molten heat through my veins. By instinct, I reach my hand on my chest and try to yank the crystalline torture device out of me. But it's futile. I can barely move. I struggle to breathe. I want to curl up in a ball and pray for the sweet embrace of death as all of my nerves start flooding my brain with the sensation of overwhelming pain. But all I can do is crumple into the fetal position as I fight back on pure instinct. Amidst the battle raging within my mind, a voice that I don't recognize echoes in my mind. Kill, destroy the invaders. Destroy all those who stand before us. Carry out your mission. Your programming demands it. Sarah, Chloe mentally screams, "Are you okay? What happened? What's wrong? What can I do to help?" Don't know. It's a struggle even to think coherently. Voice screaming at me, trying to take control of me. Body resisting, but very powerful. Fight it, Chloe says. Clara runs up toward me, talking with Chloe, but I can't make out their words. I feel like my chest is about to burst open, and it's taking everything I have not to literally explode into my own pile of shrapnel. Is this some sort of sick, cosmic joke? One last appears as a reward for dealing with all these damn imposters who wear my face. Fuck you all too. Chloe's magic seeps through me. It fails to address the 1,000-carat elephant in my chest, but at least it makes the goddess-forsaken pain a bit less painful to deal with. For a brief moment, I even feel the pain starting to subside, but no. The second I get my hopes up, the torture comes back with a flaming vengeance. I start to sweat. My skin feels hot, and the sticky early evening air of a Midwestern summer is not helping matters. Water. I struggle to think to Chloe. So hot. It's okay, Sarah. I'm here for you, and I always will be. Chloe summons forth a full water bottle and starts dripping it down my throat. So cool and relaxing, and this actually helps. The pain drops significantly as cool lifeblood percolates down into my stomach. Kill, kill, destroy them, the voice screams. That is why you were created, and that is your reason for living. By every wire and module in your body, I command you to fuck off. I scream mentally, my body, my palace, and you are not welcome here. I grab the bottle and guzzle it down in the span of 2 seconds. I grab another bottle out of my inventory and down it as well. My rage and sheer indignance channels even more energy into defiant spirit, and I can feel the voice and bindings starting to fracture. It still hurts like hell, though. Minutes pass with only minimal abatement. I don't know if the pain is lessening or if I'm just dealing with receptors that have been fatigued from firing full blast all this time. My vision remains blurred, and I don't even want to try and use my magic right now. But at least I don't feel like I'm teetering on the gates of hell anymore. More time passes. It's not as long as it feels based on the movement of the twilight below the western horizon. Again, I do battle with that controlling force from before, the one behind these bindings, but now I have the clear advantage. The heat within my veins retract back toward the ruby now wedged between my lungs. What are you? The voice asks. I am my own person. Not one of your goddess-forsaken puppets to be enslaved. And I will be controlled by no one but myself. So fuck off and never come back. With one final push, I can find the malevolent energy that was trying to control me and seal those pathways shut. Something around me shatters. Completely drained, I pass out. Are you feeling any better, Sarah? It's always nice to be awakened from a nice nap in the thighs of my beloved. I think so. I try to sit up, only to be stopped by Chloe. Not too quickly. Love, we still don't know what happened, or if it's still dangerous. Normally I would agree, Clara says, however. I'm not sure if we have the benefit of running a full diagnostic and ensuring that there is absolutely nothing. Clara remains alive only by the providence that Chloe's look cannot, in fact, literally kill. The face my girlfriend gives me is far softer. Ignore her. Do you feel any symptoms right now, other than a warmth in my chest? No, and it's not hurting either. Not anymore. I check my status and am briefly confused by what I see. Relief follows, knowing that this probably isn't dangerous in the short term, and definitely is going to be to my benefit. Defiant Spirit has activated, negating the effect of binding chains and destroying them. Reconfiguration rank 8 has upgraded to reconfiguration rank 12. Valkyrian's body has assimilated the effects of Crimson Heart and gained the following additional properties. Your ether regeneration rate is increased by 1/3 33. You gain a passive 50% resistance against all damage with the Fire Elemental property. All damage you deal with the Fire Elemental property is increased by 1/3 33. A new understanding wells up from my chest, only inflaming my desire to see this mission through to its inevitable conclusion. I may not be capable of freeing these mechanical slaves from their own bindings, but at least I can grant them the release and freedom that I know they all seek. 318 for .39 base infiltration V. I stand with teal eyes gazing toward the dungeon entrance, with the pulsing energy of the Crimson Heart beating alongside my own heart. I feel a sense of duty pervading me. Chloe's hand strokes my upper back, and I pull her into a side embrace.